274. African opinion should be popularized by the party among Negroes and whites alike. Negroes will welcome and appreciate this. This organization of Fourth International colonial activity in a manner to present it constantly and regularly to Negroes in America, is not only one of the most important means of drawing Negro contact ultimately into our party. It means also, and this is of immense importance in our period, that Negro organizations everywhere which are internationally minded or drawing towards internationalism will ultimately realize that the only genuine international organization in the world at the present time is the Fourth International. In 1930, Negroes in America constituted nearly 12 million, or 10% of the American population. Of these, 2/3 were still in the South, despite the war and post-war emigration to the North. In the cities of the North and East, the Negroes form only a small minority of the population, generally less than 10%. In the cities of the South, the proportion is much higher, but in only one large city, Birmingham, Alabama, do the Negroes constitute as much as 1/2 of the white population. Similarly, in the state areas QF the South, they are outnumbered by the whites. In only one state of America, Mississippi, are the Negroes in a majority, and that of only 2%, though there are large county areas inhabited by a majority of Negroes. Cut off for centuries from all contact with the continent and customs of his origin, the Negro is today an American citizen. In his daily work, language, religion, and general culture, he differs not at all from his fellow workers in factory and field, except in the intensity of his exploitation and attendant brutal discrimination. These discriminations are imposed by capitalism in the pretended name of the Negro's racial characteristics, but in reality to increase profit by cheapening labor and to weaken the workers and farmers by fostering racial rivalries. The minority status of the Negro in the political divisions of capitalist America, even in the South, and the absence of a national Negro language and literature and of a differentiated political history, as in pre-war Poland or Catalonia and the Ukraine of today, have caused in the past a too facile acceptance of the Negroes as merely a more than usually oppressed section of the American workers and farmers. This in turn has led to a neglect of the Negro's political past and a lack of historical imagination in envisaging his future political development. The American Negroes were among the earliest colonists of America, and for 3 centuries their history has been one of continual economic exploitation, social discrimination, and political expropriation by all classes of whites. Up to 1935, organized labor, as represented by the AFL, discriminated against the Negro as sharply as the capitalist class. Today the poor whites of the South are the most savage of lynchers and the most rabid upholders of the theory of white superiority. The world economic crisis and consequent organization of the CIO, including hundreds of thousands of Negroes, the organization of the Southern Tenant Farmers Union comprising both white and black, have shown that this division between the black and white workers is beginning to close under economic pressure. But not even a socialist revolution can immediately destroy the accumulated memories, mistrust, and suspicions of centuries, and today, in this period of capitalistic decline in America, the racial prejudices are more than ever based on economic privileges, possessed by one group of workers at the obvious and immediate expense of the other. Negroes today are being pushed out of jobs which, before the Depression, whites disdained. 3 centuries of property and privilege have used their wealth and power to make the Negroes feel that they are and must continue to be outcasts from all sections of American society, rich and poor, and the political backwardness of the American working class movement has made it an easy victim to this propaganda, fortified by tangible if slight economic advantages. It is not improbable, therefore, that the bulk of the Negroes have absorbed their lesson far more profoundly than is superficially apparent, and that on their first political awakening to the necessity of revolutionary activity they may demand the right of self-determination, i.e., the formation of a Negro state in the South. Thus, in their view, they would be free from that exploitation, discrimination, and arrogance, inseparable in their experience from any association with numerically superior whites. The desire to wipe out the humiliating political subservience and social degradation of centuries might find expression in an overpowering demand for the establishment and administration of a Negro state. The past political history of the Negroes gives not insignificant indications that their political development may very well follow this course. The Garvey movement, one of the most powerful political mass movements ever seen in the USA, concealed behind its fantastic and reactionary slogan of "Back to Africa," the desire, revolutionary in its essence, for a Negro state. The Negroes no more desired to go to Africa of their own free will than German Jews before Hitler wanted to go to Palestine. The masses of Negroes, particularly in the South, dominated by the heritage of slavery and the apparently irresistible numbers and state power of the whites, did not dare to raise the slogan of a black state in America. But in a revolutionary crisis, as they begin to shake off 277. The state coercion and ideological domination of American bourgeois society, their first step may well be to demand the control, both actual and symbolical, of their own future destiny. The question of whether the Negroes in America are a national minority to which the slogan of self-determination applies will be solved in practice. The raising or support of the slogan by the masses of Negroes will be the best and only proof required. It is inconceivable that propaganda by any American Revolutionary Party can instill this idea into their minds if they did not themselves consciously or unconsciously desire it. This desire may very well fall into the hands of reactionary leaders. But only the most energetic defense of the right of self-determination of the Negro masses can lead their movement into revolutionary channels. Should the masses of Negroes raise the slogan, the SWP, in accordance with the Leninist doctrine on the question of self-determination and the imperative circumstances of the particular situation, will welcome this awakening and pledge itself to support the demand to the fullest extent of its power. The boundaries of such a state will be a matter of comradely arrangement between different sections of a revolution victorious over American capitalism and intent only on creating the best possible milieu for the building of the socialist commonwealth. The Fourth International aims at the abolition of the old and not at the creation of new national boundaries, but the historical circumstances and the stages of development of different sections of society will at given moments be decisive in the road to be followed at a particular historic moment. The demand for a Negro state in America, its revolutionary achievement with the enthusiastic encouragement and assistance of the whites, will generate such creative energy in every section of the Negro workers and farmers in America as to constitute a great step forward to the ultimate integration of the American Negroes into the United Socialist States of North America. The SWP is also confident that after a few years of independent existence the victories of the new regime in both states will lead inevitably to a unity, with the Negroes as anxious and willing partners, their justifiable suspicions and doubts weakened by the concrete manifestation of the desire for collaboration by the whites and the contrast between the capitalist and the socialist state. Such a development in America will have immediate and powerful repercussions not only among the millions of African Negroes but also among oppressed nationalities, particularly of color, everywhere, and will be a powerful step toward the dissolution of those national and racial antagonisms with which capitalism, particularly in this period of its desperate crisis, is poisoning and corrupting human society. The SWP, while proclaiming its willingness to support the right of self-determination to the fullest degree, will not in itself, in the present stage, advoc. 278. 8. The slogan of a Negro state in the manner of the Communist Party of the USA. The advocacy of the right of self-determination does not mean advancing the slogan of self-determination. Self-determination for Negroes means that the Negroes themselves must determine their own future. Furthermore, a party predominantly white in membership which, in present-day America, vigorously advocates such a slogan, prejudices it in the minds of Negroes, who see it as a form of segregation. But the SWP will watch carefully the political development of the masses of the Negroes, will emphasize their right to make this important decision themselves and the obligation of all revolutionaries to support whatever decision the Negroes may finally come to as to the necessity of a Negro state. The SWP recognizes that the Negroes have not yet expressed themselves on this important question. The opposition to a Negro state comes mainly from the articulate and vocal but small and weak class of Negro intellectuals, concerned with little else besides gaining a place for themselves in American capitalist society, and fanatically blind to its rapid decline. Negro members of the Fourth International, however, have every right to participate in the formation of the ideology of their own race, with such slogans and propaganda as correspond to the political development and revolutionary awakening of the great masses of the Negro people, and, while conscious of the ultimate aims of socialism, must recognize the progressive and revolutionary character of any demand unfolding among great masses of Negroes for a Negro state, and if necessary vigorously advocate it. To know where the Negro is going, one must know where the Negro comes from. Capitalist history and capitalist science, taken as a whole, are designed to serve the needs of capitalist profit. Their studies of the Negro and his history have aimed at justifying his exploitation and degradation. They have excused the slave trade and slavery and the present position of Negroes as outcasts in capitalist society, on the ground that the Negro in Africa had shown himself incapable of developing civilization, that he lived a savage and barbarous life, and that such elements of culture as Africa showed in the past and shows today were directly due to the influence of Arabs and Europeans. All of this, from beginning to end, is lies. Negroes in African civilization. First of all, the capitalist scientists' attempts to isolate the pure Negro from other African peoples are admitted today to be pure rubbish. Though there are broad differentiations, the Negroes in Africa are inextricably mixed. There are people of Hamitic stock who derive either from the Near East or the outermost peninsula of Africa, today British and Italian Somaliland. There are the short-statured Bushmen in the south, and the supposedly pure Negro is found on the west coast alone. It is as if a scientist said that the pure European was found only on the coast of Portugal. The truth is that even the Egyptians had a strong Negroid strain. There were Negro dynasties in Egypt. Queen Nefertiti, one of the great conquerors and rulers of Egyptian history, was reputedly a Negress. Among the modern Ethiopian ruling class can be seen types, ranging from the purely Semitic through the mulatto to types indistinguishable from the Negro. The chief object of these scientists is of course to deprive the Negro of any share in the famous civilizations of Egypt and Ethiopia. Today, ingenious Negroes call the Egyptians black men, and by this means place all Egyptian civilization to the credit of the Negro. Racial theories of this type, whether from white capitalist centers of learning or fanatical Negro nationalists, are neither history nor science, but political propaganda. This much is clear, and for the time being sufficient. The Egyptian civilization began where it did and flourished because of favorable climatic and geographical conditions, and the Negroes had a great deal to do with it. The attempt to deduce from history that Negroes are subhuman continually breaks down. The Bushmen are among the most primitive of peoples. Yet their drawings have been universally hailed as some of the most marvelous examples of artistic skill. And since when have monkeys been given to producing great artists? In South Africa the ruins of Zimbabwe are evidence of a great ancient civilization. Whose? Nobody knows, but numerous professors are racking their brains to prove that, whoever created it, it wasn't Negroes. Much good may it do them. They will not stop the world revolution that way. But the greatest stumbling block in the way of the anti-Negro historians are the empires of Ghana, Songhai, Mos, and others, which flourished in the basin of the Niger. People who sneer at the Marxist phrase bourgeois ideology simply have no conception of the dishonesty, corruption, and scope of capitalist lies and propaganda. The Ghana Empire. For nearly 1,000 years, 1300, between the river Senegal and the Niger flourished the Ghana Empire. We do not know how it was founded. Some people say that a Hamitic people from East Africa migrated there. Others say that they came from Syria. What we do know is that this empire at its zenith embraced many millions of people. It produced wool, cotton, silk, velvet, it traded in copper and gold. Many houses in the chief towns were built of stone. At one time its army consisted of 200,000 soldiers. Its schools, its lawyers, its scholars were famous all over the Mediterranean area. And this empire for nearly 1,000 years was an empire of black men, of Negroes. Another famous empire was that of Songhai, 600-1500, with its dynasty of Askias. Askia Muhammad I, 1443-1528, was not only a great ruler. He surrounded himself with scholars. Timbuktu and Gao were the centers of trade and learning. The latest edition of the Encyclopaedia Britannica says of these kingdoms. 281. Long before the rise of Islam, the peoples of this northern part of West Africa, consisting largely, as has been seen, of open plains watered by large and navigable rivers, had developed well-organized states, of which the oldest known, Ghana, or Ghanada, is thought to have been founded in the 3rd century AD. Later arose the Empire of Mel and the more famous and more powerful Songhai Empire. Marking the importance, commercial and political, of these states, large cities were founded. The idea that Islamic influences founded these states is now exploded, and this is admitted by the Britannica writer. He follows, however, the theory of pure and impure Negroes. The Negroes on the coast were pure. But even these, he notes, founded civilizations. The Yoruba, the Ashanti, the Dahomey, and the Beni created powerful and well-organized kingdoms. The Beni, better known as the Benin, are famous today for their bronze sculpture, of artistic merit and technical skill unsurpassed by any people of ancient or modern times. When after many centuries they were discovered in 1891, the impudent imperialists at once attributed these bronzes to Portuguese influence. That theory has now joined the other in the waste paper basket. The high water mark. West Africa was the high water mark. But all over Africa, organized civilizations flourished. The first Portuguese to visit East Africa some 500 years ago did not remark any noticeable differences between the Africans and themselves, while less than 50 years ago, Émile Tourde, the Belgian explorer, discovered in Central Africa the Bushango people. A wise king, as far back as the 17th century, had prohibited all contact with Europeans, and, away in this interior, the tribe had survived. Tourde found a free and happy people, living in villages well laid out, the huts beautifully decorated, their sculpture, textiles, and household objects of a rare beauty. Political organization was a perfect democracy. The king had all the honors, the council all the power. Representatives, 2 of them always women, were both regional and vocational. Today they are degraded savages. Tourde states that before the coming of the Europeans such civilizations, perfectly adapted to their environment, were widespread over Africa. The picture of warring tribes and savage cannibals is all lies. As late as 1906, Frobenius traveling in the Belgian Congo, could still see the following. 282. And on all this flourishing material, civilization then was abloom, here the bloom on ripe fruit both tender and lustrous, the gestures, manners, and customs of a whole people, from the youngest to the oldest, alike in the families of the princes and the well-to-do, of the slaves, so naturally dignified and refined in the smallest detail. I know no northern race who can bear comparison with such a uniform level of education as is found among the natives. It was the slave trade that destroyed Africa, the depredations of Arabs and European imperialists. They ravaged the continent for 3 centuries. What the travelers of the 19th century discovered was the wreck and ruin of what had existed 4 centuries before, and even then enough remained to disprove the ideas of the subhuman Negro. Africa is a vast continent and many millions of people in varying degrees of civilization have lived there over the centuries. There was much ignorance, barbarism, and superstition, but the history and achievements of Negroes in art, literature, politics, empire building, until Arab and European imperialism fell upon them in the 12th and 13th centuries, is an incontrovertible refutation of the mountains of lies and slander built up by capitalist apologists in defense of capitalist barbarism. Africans worked in iron countless generations ago, and many historians claim that it was they who introduced metalwork to Europe and Asia. Capitalism developing in Europe precipitated the discovery of America and sent its navigators and explorers to Africa. In the 16th century began the use of Negro slaves in the plantations of America. British capitalism drew one of the most powerful sources of wealth from the slave trade. The greatness of Liverpool, the second city of Great Britain, was founded on the trade. The wealth of the French bourgeoisie was based upon the slave trade. The rise of modern Europe is inexplicable without a knowledge of the economic ramifications of the slave trade. Emancipation from slavery and the destruction of feudalism. Here we shall make a political analysis of the role of the Negro in the phase of the development of Western civilization that involved the revolutionary destruction of feudalism in England, France, and America. First of all, what is feudalism? That is not easy to answer in a sentence. It is a form of society based on landed property and simple methods of cultivation. They have a landowning class which rules. At the other end of the social scale you have the serfs, who get a part of their produce to feed themselves. 283. And contribute their surplus to the landowning aristocracy. Side by side with the landowning aristocracy is the clergy. The main characteristic of social life in feudal society is the fact that the aristocracy and clergy have great privileges, and the serfs and others have very few or none. This is not a question of custom, but a question of law. In capitalist society, in theory, all men are equal before the law. Feudal economy in Europe did not in any way have contact with Africa. It was essentially a subsistence economy, that is to say, it produced what it needed to feed and clothe itself. About the 13th and 14th centuries, however, there grew up in Europe a new class, the merchants. These were the first real capitalists. Europe's first dealings with Africa. Soon their business began to be of great importance in the state. With increasing wealth, they gradually changed the economies of certain countries from producing chiefly food and the simple things that the community needed, to the manufacture of goods on a large scale. This particular class was concerned as much with production for trade in other parts of the country and abroad as for use at home. It was this drive for trade, for raw materials, for markets, and for profit, that created the necessity for expansion, and in the 15th century finally sent expeditions to America and to Africa. Thus it was the development of capitalism in Europe that brought the millions of Africans into contact with Western civilization. Capitalism demands above all else landless laborers. In Europe the capitalist class created a class of landless laborers by driving them off the land whenever possible, for if the serf or the peasant had land on which to work or earn his keep for himself, naturally he would not hire himself out to any capitalist for long hours and small pay. When the capitalists discovered America, they tried to use the Indian as landless laborers. But the Indians died. There was so much land that it was impossible to get landless laborers from among the early colonists. Because of this, the capitalists in Europe and their agents in the colonies brought millions of Negroes as slaves to America and thereby provided the colonies with the necessary labor. By this means capitalism enormously expanded its capacity for making profit. By means of these vast profits that they made at home and abroad, the capitalists in Britain and France, for example, not only built up tremendous trade and business, but with the profits accumulated, they began to organize. 284. Factories and extend the application of science to industry. The standard of civilization rose, and the power and profits of the capitalists increased also. But the governments of France and Britain still continued to be under the domination of the old feudal nobility. When came much trouble, capitalists make their revolution. Trade and factories were more important than land. Yet the rulers of the countries were princes, dukes, lords, bishops, and archbishops. That was all very well when they had the economic power, but now it had passed from them. Not only were they proud and arrogant, but they tried to keep the laws and the government suitable to land ownership when, Owing to the shift in the economic basis of the country, the laws and the government should have been organized to help trade and industry. It was no use pointing out to them that they should give way. It took revolutions to do it. In Britain there were two revolutions. One took place in the 17th century and lasted off and on for nearly 60 years. In France, revolution began in 1789, and by the time it was over the power of the aristocracy and the clergy was wiped away completely. What part did the Negroes play in all this? The capitalists who first profited by slavery were commercial capitalists and the planters in the colonies. These planters were partly capitalist in that they traded their produce far and wide, and partly feudal in that they kept their slaves in a state of subjection comparable to the old serfdom and built up a type of feudal society. But as capitalism developed, these commercial traders and the plantation owners collaborated closely with the aristocracy, and many of them became aristocrats themselves. By the time the industrial capitalists were busy developing their factories, the aristocrats, the planters, and the commercial capitalists formed, roughly speaking, one reactionary group. An end to slavery. Now one of the things that the industrial capitalists wanted to do was to finish with slavery. It was too expensive. Slave production was backward compared with modern methods and more highly developed capitalist production in agriculture. So that you had on one side the industrial capitalists determined to destroy the slave power of the aristocrats, the commercial capitalists, and the planters. It was in this political struggle that Negroes got their 285 chance to fight for their freedom. They played a small part in the English political struggle, a larger part in the French struggle, and a decisive part in the American struggle. This was not accidental. A few figures will show us why. In 1789 British colonial trade was £5 million out of an export trade of 27 million. Britain had lost America in 1783 and had few slaves in the West Indies. We can therefore see that slavery was playing a very minor part in British economy. The British Negroes on the whole played little part in the destruction of British feudalism. In France in 1789 the export trade was £17 million. The colonial trade was 11 million, 2/3 of it. The question of abolition was therefore of tremendous importance. It took a prominent part in the revolution. The Negroes fought magnificently and, being thousands of miles away, gained their independence. This is how Haiti came into being. In America in 1861 this combination of the commercial bourgeoisie and the plantation owners was not a minor part of American economy. It was a major part. The combination was not a colony thousands of miles away. It occupied hundreds of thousands of square miles inside the country. To defeat this combination took the greatest civil war in history, and the Negroes' share was far greater than it had been in France. This is the way we must look at history. People who only see black men in general being oppressed by white men in general, and are unable to trace the historical dialectic, do not understand anything and therefore cannot lead. That is the great value of being a genuine Marxist, an adherent of the Fourth International. You can study history and understand where we are today and why and where we are going tomorrow. The destiny of the Negro. Let us for a moment review our analysis of the Negro in his contact with Western civilization. We established that the Negroes in Africa had built high if simple civilizations up to the 14th century. It was necessary to emphasize this, to destroy the imperialist-fostered conception of Africa as a land of eternal savagery and barbarism from which it has to some degree been raised by the gentle hand of the European invaders. 286. European contact with Africa began with the rise of European imperialism. A new continent, America, was discovered and Africa, which had always lain within easy reach of European ships, was penetrated. Commercial capitalism developed the mercantile system, which needed labor in the American tropical plantation. When the Indians proved unsatisfactory, slaves were brought from Africa. On the basis of the wealth created by the slave trade and the colonial trade directly dependent upon it, The commercial capitalists of Europe and America built up from their ranks a new section of the capitalist class, the industrial capitalists. These, whose chief function was the application of large-scale organization and science to industry, came inevitably into conflict with the planters. Slave labor was too expensive, too backward for the new methods. This economic conflict was the basis for political conflict. The commercial bourgeoisie and the feudal aristocracy still had the political power their former economic predominance had given them, and for the new rising class of industrial bourgeoisie, to wrest it from them meant a struggle. The bourgeois revolutions. This was a progressive struggle. It took place in great revolutions in France and in America, and in Britain it took not only the threat but the actual beginning of a revolution to break the power of the feudal aristocrats. In all these the Negro played a tremendous part. In America he was given the opportunity of doing this because his emancipation was in the interest of the northern industrialist bourgeoisie. All these great movements of politics thrust the color question into subordination and unimportance. It is economics and politics, not color, that are decisive in history. To see what happened after the industrialist bourgeoisie took power, it would be best to follow the course of one country, say Great Britain. The industrialists seized power in 1832. They struck a terrific blow at the landed aristocracy in 1847 by abolishing the Com Laws. Through these laws the feudal aristocrats had artificially maintained the price of grain by restricting foreign competition with the produce of their fields. Rising with the industrial bourgeoisie was a new class, the industrial working class, the proletariat. And by 1848 the Chartist movement of the workers was feeling its way towards revolution. But in this year began a great era of prosperity. So prosperous was the industrial bourgeoisie, thanks to the home market its victory had given it, that it treated the idea of colonies in Africa with scorn. Disraeli wrote in 1866 that the British had all that they wanted in Asia. For, he continued, what is the 287 use of these colonial deadweights, the West Indian and West Africa colonies? Leave the Canadians to govern themselves, recall the African squadrons, give up the settlements on the southeast coast of Africa and we shall make a saving which will at the same time enable us to build ships and have a good budget. In the year he wrote, only 1/10 or less of Africa was in the hands of European imperialists. They had devastated the continent, but now they wanted the slaves no longer. For a while it almost seemed that Africa would be left in peace. A new need for Africa. But capitalist production led inevitably to the concentration of wealth in the hands of a few and the corresponding increasing poverty of the masses. The workers cannot buy what they produce. The capitalists must find abroad new markets, sources of new materials, and places to invest their capital. In 1885 Jules Ferry, the French statesman, used the famous words, "Colonies for rich countries are one of the most lucrative methods of utilizing capital. I say that France, which is glutted with capital, has a reason for looking on this side of the colonial question. European consumption is saturated, it is necessary to raise new masses of consumer in other parts of the globe, else we shall put modern society into bankruptcy and prepare for social liquidation with the dawn of the 20th century." Cecil Rhodes once told a friend, if you want to free civilization, become an imperialist. With the glut in the home market, colonies were no longer deadweight. While in 1880 only 1/10 of Africa was in the hands of European imperialists, by 1900 less than 1/10 of the land remained in the hands of the African people. That saturation of European consumption to which Ferry referred and the part that Africa played can be shown by the following simple calculation. Great Britain has invested abroad roughly $20 billion. The total investment in Africa from all sources is roughly $6 billion, and of this almost $5 billion is in British territory. That is to say, almost 1/4 of British foreign investment is to be found in Africa. But this process of saturation that forced the imperialists to expand to the colonies has now itself spread to the colonies. The increasing accumulation of great wealth in the hands of the few and the increasing poverty of the masses is now not only a European but world phenomenon. Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, is bankrupt. The Werofy 914-18, the worldwide crisis. 288. Since 1929, the New World War of 1939, these are items from the ledger of imperialism. Only the overthrowing of the bankrupt class by a new class, only the triumphant proletarian revolution, can balance the budget of civilization. And in the same way as the Negro played an important role in the revolution of the industrialists in unseating the feudal aristocracy, so tomorrow the Negroes will play a decisive role in the struggle between finance capital and the working class. Against his declared intentions, Lincoln was forced to free the slaves. Revolutionary France had to recognize the revolution of the San Domingo blacks. In the stress of economic and political conflict, color was forgotten and the rising class took help wherever it could get it. The Negroes in Africa and America, wherever they are the most oppressed of people, are going to strike even more deadly blows for freedom, against the capitalist system of exploitation, in alliance with the white workers of the world. The American Negroes, for centuries the most oppressed section of American society and the most discriminated against, are potentially the most revolutionary element of the population. They are designated by their whole historical past to be, under adequate leadership, the very vanguard of the proletarian revolution. The neglect of Negro work and of the Negro question by the party is therefore a very disquieting sign. The SWP must recognize that its attitude to the Negro question is crucial for its future development. Hitherto the party has been based mainly on privileged workers and groups of isolated intellectuals. Unless it can find its way to the great masses of the underprivileged, of whom the Negroes constitute so important a section, the broad perspectives of the permanent revolution will remain only a fiction and the party is bound to degenerate. The SWP proposes therefore to constitute a national Negro department which will initiate and coordinate a plan of work among the Negroes and calls upon its members to cooperate strenuously in the difficult task of approaching this work in the most suitable manner. Our obvious tasks for the coming period are, a. The education of the party, b. Winning the politically more advanced Negroes for the Fourth International, and, c. Through the work of the party among the Negroes and in wider fields influencing the Negro masses to recognize in the SWP the only party which is genuinely working for their complete emancipation from the heavy burdens they have borne so long. The winning of masses of Negroes to our movement on a revolutionary basis is, however, no easy task. The Negroes, suffering acutely from the general difficulties of all workers under capitalism, and in addition, from special problems of their own, are naturally hesitant to take the step of allying themselves with a small and heavily persecuted party. But Negro work is complicated by other more profound causes. For reasons which can be easily understood, the American Negro is profoundly suspicious of all whites and recent events have deepened that suspicion. In the past, the Negro masses have had disastrous experiences with the Republican and Democratic parties. The benefits that the Negro as a whole are supposed to have received from the New Deal and the Democratic Party can easily be seen for the fraud that they are when it is recognized that it is the Democratic Party of Franklin Roosevelt which by force and trickery prevents the Negroes from exercising their votes over large areas in the South. The CP of the USA from 1928 to 1935 did win a number of Negroes to membership and awakened a sympathetic interest among the politically more advanced Negro workers and intellectuals. But the bureaucratic creation of Negro leaders, their subservience to the twists and turns of the party line, their slavish dependence on the manipulations and combinations of the CP leadership, were seen by interested Negroes not as a transference of the methods and practices of the Kremlin bureaucracy to America, but merely as another example of the use of Negroes by whites for political purposes unconnected with Negro struggles. With its latest term beginning in 1935, the CP has become openly a party of American bourgeois democracy. Not only to expand, but merely to exist in this milieu demanded that it imbibe and practice the racial discriminations inherent in that society. The Negroes, very sensitive to all such practices, have quickly recognized the new face of the CP beneath the mask of demagoguery with which it seeks to disguise the predicament in which it finds itself, and the result has been a mass departure from the party, 80% of the New York State Negro membership, and a bitter hostility to the CP which reached a climax when well-known former Negro members of the CP testified against it before the Dies Committee. Once more the Third International has struck a deadly blow at the American working class, this time by undermining the confidence that was being slowly forged between the politically advanced sections of the black and white workers. Nationalist tendencies. Furthermore, the awakening political consciousness of the Negro not unnaturally takes the form of a desire for independent action uncontrolled by whites. The Negroes have long felt and more than ever feel today the urge to create their own organizations under their own leaders and thus assert, not only in theory but in action, their claim to complete equality with other American citizens. Such a desire is legitimate and must be vigorously supported even when it takes the form of a rather aggressive chauvinism. Black chauvinism. 291. In America today is merely the natural excess of the desire for equality and is essentially progressive, while white American chauvinism, the expression of racial domination, is essentially reactionary. Under any circumstances, it would have been a task of profound difficulty, perhaps impossible, for a revolutionary party composed mainly of whites to win the confidence of the American Negro masses, except in the actual crises of revolutionary struggles. Such possibilities as existed, however, have been gravely undermined by the CP. Today the politically minded Negroes are turning away from the CP, and Negro organizations devoted to struggle for Negro rights are springing up all over the North and East, particularly in Harlem. The nationalist tendencies of the Negroes have been fortified, and in addition to the poisoning of racial relations by capitalism, the SWP has now to contend with the heritage left by the CP and the pernicious course it is still actively pursuing. For a Negro organization. The SWP therefore proposes that its Negro members, aided and supported by the party, take the initiative and collaborate with other militant Negroes in the formation of a Negro mass organization devoted to the struggle for Negro rights. This organization will not be either openly or secretly a periphery organization of the Fourth International. It will be an organization in which the masses of Negroes will be invited to participate on a working class program corresponding to the day-to-day struggles of the masses of Negro workers and farmers. Its program will be elaborated by the Negro organization, in which Negro members of the Fourth International will participate with neither greater nor lesser rights than other members. But the SWP is confident that the position of the Negroes in American society, the logic of the class struggle in the present period, the superior grasp of politics and the morale of members of the Fourth International, must inevitably result in its members exercising a powerful influence in such an organization. The support of such an organization by the SWP does not in any way limit the party's drive among Negroes for membership, neither does it invalidate the necessary struggle for the unity of both black and white workers. But that road is not likely to be a broad highway. Such an organization as is proposed is the most likely means of bringing the masses of Negroes into political action, which though programmatically devoted to their own interests, must inevitably merge with the broader struggles of the American working class movement taken as a whole. The SWP therefore, while recognizing the limitations and pitfalls of a mass organization without clearly defined political program, and while retaining its full liberty of action and criticism. 292. Welcomes and supports any attempt by Negroes themselves to organize for militant action against our common oppressors, instructs its Negro members to work actively towards the formation of such an organization, and recommends to the party members to follow closely all such manifestations of Negro militancy. Confronting Stalinism. Andrew Pollock. The Trotskyist movement was born in reaction to Stalinist degeneration and set itself the task of reversing course back to that of its revolutionary forebears. This of necessity created a constant tension between the tasks of restoration and strengthening the size, breadth, and weight of the organization taking up those tasks, i.e. of addressing the dialectical connection between the people and policies of the old and those of the new, a tension which could only be resolved by succeeding in reforming the old party or abandoning that hope and striking out anew as a new party challenging the old. One aid in deciding at each step how to address this tension was the break with the unprincipled factional politics that had come to dominate both internal policy making and relations with the international communist movement. A particularly dramatic moment in that break is described by James P. Cannon in one of his letters to historian Theodore Draper, a portion of which makes up the initial selection here. Cannon describes reading for the first time documents of the Russian left opposition. That reading, which occurred at the 6th Congress of the Communist International, awoke in Cannon and his closest factional allies a deep yearning for analysis and discussion of what had gone wrong. In the most immediate sense, that meant abandoning participation in the factional maneuvers going on at the Congress. That in turn resulted in awakening suspicion among their former allies in the Foster-Cannon bloc, allies who were insisting that Cannon step up to the plate and rejoin the fight for position and preference within the party and international. But that was not to be, as the political revelations in the Trotsky documents threw into glaring contrast the often sordid factional maneuvering which was everyday life in the US Communist Party, CP, in the 1920s. Such maneuvering had included Cannon himself, who, although having earlier launched concrete efforts against factionalism, by his own admission had been only semi-conscious of the depths to which the warfare within the party had sunk and of his own role in it. Reading Trotsky's documents brought to the surface the political source of the faction fighting which had made Cannon and his closest allies uneasy but without quite knowing its source and therefore its remedy. 294. Of particular note in his letter to Draper is Cannon's description of how he fought against the temptation to stay silent in order to win positions from which, some of his allies told him, he would then be in a better position to launch an openly political fight, and his conclusion in the end that this would have disoriented potential followers and miseducated them on how to fight on a principled basis. The second selection describes what it was like to be a Trotskyist during the movement's nadir, its dog days. With few people and even fewer resources, the group of expellees, who had banded together as a public faction of the party, as opposed to a new party, had first and foremost to work out its program, a task undertaken with the aid of international co-thinkers, and for the group to then, in Cannon's words, decide what shall be the nature of its activities, and what tasks it shall set itself, given the size and capacity of the group, the period of the development of the class struggle, the relation of forces in the political movement, and so on. A key part of that program was the group's position on the Soviet Union. In this letter Cannon describes the criteria applied, later expounded at greater length in his 1947 American Stalinism and Anti-Stalinism. These included a principled and analytically balanced characterization of the degenerating workers' state, and on that basis the proper approach toward on the one hand defending its remaining gains, while also criticizing the backward steps taken by the consolidating Soviet bureaucracy which jeopardized those gains. That in turn meant not hunting for the easy pickings of elements who, seemingly shocked by one or another crime of Stalin, declared themselves the most anti-Stalinist of all, and who, because their critique was superficial, tended to end up as anti-communists who abandoned revolutionary perspectives. For Trotskyists, in contrast, doing battle with Stalinism was a means to deepen the fight against capitalism at home and imperialism globally. The basis on which Stalinism was fought during these dog days created a template for Cannon and his co-thinkers, in a subsequent factional struggle that erupted among us Trotskyists during the late 1930s, see Chapter 8 in this volume. Accompanying the rush by some former CP oppositionists to declare the death of the Russian Revolution was an impatience among some in the Communist League to abandon the fight to reform the CP and declare a new party. Cannon and friends instead insisted on patient education of the revolutionary working class vanguard, the overwhelming bulk of which was still inside the CP. But this approach meant putting up with the isolation and abuse, both verbal and physical coming from the CP. It also attracted unhealthy elements which, Cannon explained, was the inevitable fate of new groups swimming against the stream, i.e. to attract. 295. The loudest and longest talkers demonstrating the least interest in patient education and the organizational burdens involved. But in the end the patient approach won out, leaving the League ready to jump on new labor organizing opportunities in Minneapolis and elsewhere, opportunities which yielded new recruits and prestige, which in turn made easier the coming break with the tactic of reforming the CP. The next two articles are critiques of CP conventions, in 1934 and 1936, by Arne Swabeck and Albert Goldman respectively. Both describe how the degeneration of the International and its constituent parties led to interwoven methodological, strategic, and tactical errors, whose negative results required further quashing of dissent, yielding less opening for correction by the membership based on their experience, and so on in an ever downward spiral. The critiques cover the party's mischaracterization of the economic conjuncture, its international perspectives, as well as relationships to bourgeois and reformist parties and unions. The first article describes a convention held while the CP was still in its third period mode. By the time of the second article, the turn toward the Popular Front had been made. Both are presented here to show how the new Stalinist methods could, in fact, had to, yield both sectarian and opportunist policies and practices. The CLA not only criticized Stalinist ideology and its implementation, but was also required to defend itself from attacks by those same Stalinists, attacks which set new lows for slander, lies and miseducation. A key battlefront in this defense came after the Moscow trials had begun, and the US wing of the worldwide Trotskyist movement took the lead in creating and facilitating the work of the Dewey Commission. The summary presented here on the work of the Dewey Commission, its full name was the Commission of Inquiry into the Charges Made Against Leon Trotsky in the Moscow Trials, explains why exposing such lies was not just a matter of fixing the historical record or clearing individuals' names, it was also intimately tied to the fight for revolutionary leadership of the workers' movement. A summary probably composed by George Novak, who played a central role in organizing the work of the Commission, states: "The attack against the Commission is in no respect accidental. No question of our time is more crucial than that of the Moscow trials. In the issue of the trials is summed up in concentrated form the problem of the Russian Revolution, which in its turn sums up the problem of the International Revolution and thus of the future of mankind." 296. An intended byproduct of the Commission's work, by its insistence on upholding the traditional norms of honesty and fairness of the workers' movement, was the application of its methods to other battlefronts against Stalinism, e.g. frame UPS of various leftist trends in Spain, fighting the crushing of democracy within Stalinist-run unions and movements in the US, etc. It is worth noting that the Dewey Commission's fight for truth paralleled the world movement's exposure of the obeisance of supposed friends of the Soviet Union to the Stalin regime's policies and myths. In opposing capitalism and imperialism, it is not acceptable to condone heinous crimes carried out in the name of revolution, nor close one's eyes to whatever bizarre metamorphosis a presumably progressive regime may undergo. Here, as with other methodological lessons to be drawn from the record of early Trotskyism, there is a more general applicability. The 1938 survey by Max Schachtman, Revolution and Counter-Revolution in Russia, presents the traditional perspective of the Trotskyist movement, defending the revolutionary origins and residual gains of the 1917 revolution, and as part of that defense uncompromisingly opposing the authoritarian bureaucratic betrayals associated with the regime and policies represented by Stalin. There is very little I can add to what I have already written about the Sixth World Congress of the Comintern, 1928, in the history of American Trotskyism. That report on the Congress as a whole is meager enough, and the reason for it is frankly explained there. The simple truth is that in the first period after our arrival in Moscow, I, like all the other American delegates, was far more concerned about the fight over the American question than the work of the Congress in general. Then, after I got hold of a copy of Trotsky's criticism of the draft program, my interest and attention was concentrated on that and what I would do about it after I got back home. Maurice Spector, a top leader of the Canadian Party, read the criticism at the same time and his reaction to it was the same as mine. Thereafter we lost interest in the official proceedings. We made a compact to fight for Trotsky's cause, but we knew that it would be futile and tactically unwise to begin our fight in Moscow. We held a continuous congress of our own about Trotsky's great document and its implications. As I said in the history, we let the caucus meetings and the Congress sessions go to the devil while we studied this document. Stalin evidently wanted to utilize the Congress as a final mopping up operation against the left opposition before bringing the fight against Bukharin into the open. The American opposition delegates were cagey about getting out on a limb in connection with the internal affairs of the Russian party. They denounced the Lovestonites as representatives of the right-wing tendency in the International without specifying who were the Russian leaders in this right wing. I cannot recall that Biddleman or any other member of the American opposition attacked Bukharin openly. I am pretty sure it didn't happen. What sticks in my mind is the report that Stalin, at a special session of the Senioren Convent, had denied any conflict in the Russian leadership, and that this had a restraining influence on any delegates in the Congress who might have been inclined to press the question. As far as I know, Stalin's devious method of political manipulation was absolutely unique. There was no criterion by which to estimate what he was driving at any particular moment. In one of his comments about the early days of the struggle of the left opposition in the Russian party, perhaps it was in his autobiography, Trotsky said the party functionaries were kept in the dark as to what the majority faction intended by this or that action. They were required to guess what it meant and to adapt themselves in time. Selections of people and promotions were made by the accuracy of their guesses at each stage of development in the factional struggle. Those who guessed wrong or didn't guess at all were discarded. This guessing game was played to perfection in the period of Stalin's preparation to dump Bukharin. I don't think many people knew what was really going on and what was already planned at the time of the Sixth Congress. Everybody was guessing, and it is quite evident that the Lovestonites guessed wrong. The main concern of Lovestone and Wolf was not the general direction of policy in the Russian party and the Comintern, but their own stake in the leadership of the American party. When the showdown came at the party convention the following year, their attempt to propitiate Stalin by proposing the expulsion of Bukharin was a revealing gesture. Their failure to cut loose from Bukharin at the time of the Sixth Congress really doesn't deserve to be considered as a sign of their quixotic devotion to Bukharin's cause. It was just a bad guess. At the time we submitted the platform of the opposition on the right danger, everything was still more or less normal in the opposition bloc. There was not the slightest sign of objection by the Fosterites to my participation, since there could be no hope of winning a majority in the party unless the bloc held together. The objection to me, rather, was that I was not sufficiently active and aggressive in the struggle before the American Commission. This discontent with my conduct became accentuated after I read Trotsky's criticism of the draft program. Then I began to slow down and lose interest in the faction fight altogether. The others may have known, or suspected the reasons, but I am sure they could not bring themselves to believe that I would do anything foolishly impractical about it. They didn't care what anyone's secret thoughts might be as long as they were not compromised by some overt action. The delegates of the Cannon Group were especially discontented with my increasing indifference to the factional struggle in Moscow and what it might. 299. Portend. Their own positions in the party stood to be affected adversely by my default. They started a pressure campaign to induce me to snap out of it and get back into the fight in earnest. The repudiation of Foster by his own faction had created a sort of vacuum in the leadership of the combined opposition, and they felt, not without some justification, as things were at that time, that I was far better qualified to fill it than any of the other members of the Foster group. All this led to an incident which is perhaps worth reporting, since it compelled me to make the decision which was to have far-reaching consequences. A meeting was called of all the members and sympathizers of our faction in Moscow. About a dozen, all told, were there, including our Congress delegates, the students in the Lenin School and a number of others. Spector was also present. There the proposition was flatly put to me, that if I would quit dragging my feet and go all out in the factional struggle, they would pledge me their support all the way to the end as the logical candidate for the central position of leadership in the party when the Lovestone regime was overthrown. I did not give a definite answer at the meeting. Spector and I held our own caucus on the question for a couple of days. We discussed it solely from the point of view of how best to serve the cause of Trotsky, to which we were by then fully committed. The proposal had an attractive glitter. In the first place, even though we were less optimistic than the others, we recognized that the objective outlined in the meeting was not unrealistic. If the indications of a Comintern swing to the left were fully developed, there was good ground to think that the opposition's chances for gaining the majority in the party would steadily improve. Secondly, with Foster discredited and repudiated by his own former supporters, it was obvious that my claim to a more important role as the central leader of the opposition, and eventually of the party, was far stronger than that of Biddleman or any of the others in the Foster faction. Biddleman suffered from a number of disqualifications, which he himself was well aware of. He was distinctively an internal party man, not a mass worker and orator suited to the role of public leader. Browder had no standing as a political leader and was not even thought of in that connection. The other people of the Foster group were of even lesser caliber. We speculated that if I could secure the central position in the official apparatus of the party, I would be in a position to swing far more substantial support for the international left opposition when the time came to make a decisive open break. The fly in the ointment was that in order to carry out such a maneuver I would have to adapt myself to the official Comintern line against trotskyism, and even make up for previous derelictions by excessive zeal in this respect. I would, in effect, be winning the party for the program of Stalinism. 300. Could I then, at some indefinite future time, reveal my own secret program and overcome the effect of the miseducation which I had helped to disseminate? Was there not a danger that I myself would become compromised and corrupted in the process and find it impossible to extricate myself at some future time? I must state frankly that Spector and I discussed the proposition between ourselves very seriously before deciding against it. Only after thorough consideration of the maneuver from all sides, did we finally decide to reject the proposition. We came to the conclusion that the cause of Trotskyism would be served better in the long run if we frankly proclaimed his program and started the education of a new cadre on that basis, even though it was certain to mean our own expulsion and virtual isolation at the start of the new fight. The choice of alternatives would present no difficulties to people who have been raised and educated in the Trotskyist school of principled politics, which our movement has consistently represented since 1928. The decision we made at that time would seem to be an easy one, to be made out of hand. It was not so easy for us in those days. Since the death of Lenin, the politics of the Comintern had become a school of maneuverism, and we ourselves had been affected by it. Trotsky's document on the draft program was a great revelation of the meaning of principled politics. But for us at that time it was a new revelation. We were profoundly influenced by it, but we were only beginning to assimilate its full significance. That accounts for our hesitation, for our toying for a day or two with the possibility of a self-deceiving maneuver which might well have gravely injured the cause of genuine communism in this country. And not only in this country, for the expelled and slandered defenders of the banner everywhere were then in their darkest hour. They needed to hear an American voice in their support. Our demonstrative action in publicly unfurling the banner of Trotsky in 1928, at a time when he was exiled and isolated in Alma-Ata, greatly encouraged the scattered forces of the international left opposition throughout the world. The Fosterites in revolt were still dependent on Foster's name and prestige whether they liked it or not. At that time they had no prospect of playing a big role in the party without him. Foster, for his part, had nowhere else to go except to become a captive of the Lovestonites, and that was impossible for him. So the whole stew blew up violently and then receded and continued to simmer and sizzle in the same pot. We, the Cannonites, stood aside and let the Fosterites fight it out among themselves. From a personal standpoint I felt a certain sympathy for the slaves in hysterical rebellion. But from a political standpoint I couldn't see any sense whatever in encouraging a split with a view. 301. To realignment in the form of a bloc between our faction and the Fosterites, minus Foster. Foster's name and prestige, and his dogged persistence and outstanding ability as a mass worker, were always the bigger half of the assets of the Foster group, and remained so even after he had been defeated and isolated within the group. This was shown quite conclusively a short time later. When Stalin wanted to convey a message, with more than a hint of future support, to the American opposition, he sent for Foster and gave it to him personally. There is one small postscript to my recollections of this family fight among the Fosterites, which was soon swallowed up in my preoccupation with the immeasurably larger subject of Trotsky's criticism of the draft program, and all that it implied for my own future course. After the meeting, in a personal conversation with Bill Dunn and me, Foster complained of the treatment he had received and intimated, without saying so directly, that he would like to have better personal relations with us for collaboration in the future. But my own mind was already turning to far bigger things than the old factions and faction squabbles in the American Party, and I couldn't get up any interest in them anymore. Yours truly, James P. Cannon. Our last lecture brought us up to the First National Conference of the Left Opposition in May 1929. We had survived the difficult first 6 months of our struggle, kept our forces intact and gained some new recruits. At the first conference we consolidated our forces into a national organization, set up an elected leadership and defined our program more precisely. Our ranks were firm, determined. We were poor in resources and very few in numbers, but we were sure that we had laid hold of the truth and that with the truth we would conquer in the end. We came back to New York to begin the second stage of the struggle for the regeneration of American communism. The fate of every political group, whether it is to live and grow or degenerate and die, is decided in its first experiences by the way in which it answers two decisive questions. The first is the adoption of a correct political program. But that alone does not guarantee victory. The second is that the group decide correctly what shall be the nature of its activities, and what tasks it shall set itself, given the size and capacity of the group, the period of the development of the class struggle, the relation of forces in the political movement, and so on. If the program of a political group, especially a small political group, is false, nothing can save it in the end. It is just as impossible to bluff in the political movement as in war. The only difference is that in wartime things are brought to such a pitch that every weakness becomes exposed almost immediately, as is shown in one stage after another in the current imperialist war. The law operates just as ruthlessly in the political struggle. Bluffs do not work. At most they deceive people for a time, but the main victims of the deception, in the end, are the bluffers themselves. You must have the goods. That is, you must have a correct program in order to survive and serve the cause of the workers. An example of the fatal result of a light-minded bluffing attitude toward program is the notorious Love Stone group. Some of you who are new to the revolutionary movement may never have heard of this faction which once played such a prominent role, inasmuch as it has disappeared completely from the scene. But in those days the people who constituted the Love Stone group were the leaders of the American Communist Party. It was they who carried through our expulsion, and when about 6 months later, they themselves were expelled, they began with far more numerous forces and resources than we did. They made a much more imposing appearance in the first days. But they didn't have a correct program and didn't try to develop one. They thought they could cheat history a little bit, that they could cut comers with principle and keep larger forces together by compromises on the program question. And they did for a time. But in the end this group, rich in energies and abilities, and containing some very talented people, was utterly destroyed in the political fight, ignominiously dissolved. Today, most of its leaders, all of them as far as I know, are on the bandwagon of the imperialist war, serving ends absolutely opposite to those which they set out to serve at the beginning of their political work. The program is decisive. On the other hand, if the group misunderstands the task set for it by the conditions of the day, if it does not know how to answer the most important of all questions in politics, that is, the question of what to do next, then the group, no matter what its merits may otherwise be, can wear itself out in misdirected efforts and futile activities and come to grief. The question confronting us at our first convention was whether we should continue to support the Soviet state, the Soviet Union, despite the fact that the direction of it had fallen into the hands of a conservative, bureaucratic caste. There were people in those days, calling themselves and considering themselves revolutionary, who had broken with the Communist Party, or had been expelled from it, and who wanted to turn their backs entirely on the Soviet Union and what remained of the Russian Revolution and start over, with a clean slate as an anti-Soviet party. We rejected that program and all those who urged it on us. We could have had many members in those days if we compromised on that issue. We took a firm stand in favor of supporting the Soviet Union, of not overturning it, but of trying to reform it through the instrumentality of the party and the Comintern. In the course of development it was proved that all those who, whether from impatience, ignorance, or subjectivity, whatever the cause might be, prematurely announced the death of the Russian Revolution, were in reality announcing their own demise as revolutionists. Each and every one of these groups and tendencies degenerated, fell apart at the very base, withdrew to the sidelines, and in many cases went over into the camp of the bourgeoisie. Our political health, our revolutionary vitality, were safeguarded, first of all, by the 304. Correct attitude we took toward the Soviet Union despite the crimes that had been committed, including those against us, by the individuals in control of the administration of the Soviet Union. The trade union question had an extraordinary importance then as always. At that time it was particularly acute. The Communist International, and the Communist parties under its direction and control, after a long experiment with right-wing opportunist politics, had taken a big swing to the left, to ultra-leftism, a characteristic manifestation of the bureaucratic centrism of the faction of Stalin. Having lost the Marxist compass, they were distinguished by a tendency to jump from the extreme right to the left, and vice versa. They had gone through a long experience with right-wing politics in the Soviet Union, conciliating the kulaks and Nepmen, until the Soviet Union, and the bureaucracy with it, came to the brink of disaster. On the international arena, similar policies brought similar results. In reacting to this, and under the relentless criticisms of the left opposition, they introduced an ultra-leftist overcorrection in all fields. On the trade union question they swung around to the position of leaving the established unions, including the American Federation of Labor, and starting a new made-to-order trade union movement under the control of the Communist Party. The insane policy of building red unions became the order of the day. Our first national conference took a firm stand against that policy, and declared in favor of operating within the existing labor movement, confining independent unionism to the unorganized field. We mercilessly attacked the revived sectarianism contained in this theory of a new communist trade union movement created by artificial means. By that stand, by the correctness of our trade union policy, we assured that when the time arrived for us to have some access to the mass movement we would know the shortest route to it. Later events confirmed the correctness of the trade union policy adopted at our first conference and consistently maintained thereafter. Faction or party? The third big important question we had to answer was whether we should create a new independent party, or still consider ourselves a faction of the existing Communist Party and the Comintern. Here again we were besieged by people who thought they were radicals, ex-members of the Communist Party who had become completely soured and wanted to throw out the baby with the dirty bath water, syndicalists and ultra-leftist elements who, in their antagonism to the Communist Party, were willing to combine with anybody. Ready to create a party in opposition to it. Moreover, in our own ranks there were a few people who reacted subjectively to the bureaucratic expulsions, the slander and violence and ostracism employed against us. They also wanted to renounce the Communist Party and start a new party. This approach had a superficial attraction. But we resisted, we rejected that idea. People who oversimplified the question used to say to us, "How can you be a faction of a party when you are expelled from it?" We explained, it is a question of correctly appraising the membership of the Communist Party, and finding the right tactical approach to it. If the Communist Party and its members have degenerated beyond reclamation, and if a more progressive group of workers exists either actually, or potentially by reason of the direction in which such a group is moving and out of which we can create a new and better party, then the argument for a new party is correct. But, we said, we don't see such a group anywhere. We don't see any real progressiveness, any militancy, any real political intelligence in all these diverse oppositions, individuals, and tendencies. They are nearly all sideline critics and sectarians. The real vanguard of the proletariat consists of those tens of thousands of workers who have been awakened by the Russian Revolution. They are still loyal to the Comintern and to the Communist Party. They haven't attentively followed the process of gradual degeneration. They haven't unraveled the theoretical questions which are at the bottom of this degeneration. It is impossible even to get a hearing from these people unless you place yourself on the ground of the party, and strive not to destroy but to reform it, demanding readmission to the party with democratic rights. We solved that problem correctly by declaring ourselves a faction of the party and the Comintern. We named our organization the Communist League of America, Opposition, in order to indicate that we were not a new party but simply an opposition faction to the old one. Experience has richly demonstrated the correctness of this decision. By remaining partisans of the Communist Party and the Communist International, by opposing the bureaucratic leaders at the top, but appraising correctly the rank and file as they were at that time, and seeking contact with them, we continued to gain new recruits from the ranks of the communist workers. The overwhelming majority of our members in the first 5 years of our existence came from the CP. Thus we built the foundations of a regenerated communist movement. As for the anti-Soviet and anti-party people, they never produced anything but confusion. Out of this decision to form, at that time, a faction and not a new party, flowed another important and troublesome question which was debated and fought out at great length in our movement for 5 years, from 1928 until 1933. That question was, what concrete task shall we set for this group of 100 people scattered over the broad expanse of this vast country? If we constitute ourselves as an independent party, then we must appeal directly to the working class, turn our backs on the degenerated Communist Party, and embark on a series of efforts and activities in the mass movement. On the other hand, if we are to be not an independent party but a faction, then it follows that we must direct our main efforts, appeals, and activities, not to the mass of 40 million American workers, but to the vanguard of the class organized in and around the Communist Party. You can see how these two questions dovetailed. In politics, and not only in politics, once you say A you must say B. We had to either turn our face towards the Communist Party, or away from the Communist Party in the direction of the undeveloped, unorganized, and uneducated masses. You cannot eat your cake and have it too. The problem was to understand the actual situation, the stage of development at the moment. Of course, you have to find a road to the masses in order to create a party that can lead a revolution. But the road to the masses leads through the vanguard and not over its head. That was not understood by some people. They thought they could bypass the communistic workers, jump right into the midst of the mass movement and find there the best candidates for the most advanced, the most theoretically developed group in the world, that is, the left opposition, which was the vanguard of the vanguard. This conception was erroneous, the product of impatience and the failure to think things out. Instead of that, we set as our main task propaganda, not agitation. We said, our first task is to make the principles of the left opposition known to the vanguard. Let us not delude ourselves with the idea we can go to the great unschooled mass now. We must first get what is obtainable from this vanguard group, consisting of some tens of thousands of Communist Party members and sympathizers, and crystallize out of them a sufficient cadre either to reform the party, or, if after a serious effort that fails in the end, and only when the failure is conclusively demonstrated, to build a new one with the forces recruited in the endeavor. Only in this way is it possible for us to reconstitute the party in the real sense of the word. It is very easy for isolated people, gathered together in a small room, to talk themselves into the most radical proposals unless they retain a sense of proportion, of sanity and realism. Some of our comrades, disappointed at our 307. Slow growth. We're lured by this idea that we needed only a program of mass work in order to go out and get the masses. We consumed an enormous amount of time and energy debating and fighting out this question. And not only with Weisbord. In those days we were continually pestered by impatient people in our ranks. The difficulties of the time pressed heavily upon us. Week after week and month after month we appeared to be gaining hardly an inch. Discouragement set in, and with it the demand for some scheme to grow faster, some magic formula. We fought it down, talked it down, and held our group on the right line, kept its face turned to the one possible source of healthy growth, the ranks of the communist workers who still remained under the influence of the Communist Party. Third period policies. The Stalinist left tum piled up new difficulties for us. This tum was in part designed by Stalin to cut the ground from under the feet of the left opposition. It made the Stalinists appear more radical even than the left opposition of Trotsky. They threw the Lovestonites out of the party as right-wingers, turned the party leadership over to Foster and Company and proclaimed a left policy. By this maneuver they dealt us a devastating blow. The disgruntled elements in the party, who had been inclined toward us and who had opposed the opportunism of the Lovestone group, became reconciled to the party. They used to say to us, "You see, you were wrong. Stalin is correcting everything. He is taking a radical position all along the line in Russia, America, and everywhere else." In Russia the Stalin bureaucracy declared war on the kulaks. All over the world the ground was being cut from under the feet of the left opposition. A whole series of capitulations took place in Russia. Radek and others gave up the fight on the excuse that Stalin had adopted the policy of the opposition. There were, I would say, perhaps hundreds of Communist Party members, who had been leaning towards us, who gained the same impression and returned to Stalinism in the period of the ultra-left swing. Those were the real dog days of the left opposition. We had gone through the first 6 months with rather steady progress and formed our national organization at the conference with high hopes. Then recruitment from the party membership suddenly stopped. After the expulsion of the Lovestonites, a wave of illusion swept through the Communist Party. Reconciliation with Stalinism became the order of the day. We were stymied. And then began the big noise of the first 5-year plan. The Communist Party members were fired with enthusiasm by the 5-year plan which the left opposition had originated and 308 demanded. The panic in the United States, the Depression, caused a great wave of disillusionment with capitalism. The Communist Party in that situation appeared to be the most radical and revolutionary force in the country. The party began to grow and swell its ranks and to attract sympathizers in droves. We, with our criticisms and theoretical explanations, appeared in the eyes of all as a group of impossibilists, hair-splitters, naggers. We were going around trying to make people understand that the theory of socialism in one country is fatal for a revolutionary movement in the end, that we must clear up this question of theory at all costs. Enamored with the first successes of the 5-year plan, they used to look at us and say, "These people are crazy, they don't live in this world." At a time when tens and hundreds of thousands of new elements were beginning to look toward the Soviet Union going forward with the 5-year plan, while capitalism appeared to be going up the spout, here were these Trotskyists, with their documents under their arms, demanding that you read books, study, discuss, and so on. Nobody wanted to listen to us. In those dog days of the movement we were shut off from all contact. We had no friends, no sympathizers, no periphery around our movement. We had no chance whatever to participate in the mass movement. Whenever we tried to get into a workers' organization we would be expelled as counter-revolutionary Trotskyists. We tried to send delegations to the unemployed meetings. Our credentials would be rejected on the ground that we were enemies of the working class. We were utterly isolated, forced in upon ourselves. Our recruitment dropped to almost nothing. The Communist Party and its vast periphery seemed to be hermetically sealed against us. Then, as is always the case with new political movements, we began to recruit from sources none too healthy. If you are ever reduced again to a small handful, as well the Marxists may be in the mutations of the class struggle, if things go badly once more and you have to begin over again, then I can tell you in advance some of the headaches you are going to have. Every new movement attracts certain elements which might properly be called the lunatic fringe. Freaks always looking for the most extreme expression of radicalism, misfits, windbags, chronic oppositionists who had been thrown out of half a dozen organizations. Such people began to come to us in our isolation, shouting, "Hello, comrades." Many people came to us who had revolted against the Communist Party not for its bad sides but for its good sides, that is, the discipline of the party, the subordination of the individual to the decisions of the party in current work. A lot of dilettantish petty bourgeois-minded people who couldn't stand any kind of discipline, who had either left the CP or been expelled from it, wanted, or rather thought they wanted to become Trotskyists. Some of them joined the 309 New York branch and brought with them that same prejudice against discipline in our organization. Many of the newcomers made a fetish of democracy. They were repelled so much by the bureaucratism of the Communist Party that they desired an organization without any authority or discipline or centralization whatever. All the people of this type have one common characteristic: they like to discuss things without limit or end. The New York branch of the Trotskyist movement in those days was just one continuous stew of discussion. I have never seen one of these elements who isn't articulate. I have looked for one but I have never found him. They can all talk, and not only can, but will, and everlastingly, on every question. They were iconoclasts who would accept nothing as authoritative, nothing as decided in the history of the movement. Everything and everybody had to be proved over again from scratch. Walled off from the vanguard represented by the communist movement and without contact with the living mass movement of the workers, we were thrown in upon ourselves and subjected to this invasion. There was no way out of it. We had to go through that long drawn-out period of stewing and discussing. I had to listen, and that is one reason my gray hairs are so numerous. I was never a sectarian or screwball. I never had patience with people who mistake mere garrulousness for the qualities of political leadership. But one could not walk away from this sorely beset group. This little fragile nucleus of the future revolutionary party had to be held together. It had to go through this experience. It had to survive somehow. One had to be patient for the sake of the future. That is why we listened to the windbags. It was not easy. I have thought many times that, if despite my unbelief, there is anything in what they say about the hereafter, I am going to be well rewarded, not for what I have done, but for what I have had to listen to. Hard times. That was the hardest time. And then, naturally, the movement slid into its inevitable period of internal difficulties, frictions, and conflicts. We had fierce quarrels and squabbles, very often over little things. There were reasons for it. No small isolated movement has ever been able to escape it. A small isolated group thrown in upon itself, with the weight of the whole world pressing down upon it, having no contact with the workers' mass movement and getting no sobering corrective from it, is bound in the best case to have a hard time. Our difficulties were increased by the fact that many recruits were not first-class material. Many of the people who joined the New York branch weren't really 310. Thereby justice. They weren't the type who, in the long run, could build a revolutionary movement, dilettantes, petty bourgeois undisciplined elements. And then, the everlasting poverty of the movement. We were trying to publish a newspaper, we were trying to publish a whole list of pamphlets, without the necessary resources. Every penny we obtained was immediately devoured by the expenses of the newspaper. We didn't have a nickel to tum around with. Those were the days of real pressure, the hard days of isolation, of poverty, of disheartening internal difficulties. This lasted not for weeks or months, but for years. And under those harsh conditions, which persisted for years, everything weak in any individual was squeezed to the surface. The greatest movement, with its magnificent program of the liberation of all humanity, with the most grandiose historic perspectives, was inundated in those days by a sea of petty troubles, jealousies, clique formations, and internal fights. Worst of all, these faction fights weren't fully comprehensible to the membership because the great political issues which were implicit in them had not yet broken through. However, they were not mere personal quarrels, as they so often appeared to be, but, as is now quite clear to all, the premature rehearsal of the great, definitive struggle of 1939–40 between the proletarian and petty bourgeois tendencies within our movement. Those were the hardest days of all in the 30 years that I have been active in the movement, those days from the conference of 1929 in Chicago until 1933, the years of the terrible hermetically sealed isolation, with all the attendant difficulties. Isolation is the natural habitat of the sectarian, but for one who has an instinct for the mass movement it is the most cruel punishment. The old print shop. Those were the hard days, but in spite of everything we carried out our propaganda tasks, and on the whole we did it very well. At the conference in Chicago we had decided that at all costs we were going to publish the whole message of the Russian opposition. All the accumulated documents, which had been suppressed, and the current writings of Trotsky were then available to us. We decided that the most revolutionary thing we could do was not to go out to proclaim the revolution in Union Square, not try to put ourselves at the head of tens of thousands of workers who did not yet know us, not to jump over our own heads. Our task, our revolutionary duty, was to print the word, to carry on propaganda in the narrowest and most concentrated sense, that is, the publication and distribution of theoretical literature. 311. Great sacrifices were made by the rank and file of our comrades all the time, but they were never greater than the sacrifices made by the leaders. That is why the leaders of the movement always had strong moral authority. The leaders of our party were always in a position to demand sacrifices of the rank and file, because they set the example and everybody knew it. Somehow or other the paper came out. Pamphlets were printed one after another. Different groups of comrades would each sponsor a new pamphlet by Trotsky, putting up the money to pay for the paper. In that antiquated print shop of ours a whole book was printed on the problems of the Chinese Revolution. And in spite of everything, I have cited many of the negative sides and difficulties, in spite of everything, we gained a few inches. We instructed the movement in the great principles of Bolshevism on a plane never known in this country before. We educated a cadre that is destined to play a great role in the American labor movement. We sifted out some of the misfits and recruited some good people one by one, we gained a member here and there, we began to establish new contacts. Those were cruel and heavy times. We survived them because we had faith in our program and because we had the help of Comrade Trotsky. Comrade Trotsky began his great work in exile for the third time. His writings and his correspondence inspired us and opened up for us a window on a whole new world of theory and political understanding. This gave us the strength to persevere and to survive, to hold the organization together and to be ready when our opportunity came. One of the great American contradictions finds its expression in the backward ideology of the working masses existing alongside of the advanced technology of the country. But the crowning height of this contradiction is attained by the official Communist Party. An examination of its position made in the light of a comparison with the gigantic tasks of the American Revolution will reveal it beyond a shadow of a doubt as the one party in the Stalinized Comintern which is the least equipped with the indispensable weapons of Marxism. It is necessary to remember that Marxism both interprets the world and teaches how to change it. Without the Marxian interpretation and estimate of world events, there can be very little hope of finding the correct road for the change. Nor will there be a possibility of deepening and extending the revolutionary practice. Lacking these prerequisites, the official party has already become a force of disorientation and working class defeats in the day-to-day struggles as well. Marxism does not exist in its theory or practice, neither in the sense of interpreting the world nor in the sense of teaching how to change it. It would be difficult to conceive of a party which more stupidly parrots the trite formulae, devoid of revolutionary realism, of Stalin, Manuelsky, and Molotov. the pernicious mistakes of the Third International on a world scale it duplicates on the national scene, and in worse form. All that is needed to prove this is furnished by the party itself. With the world crisis, American capitalism arrived at a fundamental turning point in its political history. The economic self-sufficiency formerly proclaimed and the American provincialism which resulted from it, together with the celebrated rugged individualism, are, historically speaking, at an end. In their place we will have a more centralized monopoly capitalism assisted by a definite system of attempted governmental control of class relations. This change is perhaps most clearly typified in the contrast between the Hoover regime and the Roosevelt regime. The Hoover regime was the last staunch representative of the past, while the Roosevelt regime represents the beginning of new methods in the course of American capitalism toward its more complete world hegemony. From this the question arises, to what extent has the official party taken notice of or made a theoretical analysis of the deep-going changes in class relations that this new situation presents? Has it taken notice of the vast new problems facing the working class vanguard? It has, of course, been cognizant of the increasing misery and lowered standard of living imposed on the working class by the crisis. It is true that it has also recognized the increasing and multiplying difficulties that now confront American capitalism. But that is still far short of a theoretical analysis of the fundamental changes involved. Such an analysis would be obligatory upon a revolutionary general staff, for without it there can be no correct conclusions at all for the tasks that are pending. This, however, cannot be expected from the official party, which in all of its practice remains entirely true to the empiricist methodology of the epigones. Instead of an analysis we have the pompous proclamation of the discovery of fascism in both the Hoover and the Roosevelt regimes. In the fascism of the Hoover regime was included, according to the Seventh Convention thesis of 1930, the AFL, the Socialist Party and the Must Group. The latter two, said the thesis, were covering their fascism with pseudo-revolutionary phrases. It may be granted that the party is now trying to make a distinction by specifying the fascist methods of the Hoover regime and the fascist economic system of the Roosevelt regime. But that is only so much nonsense. Of course, the official party qualifies its theoretical conclusions by saying that it is not speaking of developed fascism, but fascism nevertheless. In this respect the American party leaders only repeat the fatal errors of the German party and the Stalintern as a whole. And from such premises it would be impossible, even in the remotest sense, to make a sound estimate of what fascism actually is, of the conditions under which it arises, its special characteristics as a social phenomenon of a certain epoch, or its historical role. In view of this, the speech made by Browder to the party plenum in January 1934, is not at all surprising. After the usual attempt at justifying the capitulation of the German CP by explaining that the social democracy still held the majority of the working class under its influence, he projects the question, which he says has been asked by many, why did the German party not lead the revolutionary section of the German working class in struggle against fascism? And listen to the wisdom of his answer: to hold such a position, he says, would mean nothing but capitulation to the social democracy. It is a complete acceptance of the social democratic understanding of the significance. 314. Of the rise of fascism and of Hitler. Along with it necessarily goes the view that the victory of Hitler inaugurates a protracted period of fascist reaction and long-time defeat of the revolution. Browder has no such view, and he could therefore declare nonchalantly to the Cleveland Convention in discussing the question of the rise of fascism in the United States: If fascism destroys the moral base for capitalist rule, discrediting bourgeois law in the eyes of the masses, it hastens the exposure of all demagogic supporters of capitalism, especially its main support among the workers, the socialist and trade union leaders. It hastens the revolutionization of the workers, destroys their democratic illusions, and thereby prepares the masses for the revolutionary struggle for power. What is said here is full of false and dangerous propositions. It is the covering of one's tracks in the most treacherous manner. It is said to justify the criminal capitulation in Germany and to maintain the fiction that the German party is consolidating and strengthening itself as a political force. According to the statement, fascism does not denote a new period existing on the ruins of the working class organizations, requiring entirely new methods of struggle, particularly the struggle for the democratic demands, and under much greater difficulties. Fascism is a mere incident. It is really not different from any preceding regime, except that it hastens disillusionment and speeds up the revolution. That the proletariat will conquer ultimately, even in spite of fascism, is incontestable. But what Browder is attempting here is an advanced justification of the capitulation of the party to fascism. There is really no point to the Leninist demand for the United Front to crush fascism before it overcomes the proletariat and destroys its organizations. In regard to the question of changing class relations in the United States, the official party position is no less astounding and no less stupid. Already in 1930 it saw a revolutionary upsurge of the working masses of the United States, which was opening the road to the Communist Party for organizing and leading these masses into struggles. This was evidenced among many other things by increasing militancy of the workers in resisting the violent suppression of strikes and demonstrations, by the mass interest in revolutionary trade unionism, and by the rapid growth of the Communist Party in membership and influence. This is quoted from the 7th Convention thesis presented in March 1930. But at the 8th Convention, held recently, we are informed that the party at that time did not grow at all. And what the interest in the Revolu. 315. Shonary unions amounted to at the time might as well not be mentioned. It was nil. Suffice it to recall that the revolutionary upsurge had been announced by Molotov when he inaugurated the third period at the 10th Commentum Plenum, and this upsurge therefore had to be discovered everywhere, including the United States. Such was the theoretical analysis and evaluation of class relations made by the official party in 1930. Would we not be justified in assuming that conclusions for a general strategy should have been made therefrom which would be in accord with this perspective of revolutionary upsurge? Marxism would impose such a duty upon a revolutionary party leadership. But the perspective was false and Marxism was non-existent in the party. History completely refuted this perspective. Apparently, then, so much the worse for history. The adventurous commands which were issued for the capture of the streets in the daily revolutionary practice of the official party led only to futile and isolated exercises. In the thesis of the 8th Convention, the official party outlines the same perspective as in 1930, even though in foundation it is stated a little more circumspectly. Meanwhile, gigantic events have intervened on a world scale: the conquests of fascism in Germany and Austria, its growth elsewhere, and the collapse of the Second and the Third Internationals. However, in the 8th Convention thesis this is not even mentioned. Not the least trace can be found to indicate that a single lesson has been learned from these world-shaking events. Again, it is necessary to remember that Marxism both interprets the world and teaches how to change it. That is the weapon which is already forged. Actually applying Marxism, however, would mean first of all to learn the bitter lessons from all of the criminally false policies and the final capitulation which helped fascism come into power and brought about the destruction of the workers' parties. The party bureaucracy could not even begin to permit that. It would have meant its own undoing. Therefore it pursued the opposite course and with worse consequences to the party. In view of this, it would be ludicrous to expect a correct theoretical analysis of the changes now taking place in class relations in the United States. The crisis has been a great leveling process, reducing economically the various working class strata much nearer to one common low level. The tum in the economic cycle finds the masses entering the trade unions in numbers running into hundreds of thousands, with the unions extending into the very heart of the basic and the mass production industries. There is a surging revival of the AFL unions, a radical change in its position and composition, and new processes are beginning within its ranks. Back in 1930 the official party proclaimed the AFL company union and moribund. It had only one regret, that it did not sooner clearly analyze and characterize the open fascism of the AFL, 1930. 316. Convention thesis. From this it drew the conclusion that its most fundamental task in mass work is the building of the revolutionary unions of the Trade Union Unity League. The party had entirely forgotten the warning of the Communist Manifesto that, they the Communists do not set up any sectarian principles of their own, by which to shape and mold the proletarian movement. History has made a mockery of the official party prognosis. A whole series of false policies foisted upon a party membership which has been denied the elementary right and privilege of inquiring into reasons, and has lost the ability to distinguish, has brought its cruel retaliation. While the mass unions are experiencing new growth and, regardless of the desires and policies of the reactionary leaders, are drawn into the vortex of new great class battles, the TUUL unions remain paper institutions, devoid of life, an obstruction in the path of working class advance. In the present sharpening of class lines in the United States, events in the trade union field are of a decisive character. The question of correct trade union policy is at present the key to the working class problems. A workers' party which cannot approach a solution of this problem cannot be counted upon at all to lead the proletarian revolution in America. It will function instead as a brake and a force for disintegration and defeat. Is it any wonder that the official party is now compelled to bewail the results of its handiwork in the following admission penned in the 8th Convention thesis? The leadership of the party in the trade union work remains extremely weak despite the open letter and control tasks adopted by the CC and the districts. The majority of the party members remain outside of the unions in most of the districts, including such concentration districts as Chicago, Detroit. In the party as a whole, the important progress made was with but a small section of the party membership active in the economic struggles. Communist fractions, without which there can be no real leadership by the party in the work of the trade unions, remain weak and receive little attention. Further proof, if further proof is needed, of the bankruptcy of the party is furnished in the open letter referred to above, July 7, 1933. There we are informed that the clearest expression of the failure to carry out this concentration is the fact that during the past year the majority of strikes were led by reformists. In fact, the reformists in eastern Ohio, a concentration 317 district of the party, succeeded in taking over the leadership of miners who had previously carried on a heroic strike under the leadership of the National Miners Union. Finally, it must be said that in the splendid class battles of most recent date, in Minneapolis and Toledo, the official Communist Party was no political factor at all. The inspiring influence and conscious direction given came from other political forces in the country. The official party appeared, as far as these battles are concerned, only as a demoralizing and disorganizing factor. A comparison today between Stalinism and social democracy will reveal that within the latter, including the American Socialist Party, serious repercussions have been produced by recent world events. New tendencies and new groupings are emerging which acknowledge the defeats and the collapse of the workers' parties. Hazily, some of these groups are beginning to draw conclusions in a revolutionary direction. Within the official Communist Party, however, unanimity prevails. Its theoretical level is unquestionably the lowest ever recorded. With implicit faith, the celebrated general line is adopted again and again, no matter what history records. Utterly incapable of reasoning otherwise than according to its own bureaucratically constructed dogmas, alien to Marxism, but accepted by the membership in a spirit of religious fervor, the party stumbles into ever greater contradictions. While the American workers in ever greater numbers become attracted to communism, thousands leave the official party ranks. From 1930 to February 1934, Browder admits in his 8th Convention report, the party had recruited 49,080 new members, but the actual membership in this period rose only from 7,645 to 24,800. These figures attest the membership turnover. But there would be little grounds for accepting the announced gains at face value when we recall that the 1930 convention thesis estimated the party membership to be, not 7,540 but approximately 15,000. The bureaucratic triumph of the little epigones recorded at the 8th Convention climaxed in the one and only infallible General Secretary, apparently presents the party as having reached new and hitherto unknown heights. But stripped of all the pompous convention trimmings, the exact opposite is revealed. What remains is a picture of theoretical decline, bankruptcy, and degeneracy. It is high time to clear the road for the new revolutionary party. A convention in the life of a revolutionary working-class party that believes in and practices the principle of democratic centralism is an extremely important occasion. It affords an opportunity for the membership of the party, through elected delegates, to express their views on questions confronting the party members and the working class and permits the reaching of a final decision on such questions. A convention is a convenient and necessary institution, giving a revolutionary party a chance to look back upon its progress or lack of it, evaluate the policies followed, correct mistakes and gather its forces for the march onward with substantial or slight changes in direction and tempo. No one in the least acquainted with the life of the Communist Party in this country or anywhere else expects any discussion prior to a convention or during a convention or expects any new policy to come out of a convention. That is, no one who thinks independently and is not a blind devotee of the beloved leader. A convention is as necessary and useful for the Communist Party as is the calling of Parliament by Hitler. A perfectly superfluous gesture to deceive the naive and credulous who think that to discuss whether a policy handed down has been executed correctly is identical with a discussion on the correctness of the policy itself. Examine the publications of the Communist Party and you will find no trace of any view contrary to the official viewpoint on any of the problems raised at the convention. All the policies were already decided upon before the convention by the beloved leaders great and small, and all there was left for the followers was to accept with great enthusiasm. And the members of the CP have come to take the system for granted. In the Party Life column of the Daily Worker of July 17, a worried comrade writes, "There is an attitude which we have to break down in our educational work. The comrades in the units feel that all the questions of the party are settled in the higher party bodies. Therefore they don't have to worry about it in the unit, there'll be a statement in the Daily Worker on it anyhow. So why discuss it? We can assure the comrade that the attitude will not be broken down. Convention adds nothing new. Every one of the ideas embodied in every one of the resolutions placed before the agreeable delegates were contained in the utterances or writings of Browder long before the convention took place. The August gathering was simply for the purpose of placing a formal stamp of approval upon those ideas. There are some comrades who incline to say that this is too much, there will be a revolt amongst the intelligent communists. But these comrades underestimate the power of a bureaucratic apparatus that has succeeded in establishing its authority over the minds of people who in all other respects seem to be of normal intelligence. Until the line is changed we can expect all the communists, even those who might read Lenin's State and Revolution, to preach the formation of a people's government. A combination that terrifies. Until such time as the American people can take over the government for themselves they must concentrate on that really dreadful combination of the Republican Party, the Liberty League and Hearst. The chief political center of extreme capitalist reaction, which carries the threat of fascism today, is the Republican Party Liberty League Hearst combination. Again, the Communist Party declares that the struggle against reaction and incipient fascism demands the utmost unification and concentration of all forces of the working class and its allies against the Republican Liberty League Hearst combination. Daily Worker. June 16, 1936. Does that mean that the CP has come out for supporting Roosevelt? Not in so many words. The communists insist that Roosevelt is not fighting that combination as he should, and that is why, it is to be presumed, they are not calling upon the masses openly to support Roosevelt. Of course Browder, in his report at the convention, was bold enough to state that there is no principle connected with refusing to vote for a bourgeois candidate like Roosevelt. And to support his boldness he had the temerity to cite Lenin on the necessity of the proletariat to support the democratic bourgeoisie in a bourgeois democratic revolution. Perhaps he thinks we need a bourgeois democratic revolution in this country. 320. Lenin pointed out that after the death of a great revolutionist, the real essence of his revolutionary theories is emasculated and vulgarized by opportunists. And Lenin is now suffering the same fate. And out of 750 delegates there was not one with spirit enough to cry shame upon this disgusting effort to enlist Lenin in the work of betrayal. It is true that the communists formally are not endorsing Roosevelt, but in concentrating their attack on the Republican Party as the bearer of fascism and in mildly chiding Roosevelt for his failure to come out more aggressively against the Liberty Leaguers, they are practically advising the workers that to vote for Roosevelt is to vote for the lesser evil. The Stalinists have changed their policy since the German catastrophe, but only to substitute the policy of the Social Democrats for the sectarian policies of the third period. Recently they have called for a conference to stop Landon and have urged Lewis and Hillman to take the lead in such a conference. Since these labor leaders are heart and soul for the election of Roosevelt, what would be the meaning of such a conference if not to whip it up for Roosevelt? Bourgeois democracy versus fascism. The theoretical justification for concentrating the attack on the Liberty League-Hearst combination is the theory that the working class is at the present time faced with the alternative of bourgeois democracy or fascism. This theory of course is not the product of Browder's hard thinking, but it goes back to Dimitrov and back of him to the beloved Stalin. Enunciated with great profundity at the 7th Congress, it is used to justify the most opportunistic policies. In this respect the Socialist Party is 100% correct. To defeat fascism one must attempt to mobilize the masses for the destruction of the very system of capitalist democracy which gives rise to fascism. This does not mean that we urge the workers to be indifferent to their democratic rights. On the contrary, we must mobilize the workers for a struggle for every democratic right which they possess and do not possess under the capitalist system. But that is simply for the purpose of strengthening their forces for the destruction of the capitalist system. When we say that the real alternative is fascism or socialism, it does not mean that unless we get socialism in this election, fascism will result. This is the way the communists attempt to pose the question. It means that revolutionary socialists recognize that the development of capitalist society has reached a point where the capitalist democratic regime cannot function, and if that regime is not destroyed by the forces of the pro. 321. Letariat, it will be destroyed by the forces of fascist reaction. With that as a perspective, we do not struggle to save the bourgeois democratic regime, but we struggle for the democratic rights of the workers. The communists also claim that they are struggling for democracy in order ultimately to bring in socialism. Whatever the intention of the communist leaders may be, the effect of their incorrect theory is to demoralize both the workers and the middle class and open the way for fascism. Much has been said and written about the reformist attitude on war which the communists have adopted within the last year. The slogan of collective security, accepted by the Stalinist regime as a safeguard for the Soviet Union and subsequently adopted by all the communist parties, was augmented in the communist platform by the immediate demand for the complete prohibition of the sale or delivery of goods, or the granting of loans to nations engaged in a foreign war contrary to the provisions of the Kellogg Peace Pact. The Marxist interpretation of the nature of imperialist war with its rejection of the idea of an aggressor nation is thrown overboard, and in its stead we find ourselves scrutinizing a document drawn up by a former Republican Secretary of State to determine our attitude to a particular capitalist nation. Exactly who shall determine the question as to which particular nation was guilty of violating the Peace Pact is not stated. We presume the communists will be guided by their investigators and lawyers. It is difficult to imagine that only a little over 2 years ago the same party held a convention in Cleveland, at which convention ideas were expressed which are the exact opposite of the ideas presented at the last convention. The 8th convention of the CP held 2 years ago issued a manifesto, and the ideas found therein cannot possibly be harmonized with the concepts propounded at the 9th. There is no possible way out of the crisis in the interest of the masses except by breaking the control of the state power now in the hands of this small monopolist capitalist class. There is no way out except by establishing a new government of the workers in alliance with the poor farmers, the Negro people and the impoverished middle class. There is no way out except by the creation of a revolutionary democracy of the toilers, which is at the same time a stem dictatorship against the capitalists and their agents. There is no way out in short except by the abolition of the capitalist system and the establishment of a socialist society. 322. We can accept this portion of the manifesto without qualification. The Eighth Convention was held after Hitler came to power, after the brave struggle of the Austrian workers against Dollfuss, even after the general strike against the fascists of France. But the theory of social fascism was still accepted. At that time a non-communist was either a fascist, or a semi-fascist or a variety of social fascist. That convention established the fact that the New Deal was a program of fascisation, that the fascisation of the trade unions had reached a dangerous stage, and that in this trickery of the masses Roosevelt has the utmost support of the AFL bureaucrats, socialists, and liberals. The Socialist Party was at that time the third party of capitalism, and a possible farmer labor party would be a new left social fascist party. Revolutionary phrases retained. Ideas, however, are very easily discarded in the life of the communist movement. Without the slightest explanation, and certainly without the least preparation in the form of discussion, the old standbys were dropped. The Socialist Party became a brother party of the working class, the Farmer Labor Party the only hope of the working class, Roosevelt a mild liberal who was not calling upon the communists in his struggle against the American fascists organized in the Liberty League. It would be folly to expect that the old revolutionary phrases would disappear entirely from the resolutions and speeches. The tremendous appeal which the communist movement has for the revolutionary workers lies in the fact that these workers sincerely think that the Communist International is still the Revolutionary International of Lenin, and that it is devoted to the effort of overthrowing the system which every advanced worker hates. For the communists to discard altogether the revolutionary phraseology and cling to a consistent system of reformist ideas would mean the complete loss of their influence. Not only can they not afford to get rid of the revolutionary word, but they must actually assume the pose of critics of the socialists as reformists. This fundamental necessity of playing a dual role in order to keep the goodwill of both the liberal bourgeoisie and the revolutionary workers explains the tactics of the communists in France and in Spain. They have to talk left once in a while, they must appear as the supporters of the workers' struggles ever so often. But in reality their activities have nothing at all to do with the interests of the proletarian revolution. And it is hardly likely that they will ever come out in the open as avowed revisionists of Marx and Lenin. They would thereby lose all their influence with the revolutionary section of the working class. 323. And so in the resolutions of the last convention and even in the platform there are tucked away suggestions about the necessity of establishing socialism through the Soviet power. Such policies, states the resolution, will create favorable conditions for the overthrow of capitalist rule altogether, the establishment of Soviet power and the building of socialism. A necessary insertion which has no relationship to the actual policies pursued. Zigzag policy. How long will this change last? There are socialists who doubt the sincerity of the communists. Alas, they are terribly in earnest. Their opportunism is not a cloak which is to be put on and taken off to please the liberals and some socialists. It is basic to their whole conception, built around the theory of building socialism in the Soviet Union, and only in the Soviet Union. Their previous sectarian ultra-leftism is but a different form of their basic reformism. What attitude the communists will take to the bourgeoisie of their own country will depend entirely upon the relationship of the Soviet Union to that particular country. The foreign policy of the Stalin regime will determine the particular garment which the communists will don to cover their opportunist nakedness. It is not at all excluded that in the future there will be a swing back to the most insane sectarianism. The alliances between the different imperialists are not yet stabilized, and it is possible that the different imperialist rivals might succeed in making a temporary bargain, with the Soviet Union left out. In which case, to protect and defend the Soviet Union, it might be necessary to designate everyone who thinks it essential for the workers to develop their consciousness before calling on them for revolution, to designate such a person as a left or right social fascist. The exigencies of Soviet diplomacy will determine the tactics of the communist parties, and not the need for a revolutionary overthrow of the capitalist system to solve the problems of the whole working class, including the workers of the Soviet Union. The Commission of Inquiry into the charges made against Leon Trotsky at the Moscow trials has announced that it will deliver its final report at a public meeting called for December 12. We are not as yet, of course, acquainted with the content of the report. The character and abilities of the members of the Commission and our knowledge of the scientific thoroughness with which they have pursued their investigation, however, assures us in advance of the profound historical significance of the forthcoming document. Probably no analogous commission in the history of the labor movement has ever been confronted with such obstacles or subjected to so vicious, unabating, and ruthless an attack. By every method, precedent and unprecedented, every agency of every form of reaction has brought its energies to bear on one sole aim, to prevent the truth about the Moscow trials from being known. It is a vast tribute to the courage and integrity of the Commission members, and of its distinguished chairman, Professor John Dewey, that they have not been turned aside, but have carried their work to its completion. The attack against the Commission is in no respect accidental. No question of our time is more crucial than that of the Moscow trials. In the issue of the trials is summed up in concentrated form the problem of the Russian Revolution, which in its sum sums up the problem of the international revolution and thus of the future of mankind. To suppose that the trials are outdated, have sunk into the background against the lurid and mighty events of the intervening months, is to be merely blind. The trials of Zinoviev Kamina and of Pyotr Kovrodek are the blueprints of the full force of the reaction against the proletarian revolution, of the counter-revolution. In them the ideology, the methods, and the implications of the counter-revolution are displayed in the purest and bluntest manner. These trials are the archetype upon which are modeled the entire series of lesser trials, purges, executions which have become a daily feature of the Soviet regime. No. 5 Editorial, New International 1938. 325. One can even pretend to understand the meaning of the purge without first understanding the trials, and they are equally necessary to an understanding of the new constitution, the developments in Soviet economy, and indeed of the entire present policy of Stalinism. But the trials are not in the least a merely Russian phenomenon, as the Philistines are so anxious to insist. Their effect was felt immediately by the entire world. In every nation the trials at once became, and remain, an inescapable issue. More directly and specifically, the method of the trials has already been introduced into country after country, on an international scale. What is the policy of the Stalinists in Spain but the trials transferred to Spanish soil? In Czechoslovakia, the first Moscow trial has already been attempted, to end in failure, for this first time. In France, the preparation is well underway. In this country also, the trials have already begun. The Stalinists in Minnesota are now endeavoring to transform the events surrounding the assassination of the labor leader, Corcoran, into a Native American replica of the Moscow trials. It would be naive to imagine that it will stop with this, whatever the immediate result. Stalinism and all of its henchmen, agents, and allies, are now irrevocably committed to the method of the trials. This method now sums up its political substance, and it can no longer draw back. There is no avoiding the issue of the trials, and there is no middle ground. That is why it is a permanent issue, why it remains and cannot be thrust aside. For, in actuality, the issue of the trials is the issue of the revolution itself. If Stalin and Vyshinsky are correct, those who made the revolution are traitors, fascists, counter-revolutionists, and the revolution in its own history proves that the goal of socialism is impossible and must be abandoned. But to understand the truth, to realize that the trials are the most gigantic frame-up in history and to realize why that frame-up was undertaken, is to see that it is Stalinism which is the counter-revolution, and to reassert triumphantly the goal of socialism and the methods of Marx and Lenin and Trotsky, through which that goal will be achieved. The 20th anniversary of the Russian Revolution has been greeted in monotonous dithyrambs by the liberals of almost every school. It is not so much the social revolution against capitalist society and private property to which they pay their belated respects. They hail what they consider the successfully established great power, the abandonment of all those childish notions of world revolution which they always regarded as utopian and more than a little ill-mannered, and the maturing of the once rude youngster who has now come of age and is eminently fitted to join the society of the respectable and democratic nations of the earth. This aspect of the 20th anniversary is of no small symptomatic significance. In November 1917 and afterwards, the liberals regarded the Bolshevik Revolution as an unwarranted intrusion upon the legitimate development of Russia towards their concept of democracy, under the aegis of Kerensky and his coalition government with the realistic and statesman-like Social Democrats. The withdrawal of the Soviets from the imperialist war which left the Allies all alone in the fight to make the world safe for democracy, and the subsequent overturn of all the economic power of the capitalistic class and their political retainers only added to the already mounting horror of the liberal intelligentsia. Their horror was not abated but intensified when the proletariat began to shatter the resistance of the counter-revolution with distinctly impolite weapons of ruthless warfare. The dust stirred up by the intense class struggle in Russia blinded the liberals to the world historical significance of the revolution which was laying the foundation stones for a hitherto only dreamed of social order. Even years later they could not forgive the Bolsheviks their audacity. Grudgingly at first, and in the end enthusiastically, with a pitying if not angry glance at the Trotskyists who strike a discordant note at the ceremony, they joined in the now stylish endorsement of the Soviet regime. But their tardy recognition of the revolution of 1917 coincides not with its social triumph but with the period of its degeneration. Just as they once failed to see that the victory of the Bolsheviks marked the victory of the social revolution against capitalism, so they fail to see that the victory of the Stalinist bureaucracy marks the victory of a political counter-revolution. Yet that is precisely what is new in the development of the Russian Revolution. Not a single Bolshevik leader considered it possible for the Soviet power to endure for a long period of time, much less for Russia to achieve the classless socialist order, unless the workers of one or more advanced capitalist countries come to its aid. When we began the International Revolution, said Lenin at the Third Congress of the Communist International in 1921, we thought, either the International Revolution comes to our aid and then our victory is quite assured, or else we do our modest revolutionary work and do it in the knowledge that in the event that we suffer defeat, we are thereby of use to the cause of the revolution, because we make it possible for other revolutions, made shrewder by our experiences, to do it better. It was clear to us that without the support of the international world revolution, the victory of the proletarian revolution is impossible. Even before the revolution and also afterwards, we reflected, either the revolution in the other countries, in the capitalistically more developed countries, comes immediately or at least in very swift succession, or we must succumb. Neither the hope nor the prognosis was realized, as is known. Yet the Soviet state has not perished. At first blush, this seems to confirm Stalin's nationalistic thesis that a socialist society can be established within a single country regardless of whether the revolution triumphs in other lands. But only at first blush. For while the Soviet state has not succumbed despite its enforced isolation, it has not only been unable to achieve its socialist goal but it has been corrupted from within by the deadly cancer of degeneration. The canal through which the poisons have flowed to the heart and head of the regime, is the Stalinist bureaucracy. Even before it expropriated the economic power of the bourgeoisie, the Russian Revolution deprived it of its political power. Its place was taken by the rule of the working class, a proletarian democracy, Lenin wrote, 1,000,000 times more democratic than any bourgeois democracy, and the Soviet regime, 1,000,000 times more democratic than the most democratic regime in a bourgeois republic. The Soviet democracy was based on the abolition of a professional governmental bureaucracy divorced from the people, on the indivisibility of 328. The legislative and executive bodies, on the direct rule of the toilers through their deputies to the Soviets, subject at all times to recall, on the armed people as against a professional body of armed men divorced from the masses, and on the privileged position of the proletariat as the vanguard of the toiling masses. While the Bolshevik Party, as the tested and trusted revolutionary vanguard of the proletariat, was the ruling party, it maintained alive and sensitive contact with the toilers through the Soviets, the trade unions, the factory committees, the committees of poor peasants, the cooperatives, and similar institutions. The existence of a wide freedom of discussion and decision in all these bodies, of genuine workers' democracy, made of this interlocking system of institutions the living reality of the political rule of the proletariat, never ideal or flawless, to be sure, but decisive. The counter-revolution of the Stalinist bureaucracy consists in nothing less than this: it has effectively destroyed all these institutions in the last 14 years, and thereby it has just as effectively expropriated the proletariat politically. The old guard of the party. Lenin attached, even if not uncritically, a tremendous significance to what was called the old guard of the Bolshevik party. He regarded those veterans who had passed through 3 revolutions, the World War and the Civil War, as one of the main assurances that the revolution would continue along its indicated path. It must be recognized, he wrote to the Central Committee in March 1922, that at the present time the proletarian party policy is determined not so much by its membership as by the unlimited and powerful authority of that thin layer which we may name the old party guard. The Stalinist bureaucracy, in the course of its reaction to the revolution, its traditions and its ideology, has destroyed the old guard which embodied them. Take but one example which comes to hand: the Central Committee elected at the 9th Congress in 1920, Artem, Dzerzhinsky, Lenin, Bukharin, Zinoviev, Kamenev, Krestinsky, Preobrazhensky, Rudzutak, Radek, Rakovsky, Rykov, Serebryakov, I.N. Smemuov, Tomsky, Trotsky, Andreev, Kalinin and Stalin. The first 3 died of natural causes. Of the rest, Zinoviev, Kamenev, Serebryakov, and I.N. Smemuov were murdered by the Stalinists, Tomsky was killed or driven to suicide, Trotsky is in Mexican exile, Bukharin, Krestinsky, Preobrazhensky, Rudzutak, Radek, Rakovsky and Rykov are imprisoned or disgraced, all 13 of them as fascists or wreckers or assassins. Only Stalin, Kalinin, and Andreev remain, which is like saying that only Stalin remains. Important to note in this devastating and uninterrupted purge is the fact that it is not only the generation of defenders of the October that has been 329 crushed. The Trotskyists or Zinovievists, men like Trotsky, Zinoviev, Kamenev, Rakovsky, Mdvani, Pyatakov, Smemuov, Smilga, Preobrazhensky, Byalobrodov, Muralov were removed long ago by the Thermidorian generation that brought Stalin to power. Now even the men of the Thermidorian reaction have gone or are going: Bukharin, Rykov, Rudzutak, Tkakhevsky, Bubnov, Postashev, and hundreds less well known. Their places are taken by entirely colorless unknowns like Beria, Eek, Zdanov, Khrushchev, who are not so much party leaders as Stalinist governor-generals who rule the provinces like old Turkish valleys. They are made or unmade in a day by simple decree, and their coming and going are like the shadows of a guttering candle flame. The Bolshevik Party, whatever else it may be, a political organization that does not have a free and rich inner life, is not a revolutionary proletarian party. In Lenin's time, even after the Mensheviks and social revolutionists had placed themselves outside the Soviet pale by their counter-revolutionary course and left the Bolshevik Party with a monopoly of political rule, the party led an intense and active inner life, discussing freely at all times, debating all questions openly, electing, criticizing and removing its leadership and deciding the party line at will. Under the gunfire of the Kronstadt mutiny and the echoes of the peasant risings in Tambov and elsewhere, the 10th Congress adopted the entirely exceptional and temporary emergency measure prohibiting separate factions with separate platforms. This unprecedented limitation on party democracy, however, was adopted with numerous significant reservations. The adopted resolution stated: "It is necessary that every party organization takes rigorous care that the absolutely necessary criticism of the shortcomings of the party, all analyses of the general party direction, all appraisals of its practical experience, every examination of the carrying out of the party decisions and of the means of correcting the mistakes, etc., shall not be discussed in separate groups standing upon any platform, but rather in the meetings of all the party members. Towards this end, the Congress decides to publish a periodical discussion sheet and special periodicals. Everyone who comes forward with a criticism must take into consideration the position of the party in the midst of its encircling enemies, and he must also strive, in his direct activity in Soviet and party circles, to correct the mistakes of the party in practice. While the Congress orders the Central Committee to exterminate all factionalism, the conference declares at the same time that those questions which 330 attract the special attention of the party membership, example on the purging of the party of unproletarian, unreliable elements, on the struggle against bureaucratism, on the development of democracy and the broader participation of the workers, etc. And in general all objective proposals, must be examined with the utmost possible scrupulousness and tested practically. All party members must know that the party cannot take all the required measures in these questions, since it encounters a whole series of the most varied obstacles, and that while the party decisively rejects an unobjective and factional criticism, it will continue tirelessly to test new methods, and to fight with all means against bureaucratism and for the extension of the democracy of the self-active masses, for the uncovering, exposure and expulsion of all unreliable elements from the party. Russisk Correspondence, NR 5, May 1921, p. 323. Not aimed at suppressing democracy, even the restrictions of the 10th Congress were designed to extend discussion and criticism, to organize it, to ferret out bureaucratism, and to do all this in a manner that would be less dangerous and factional under the concrete conditions. When, at the same Congress, Ryazanov moved an amendment prohibiting elections of delegates to coming Congresses on the basis of factional platforms, Lenin, quick to sense the danger, replied, "I think that the desire of Comrade Ryazanov is unfortunately not realizable. If fundamental disagreements exist on a question, we cannot deprive members of the Central Committee of the right to address themselves to the party. I cannot imagine how we can do this. The present Congress can in no way and in no form engage the elections to the next Congress. And if, for example, questions like the Brest-Litovsk peace arise, can we guarantee that such questions will not arise? It cannot be guaranteed. It is possible that it will then be necessary to elect by platform. That's quite clear." Minutes of the 10th Congress, p. 292, Russ. ed. And again, elsewhere, during the same period Lenin wrote, "But if deep, fundamental disagreements of principle exist, we may be told, do they not justify the sharpest factional action? Naturally they justify it, if the disagreements are really deep, and if the rectification of the wrong policy of the party or of the working class cannot be obtained otherwise." Works, Volume 18, pt 1, p. 47, Russ. ed. 331. In the period of acute danger to the Soviet regime, when it had to make the painful and hazardous transition to the new economic policy, and when the party imposed certain organizational restraints upon itself, Lenin nevertheless called for freedom of discussion and criticism, for internal discussion organs, and acknowledged the permissibility and even inevitability of factions, platforms, and the sharpest factional action. By this he was merely testifying to the existence of a living party. The Stalinist bureaucracy has changed all that. It started with the Trotsky-Zinoviev opposition. In 1927, it prohibited the publication of their platform, arrested those leaders and militants who mimeographed it for circulation in a pre-Congress discussion period, and expelled all those who defended it. It demanded not only that the opposition supporters cease advocating the views in their platform, but that they cease believing those views. In 1932, Stalin demanded the execution of the old Bolshevik, Ryutin, for circulating a platform which ended with Lenin's demand that Stalin be removed from his post. Ryutin was merely imprisoned by the GPU. In the last few years, the years of Stalinist domination, not one single word of criticism of the party leadership has been uttered, Not one single proposal different from the proposals of the Führer. Nobody dares. Yet there are differences of opinion, whispered about and muttered in tiny grouplets. Only, the party does not decide these differences. The party is dead. The GPU decides them in accord with the instructions of the Secretariat. The Congress of the party is its highest and most authoritative instance, selecting the leadership to carry out the line of policy which the Congress adopts. At least, so it was in Lenin's time. The question of seizing power, the Brest-Litovsk Treaty, the new economic policy, the trade union question, all these were decided at party congresses, after the fullest discussion of all the conflicting standpoints. In the Stalinist epoch, congresses no longer take place. In their stead, the bureaucracy organizes palace assemblies of hand-picked lieges who listen without discussion to the throne speech of the Führer. The lesser bureaucrats appear only for the purpose of burning frankincense to Stalin and of giving him assurances of their blind fealty in terms reminiscent of the fawning speeches made by provincial prince-sealings to an oriental potentate. Just think, in the days of illegality and thin purses, under Tsarist despotism, the Russian party nevertheless held 4 regular congresses between July 1903 and May 1907. Of party conferences under Tsarism, there were 8, from the Tammerfors meeting in 1905 to the Poronino meeting in 1913. In the revolutionary period, between the overthrow of the Tsar and the death of Lenin, the party held 8 regular party congresses, and 7 conferences. The Stalinist record is quite different. The first real post-Lenin Congress was 332. The 14th, in December 192's, the 15th was held 2 years later. Between it and the 16th, 2½ years were allowed to elapse. Between the 16th and the 17th Congress, the last to be held, in January 1934, more than 3½ years went by. The statutes adopted by the Stalinists themselves at the 17th Congress provided that regular congresses are convened no less than once in 3 years. In cynical violation of its own statutes, the bureaucracy has let 4 years pass and the fiction of a party is not even allowed to hold its fiction of a congress. And what 4 years these have been, what drastic changes the bureaucracy has made without even going through the formality of consulting the party. Under the Stalinist bureaucracy, the Bolshevik Party, if it may be called that, has been allowed to meet in Congress, again, if it may be called that, only 4 times in more than 13 years. The party met more often under the Tsar. The bureaucracy has crushed the old party. The trade unions. In the early days of the revolution, the Bolsheviks regarded the trade unions as a school of communism, and as one of the institutions through which the workers ruled in the factories and the Soviets. The Bolsheviks did not fear debate and discussion, and as late as 1920, almost 3 years after the revolution, Stalin and Martov could still appear as the official representatives of the Menshevik Party at the Third Congress of the Trade Unions to present their views and debate the Bolshevik spokesman. But even more, the Bolsheviks regarded the trade unions as an indispensable instrument for the defense of proletarian interests from the transgressions, abuses, and wantonness of the state itself, and especially of its bureaucracy. It was only in 1927 that Molotov put forward the bigoted, bureaucratic conception that since Russia is a workers' state there can be no question of defending the workers from it. Lenin had nothing in common with this bureaucratic idealism. Speaking before the party fraction of the 8th Soviet Congress on December 30, 1920, during the discussion on the trade union question, he said, "Comrade Trotsky speaks of the workers' state. Permit me, that is an abstraction. When we wrote about the workers' state in 1917 that was understandable, but when it is said today, why defend the working class against whom, there's no longer a bourgeoisie, don't we have a workers' state, then an obvious error is being committed. The whole joke is that it is not quite a workers' state. That's where the basic mistake of Comrade Trotsky lies. We have passed over from general principles to objective discussion and to decrees, but that's where we are being held back from practical objective work. That will not do. Our state is in reality no workers' state, but a workers' and peasants' state. A whole lot follows from that. 333. But still more. From our party program it follows that our state is a workers' state with bureaucratic deformations. We have to paste this, how shall we call it? Sorry label on it. That is the reality of the transition. Our present state is such that the organized proletariat must defend itself, and we must utilize these workers' organizations for the defense of the workers against their state and for the defense of the state by the workers. Der Kampf um die Soziale Revolution, pages 593f. What a decisive role Lenin assigned to the trade unions in this profoundly dialectical concept of the interrelations between the economic organizations of the workers and the real, not idealistically perfect, workers' state, a concept beyond the grasp of superficial minds accustomed to abstract and absolute categories. The trade unions are an instrument for the defense of the workers' state and for the defense of the workers from that state. And if the latter was necessary 17 years ago, how infinitely more urgent is it today that the trade unions defend the workers from a regime in which the bureaucratic cancer has grown to monstrous, undreamed of proportions. What, for example, has happened to the right to strike, solemnly recognized by the Party Congress in Lenin's time? Most likely it has not been abolished by law, only, the exercise of that right is rewarded by a prompt visit by the GPU. The right to intervene in the question of hiring and firing and of management in general was taken from the trade unions, from the factory committee and from the party nucleus in the factory, in September 1929. The trade unionists and the unions themselves are silent in the face of the most abominable abuses of the factory directors. The bitterness of the average worker against the growing disparity between his wages and the salary of the industrial bureaucrat or the labor aristocrat who carries the title of Stakhanovite, is felt in the heart and muttered in the most discreet privacy, but is not expressed in or through the trade unions. The trade union leadership is composed of case-hardened bureaucrats, appointed from above and removed just as easily. They know they have neither obligations nor responsibilities to the ranks, nor are they under their control. As a result, the Soviet press is compelled to print countless depressing reports of wantonness, irresponsibility, embezzlement, brutality, and degeneration among the trade union officialdom. The worker does not know today who will be the head of his trade union tomorrow. He is not consulted and, knowing quite well that he has a union in name only, he cares precious little. He is aware that the armed guard who watches over him in the mine pit, as described. 334. By Kleber-Lega elsewhere in this issue, is far more real and far more powerful than the empty shell that was once the Russian trade union movement. The first All-Russian Congress of the Trade Unions met in January 1918, the second early in 1919, the third in April 1920. The Ninth Congress met towards the end of 1928, the 10th Congress early in 1932. Since then, that is for almost 6 crucial years, there has been no Congress. If one knew nothing else about the Russian trade unions, the comparison between the two sets of dates would suffice to indicate the difference between a living movement, a real foundation stone in the structure of proletarian democracy, and a fiction. But behind the fiction stands the usurpatory bureaucracy. The Soviets. The Russian Revolution laid bare the Soviets, the councils of workers, soldiers, peasants, as the most natural, most democratic, most efficient form of proletarian state rule in the transition period between capitalism and communism. In all other countries where a revolutionary situation matured, Soviets, just like the Russian or slightly varied in form, developed spontaneously as the embryonic organs of insurrection and power, and not as a product artificially imported from Russia. The original Soviets were a million times more democratic than any bourgeois republic precisely because they smashed the monopoly of the professional capitalist politician and bureaucrat whose relationship with the masses is confined to electoral campaigns once a year or less often. The Soviets made it possible for the masses to throw off the yoke of voting cattle which bourgeois rule imposes upon them, and to act as the direct, independent administrators of their own affairs. Unsatisfactory representatives could be recalled at will and replaced by others. Lenin saw especially in the right of recall not only one of the main pillars of Soviet democracy but also a guarantee of the peaceful settlement of conflicts and disputes in the country. 4 weeks after the Bolshevik uprising, he said at a session of the All-Russian Central Executive Committee of the Soviets, "Various parties have played a dominant role among us. The last time, the passage of influence from one party to another was accompanied by an overturn, by a fairly stormy overturn, whereas a simple vote would have sufficed had we had the right of recall. The right of recall must be granted the Soviets, which are the most perfect carrier of the state idea, of coercion. Then the passage of power from one party to another will proceed without bloodshed, by means of simple new elections." Izvestia, number 233, December 6, 1917. 335. The whole course of the Stalinist bureaucracy, climaxed by a democratic election under the new democratic constitution which is gruesomely mocked by the never-ceasing purge, has proceeded by trampling underfoot every one of the conceptions of the place and function of the Soviets which prevailed in the early years of the revolution. From the local Soviets to the Central Executive Committee itself, the administrations are appointed and removed at will by the corresponding party apparatus bosses, and without the slightest intervention of the masses themselves. The right of recall exists, to be sure, but it is exercised only by the Stalinist bureaucracy. What Soviet institution, what mass organization or movement intervened, for example, to remove the recently condemned People's Commissars of White Russia, of the Ukraine, of Georgia, of the RSFSR, of the Soviet Union, and to put others in their place? Only the GPU, acting as administrative agent of the party secretariat. What democratic significance have the new constitutional rights of free speech, free press, and free assembly when they are enjoyed exclusively, and even then limitedly, by the myrmidons of the bureaucracy who are themselves under the constant surveillance of the secret police? What value has the secret ballot when there is but one candidate to choose from, and he handpicked by the apparatus? The elections to the Soviets and all other alleged legislative and executive bodies are classic examples of Bonapartist plebiscites. They are an abominable caricature of Soviet democracy, the very negation of it. The bureaucracy has strangled the Soviets of the revolution. The political rule of the workers and peasants has been supplanted by the political rule of the bureaucracy and those social strata which are its direct props. What a revealing story there is in the social composition of the guaranteed to be elected candidates to the Council of the Union. Of actual workers and peasants, there are none or next to none. The overwhelming majority of the candidates is made up of party officials, factory directors, labor aristocrats, Stakhanovites, GPU and army officers, well-to-do farmers, that is, the reactionary bureaucracy and its associated social layers. The Soviets were to make it possible, in Lenin's words, for any charwoman, for the lowest and most despised, to become the administrators of the state, so that it would no longer be, properly speaking, a state in the old sense of a bureaucratic apparatus of oppression with special bodies of armed men separate and apart from the people. The triumph of the Stalinist bureaucracy has been accomplished by the political expropriation of the charwomen, of the proletariat. It signifies the victory of the political counter-revolution. The foreign policy. At home, the bureaucracy has not yet been able to free itself from the confines of the economic basis achieved by the Russian 336 revolution, about which more later. But abroad, it has a free hand, so to speak, and there its course is openly counter-revolutionary. It is the gendarme of law and order, of the status quo throughout the capitalist world. A comparison between the situation even in 1923, when the reactionary tumor was already apparent in the Soviet body, and 1937, when the totalitarian bureaucracy is celebrating its triumph, will indicate the profound change. In 1923, when the German Revolution was expected, the Soviet Republic stood at attention to aid it. The harbor of Petrograd was filled with grain ships ready to sail for Stettin so that the German Soviet Republic would not be starved out by the Entente. Representatives of the Comintern and the Russian Party were active on German soil, preparing for the uprising as best they could under the leadership of Brandler and Zinoviev. Specialists of the Red Army were assigned to give expert assistance to the German communists. The close diplomatic alliance existing at that time between the Soviets and the German Bourgeois Republic had not converted the International into the main prop of German capitalism, quite the contrary. In 1937, all the diplomatic moves in Europe, all the aid sent by the Soviet Union to the Spanish loyalists, in the form of munitions, arms, military experts, GPU agents, etc., are directed towards crushing the proletarian revolution in Spain, preserving Spanish bourgeois democracy as an instrument in the hands of Anglo-French imperialism. The policy of Stalin in Spain is distinguished from that of Niski and Scheidemann in the Germany of 1919 only by its more systematic savagery. All the policies of the Soviet bureaucracy are based upon its self-preservation. Abroad, at the very least, in the international labor movement and class struggle, it is indisputable that the interests of the Soviet bureaucracy come into head-on conflict with the interests of the working class. These interests produce not the policies of the Mensheviks of 1905, nor even of 1917, but of those Mensheviks who took up arms, in alliance with Anglo-French imperialism in 1918 to 1919, to overthrow the young Soviet Republic. They are not just non-revolutionary policies, they are the policies of counter-revolution. What remains of the Russian Revolution? Why should we defend the Soviet Union in case of war? A number of realities still remain. The conflict between German fascism, and fundamentally, also, of the capitalist world as a whole, and the Soviet Union, still remains no less a reality than, let us say, the conflict between fascism and social democracy or the trade unions, regardless of how corrupt may be the leadership of the latter, regardless of how it may compromise and capitulate, regardless of how much it may seek to place itself under the protection. 337. Of one capitalist force, as did the Austrian social democracy, against another. The conflict can be resolved only by the capitalist world being overturned by the working class, or by the Soviet Union, its present bureaucracy included, being crushed and reduced to the status of a colonial or semi-colonial country, divided among the world's imperialist bandits. Another great reality is the economic foundation established by the October Revolution. Despite bureaucratic mismanagement and parasitism, we have the prodigious economic advances made by Soviet industry, the great expansion of the productive forces in Russia, without which human progress is generally inconceivable, in a period of stagnation and retrogression in the capitalist world, the principle and practice of economic planning. All these were possible only on the basis of the abolition of socially operated private property, of the nationalization of the means of production and exchange, their centralization in the hands of the state, which is the main prerequisite of an evolution towards the classless society of universal abundance, leisure, and unprecedented cultural advancement. Outraged by the brutality of the reactionary usurpers, by their blood purges, by their political expropriation of the toilers, by their totalitarian regime, more than one class-conscious worker and revolutionary militant has concluded that nothing is left of the Russian Revolution, that there are no more grounds for defending the Soviet Union in a war than for defending any capitalist state. The professional confusionists of the various ultra-leftist groups prey upon these honest reactions to Stalinism and try to goad the workers into a reactionary position. Some of these philosophers of ignorance and superficiality prescribe a position of neutrality in a war between the Soviet Union and Germany, others, less timid, call for the strategy of defeatism in the Soviet Union. At bottom, the ultra-leftist position on the Soviet Union, which denies it any claim whatsoever to being a workers' state, reflects the vacillations of the petty bourgeoisie, their inability to make a firm choice between the camps of the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, of revolution and imperialism. Class rule is based upon property relations. Bourgeois class rule, the bourgeois state, is based upon private ownership, appropriation, and accumulation. The political superstructure of the bourgeois class state may vary: democratic republic, monarchy, fascist dictatorship. When the bourgeois can no longer rule directly politically, and the working class is still too weak to take power, a Bonapartist military dictatorship may arise which seeks to raise itself above the classes, to mediate between them. But it continues to rule over a bourgeois state, even though, as in Germany, it has politically expropriated the bourgeoisie and its parties, because it has left bourgeois property relations more or less intact. 338. The October Revolution abolished bourgeois property relations in the decisive spheres of economic life. By centralizing the means of production in the hands of the state, it created new property relations. The counter-revolutionary bureaucracy, although it has destroyed the political rule of the proletariat, has not yet been able to restore capitalist property relations by abolishing those established by the revolution. This great reality determines, for Marxists, the character of the Soviet Union as a workers' state, bureaucratically degenerated, it is true, usurped and therefore crucially imperiled by the Bonapartists, but still fundamentally a workers' state. This great remaining conquest of the revolution determines, in tum, our defense of the Soviet Union from imperialist attack and from its Bonapartist sappers at home. Because it is not a simple question, Lenin pointed out at the 9th Congress of the party in 1920, we must be careful not to sink into the morass of confusion. Wherein consists the rule of the class? Wherein consisted the rule of the bourgeoisie over the feudal lords? In the Constitution it was written, in freedom and equality. That is a lie. So long as there are toilers, the property owners are capable and, as such, even compelled, to speculate. We say that there is no equality there, and that the sated are not the equals of the hungry, the speculator is not the equal of the toiler. Wherein does the rule of the class express itself? The rule of the proletariat expresses itself in the abolition of landed and capitalist property. Even the fundamental content of all former constitutions, the Republican included, boiled down to property. Our Constitution has acquired the right to historical existence. We did not merely write down on paper that we are abolishing property, but the victorious proletariat did abolish property and abolished it completely. Therein consists the rule of the class, primarily in the question of property. When the question of property was decided in practice, the rule of the class was thereby assured. Thereupon the Constitution wrote down on paper what life had decided, there is no capitalist and landed property, and it added, the working class has more rights than the peasantry, but the exploiters have no rights at all. Therewith was written down the manner in which we realized the rule of our class, in which we bound together the toilers of all strata, all the little groups. The petty bourgeois proprietors were split up. Among them those who have a larger property are the foes of those who have less, and the proletariat openly declares war against them when it abolishes property. The rule of the class is determined only by the relationship to property. That is precisely what determines the Constitution. And our Constitution correctly. 339. Set down our attitude to property and our attitude to the question of what class must stand at the head. He who, in the question of how the rule of the class is expressed, falls into the questions of democratic centralism, as we often observe, brings so much confusion into the matter that he makes impossible any successful work on this ground. Russisch Correspondence, Nr 10, July 1920, p. 8. Liberal apologists have distorted Lenin's concepts into an argument for the compatibility of the bureaucratic dictatorship, and even a personal dictatorship, with a consistent development towards the new social order. So long as industry remains nationalized and the productive forces expand, runs their apology, what does it really matter if Stalin maintains a bureaucratic despotism, which we civilized liberals would not tolerate but which is good enough for backward Russians? It is of course quite true that Lenin saw no absolute incompatibility between proletarian democracy and individual dictatorship in industry under given conditions. A year before his quoted speech at the 9th Congress, he observed that the dictatorship of single persons in the history of the revolutionary movements was very often the spokesman, the carrier, and the executant of the dictatorship of the revolutionary classes, is evidenced by the incontestable experience of history. If we are not anarchists, we must acknowledge the necessity of the state, i.e., of coercion, for the transition from capitalism to socialism. The form of coercion is determined by the degree of development of the given revolutionary class, furthermore, by such special circumstances as, example, the heritage of a long, reactionary war, furthermore, by the forms of the resistance of the bourgeoisie or of the petty bourgeoisie. Therefore there is not the slightest contradiction in principle between Soviet, i.e., socialist, democracy and the application of the dictatorial rule of individual persons. Samtlikwerka, B.D. XXII, pages 524f, Ger ed. But in order to make clear his real thoughts, he hastened to add the following indispensable supplementary statement, without which everything is one-sided and therefore false. The more resolutely we now come out in favor of a ruthlessly strong power, for the dictatorship of individual persons in definite labor processes during certain periods of purely executive junctions, the more manifold must be the forms and methods of control from below in order to paralyze. 340. Every trace of a possibility of distorting the Soviet power, in order to tear out, incessantly and tirelessly, the weeds of bureaucratism. Ibid, p. 532. It is precisely those manifold forms and methods of democratic control from below which the bureaucracy has destroyed in its development towards despotic rule. In destroying proletarian democracy and the political rule of the working class, the bureaucracy has lifted itself beyond the reach of the masses out of which it emerged. Having abandoned its original class base, it must find a new one, for it cannot last long as a thin bureaucratic stratum hanging, so to speak, in mid-air. The social layers with which it has linked itself are the well-to-do farmers, the factory directors and trust heads, the Stakhanovite aristocracy, the officialdom of the party, the Soviet apparatus, the Red Army and the GPU. But none of these, nor all of them taken together, represents a class, with a distinctive function in the productive life of the country, or with specific property forms upon which to build a firm class and firm class rule. Their whole tendency is to develop into a new property-owning class, that is, into a capitalist class based on private property. Blocking the road to the realization of this yearning stands the still powerful reality of the nationalization of the means of production and exchange, centralized planning, and the protection of nationalized industry which is afforded by the monopoly of foreign trade. The bureaucracy, closely interlinked with these restorationist strata of Soviet society and embodying their social aspirations, is now driven by inexorable forces to take its next big step backward. Hitherto, the reaction has been confined essentially to the destruction of the whole political superstructure of the workers' democracy established by the revolution, and to the physical annihilation of all those who were the living connection between today and the revolutionary yesterday. From now on, the anti-Soviet bureaucracy will, and in a certain sense, must seek its self-preservation by an assault upon the economic foundations of the workers' state, nationalized property, planning, the monopoly of foreign trade. In our opinion, it cannot and will not succeed in establishing the rule of an independent, new Russian capitalist class, even if we arbitrarily exclude the possibility, by no means exhausted, of the crushing of the counter-revolutionary bureaucracy by a resurgent proletariat. The new strata of society gathered around the ruling Soviet clique may prevail over the Russian proletariat in the period to come. But we do not believe that they are strong or solidly rooted enough to develop into a national neo-bourgeoisie capable of resisting, on a capitalist basis, the infinitely stronger bourgeoisie of the foreign imperialist countries. 341. In other words, the Stalinist bureaucracy and its satellites are doomed regardless of the outcome. They cannot develop into an independent ruling capitalist class in Russia. Either they are defeated by the proletariat which carries through a political revolution for the purpose of restoring workers' democracy and of safeguarding the economic basis of the workers' state which still exists. Or they are defeated by powerful foreign imperialism, which would wipe out that old economic basis, reduce the Union to a semi-colonial country, and convert the restorationist stratum not into a ruling capitalist class for Russia but merely into a compradori agency of world imperialism, occupying a position not dissimilar from that of the Chinese national bourgeoisie. The class-conscious workers will place all their hopes and bend all their efforts towards the realization of the former outcome of the struggle. The building of the Revolutionary Party to lead the Russian masses in the battle to save the Russian Revolution is dependent upon the success of the revolutionary movement in the capitalist world. The depression and reaction in the ranks of the Russian proletariat was created by the defeats of the working class in the rest of the world, by the feeling of the Russians that they had no powerful allies in the capitalist world. The growth and victories of the Fourth International will galvanize the latent revolutionary strength of the Russian masses and set it into irresistible motion. Everything depends on the speed with which we accomplish our indicated task. The crisis of the Russian Revolution has emboldened all the critics of Bolshevism, that is, of revolutionary Marxism, all of them, old and new. But all their hoary argumentation leaves the Marxist unrepentant for his solidarity with those principles and ideas which made the Russian Revolution possible. For in abandoning these ideas, he would have to adopt others, and what others are there? Should he adopt those of the Mensheviks? It is true, had they triumphed, the proletarian revolution in Russia would not have degenerated into its Stalinist caricature for the simple reason that there would have been no proletarian revolution. Should he adopt those of the Western European conf of the Mensheviks, the parties of the Second International? It is true, they did not let the proletarian revolution in Germany and Austria and Italy degenerate, and that by the simple device of crushing it in the egg and thus facilitating the consolidation of their famous bourgeois democracy which brought the working class directly under the knife of Hitler and Schuschnigg and Mussolini. Should he adopt those of the anarchist politicians who have become so clamorous of late, especially about the Kronstadt rebellion? But the lamentable collapse of anarchist politics in Spain, the servile collaboration with the bourgeoisie, the heaping of capitulation upon capitulation and the yielding 342 of one position after another without a struggle, are not calculated to attract us away from Marxism. It is not in place here to dwell on the flawlessness of Bolshevism and all its policies in the great period of the revolution. Its defects may be freely granted. But the oppressed and exploited of the world have not yet been offered a scientific guide to action in their struggle for freedom which can even remotely claim to serve as a substitute for the party and principles of Lenin. In the face of enormous obstacles, not the least of which were created, with arms in hand, by the present-day bourgeois and reformist critics, Lenin and the Bolsheviks carried through the first conscious proletarian revolution. They laid the economic foundation for the new society without class rule, without iniquity, or exploitation or oppression. They, and nobody else, gave us a picture of the truly breathtaking prospects for human advancement and human dignity which are open to us as soon as capitalism is sent to the rubbish heap. Rash indeed would he be who forecast the immediate future of the Russian Revolution. But whatever it may be, its historical achievements are already imperishable. The first steam engine may not have been much faster than the old-fashioned stagecoach, if it was able to move at all. But the country's network of rails is today schemed by speedy, advanced, streamlined locomotives, while the stagecoach can be found only in museums. The creation of the steam engine was a monumental contribution to human progress. The creation of the first Soviet Republic was an even greater contribution. History will give little place to the period of Stalinist counter-revolution, for it will treat it as a passing historical episode. But the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917 and its enduring achievements will never be wiped out of the consciousness of man, for it sounded the knell of all class rule, marked the beginning of the end of man's prehistory, the inauguration of a new era for a new man. In this sense, Lenin and his party of revolutionary Bolsheviks could say with Ovid, Amc opus exequal quod ne ovis ira, ne ignes, ne poterit furum, ne edax abolere vetustas. I have now completed a work which neither the wrath of Jove, nor fire, nor the sword, nor the corroding tooth of time, shall be able to destroy. Political complications. Paul L. Blanc. In any political organization and movement, and perhaps in any human organization and movement, assuming a certain critical mass, there are bound to be dynamics in which personalities, ideas, and general orientations clash. It is the stuff of life and of politics. With a movement as politically intense and intellectually robust as that represented by us Trotskyism, this was very much the case. Deeply rooted in this political current was the commitment to remain true to the revolutionary principles of Marx and Lenin, diluted, betrayed and abandoned by reformist social democrats on the one hand and Stalinists on the other. This could easily become entangled, of course, with sectarian and narrowly purist impulses even in the best of revolutionaries, and such tendencies certainly emerged among us Trotskyists, although this was often checked by countervailing tendencies within the organization and even within the same individual. But not always. Sociologist Daniel Bell once jocularly referred to the law of faction formation and fission which afflicts particularly small left-wing groups, reflecting a purist and sectarian impulse gone cancerous. The main factional progeny of the 1930s came from the Trotskyists, they who claimed the seal of purity and had the effulgent brilliance of the creator of the Red Army to sustain them. But even Trotsky could not guarantee unity. In fact, Trotsky alive was more likely to be the source of splits, since it was a great lift to the revolutionary ego of the new sectarian leaders to have jousted with one of the original creators of the Russian Revolution. 1. Among serious political activists were those resistant to such tendencies, but such tendencies flourished, nonetheless, described and lampooned in a brief article, included here, by Max Schachtman. It is hardly the case, however, that all those engaged in such dissident split-off said or did or represented nothing of interest. The memoirs of two individuals associated with skewered split-offs, for example, went on to have substantial and serious impact within the intellectual and political life of the left. Paul Jacobs, a one-time Fieldite, and Sidney Lenz, a one-time Earlerite, are certainly worth consulting. To a different set of complications, although perhaps not entirely unrelated, arose from the dynamics within powerful intellectual circles that overlapped with the Trotskyist movement. In the crisis-ridden 1930s, many intellectuals and artists, some of whom would have a powerful impact on us culture for the rest of the 20th century, were naturally drawn to the left, at least during that turbulent decade, and of these a significant number were drawn to the Trotskyist movement. Some observers have sometimes drawn the mistaken conclusion that the Trotskyists were predominantly drawn from the non-proletarian intelligentsia, devoid of actual working-class members and influences. The element of truth in this distortion was that the influence of left-wing intellectuals was quite strong among the Trotskyists, just as the Trotskyists had a strong impact on the intellectuals. But as the disappointed hopes of the late 1930s began to pile up, the left-wing intellectuals increasingly pulled away from revolutionary ideas and commitments, a retreat that found reflection in the books and articles they produced, which increasingly questioned the revolutionary Marxism to which they had once been attracted. 3. The second contribution offered in this section is an incredibly lengthy, detailed, but brilliant polemic co-authored by James Burnham and Max Schachtman, intensively analyzing this development. Ironically, while applauding most of it, Trotsky perceived, in the article's shrugging off of dialectics, germs of the same affliction the authors were discussing. For it is not without interest that shortly afterwards such issues would figure in a factional dispute, initiated by Schachtman and Burnham. Within 2 years, Burnham himself would speed along the trajectory away from Marxism that he and Schachtman wrote about in 1939. These are matters dealt with at greater length in Chapter 9. We do not envy the future historian of the American Revolutionary Movement when he faces the problem of tracing the course of the ephemeral sects. Out of consideration for him, we give here a brief factual outline of at least those sects that broke away from our movement. We preface it with the fact that in virtually every case, those who split away proclaimed themselves the only genuine Trotskyists and unlike us, whom they doomed to disintegration, the possessors of surefire recipes for mass activity. Not falling into the above described category, but first to separate from us were 3 Italian followers of Bordiga, since constituted as the New York group of the Italian left fraction of communism. Like their separation from us, their subsequent existence has been quiet, dignified, passive, fruitless, and unruffled either by the departure of an old adherent or the acquisition of a new one. Score: no hits, no runs, no errors. Next, chronologically, was Albert Weisbord, upon the size of whose hats the Passaic strike of 1926 had a most distressing effect. Although he never carried out his threat actually to join our organization, he broke conclusively all relations with it on March 15, 1931, the historic date of the formation of his Communist League of Struggle. In the heraldic announcement of its birth, he wrote, "Not an isolated sect, but a two-fisted hard group of communists is what we are forming." Its 7 years of existence were all lean, each one ended with the loss of another member, the last to go joining the Marxist Workers' League, QV, leaving Weisbord in unchallenged charge of what he now calls the Friends of the Class Struggle. The plural of friends has the same numerical significance as the imperial we. Rewards offered by relatives for information leading to the whereabouts of the Weisbord group having gone unclaimed for years, the money has recently been placed in escrow. Of the 8 original founders of the Field Group, only 3 are left. It would be an exaggeration to say that B.J. Field has been strikingly successful in his favor. Activity, uniting with other groups. In May 1933, the Workers' Communist League was formed by Ben Gitlow and Lazar Becker, 2 Lovestonite dissidents. Immediately after the New York hotel strike in 1934, the Fieldites had their first unity, with Gitlow et al. ETAL equals Lazar Becker, under the name of Organization Committee for a Revolutionary Workers' Party. The 2 ex-Lovestonites did not tarry long in the Ikfarup, but sped to the greener pastures of the Socialist Party, where Becker became a henchman of Altman and from which Gitlow retired later to voice his unique theory that Lenin was the first fascist. A sadder but not wiser Field thereupon reduced the length of his group's name to League for Revolutionary Workers' Party and proceeded to unity negotiations with Weisbord. These broke with Field concluding indignantly that it is impossible to see how such a group with such policies and leadership can contribute anything toward building a revolutionary international. Weisbord reciprocated with a description which only further reduced the latter's faith in the sweetness of the former's lacteal glands. Whereupon Field tried his luck again, this time with the patient Bordagist Trinity, themselves worn out by just finished luckless unity negotiations with Weisbord. In January 1936, Field titteringly announced that he had held a series of joint discussions with the Italian left fraction of communism during the month of November. 8 fundamental questions of the revolutionary movement were discussed and complete political agreement has been arrived at. It goes without saying that just because the 2 groups were in complete political agreement does not mean that there was the slightest reason for uniting. Nor did they. 2 months later, that man was at it again, announcing that negotiations have been proceeding between the Oler Group, RWL, and the LRWP of the US and promised to result in the fusion of the 2 organizations. Naturally the promise was not kept and the fusion died in the egg. But as the old adage says, unlucky at fusions, lucky at splits. The last fusion attempt broke down right after the May 1936 split of the Field Group in New York, when a majority of the membership outvoted the leader and joined with us. Since then, Field's first lieutenant succeeded in effecting a fusion of a more personal kind, the fruits of which he has been enjoying in a Greek villa overlooking the restful, jeweled Mediterranean. Sadder than ever, considerably aged, but not yet wiser, Field sends periodic letters to us for more unity negotiations, which we are deterred from entering into by his none too alluring experiences. Ditto for his counsel on how to win friends and influence masses. Originally the most numerous of the sects, the Olerstam group broke from the then Trotskyist Workers' Party around November 1935 because of chaste opposition to our proposal to enter the Socialist Party and unite with its revolutionary wing. The splitters formed the Revolutionary Workers' League, whose dire predictions of our impending degeneration and absorption by reformism all but frightened us. Differing only in degree of virulence, the RWL, all its offspring, and all its predecessors have decayed to the level of Trotsky-baiting sects, hurling at us all the imprecations familiar since the days of third-period Stalinism. That's so far as their political evolution goes. Organizationally, a no less dismal picture of splits and disintegration must be painted. Barely split from us, the New York Earlerite caucus chief, a turncoat named Mendelssohn, left his friends, joined the SP, and in it became the right wing's anti-Trotskyist fingerman. A few months after his defection, a whole series of leading Ohlerites, typified by Gordon and Gunther, returned to our ranks. In the period following, one Ohlerite after another came back to our movement, was expelled by Ohler for one heresy or another, or retired completely from activity: Kogan in California, Giganti and Garber in Chicago, Pierce in Cleveland, Hirsch in Philadelphia, Gaynor in Newark, Simmons in Kansas City, etc. In addition to individual defections, the last 3 years have seen one splitlet after another. First, early in 1936, came the Marxist Workers' League in New York, which, after a sensational existence of both its members for 19 days, rejoined our movement. Then the RWL recorded the loss of its trade union specialist Joseph Zack, who openly abandoned Marxism to form a new sect, or rather two at a clip, the One Big Union Club and the Equalitarian Society. In the latter enterprise he is associated with the eminent scholar, S.L. Solon, whose theoretical innovations have thrilled the readers of that political parasite's paradise, the Modem Monthly. Following this it lost a group around its theoretical Nestor, Paul Eiffel, adventurer in the movement and dubious figure in general, who advocated the sabotage of the Loyalist struggle against Franco. Then came a dramatic breathing spell in the series of splits. An Ohlerite stooge group was formed in our ranks in Chicago by a young man named Beckett, who discovered that we were capitulating to Norman Thomas just at the time we were being expelled from the SP. He called himself the Marxist Policy Committee. After making his bow with an apostolic denunciation of another ultra-leftist in our ranks, led by one Yerger, he announced to a trembling world, in his August 24, 1937 bulletin, Salome Yerger Group fuses with MPC on Marxist basis, adding that in the course of negotiations the MPC found that the SJ Group did not hold the position criticized in MPC Bulletin No. 2. Hardly had the proletariat finished cheering itself hoarse at the momentous news, than it learned from Beckett, on October 1, 1937, that Salome Yerger were knaves after all, and their line was not in essence different from that of Cannon, Schachtman, Ahem, Glee, Glotzer, Goldman, Heisler, Most, Curtis, and all the other herdsmen of Kvostism. The tragically disconcerting atmosphere created by this declaration was only partly cleared by the heartening communiqué that Beckett, after the proper and necessarily exhaustive negotiations, was joining the Ohler Group. The RWL, meanwhile, had not stood breathlessly still while waiting for its first recruit. Alarmed at the prospect of the resultant overexpansion, a furious struggle broke out between Ohler and Stamm, perhaps the greatest dispute since the churchmen gathered for the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD to work out what became the Nicene Creed of Catholicism. One faction held that the description of Christ, or God the Son, should read homoousios, or a being of identical substance with God the Father. The other faction held that the Greek word in question properly had another letter, making it read homoousios, or a being of similar substance with God the Father. Result: the split between the Roman Catholic and the Eastern, Greek Orthodox, churches. Of no less importance was the fight between Ohler and Stamm, the former holding, at the RWL's historic Third Plenum in October-November 1937, that Trotsky, after a sojourn of 17 years in the Marxist movement, reverted to Trotskyism and degenerated in 1934, while the other insisted that Trotskyism degenerated along about 1928, month not given. It seems that Ohler won, after assailing the rebels for their false position on democratic centralism, which has its leader in Stamm, who combines errors of bourgeois democracy with bureaucracy, to say nothing of his ultra-left and false evaluation of Marxism. But when he sought to put a cap-marked heresy on Stamm's bloody but unbowed head, Stam promptly upped and formed his own group, using the old name but with a new little paper which, if it does not differ from Oehler's organ in committing just as many sins of lace sanity, at least is not as guilty of lace grammar and lace syntax. The idea of the schismatics proved contagious and the splits began all over again. First came another Marxist Workers' League, led by a young soloist named Minov, who announced in the initial issue of his inevitable bulletin that to be wrong on the Spanish War means to open the door wide open to social patriotism in the coming world imperialist war. That is exactly what the Oehler group is doing. We are proud that we split from such a centrist group. All is not, however, what it should be in the MWL. Although the majority of the leadership, in its resolution on the party, writes, seconds VM, Part O, Point 1a, Trotskyism cannot be reformed but must be smashed, we learn that there is a minority of Ston and Spencer, which replies, in 20 years of history, these comrades of the majority have learned nothing, to which the majority annihilatingly retorts, we were just informed that Spencer has joined the Trotskyists. Truly, there is no limit to degeneration. Second Oehlerite split off, Series 11, is the Leninist League, also formed at the beginning of the year. It is led by George Marlin and is unique also in other respects. While definitely anti-gynecocratic, and taking no formal position on exogamy or endogamy, it is based fundamentally on the primitive gens insofar as one must be a blood relation of the immediate family, or at least related to it by marriage, in order to qualify for membership. This has the unfortunate effect of somewhat reducing the arena for recruitment, but it does guarantee against contamination. Marlin is so exhausted by his literary efforts to prove that Trotsky is an agent of Stalinism, that he is able to do nothing else. His cool, balanced judgment is sampled by what he says of Field, the LRWP is an enemy of the international working class. It is a sabotaging agency in the struggle of exposure and destruction of the Stalinist reaction. Oehler, Stam, Minov, Smith-Jones, and Robinson, all are contemptuously and severely dismissed as left Trotskyists. Reminding one irresistibly of the story of the monkey and the elephant is the report current that Marlin is writing a book that will annihilate Trotsky politically. Sic iter ad astral or, freely translated, that's as good a way as any of getting into the headlines. The last Oehlerite splinter to pierce the surface is composed of the remnants of the RWL in Philadelphia, led by a lad named Fleming who is followed by a membership not exceeding 1. After a self-imposed novitiate in a social science circle, it climaxed its liberation from what it calls ululating Oehlerism by proclaiming the revolutionary communist vanguard, not of Philadelphia, not of the United States, not of the Western Hemisphere, but of the world. Its statutes insist on it. No new members, unfortunately, can be admitted, for the statutes require a 2/3 approval of applications and there are but 2 members now. However, a congress of the organization is possible, even now, for it can be assembled by determination of at least half the membership. The Arcevis the reductio ad absurdum of all the absurd and infantile ultra-leftist sects. The boys are having a fine time playing revolution. They write in their bulletins, naturally, they have one, under ever so funny pseudonyms, Don Quickshot, Obadiah Fairfax, Robin Redbreast, Jerome Rembrandt, and Esther Paris. Just like Tom Sawyer and Huck Finn playing pirates. Finally, simple justice requires mention of the latest and most ferocious group, founded, built, and staffed by the somewhere above mentioned Yerger. His public name is the thumping Revolutionary Marxist League and he announces bellicosely in his initial literary production, we cannot emphasize too much our position that we have nothing in common with the Trotskyite brand of Stalinism or any other inverted form of Stalinism. The various types of Trotskyites, Oehler, Field, Marlin, et.al. Stam, Minov, et.al., to say nothing of Robin Redbreast, are apparently to be let off with a lighter sentence. There are undoubtedly others, which have not come to our attention, but these will suffice to focus the ludicrous picture of sterility and futility to which ultra-leftist sectarianism condemns itself. In making the record, moreover, we have the feeling of pious satisfaction with a good deed done in easing the research pains of tomorrow's biographer of the movement. It may reasonably be asked in what sense we list these individuals as groups, and how we happen to direct our attention to the two groups in a single article. All of those in Group I have a similar political background. They are all what is known as radical intellectuals. Most were once, for varying lengths of time, within the orbit of the Communist Party, several of them party members. With the exception of Eastman and Stahlberg, they continued as Communist Party sympathizers well into its Stalinist period. From 5 years to a year and a half ago, they broke sharply with Stalinism, and for a period were, in political sympathies and general political orientation, close to the revolutionary movement, that is, to the Fourth Internationalist or Trotskyist movement. Indeed, they were and still for the most part are known to a considerable public as the Trotskyist intellectuals. Within the past year or more, they have been steering away from the revolutionary movement. Group 2 is of a different character, and will occupy us only incidentally. These intellectuals, also, were at one time closely associated with Stalinism. However, in contrast to Group 1, they were, to employ a picturesque phrase which has become current in this country, Stalinist liberals. Their support was always in terms of bourgeois, not of working class, politics. They have, in recent years, drawn away from Stalinism, though of them only Lyons and Dewey have broken sharply. For Group 2, however, this change does not mean a decisive shift. Their basic bourgeois liberal politics dominated their Stalinist associations, and now continues little altered without the Stalinist trimmings. Group 2 is herein included because its members with those of Group I are known as radical anti-Stalinist intellectuals, and more especially because, from a different origin, some of Group I have coalesced politically with Group 11, and others of Group I are now heading plainly toward that same outcome. As we shall show, the ideas and actions of these persons whom we have grouped together are in many symptomatic respects similar, and the current direction, though not the speed, of their political evolution is the same. It is in addition worth noting that this group, considered as a political phenomenon, is by no means confined to this country. As prominent European analogues we may mention, Victor Serge, Willy Schlamm, André Gide, Charles Pleisner, Ignacio Silone, Erich Wallenberg, Anton Siliga. The political background and present course of each of these corresponds closely with that of our Group I, except that Serge and Pleisner were never associated with Stalinism. There seems, then, ample prima facie justification for treating our subjects as a group. It is true, of course, that they do not like to think of themselves as a collectivity, a group. In their own minds and in public they seem to stress that they are individuals, independent thinkers, and this is related to a theoretic stress which they place upon psychology, attacking revolutionists for disregarding psychology and blindly reducing everything to political terms. Indeed, this assertion of independent individuality and of the primacy of psychology is another of their group characteristics. It is also true that it would be an oversimplification and indeed a serious error, to suggest that there are no important differences among them, to lump them together in a single mass. Harrison and Rorty, for example, are birds of a different political species, Harrison having now ended up unambiguously in the cage of the class enemy. Nor shall we maintain that each of these individuals, as individuals, will necessarily finish up on the same spot. We are writing not psychology nor morality but politics. Our aim is to analyze the nature and direction of a political phenomenon, and politics is concerned with groups, not individuals. Having determined the political nature of a group, we can say of any given individual only that if he thinks and acts consistently as a member of the group such and such an outcome will follow. But individuals are, perhaps fortunately, often inconsistent, and individuals change. The frying pan of the intellectuals. We may notice at once about our subjects that as compared with the Stalinist intellectuals and with most of the bourgeois intellectuals they have outstanding abilities, talents, and moral virtues. This should not surprise us. The foulness of Stalinism and imperialism can today breed only maggots. In particular, is it impossible for intellectuals to avoid degeneration not merely of their characters as human beings but also of their minds if for any length of time they give their allegiance to these allied monsters of the lie. The chief talent of the intellectuals in our list is that of writing well. This almost all of them do. How refreshing it is to compare their styles with the dull and dreary pages of New Masses or Science and Society. However, we should also observe that those with whom we are dealing are primarily ideologists, they are critics, philosophers, sociologic political writers. Only one of them, Farrell, is a creative artist. Harrison, Wilson, and Adamic have written novels in passing, and Rorty a number of poems, but these are a subordinate part of their work. None among all of them is a physical scientist. What pretensions they have to empirical science of any sort are to be found in the dangerous fields of history, sociology, and politics, where it is so hard to distinguish a hypothesis from a prejudice, and even in these fields, Hacker and Lundberg only have done any substantial original research. We may further record that all of these individuals, some of them outstandingly, have many good and progressive deeds to record. In some cases for more than a generation, they have been in the forefront of many of the most important cases in this country and internationally where civil and human rights were at stake. Their names are linked with the fight for Sacco and Vanzetti, for the recognition of the Soviet Union, for Fred Beale, for the Scottsboro Boys and Tom Mooney. With the exception of Counts, every one of them made the vast social and personal sacrifice which was involved in serving on the Committee for the Defense of Leon Trotsky, and 3 of them were members of the Commission of Inquiry into the charges against Trotsky in the Moscow trials. The work of the committee and the commission remains as an enduring monument, its influence has been felt throughout the world. Nor are there good deeds of the past only. We continue to find their names in the majority of those cases where men have joined efforts towards some genuinely progressive end. It is hardly to be expected that such activities can be carried on without trouble, and they have, indeed, plenty of trouble. The troubles are of several sorts. One type might be called craft troubles. They find heavy obstacles placed in the way of the fruitful exercise of their talents. The bourgeoisie and the Stalinists, controlling between them the press, the magazines, the publishing houses, are not eager to give recognition to these persons who proclaim themselves against the status quo and against Stalinism. A none too subtle sabotage, increasing in recent years, scuttles their work or at the least handicaps it. To add to these craft hazards are pervasive and equally painful personal troubles. Psychologists and anthropologists teach us that the pressure of public opinion, of social approval and disapproval, praise and blame, is one of the most powerful forces molding the human personality, and the bourgeoisie and the Stalinists have learned the lesson. Our subjects find themselves to be modified pariahs in their community. Old friends cut them dead or throw vicious insults at them. Public and private denunciation becomes commonplace. The lurid prose of the Kremlin apologists holds them up to the world as fascists, counter-revolutionists, German or Japanese spies, even, last bitter indignatias Trotskyists. When serving in such an enterprise as the Trotsky Committee, to these are added an unremitting plague of telephone calls, letters, and telegrams, all designed for the harshest possible effect on the nervous system. Yet, in this vale of tears, where at least some trouble is the lot of every man, and where therefore judgment of troubles must be relative, it would be possible to exaggerate the ills of our subjects. None of them is forced into the loneliness of the mountain eagle, none is compelled to be altogether silent, and none as yet is exactly starving. In fact, after 10 years of economic crisis during which even brokers and bankers have gone bankrupt, some seem to do rather well by themselves. Especially is this true of those who have either remained throughout on the bourgeois side or who have gone over to it. Each one under Group 2 may be presumed to use the larger form for his income tax reports. Chamberlain's recognition by the owners of fortune runs, it is said, well into 5 figures. Columbia University, second richest educational institution in the country, has given its fullest academic honors to Dewey and Counts, and their books are widely published and read. Lyons is able to combine public relations counselorship with substantial freelance journalism and lecturing. The recent books of Adamick and Lundberg were not too badly treated by the general press. Though Eastman's earlier defenses of the revolution had to content themselves with modest appearance in little magazines, his recent attacks on the socialist ideal are featured on the covers of Harper's and Liberty. Hacker's defense of liberal capitalism in his graphic history does not seem to have injured his academic standing, also at Columbia, nor his access to publication. We understand that Harrison's ringing break with Marxism, in the new leader, was followed by negotiations for a well-deserved appointment in the Federal Housing Administration. Dewey has often and brilliantly explained how the conflicts with which human beings unavoidably find themselves confronted give rise to ideas and ideals which are projected as instruments for solving those conflicts. There is, of course, no a priori assurance that the given idea or ideal will actually be capable of solving the given conflict. Out of the troubled conflicts of our subjects, an ideal, a dream emerges. In a world pressing tumultuously, imperiously against every one of its inhabitants, grinding and battering them from every direction, they seek a little peace, quiet, a chance to cultivate and bring to harvest their talents. They ask for freedom, meaning by freedom what Eastman, who is usually several steps in advance, has written: freedom is being in a position to do what comes into your own head, to act whether sooner or late on your own impulses. Phrased somewhat differently, they ask to be able to do and write what they wish without having to accept the consequences when what they do and write affects others. They ask not to be pushed around by others who are sure of their ideas and intend to fight for them. They ask to be released from responsibility. When is a program a program? It is a literal and easily verifiable fact that not one of these intellectuals, in all the millions of words they have written and publicly spoken, has presented a new political program. Indeed, so far as explicit statement goes, we find in them very little reference to the concrete political issues of the day. It goes without saying that by political program we do not mean a list of empty generalities such as those with which Eastman ends his Harper's article. Problems of being and of universal history should be acknowledged to exist. The various components of the socialist ideal should be analyzed and considered separately. Those obviously fantastic should be thrown out, nor the apostrophes to truth and freedom by which Hooke has lately taken to climaxing his essays. No one need bother to agree or disagree with such abstractions, because agreement or disagreement commits one to nothing. A political program means a set of doctrines, principles, rules, or directives which gives the unambiguous answers, or from which the answers may be derived, to the chief concrete political problems of the present time: war, insecurity, fascism, unemployment, the struggle for, or against, socialism. Eastman, as so often, gives the show away. At the end of his polemic against Burnham, New International, August 1938, he confesses openly that he has no conscious program. If I live, he promises, I will complete my thesis. But he would not hurry. To him, it seems just now in America a period for deliberation. Let us pause for a moment to consider the meaning of this confession. 356. Assuming it to be true. What is Eastman, and almost any name on our list could be substituted for Eastman's, saying? What is he saying, for example, to the French worker standing today with the whip of fascism descending toward his back? To the American worker plunged into the misery and despair of permanent mass unemployment and swamped by the tidal wave of Roosevelt's armament preparations and his looming war? To his fellow intellectuals? Eastman is saying, I, who am not a humble clerk in an office nor an obscure cog in an assembly line nor a timid teacher trying to keep a job in a high school, but a writer widely R.I.D. publicly known, one who presumes to sit publicly in judgment on the great events of history, to publish my decrees on the Russian Revolution, the century-old struggles of the proletarian movement, the rise of fascism, the lot of humanity and its future, I who do not hesitate to attack and expose Lenin and Hitler, and Stalin and Trotsky, I tell you, sorry, there is nothing to do about it. I regret that at present I have no answer to give you. You will just have to wait patiently until I get around to completing my notes. A page or two seems to be missing from my files. And if meanwhile fascism completes its conquest of Europe, if the war begins with no organization of the forces against it, sorry, that's not NRY responsibility. But, our subjects uniformly reply, when we remind them that they have overlooked the detail of supplying us with a new program, that's not our affair. We are not politicians. Politics is not our field. We are writers. We have heard this reply so often that we believe it, too, deserves a word of comment. In making this answer, we ask ourselves, whom are they trying most to fool? Their general readers, us, or themselves? The truth of the matter is, with one or two partial exceptions, these are all thoroughly political people. They intervene constantly in political affairs. Their interests, feelings, thoughts, conversations, personal relations, speeches, writings, and actions are bound up predominantly with politics. Though members of no political parties, it is entirely safe to say that they are far more politically active than, for example, the median Socialist Party member, more active than many members even of such parties as the Communist Party or the Socialist Workers' Party. If they are not writing about politics most of the time, what in hell is it that they are writing about? About what are Hook's books, his articles in the Modem Monthly, in the New Leader, in the Southern Review, most of his reviews in a dozen periodicals, his 101 speeches in a score of courses and forums? What is Harrison's very novel about, if not politics? Where is politics absent from Stolberg's essay on the New Deal, his book on the CIO, his ex cathedra review of the revolution betrayed in the nation? What is Counts writing about when he publishes his thick volume on democracy? Or Lundberg on the 60 Families, with its concluding defense of New Dealism? 357. Or Chamberlain when he explains that Washington is our state in common sense? Or Adamic, the immigrant boy who made good, when he covers the whole field in My America? Or Lyons in his book about Russia, his column, his speeches? Or the whole bunch in their recent New Leader essays? You will have to search through Robs and Phillips and Dupé's partisan review with a high-power microscope to find an article, whatever the alleged subject, that avoids politics. How about Hacker, now reviving evolutionary meliorism in his latest interpretations of American history? Or even such a one as Wilson, who is reported to say nowadays that writers should not sign anything, they should merely write. What does he deal with in his book about his Soviet journey, his discussions of proletarian literature, his essays on Marx and Engels and Marxism, his New Republic article on the Moscow trials, his ballyhooing of Willy Schlamm? Let us finish with this tommy-rot about not interested in politics, not politicians. Once and for all. These are indeed political animals in a sense far more complete than Aristotle had in mind when he first applied the characterization to men in general. They are above all preoccupied with politics, they are in their own not obscure way politicians. The trouble is precisely that their politics are negative, irresponsible, and unprincipled. These adjectives may seem to be harsh, part of the insufferable Trotskyist tone which our subjects are not the last to criticize. As is usual with us, however, we employ them not as mere careless emotive epithets, but as carefully meant description. Their politics are negative in the sense that they are always and constantly criticizing and attacking everybody else's politics, often in the sharpest conceivable manner, on every type of question from the highest branches of theory to the latest move in the trade unions or the Labour Party, but seldom making concrete and positive proposals of their own. If anyone has any doubts about this generalization, he may remove them through acquaintance with their works. Their politics are irresponsible in the sense that they do not lay their cards on the table, state and make explicit the premises from which they derive their particular conclusions, they do not even to themselves, and thus they can jump from one week to the next in and out of organizations, back and forth from one position to another, one attitude to another, without being checked up and called to account. If anyone has any doubts about this generalization, he may remove them by studying their actions during the past couple of years. Their politics are unprincipled because their specific political actions and positions are not derived from consciously, explicitly recognized principles. 358. Whether such principles were right or wrong would be irrelevant to this point. If anyone has any doubts about this generalization, let him try to find such consciously and explicitly recognized principles in their writings. Now, though our subjects have not presented, and, we may be confident, will not present, any new program, it would be very naive to suppose that they have no program at all. Like all those who intervene more than sporadically in politics, they of course have a program, if not a program openly stated, then a program which may be deduced from their actions and the positions they take on specific questions at issue. In fact, our group may be said to have not one but two programs, a formal, avowed, or alleged program which has been developed at length in the writings of its more prominent spokesmen, to some extent in the writings of all of them, an actual, politically decisive program which we may piece together from their actions and specific positions on concrete questions. It is to these two programs that we come. Part N, the formal program of the anti-Stalinist intellectuals. A careful sifting of the large mass of evidence constituted by the writings of our subjects enables us to sum up what we have called their formal program under three main heads: 1. Against dialectical materialism, 2. Against one-party dictatorship, 3. Leninism is the source of Stalinism. A fourth point crops up so frequently that, though of a different order, it almost deserves a separate heading: against the harsh tone of revolutionary polemics. Before turning to examine each of these four separately, we wish to make certain preliminary remarks. In the first place, we are compelled to notice that, even with the addition of the leading items on the positive side of the formal program, for freedom, truth, and science, this is not much of a program, nor do we think that we are being unfair or arbitrary in reducing the formal program to these elements. Even if we should grant that our subjects are 100% correct in everything they have written on all and each of these matters, we do not find that we would be very far along the road toward solving the issues of war, fascism, and insecurity. In fact, we can't see that we would even have left the starting post. The mountain of intellectual and nervous energy, to say nothing of the social labor of lumberjacks, paper manufacturers, linotype operators, printers, book salesmen, and the rest, seems to have brought forth a pretty mouse-like theoretical offspring. In the second place, we want to make clear that we regard none of these subjects as taboo. There are no theoretical sacred cows in our eyes, and we 359. Criticize no one merely for discussing no matter what subject. But there are a variety of ways in which discussion may be carried on. Simply to claim that we seek the truth is not enough. Even in the highly developed physical sciences, the concept of truth, the adoption or rejection of the whole method of inquiry, must be in the end related to purposes which the inquiry is designed to serve. How much more dangerously is this the case with such less developed fields as sociology, history, and politics? Historical and political inquiries do not occur in a social vacuum. They are immediately and crucially related to the political ends and aims of individuals, parties, and classes, and function actively as weapons in the political struggle. For our part, we state explicitly that we undertake historical and political inquiries for the sake of our socialist aim. This does not in the least mean that therefore we subordinate truth, are willing to pervert it as a means to our end. On the contrary, our conception of the socialist ideal teaches us that the truth is a decisive means for realizing it, is indeed a part of it. But it does mean that we refuse to argue about truth in the abstract, that in discussing theoretical questions in history and politics we establish a context which includes reference to the ends and aims and purposes which the given discussion, argument, or inquiry serves. Truth, or rather truths, a necessary means and part of the socialist ideal, is yet short of the Godhead. It too can serve reactionary and vicious aims. This last statement may seem surprising or shocking to those who are hypnotized by abstractions. However, it is verified daily. For example, the Dies Committee, among many lies, has also disclosed a substantial percentage of truths. Are we then to hail its work as progressive, and follow the example of cheap renegades like J.B. Matthews and Sam Barron in aiding it? Naturally not. Its truths, partial of course and intertwined with lies, are the instrument of reaction, and it is the truths, not the lies, which make the instrument effective. We, along with everyone else who is not a traitor, denounce and attack the Dies Committee, expose its reactionary purpose, demand its dissolution. We do not, of course, deny to the masses that its truths are true, that the function of the Stalinists would be treachery of another kind. But we insist that those truths must be acquired in another way and made to serve other ends. On a more grandiose scale, we may make the same observations about fascism. The critique of bourgeois parliamentary democracy given by the leading fascist theoreticians is for the most part true, and this is one of the sources of the strength of fascism as a movement. Is it any the more progressive on that account? What would we say to a fascist who complained, "Why do you keep attacking us? You yourselves agree with most of what we have to say about bourgeois democracy." 360. We mention these things not to suggest that the formal program of our subjects may in fact be true, but because in the present article we are not so much concerned with the isolated question of the factual truth or falsity of their opinions as with their nature as a political phenomenon, with the political ends and aims which their present writings and actions are serving. We could hardly expect to cover adequately the problems of dialectical materialism, party dictatorship, and the origins of Stalinism in a single article. But it is not at all necessary to do this in order to complete the task we have set ourselves. A question of tone. Our subjects are frequent critics of the bad tone that they find in the political press of the working class parties, including conspicuously that of our own party. Indeed, they find in our sharp tone so much to condemn that it can be done only by the sharpest tone on their part. As a rule they explain, it is not what you say to which we object, but the way in which you say it. You simply drive people from you. You don't understand psychology. Stubbornly, perhaps, we are not able to take this explanation seriously. We believe that where questions of tone are raised in connection with political issues, it is 99 times out of 100 not the manner of saying but what is said that is being debated. The question of tone, which we also readily grant to be an important question, is obviously enough not a literary or stylistic problem. There is that problem too, but it is nothing to argue over. It is a matter of talent and technical training so that style will communicate just what is intended. We, certainly, recognize our literary lacks, and strive to overcome them. But no one is getting embittered or impassioned over the literary difficulty. In politics and out, the more basic aspect of the issue of tone is subordinated to content. Roughly, in general, one uses a harsh tone to those against whom one feels enmity, a friendly tone to friends, bitterness toward traitors, conciliation toward those whom one regards as misled, and so on. This follows quite automatically for many persons. Their attitudes, almost without giving it a thought, govern their tone. We wish to make perfectly clear that, in so far as we are technically able, we are ourselves quite deliberate and conscious in our tone. We regard tone also as a political instrument. This does not mean that we are like the fascists and Stalinists in the use of tone. Not in the least. The Stalinists and fascists use tone demagogically, to hide the truth and to obscure their aims, as when they call revolutionary militants fascist spies, counter-revolutionaries, mad dogs, or themselves socialists. 361. We on the contrary employ tone to clarify the truth and our aims. When we write that Norman Thomas is a political colleague and defender of the butchers of the Barcelona workers, the phrase is no doubt harsh, but the harshness is that of literal truth. When we say that Stalin is a murderer, Roosevelt a warmonger, Hillman a reactionary labor bureaucrat, we mean exactly what we say. We do not think that politics is a polite parlor game. We understand it as the struggle for power, and a very rude and brutal struggle, for all that we might wish otherwise. Now how is it with our subjects on the question of tone? True, they do not seem to be deliberate and conscious in their political use of tone, but their use of it is nonetheless political in spite of their blinders. We discover, for example, that in the history of American radical journalism, no one has written with sharper or harsher tone than they against the Stalinists. Consider Hook, Eastman, Stolberg, Lyons on the Stalinists and Stalinism. You could not match their invective from the pages of the Fourth Internationalist Press. Nor is their tone toward us exactly suitable for the drawing room. With what casualness they assure the world that on Kronstadt we are guilty of amalgams worthy of Avishinsky, Serge and MacDonald, that in essence and origin we are identical with Stalinism, Hook, Eastman, Lyons, Harrison, Adamic, Counts, and even with fascism, Eastman in Liberty, Harrison in the New Leader, that, like all of Bolshevism, we are ever ready to lie as a means to our end, that our secret aim is to destroy all democracy and freedom for the sake of a clique dictatorship. But, equally interesting, we find when we come to recent writings of our subjects that deal with social reformists or bourgeois liberals, the harsh, sharp, bitter tone quite disappears, and all is again sweetness and light. And, similarly, we find that we are never criticized by our subjects for tone when we attack the Stalinists, but only when we attack social reformists and bourgeois liberals. And this little asymmetry is just what we object to. The New Leader is so different from the Daily Worker, it is so bright, informative, lively, readable, to be recommended and written for, in spite of the fact that in its somewhat politer way it spreads 9/10 of the identical filthy lies and black reactionary proposals that smell up the sheet of the Stalinists. Norman Thomas, so different from Earl Browder, even if a mite confused, must be treated with white gloves, in spite of the fact that he gives political support in Spain to the stranglers of the revolution, international allegiance to the international organization that began its sellouts and betrayals before the Third International came into existence and has changed since 1914 only to deepen its degeneration, in spite of the fact that in this country he proved his devotion to democracy by throwing out the revolutionists in his own party by dictatorial. 362. Yucas, now is selling out what is left of his party to the Social Democratic Federation, and for a generation has an unparalleled record of sowing disorientation on every major issue that has ever arisen here or anywhere else in the world. As for tone toward the bourgeois liberals, toward even left bourgeois liberals like Chamberlain and Adamic, what should a serious person have but contempt and hatred for them who spend their lives trying to persuade the workers of America to accept the blessings of us imperialism? Very revealing, tone. Over a period, the tone of political journalism reveals not the literary finesse nor psychological insight of writers, but, with surprising accuracy, the political attitudes and directions. Dialectical materialism as whipping boy. Eastman, Hook, Wilson, Lyons, Dewey, at some length, others on our list more sporadically, have set their lances against the theology of dialectical materialism. We do not propose here to discuss the general theory of dialectical materialism, that would require a book, not a single section of an article. We are now interested only in certain features of our subject's attack on dialectical materialism. The two authors of the present article differ thoroughly on their estimate of the general theory of dialectical materialism, one of them accepting it and the other rejecting it. This has not prevented them from working for years within a single political organization toward mutually accepted objectives, nor has this required on the part of either of them any suppression of his theoretical opinions, in private or public. There is nothing anomalous in such a situation. Though theory is doubtless always in one way or another related to practice, the relation is not invariably direct or immediate, and as we have before had occasion to remark, human beings often act inconsistently. From the point of view of each of the authors there is in the other a certain such inconsistency between philosophical theory and political practice, which might on some occasion lead to decisive concrete political disagreement. But it does not now, nor has anyone yet demonstrated that agreement or disagreement on the more abstract doctrines of dialectical materialism necessarily affects today's and tomorrow's concrete political issues, and political parties, programs, and struggles are based on such concrete issues. We all may hope that as we go along or when there is more leisure, agreement may also be reached on the more abstract questions. Meanwhile there is fascism and war and unemployment. During 1907–8, Lenin was, as is well known, carrying on a philosophical dispute with the Marxists and also a sharp political fight against the Mensheviks. 363. Gorky inclined, on the philosophic questions, toward the Marxists, and apparently considered that this might prevent him from making common political cause with Lenin against the Mensheviks on the concrete questions then at issue. On February 25, 1908, Lenin wrote to Gorky as follows. I believe I must tell you my view quite openly. A certain scrap among the Bolsheviks in the question of philosophy I now consider quite unavoidable. But to split up on that account would be stupid, in my opinion. We have formed a bloc for the carrying through of a certain tactic in the Social Democratic Labour Party. This tactic we have been and are continuing to carry through without differences of opinion. The only difference of opinion occurred in connection with the boycott of the Third Duma, but firstly it never reached such a sharp point among us even to hint at a split, secondly, it did not correspond to the difference of opinion of the materialists and the Marxists, for the Machist Bazarov, for example, was, like myself, against the boycott and wrote about it, a large feuilleton in the Proletariat, the journal then under Bolshevik direction. To obstruct the cause of the carrying through of the tactic of the revolutionary social democracy in the Labour Party because of disputes over materialism or Marxism, would be, in my opinion, an inexcusable stupidity. We must be at loggerheads over philosophy in such a way that the Proletariat and the Bolsheviks, as a faction of the party, are not affected by it. And that is entirely possible. These wise, responsible, and humane words are those, of course, of the real Lenin, not the sanctimonious pope of the Stalinist fairy tales nor the one-party tyrant who is now being imaginatively constructed by Eastman, Hook, and Harrison. Shortly after the time of the above letter, interestingly enough, one of the Mensheviks declared in the Neue Zeit that the philosophical dispute was identical with the political dispute. Proletariat made the following editorial statement. In this connection, the editorial board of Proletariat, as the ideological representative of the Bolshevik tendency, deems it necessary to present the following declaration. In reality this philosophical dispute is not a factional dispute and, in the opinion of the editorial board, it should not be one. Any attempt to represent these differences of opinion as factional is thoroughly erroneous. Among the members of both factions there are supporters of both philosophical tendencies. 364. We wish to make, in the present circumstances, the following observations. 1. Let us assume that the entire attack of our subjects on dialectical materialism is correct. Dialectical materialism is contrary to science, an idealistic metaphysics, a theology. Then let us ask, so what follows, politically, to be even more concrete, from the destructive analysis of dialectical materialism by these critics, what conclusions may be derived as to changes in any section, paragraph, line, or word of the Declaration of Principles of the Socialist Workers' Party, the programmatic document upon which the Fourth Internationalist movement in this country is based, in its general conceptions identical with the Fourth Internationalist program throughout the world. Not one of these critics, in spite of the many pages they have spent on the subject, has yet proposed any such specific changes. Even if they object to parts of our program, they have not pretended that their objection can be deduced from their attitude on dialectical materialism, but this is what it is incumbent upon them to show if they are justified in ascribing political importance to their formal theory, and if they excuse their failure to give unequivocal support to the Fourth International by appeal to their theory. Their inability to make any such deductions would go to prove, in fact, that politically their whole formal discussion of Marxist philosophy is operationally meaningless, since no political conclusions follow from it. But it is not, in actuality, politically meaningless. The lack of political content in the formal doctrine is precisely the indication that this doctrine, the attitude toward dialectical materialism, is not at all what is at issue, that the whole philosophic discussion is in practice a smokescreen for political positions which receive no explicit expression in the formal discussion proper, but must be analyzed out from other data. 2. The theory of the inevitability of socialism is the chief bugaboo in this critique of dialectical materialism. 11 years ago, in his book, Marx and Lenin, Max Eastman began his attack on this theory chiefly with the contention that it led to passivity on the part of those who believed in it, because they could permit the revolution to take care of itself. The same point was made by Hooke toward the understanding of Karl Marx, and more recently by Wilson and others. Once again we discover that our anti-metaphysicians are rationalist and a priori in their method of analysis, this time with charmingly ironic results. Entirely apart from what may be the purely logical relation between a theory of inevitability and passivity, what are the empirical psychological and historical facts? Lenin and Trotsky, believing in inevitability, made a revolution. The Fourth Internationalists today and yesterday and tomorrow, a majority of whom doubtless believe in the theory of inevitability, if they are interested in the problem, spend their lives and energies in militant active political struggle. Eastman, who does not believe because it leads to passivity, announces his 365. Retirement for deliberation. Hooke has withdrawn from direct party political activity. Wilson is so non-inevitable about politics that he advises writers not even to sign anything anymore. 3. Let us assume that the belief in the inevitability of socialism is incorrect, that we should substitute the hypothesis that socialism is, to one or another extent, probable. Once more, what, directly and indirectly, is politically altered? But let us come to other doctrines of our group. Having dismissed inevitability with a very airy gesture, they are now preaching, apparently, the impossibility of socialism, Eastman in his Harper's article, and the inevitability of der Mitte, Stahlberg in his Nation article on the Revolution Betrayed, Hooke implicitly in his Southern Review article, Reflections on the Russian Revolution. If the inevitability of socialism is theology, then the impossibility of socialism and the inevitability of der Mitte are certainly no less theological. And, if we had to choose between theologies, we would say that the latter is surely the inferior brand, because the latter counsels the masses to despair and not to fight, and whatever the chances for socialism, we won't get it unless the masses fight. 4. Our subjects put up in opposition to dialectical materialism as their code and method, empirical science or, some of them, scientific empiricism. Let us examine briefly their pretensions to scientific empiricism. We have already dealt with Eastman's utterly trivial conception and practices of what he naively imagines to be science, New International, June and August 1938. Is it not of some significance that from our entire list, only the politically insignificant Hacker and Lundberg have done any extensive original research to bring to light fresh historical and political data? Hooke's original researches have been almost entirely work of literary scholarship. The function of the others has been almost solely one of interpretation, a far from unimportant function, but hardly one by itself to justify major claims to status as empirical scientists. Indeed, it becomes even suspicious when we observe it to be a group characteristic, when we note that this present attempt to reinterpret early Bolshevism is being accomplished with virtually no new data. Again, scientific hypotheses are tested by the predictions that are made on their basis. We do not of course expect predictions in history or in politics to be made with the specificity or precision of those in the physical sciences, but we would like to inquire, what predictions of any kind about politics and history have our self-vaunted empiricists made to test for us their theories? We have been unable to discover a single one. In fact, we state quite soberly that so far as we can see, everything concrete and specific they know about modem politics, every reasonably concrete prediction they have made, has been learned from Trotsky and the press of the Fourth Internationalist movement. 366. Trotsky and the Fourth Internationalists generally, on their side, test their theories daily by specific analyses and by verifiable predictions, not mere vague predictions about a defeat or victory, but careful predictions of the process and mechanism of what will happen, not merely in connection with large-scale historical crises, but likewise in the constant traffic of unions, parties, factions, leagues. The predictions are occasionally in error, the time sequences are sometimes misstated, but by and large we can with not the slightest hesitation point to the past 15 years as a triumphant reservoir of proof for the empirical superiority of our method of political analysis as against any other in the field. Our record, in small matters and great, is not even approximated by that of any other individual or group. The truth is that insofar as our subjects are empiricists at all in politics and history, they are not scientific but vulgar empiricists. That is, they keep their political noses rubbing in the immediate fact and refuse or fear to state generalized hypotheses summing up the accumulated data of historical and political experience. This vulgar empiricism is, moreover, directly related to their specific political judgments and their political actions, which will be dealt with in detail in Part M. They are not sure how entry of the POUM into the Spanish bourgeois government will work out, and therefore they refuse to characterize it politically. The infamous sham Keep America Out of War committee might turn into an effective instrument against war, so they hop into it, and after a burning, very shortly out again. You can't tell just what the Social Democratic Federation will do in case of war. After all, some members in it say they are against collective security, so they write for the new leader. The revolution might lead to thermidor everywhere, so we will be careful not to commit ourselves too thoroughly to the revolution. 5. Let us, finally, examine some empirical gems from our anti-theologians. And let no one imagine that these are arbitrarily selected. Their attacks on dialectical materialism end up with hymns to freedom, truth, morality, and to empty abstract formulas that make the Platonic ideas look like models of careful empirical observation. In articles and speeches, Hooke has recently adopted as his motto Lord Acton's well-known aphorism, "Power breeds corruption, absolute power breeds absolute corruption," and Hooke draws many a conclusion from this hypothesis. At first hearing, this pretty phrase sounds dignifiedly profound, and an audience is usually impressed. Yet let us consider. To begin with, the form of the aphorism is nothing but our old friend inevitability once more. And whence comes this absolute for an empiricist who by profession recognizes nothing as absolute? But these might be dismissed as quibbling objections. Think, then, of the completely absurd content of the aphorism, however. 367. Interpreted. Power does, of course, sometimes breed corruption, certain kinds of power directed toward certain types of end. But power also breeds, and is the only breeder, of just the opposite of corruption, other powers directed toward other ends. If we went back over history and eliminated all power in order to get rid of all corruption, we would also have to get rid of all history and put man back where he started from. Hooke's implicit advice to slaves, serfs, villains would be, do not exercise power against your masters, because then you will be corrupted. They heard exactly the same advice at the time, from the priests. His implicit advice to workers today would have to be, do not use your trade union power against the bosses, because that will corrupt you. Do not use political power to overthrow the boss's government and set up your own government, because that will lead only to the triumph of their mitre. In concrete meaning, this anti-power preaching, which is now a feature of this whole school, the quotation from Acton is merely a minor symptom, is on the one hand empirically simply ridiculous, on the other politically reactionary. In sum, it, like the doctrine of the inevitability of their mitre, is just a fancy way of putting the time-honored precept of class collaboration. Problems of being and of universal knowledge, should be acknowledged to exist, but not solved by the device of pretending to know what is not known. Eastman in Harper's. A juicy morsel for the semantic analysis of young empiricists. Or let us listen to Eugene Lyons, at the close of his book, summing up the lessons of his mighty experiences, coming finally to grips with the problems of the day. The coming struggle, and it is not coming, it is already here, is not between communism and fascism. It is the struggle for the moral and ethical ideals. The distinction between moral ideals and ethical ideals would be a little obscure in our minds if we didn't understand that the whole business were reduplicating bombast which have been renounced by both these movements. Assignment in Utopia, p. 622. I left Russia and Europe convinced that the immediate sick task for those who have the urge to participate consciously in the historic processes of their lifetime, is to defend the basic concepts of freedom, humaneness, intellectual integrity, respect for life. And then at last the abstractions get down on the ground. They must be defended from Bolshevik onslaughts no less than fascist or capitalist onslaughts. Ibid, p. 623. 368. Against one-party dictatorships. The broad attack on one-party dictatorship, in which nearly all of our subjects have participated, has reached a new climax in Hooke's article, Reflections on the Russian Revolution, published in the current, winter 1938-9, issue of the Southern Review. A full discussion of this presumptuous essay will have to wait for another occasion. Now, as with the other doctrines, we are primarily interested in the political motivation of the attack taken as a whole. It might be expected that these empiricists, who regard the question of one-party dictatorship as so crucial that, in Hooke's thesis, it is by itself the cause of the degeneration of the Russian Revolution, would at least bother to be wholly unambiguous as to what they meant by one-party dictatorship. This, however, is not the case. Do they mean a regime in which a single party administers the apparatus of government? Sometimes the context shows that this is what they mean, which would make the United States a one-party dictatorship. Or do they mean a regime in which all parties but one are illegal? Presumably this should be consistently their meaning, and we will interpret them in this sense. They maintain, a. that one-party dictatorship is an integral and essential part of Bolshevik theory as held by Lenin, Trotsky, and Stalin alike, b. that one-party dictatorship leads to dictatorship of a clique or individual over the party and thereby to brutal totalitarian Thermidor, c. this is the causal explanation of the Russian Thermidor. The explanation of the present political regime in Russia is to be found in its natural evolution from party dictatorship to dictatorship of the Secretariat. It is interesting to observe how conclusion, b, is reached. It is not in the least by an empirical examination of the facts of the Russian Revolution or analogies from other historically similar events, but almost exclusively by a purely rational deduction from the nature of dictatorship, e.g. the nature of the concept of dictatorship, a deduction, that is, of a Hegelian, theological variety, cf. Southern Review article, pages 452f. The dictatorship of a political party cannot for long be effective without its own internal organization becoming dictatorial. Why not? The necessity of controlling the mass of the population, compels the party to assume a military, sometimes called a monolithic, structure. In passing, what disingenuous sophistry so casually to identify military with monolithic structure, two altogether different conceptions. But the dictatorship of the party cannot be effectively wielded, etc. To conceal this division, the ruling group in the party must regulate, etc. Now in order to exercise the proper supervision the leading group must itself be unified. Dissidents are isolated, gagged into silence, exiled, deported, and shot. Notice again, unity of the leading group so casually eiden. 369. Tified with exiling and shooting all dissidents. The rule of the leading group must be fortified by a mythology. But this process, for our empiricist, is of course only probable. Pause, dear reader, historical variations may appear in some points are italics in this evolution. But the iron law of the general pattern, the necessary inevitability of the degeneration rises supreme above all minor variations. This, and all these musts and compels and necessities from our oh-so-empirical anti-inevitabilityists. Notes on morality: it would be farcical to regard Hooke's article as a scientific treatise. It is actually a moral essay, attempting to fix moral responsibility, moral praise and blame. Taken in its entirety, we declare quite bluntly, it is an ideological deception serving to direct moral onus against the Bolsheviks and to alibi the crimes of the Mensheviks, SRS, Kerensky, and indeed the imperialist interventionists themselves. In a brilliant polemic against Corliss Lamont, Hooke once showed how support of a big-scale frame-up led to one's commission on one's part of minor frame-ups. Something dangerously like this occurs in the Southern Review article. In citing a few details, we must keep in mind that Hooke's article was written for a magazine most of whose readers are not acquainted in detail with revolutionary history and conceptions. 1. As to the scientific pretensions, a single and major example, Hooke maintains that the advances in Russian economy during the past 20 years prove nothing about the comparative possibilities of socialized as against capitalist economy, because we can come to different conclusions by shifting our standard of comparison. Historically speaking, he claims, it is equally significant to compare the present Russian economy with Russian economy 20 years ago, or with US economy today. And, says Hooke, the US workers are much better off. Therefore, any unsuspecting reader might naturally conclude, US economy is better, more worth defending, than Russian. The point is not dissimilar to that made by the National Chamber of Commerce, which uses the argument to reconcile the US workers to eternal misery and insecurity, cf. News Dispatch published December 28 in the General Press. What conceivable historical significance, to any but a purely Platonic or theological theory of history, could there be to a static comparison between the Russian standard of living today and its development during the past 20 years to the US standard of living today? Incidentally, Hooke of course omits any reference to the development of US economy during these 20 years, which has sent it back to the early years of the century. Or to that of any of the advanced capitalist powers which got an early monopoly of the imperialist field. There. 370. Is a far more suitable comparison which evaluates Russian economy in terms of what was the sole historical alternative in Russia of 1917 to 18 to workers' power and socialized economy, namely reduction of Russia to a semi-colonial nation. The comparison, of course, is with China. Recognizing this, as any conscientious historian of any school must do, Hooke's facile generalizations go up at once in smoke. As a matter of fact, what Hooke here and throughout the article is interested in is to display the moral heinousness of Stalin's totalitarian regime, and his science comes in only for decorative effect. 2. Hooke's central thesis is that one-party dictatorship is the cause of the degeneration because it was the only controllable factor. What in the world does he or can he mean? If he is inquiring into questions of historical causation, how does he exempt himself from discovering what causal factors brought about restrictions and finally suppression of democracy, brought about the one-party dictatorship which he is presumably investigating? Surely it was not, like an act of God's, self-caused. But Hooke is prohibited from such an analysis, not by any scientific demands, which would lead to just that analysis, but by implicit but unrecognized political aims, since that analysis would not come out so well for the objects of his present apologies, the SRS, Mensheviks, and Kerensky. But, apart from this, taking the perspective of 1917, in what specifiable sense was the extent of democracy more controllable than a dozen other factors? The seizure of power by the Bolsheviks and their subsequent agitation and action certainly exercised a causal influence, which might have been a controlling influence, on revolutions elsewhere. Unfortunately, the workers' movement in Germany turned out to be under the control of the Social Democrats and not of the Bolsheviks, a little item that is omitted from Hooke's reflections. Hooke will hardly tell us that successful revolutions in other nations would have had no important effects on the internal Russian conditions, including the political regime. 7. The peace negotiations with Germany, the delay in formulating an industrial plan, so disastrous in its consequences, the Polish campaign, the agricultural policy, the policy of the CI in the Balkans or China, the adoption of a perspective of national Bolshevism or of world revolution, were all not less controllable in Hooke's sense than the alleged position on party dictatorship. What Hooke seems really to be holding against the Bolsheviks is that they didn't exercise their control over their own actions to abdicate, and abandon the state power to the only possible alternative, restoration or imperialist reduction to semi-colonial status, so that Russia might have become another China. This, of course, they might have done, and had they done so, it is also true that there would have been no Stalinism. 3. Hooke proves that the Bolsheviks considered the dictatorship of the proletariat to be the dictatorship of the Communist Party in the sense that this involves also the complete suppression of democracy and the illegalization of both opposition parties and inter-party factions, by a process which is a neat little lesson in the mechanism of deception. Item 1, his first two categories of evidence, out of 5, are the accusations of the opponents of Bolshevism. Giving important weight to such evidence, we could say that Hooke is quite probably a Nazi Japanese agent, and that Roosevelt is a communist. Item 2, the third category of evidence, their oppressive treatment of other working-class organizations, has not the slightest bearing on the question until we examine specifically what the basis for and circumstances of this treatment were. All states oppress those who seek to overthrow them. Item 3, the fifth category, most important of all, as far as this specific point is concerned, the program of the Communist International, which left no room for doubt that the communist parties or respective countries would liquidate at the first opportunity other working-class parties. Triumphantly, he quotes, in a footnote, the relevant passage of the program. We hope that all readers take the trouble to glance at the footnote. The quotation says absolutely nothing about liquidating other working-class parties, nor could the smartest logician possibly deduce such a conclusion from it. The passage discusses several possible types of government, ending with one which the Communist Party exclusively administers. Hooke italicizes the following: only the workers' government, consisting of communists, can be the true embodiment of the dictatorship of the proletariat. What in the world has this to do with liquidating anything or anybody? This simply embodies the theory and aim of every political party of any kind which is worth its weight in salt. Every serious political party, including the Republican and Democratic parties of the US, aims at the administration of state power and asserts that it alone can administer it properly in the interests of whomever it claims to represent. For if Hooke considers his perfectly commonplace quotation from the program of the Comintern's Fourth Congress in 1922 to be such crushing proof of his argument that totalitarianism is inherent in Bolshevism, what will he say about the following, equally commonplace, quotations? In a real labor revolution, which breaks out where the workers as a class have captured political power, the Communist Party, which constitutes a mere sect, will no longer play any part. Victory will fall to the Social Democratic Party, which is wide enough to include all the class-conscious workers, and it will be its task to employ the political power thus acquired to carry out a socialistic transformation. No socialist would prefer a coalition government, if given the choice of a socialist government. Only the latter type of government can pave the way to socialism, and proceed energetically and systematically to the socialization of the capitalist process of production. The Labor Revolution, pages 27, 52. Our emphasis. Who wrote these terribly totalitarian words, according to which the real proletarian revolution, and the transitional period during which the way to socialism is paved, can be directed only by a government consisting exclusively of members of a single party? Karl Trotsky, the theoretical pope of international social democracy. Should not, then, the rights of paternity require the renaming of at least 5 contemporaries with his patronymic, i.e., Vladimir I. Trotsky, Leon D. Trotsky, Joseph V. Trotsky, Benito Trotsky, Adolf Trotsky? For according to Hooke's argumentation, Trotsky is, as much as anybody, the ideological father of totalitarian Leninism, Trotskyism, Stalinism, Fascism, and Nazism. Item 4, the payoff. To clinch his point finally, Hooke ends with a quotation from William Z. Foster in 1932. 1932, when the process of Stalinization was complete, is used as proof for Hooke's thesis that original, Lenin's, Bolshevism held the theory and that therefore Lenin and Stalin are one in their attitude toward democracy. Needless to say, no word of warning is included by Hooke for his uninstructed Southern Review readers. 373. Item 5, perhaps the most decisive test for a scientist is his scrupulous inclusion of all negative evidence. In arguing for his thesis, Hooke includes not one word of mention of the negative evidence well known to him and not to the bulk of those who will read the article. Not a word of state and revolution, Lenin's magnificent formulation of workers' democracy, written on the very eve of October in order to explain to the masses not merely of Russia but of the world and for the future, as a guide if the Bolsheviks should that time fail in achieving their aims, the meaning of workers' democracy. Not a word of Lenin's constant struggle, from the first year of the revolution until his death, against the bureaucratization of the party and state apparatus. Not a word on the great discussions over Brest-Litovsk, the Polish campaign, trade union policy. Not a word to indicate to the reader that the Bolsheviks invited the Mensheviks and SRS to form the government jointly with them, and that the Mensheviks and right-wing SRS, standing on the basis of the Constituent Assembly, declined of their own will. Not a word to recall that those of the left SRS who had not meanwhile fused with the Bolsheviks voluntarily and deliberately withdrew from the government because of their disagreement with the Brest-Litovsk Treaty, and publicly announced themselves against the Soviet state power. Not a word of the fact that in 1923 Trotsky began the struggle of the opposition on the issue of workers' democracy, nor of the continuous struggle of the opposition against Stalin's anti-democracy from then onward. And of course not a word of the economic and military conditions nor the actions of the opposition parties in the early years which compelled the restrictions of democracy. Democracy, also, like truth, is not an empty abstraction. Democracy is a part, an essential part, of the socialist ideal, but it alone is not the whole of socialism. And it must always be understood in a context, with its concrete historical content. Democracy for a beleaguered regime in the midst of civil war cannot mean the same thing as democracy for an established regime at peace and prosperous. What the Bolshevik aim and ideal is, on the question of the right of other parties to free functioning, is summed up for the masses and for the Hookes of the future by two resolutions of the Central Committee of the party passed shortly after the conquest of power. The Central Committee declares that it is excluding nobody from the Second All-Russian Soviet Congress and is entirely ready, also now, to admit those who departed and to recognize a coalition with them inside the Soviets, that, consequently, the assertions that the Bolsheviks do not want to share the power with anybody are absolutely false. Resolution on the question of an agreement with the socialist parties, Pravda, November 15, 1917. 374. In Russia the Soviet power has been conquered and the transfer of the government from the hands of one Soviet party into the hands of another Soviet party is possible without any revolution, by means of a simple decision of the Soviets, by means of simple re-election of the Soviets. Declaration to all party members and to all the toiling classes of Russia, Pravda, November 20, 1917. For another little bit of deception, says Hooke, to the Bolsheviks, all who made the demand for democratically elected Soviets, including the heroic Kronstadt sailors, were regarded as counter-revolutionists. Why is this a deception? To most of those who will read Hooke's article, having only general acquaintance with history, heroic Kronstadt sailors can only mean those sailors who were the backbone of the revolution in 1917 and the first part of 1918. Now, Trotsky recalled that the Kronstadters of the days of the suppression of Kronstadt were not the same sailors as those of 1917-18. No one has contradicted his evidence on this point because everyone with any direct knowledge recognizes it as true. It may be argued that the Neo-Kronstadtians were also heroic and that the suppression was incorrect, But that is not at issue. The deception occurs through Hooks hiding from his readers what he himself knows to be the case, and by sliding an emotive attitude directed toward one set of people in 1917 to an entirely different set in 1921. 8. 5. And another, for every act of violence against Bolshevik leaders, there were hundreds committed against their political opponents. All others except those who agreed with them on specific points were simply classified as bandits and subjected to a ruthless reign of terror. Now notice, it is quite true that some of the activities of the non-Bolshevik working class parties exceeded the limits of Soviet legality, but it is even truer to say that the Bolsheviks themselves defined and changed these limits at will. What would the average reader understand by these statements? So far as the facts alleged about the Bolsheviks go, Hook is stating merely the most irresponsible lies. But there is more than this. The Bolsheviks are murderers and slanderers. The non-Bolsheviks exceeded the limits of Soviet legality. That will call up, doubtless, pictures of an unlicensed speech, a meeting without a permit, agitation against some important military decree. Now what did the non-Bolsheviks actually do? Mensheviks fought in the White Armies and worked directly with the imperialist interventionists, so also with the right SRS, the left SRS attempted the assassination of the leaders of the government, and publicly boasted about their armed struggle against the Soviet power, giving a political motivation. 9. Yes, just a touch beyond the limits of Soviet legality. Again the dominating political fiction of Hook's moral charade comes to the surface, to direct moral indignation against Bolshevism, and to turn it away from the centrists and reformists. What are the facts about one-party dictatorship? So far as the scientific problem of understanding the events in Russia goes, that is to be settled by sober investigation into the specific conditions which in Russia did in the end eventuate in the extermination of democracy, an investigation by no means yet completed, but which has been most fully made in the literature of the Fourth International. The theory of one-party dictatorship has nothing to do with what happened, because Bolshevism does not and did not hold such a theory, to the extent that it may be suggested in some of the writings of Bolshevik leaders in the early 20s, these were ad hoc generalizations from the specific Russian occurrences. As, however, to the practice of one-party dictatorship, we must observe, 1. A difference of opinion is permissible, 2. No a priori conclusion can be reached, 3. In any case there is no necessary connection between one-party dictatorship and the evolution of the neither. Let us consider, at the time of a revolution the line between parties is drawn not by complicated theories but by the barricades. A dual power arises, one power based on the old state apparatus, one on the Soviets or some similar class organizations of the workers and peasants. Fighting occurs upon the issue of which depends what power will be sovereign. It is sometimes hard to be sure about logical deductions, but it is simpler to tell one end of the rifle from the other. The parties who line up with their members' rifles pointed at you are the enemy. In war, the enemy is by the fact of being an enemy illegal. Those who point their rifles in the same way you do are your comrades or at least your allies. If this includes other parties, then according to Bolshevik theory and practice such parties have equal rights with the Bolsheviks to democracy and legality. Will there be parties other than the Bolsheviks pointing guns in the same direction, i.e., defending the same state? This cannot be settled by deduction, but only by practice. In Russia there were for a while, and then those parties were all legal, but the non-Bolshevik parties turned their guns around. Consider what might have happened in Spain in connection with the Barcelona events. Let us assume that there had been a strong Bolshevik party also present, and that the workers had been successful in taking power. In Barcelona, the barricades drew the lines of legality. On one side were Republicans, Socialists, and Stalinists, on the other the anarchists, POUM, and our assumed strong Bolshevik party. Now does Hook want to accord democratic rights to the Republicans, Socialists, and Stalinists? But they have illegalized themselves by shooting in the wrong direction. Then it would seem that three parties, POUM, anarchists, and Bolsheviks, would be legal, all basing themselves on the correct, the workers' side of the barricades. That might have happened, but our assumptions may be too artificial. If there had been a strong Bolshevik party, which had not made the fatal errors of the POUM and anarchists, had not entered or given political support to the government, it would perhaps more probably have drawn off during the preceding months all the most progressive and militant of the membership of the POUM and the anarchists, as in 1917 and 1918 the Bolsheviks did from the Mensheviks and SRS. The POUM and the anarchists would have had their proletarian ranks excised and would have remained as bureaucratic apparatuses. If that had been the case, then either at the time of the Barcelona events or subsequent to it, they might well have gone to the other side of the barricades, where in fact their truer interests would be. Then there would have been one-party dictatorship, only one legal party. But such a party would be under such circumstances the most democratic possible expression of the interests and will of the broadest strata of the masses, of workers' and peasants' democracy. Nor would there be the least necessary reason why their political monopoly would bring about suppression of inter-party democracy. The conditions of such a development as hypothetically outlined, in fact, might well tend toward a richer democracy than in a pre-revolutionary situation, granted a few good breaks. Later on, with the workers' regime consolidated, with at all favorable circumstances internally and internationally, the one-party dictatorship might most naturally develop. 377. Into many parties, the new parties, perhaps beginning as factions, arising on the basis of the new problems of the new economy and social structure. These are not idle speculations, based on fancy. In Russia, immediately following the victory in the Civil War, tendencies at once appeared working toward the breakup of the Bolshevik Party. These were expressed as faction struggles. The factions were, however, at least in embryo, separate political parties. They had different programs and different tactics. They carried their struggle to one or another extent outside of the framework of the party. In 1918, it will be remembered, the Bukharin faction functioned quite independently, with its own public press, officially endorsed by the Moscow region of the party. For a while we might say that the Bolshevik Party was somewhat like the Trinity, one substance and three persons. It was from one point of view a coalition of three parties, the Stalin and Bukharin and Trotsky parties. In 1929, the SR Chernov, who, unlike Hooke, was looking at realities and not forms, wrote an essay most significantly entitled, Russia's Two Parties, i.e. the Stalin Party and the Bukharin Party. How simply might such developments as these, granted other external developments, the success of the Chinese Revolution, for example, or different internal circumstances, the advanced productive plant of the United States, have issued in a number of freely competing parties. But even if this would not be the case, it would not prove that one-party dictatorship is necessarily incompatible with democracy. If we are interested not in juridical abstraction but in actualities, it is possible that the workers' state will find in some cases that a one-party phone is the most democratic political structure. Such a party would be in effect a coalition of many parties, a federated party, and full democratic expression might be given, publicly and freely, through it. The Democratic Party of the US is at this moment close to such a coalition party on a bourgeois foundation. But does the Revolutionary Party, the Bolshevik Party, claim that only it can adequately represent the interests of the masses, administer the workers' state effectively and through its leadership open the road for socialism? Does it aim to act as the government party and the sole such party? Certainly. And there is not the slightest incompatibility between such claims and such a purpose, and the fullest possible democracy short of the liquidation of the state, which is also part of the purpose of the Revolutionary Party. Why all this fuss from our subjects about one-party dictatorship? If it were a purely scientific question, if it were actually only a study in historical chaos. 378. Asian, or the attempt to study and predict the political forms of the workers' state, we may be sure that it would not be so passionate a point of dispute. There is such a fuss because behind the purely scientific dispute lurks as usual the political objective, because the scientific dispute is only the screen for the attack not on the theory of one-party dictatorship but on the practical objective of class dictatorship, of the workers' state to be achieved by the overthrow of the bourgeois state, on the sole historical means available for carrying through the socialist transformation of society. This is not yet explicit in Hooke, though suggested by the trend of his recent argumentation, but it rises plainly to the surface in those of his confreres who have outstripped him, in Eastman, Lyons, Harrison, and of course all of those included in our group I1. Let us, however, present it in the words of an old master at the inevitable deduction: class dictatorship necessarily means party dictatorship. Dictatorship by a party inevitably becomes dictatorship within the party, the dictatorship of a leader and his clique. Algernon Lee, New Leader, February 6, 1937. And there is a second reason, which is betrayed most naively in Hooke's article, for the fuss. Near the end he points out, what is unquestionably true, that every working-class party considers itself to be the vanguard not only of the class but of the new society it is striving to achieve, and that all parties are sometimes or at least might be mistaken. The incidence of his argument makes clear that the only sufficient explanation for his dragging in these two flat and obvious truths is to provide a justification for failing to make a firm choice among the political parties actually on the field, to give loyalty and allegiance unambiguously to one camp or the other. The justification is of course absurd. The first point is completely irrelevant. Making a claim doesn't prove a claim. Voliva claims his flat earth theory is correct, but that doesn't entitle us to make no choice between it and the theory of scientific astronomy and geography. Do we balance witch doctors against John Hopkins on the basis of their claims? The second point is equally unimportant, since the problem is not one of infallibility but the general course of one party as compared with that of others. What Hooke is trying to do is to spin himself a theory which would enable him to be impartially and paternally a friend equally of the Social Democratic Federation and of the Socialist Workers' Party. After all, they both claim 11 to be the vanguard and both make mistakes. He is trying to give the final major contention of our subjects, the remaining plank in their formal program, is that Leninism is the source of Stalinism. This theory has been put forward in one form or another by Lyons, Eastman, Hooke, in the Southern Review article, Stahlberg, Harrison, and by all in Group 2 except Lundberg, who hasn't discussed the matter. Eastman, in his recent Liberty article, carries the theory to its conclusion by stating that Leninism is the source not only of Stalinism but also of fascism. Since this theory is based exclusively on the related theory about one-party dictatorship, it will not require extended additional discussion. We wish to make 3 points. 1. As in other instances but here more grossly, our subjects do not bother at all to define what the point is that they are trying to make. At times they seem to be saying no more than that Leninism in Russia preceded in time Stalinism. Granted. Or that a continuous state power underwent the transformation from Leninism to Stalinism. Obviously. Or that Leninist politics is the cause, whatever they mean by historical cause, which they do not state, not only in Russia but as a general law of the subsequent transformation to Stalinism. Or that Leninism must under any and all circumstances result in Stalinism, which is what, as a matter of fact, they all do say, these anti-inevitabilitists. Or that there were juridical features of the party and state structure under Lenin which Stalin was able to utilize for his own purposes, in consolidating his totalitarian power. Which last, again, is known to everyone. The ambiguity here is not unimportant. Since many of these interpretations of their vaguely worded thesis are almost self-evidently true, they are able to carry over the favorable emotive attitude which a reader grants to a recognized truth, to their general central thesis that Leninism is simply a stage in a necessary process which must eventuate in Stalinist totalitarianism. 2. As with all the rest of their formal program, the reasoning of our subjects here is entirely formalistic. A priori, Leninism means by definition one party dictatorship, which is besides its essential and causally crucial doctrine, One-party dictatorship by a necessary process leads to dictatorship of a clique or filet rare and the murder of all opposition, QED. Simple enough. Let us observe what our empiricists are doing. For the sake of their a priori syllogism, they are simply throwing all the events of history into the scrap heap. For instance, by making the alleged theory of one-party dictatorship the quintessence of Leninism in the most approved scholastic manner, they are committed to the conclusion that all of Lenin's concrete policies on the 101 questions of colonial revolt, trade unions, United Front, war, the Soviet organization of society, etc., etc., are mere subordinate accidents of no decisive importance. Or, second, how explain that Stalin, in order to consolidate a totalitarian power, had to abandon all the policies of Lenin, cf. Eastman, The End of Socialism in Russia, and murder all of Lenin's colleagues? Or again, in any conceivable sense that Leninism is the source of Stalinism, it is at least as true that it is also the source of Trotskyism. But for 15 years, on a Soviet and world scale, on every major economic and social and political question, the adherents of Trotskyism have been in diametric opposition to the adherents of Stalinism, an opposition expressed equally in program and in practical human struggle. Nevertheless, the theory of our subjects commits them to the view that Trotskyism and Stalinism are fundamentally twins, a view which each of them step by step approaches and which many, Lyons, Harrison, and Hook by implication in the next to last paragraph of the Southern Review article, already express openly, that the entire struggle is at bottom nothing but a sham, motivated only by the personal bureaucratic desire for posts, the outs wanting to be in, the ins wanting to stay in. This incredibly vulgar conclusion is the only possible logical consequence of their thesis, as they indeed increasingly recognize. Vulgar as it is, we have met the theory often before, from many other sources. 3. Several of the more prominent of our subjects, including Hook outstandingly, broke with Stalinism about 5 years ago primarily on the issue of social fascism. Memory of this will serve as an ironic, even amusing, comment on the fact that their thesis of today commits them to the theory of communofascism. In the early stages of their present development, it might have been thought that the new theory was only that of Stalinofascism, but today they have gone from Stalinofascism to communofascism. There is no way for them to avoid this without abandoning their present theses. 12. The theory of social fascism was based on the theoretical premise summed up in Stalin's famous aphorism to the effect that social democracy and fascism are not antipodes but twins. The third period Stalinist tactics toward reformists and reformist organizations followed naturally from this premise. But this premise is exactly that now formulated by our subjects with respect first to Stalinism and now to communism in general. Isolating totalitarian dictatorship as the determinative feature, the essence of a social regime, they first identify Stalinism with fascism. Already in this first step, Stalinism and fascism have been proved to be not antipodes but twins. They then trace Stalinism back to Leninism as its root, source, or cause, and thus, since Trotskyism is also the child of Leninism, communism in its Leninist and Trotskyist form as well as in its Stalinist perversion is shown to be the twin of fascism. The implicit logic becomes fully expressed in Eastman's Liberty article where he says quite bluntly that Leninism is the source both of Stalinism and of fascism. To some it may seem almost fantastic to say that the communist parties are thus becoming fascist parties. Fascism originated, out of communism in exactly this way. Mussolini was a revolutionary socialist. He learned all he knew from the Bolsheviks. Mussolini learned it from Lenin, Hitler learned it from Mussolini. In origin that is what fascism is. Our empiricists once more reveal themselves to be moralistic Platonists under the skin. Leninism, Stalinism, Trotskyism, fascism, all participate in and derive their reality from the Platonic idea of dictatorship, and therefore they are all essentially, in the realm of being, the same thing. A lot of trouble is thereby saved. No more need for careful analysis of modes of economy, class relationships, social origins, concrete conflicting interests. All such matters are only a part of the world of becoming, with no more than a secondary, shadow reality. All we require is a formal syllogism of two to reach QEDS. The practical political consequences, if their theory is taken seriously, will, of course, have to be just the same as those of the theory of social fascism, except that the communist and Stalinist movements will be substituted for reformism. To begin with, for example, they must abandon altogether the defense of the Soviet Union. There is no possible justification in their present theory for the policy of defense of the Soviet Union. We suspect that Hooke, Eastman, and Lyons have been aware of this consequence for some time. So far as we know, none of them has yet declared himself publicly on the issue, which is so obviously raised by their writings of the last year. Whence this silence? Are not these the moralists who so diligently proclaim their devotion to truth and so zealously attack the amoralism of the Bolsheviks? Can it be part of their morality to hide or obscure the practical meaning of their theories from the masses? We take this occasion, therefore, to demand from Hooke, Eastman, and Lyons unambiguous declarations on the question of defense of the Soviet Union from attack by Hitler or Japan, or for that matter by England, declarations motivated by the theories which they are now putting publicly forward. But, of course, much more than this follows. It follows that one must be equally against both communism and fascism, against dictatorships whether of the left or of the right. It follows that communism and fascism are the Siamese twin main danger. It follows, in fact, as it did from the theory of social fascism, that a united front with any communist organization is as impermissible as a united front with a fascist organization. Of course, our subjects do not as yet draw out all of these conclusions, even in their own minds. But that is because they are, as we have mentioned before, irresponsible politicians. If they take their program seriously, they will have to draw them in time, or else abandon their program. Toward the end of his Southern Review article, Hooke writes as follows: "They political parties may offer a program and leadership, but just as soon as they reach out for a monopoly of political power, education, and propaganda behind the back of representative political institutions of the producers and consumers," and this is just what Hooke in the preceding section of his article claims to have proved that all communist parties, whether Leninist, Trotskyist or Stalinist, do, it is time to build barricades against them. Are italics. Hooke will doubtless explain that he means the italicized phrase in a merely metaphorical sense, i.e., barricades of education and propaganda. But the particular metaphor chosen, as so often with metaphors, reveals more than the author consciously intends, for from Hooke's present theory, if taken seriously, the statement follows with entire literalness. 383. In summary, it is time to summarize briefly certain general features of what we have called the formal program. It is, taken at its face value and as a whole, stale, abstract, negative, and preoccupied with the past. 1. Our subjects take great pride in believing that they are contributing something fresh, that they are re-evaluating in the light of new experiences, that they are not dogmatists who refuse to re-examine their basic assumption, etc. What a pathetic self-deception! None of them has brought to light any new facts, given any new understanding of the present or future. As Freud put it once in a polemic, they are now disputing things which they, themselves, formerly defended, and what is more, this dispute is not based on new observations, which might have taught them something fresh, but rather on a different interpretation which makes them see things in a different light than before. In this case, the different interpretation is different political aims which for justification require the violent rearrangement of the past. New experience and events are teaching them and not the dogmatists. All that they say in their formal program can be found long ago in the pages of Trotsky and put far more brilliantly, consistently, and openly. 2. The abstract and formal character of their program has already been demonstrated, and is besides sufficiently obvious. They are occupied with a realm distantly removed from hard, cold events, with method, with nature dialectic, the concept of the inevitability of socialism, the essential nature of one-party dictatorship, with truth and freedom and morality in caps. 3. And entirely negative also, against dialectical materialism, against one-party dictatorship, against Stalinism. But what for? For truth, for freedom, for morality. 4. And, where actual events are referred to in a decisive manner, we discover that these are always events of the past: Kronstadt, how Kerensky was overthrown, the outlawing of party factions in 1920, the illegalization of the opposition parties. What of the present, and the future? These pervasive features of the formal program as developed by them all, stale, abstract, negative, concerned with the past, are sufficient indication by themselves that this formal program, taken at its face value, is not the actual political program of this group in the sense of that set of ideas and directives, explicit or implicit, which actually indicates the direction and aims of their intervention in the political arena. These features show us that the formal program functions not to express clearly and unambiguously the group's political nature, but to veil and obscure its political nature. It is a flank movement, to direct attention away from the main strategic maneuver. 384. However, specific analysis of even the formal program has already disclosed the actual politics to which it is indirectly related: an attack on revolutionary Marxism, on Bolshevism, and a growing rapprochement with reformism of both social democratic and bourgeois varieties. It is politics of a group tendency in motion from revolutionary Marxism toward reformism, that is, of a centrist tendency. We shall now proceed to establish this same conclusion by reference in some detail to the concrete political acts of our subjects. Part 111, The Actual Program. There are only 5 significant and clearly defined programs in present-day society, supported and acted upon with a more or less continuous tradition by organized social groups. Each of these offers a distinctive solution of the devastating crisis that threatens civilization itself. In the ranks of the working class, revolutionary Marxism, or the Fourth International, commonly referred to as the Trotskyist movement, Stalinism, the theory and practice of internationally projected anti-Soviet totalitarianism, and reformism, or the social democracy of the Second International. 13. In the ranks of the bourgeoisie, liberalism, whose left wing merges with the labor reformists, and which is concerned with keeping capitalism alive by making democracy work, and fascism, which is concerned with keeping capitalism alive by putting an end to bourgeois democracy. Stalinism has drawn increasingly close to social democracy. As far back as a dozen years ago, the Stalinists functioned as stand-in for the absent social democracy in the Chinese Revolution. In the last 3 years especially, even theoretical and reminiscential distinctions have been abandoned, and no important differences exist between the two movements in any important practical political question. Their different origins, bases, and functions, as well as narrower job interests, militate against their complete fusion or even unmarred collaboration, nor do we identify the two. But what is of paramount importance in connection with the point we are discussing is the common position they hold on such vital questions as the class nature of the state, bourgeois democracy and socialist revolution, democracy and fascism, class struggle and class collaboration, independent political action and people's frontism or coalition government, class war and war for democracy, colonial independence, etc., etc. We shall have occasion to refer to the similarity of positions more concretely later on. As for liberalism, it represents a period of capitalist development which, where it is not already outlived and irretrievable, is in rapid decay. Where it continues to subsist, it is on its last legs. There is no power on earth that can make it endure, which may well be why so many liberals have taken to prayer since Munich. If it is not replaced by workers' rule that can reorganize society socialistically, it will be crushed inexorably by fascism. Not even those liberals who, like Max Lerner, rebaptize themselves democratic collectivists, can, we fear, redeem it from its fate. Even if it should be restored later in the now totalitarian countries, the post-1931 events in Spain show that it is not absolutely excluded, its resurrection can only be episodic, again as shown by the events in Spain. So far as the working class movement goes, experience shows that all programs and tendencies that seek or claim to be independent and distinct from the two main streams, revolutionary Marxism and reformism, social democratic or Stalinist, merely move back and forth among them, never acquiring either stability or consistency, and coming to rest finally in one or the other. This holds true even of the sterile and minuscular sects which seem to accomplish the biological miracle of existing outside of life itself. Nobody has yet succeeded in holding together a centrist movement for any length of time. Depending on its point of departure and the direction in which it moves, it ends up sooner or later in the camp of revolution or reformism. It is the classic fate of Hamlet politics, centrism. To the extent that it has a real program, and it has one, the group of radical intellectuals we have been discussing is centrist. Protests at this political characterization on the grounds of our label mania can already be heard. More than anyone else, the centrist, who shows a cavalier lack of discrimination in ticketing everybody else, has a congenital dislike for being properly and bluntly designated by the name of his tendency. Yet there is no other way of describing politically a group made up of individuals who, in virtually every case, have been moving from a revolutionary Marxian position, or one close to it, towards reformism, or a little beyond it to bourgeois liberalism, or in some instances, scarcely concealed passivity. Factual evidence that has been accumulating throughout the recent past substantiates this conclusion. Straws in the wind. We will not dwell here on the apparently trivial and unconnected incidents of the past year, except to point out that running through them all like a thread has been a series of dissociations from Trotskyism. They began during the period when the Commission of Inquiry was rendering its verdict on the Moscow trials and the case of Leon Trotsky, for example, at the public meeting in December 1937 when several of the commissioners went out of their way to assure the audience that they had nothing to do with Trotskyism. They have continued down to the present day. Oddly enough, the dissociations were made public on the most inappropriate and unwarranted occasions. The announcement never seemed to have any germane relationship to the context or the circumstances in which it was delivered. But lest we seem to insist too much on punctilio, we hasten to add that everyone has a right to pronounce himself on a program or a movement and even to choose an inauspicious moment in which to do it. We would go further, one who is not a supporter of Trotskyism, or who has convinced himself to cease being one, not only has the right to proclaim his opposition to this movement, but also the duty to do so. We would not be the last to urge him to fulfill it. Thus, we can only be grateful when Mr. Charles Yale Harrison writes in The New Leader that as for myself, I must dissociate myself from the Trotskyist movement, after he discovered the distilled essence of truth in the pages of a posthumous brochure by Julius. 387. Martov. It is a blow hard to survive, but at least it is delivered in the open. But then, it had to be delivered openly if the unemployment crisis in the United States was to be solved, at least so far as Mr. Harrison is concerned. We have said that if a person is sufficiently known to warrant being listened to, if only for a moment, on political questions, or even if that is not the case and he wants to express himself on such questions, he has both the right and duty to declare what program and movement he repudiates or opposes. But that is not always very interesting. Certainly it is not his most important obligation. He must also state in one way or another the program or movement he advocates, especially in these times when everybody is looking for guidance to a way out of a situation widely acknowledged to be untenably bad. For it is not so much by what is opposed, but by what is proposed that a political tendency may be established. From the actions taken and proposals made by the group under consideration, it is not difficult to establish the political tendency of its component parts, more developed in some, less in others, to be sure, as one of rapprochement with the social democracy or even bourgeois liberalism. And a tendency which is in general away from revolutionary Marxism and towards social democracy, we are justified in designating as centrist. A few examples: so that we may follow the scriptural injunction of knowing people by their acts. Item, several months ago, the Thomusites and Lovestonites launched their private imitation and would-be rival of the Stalinist anti-war farces under the name of the Keep America Out of War Committee. Such movements were inaugurated about a dozen years ago, and since produced in kaleidoscopic series, by Stalin Maizenberg, as a petty bourgeois pacifist substitute for independent working class struggle against imperialist war. Nowadays, whether of the frankly patriotic Stalinist variety or of the more subdued pacifist type established by Norman Thomas, they all proceed from the fatal premise that the fight against war is an independent task, above, outside of and separate from the class struggle, and to be conducted with special, i.e. petty bourgeois, methods. It goes without saying that the KAOW included the standard quota of pacifist ladies of uncertain age and surefire nostrums, yesterday's standbys for similar set UPS managed by the Stalinists, to say nothing of Hamilton Fish, Major General Rivers, retired, and Mr. Frederick Libby, who has the ingenious idea of warding off another war by dividing more equitably among the imperialist powers the present world's colonies, without, of course, consulting the goddamn niggers who inhabit them. It goes without saying, also, that the founding conference of the KAOW endorsed the Roosevelt good neighbor policy could it do less, and adjured the government to show that it was really worthy of the name democracy by exerting America's economic pressure upon the fascist armament economy nations, i.e. the policy of government sanctions which 388. When advocated by the Stalinists in slightly altered terms, arouses the horrified indignation of the socialist call and workers A9A. In a word, we had here a less lurid variety, but only a variety, of the familiar social democratic Stalinist pacifist trap. Yet, among the signatories to the call for the first K0W meeting in New York's Hippodrome were to be found Sidney Hook, James Rorty, James T. Farrell, Anita Brenner, Dwight MacDonald, Suzanne LaFollette, Ben Stolberg, John Chamberlain, Liston Oak, etc. That many of the signatories subsequently withdrew from the K0W, naturally without explaining publicly why they had gone in or why they pulled out, is a tribute to the effects of the predictable policies of the K0W on their conscience. That they sponsored it in the first place is not so complimentary to their foresight. Item, several weeks ago, the country voted in local elections. In New York, the ALP, the Stalinists, and the Lovestone Group, not being sectarians, supported number 18 of the 60 families, Herbert H. Lehman, Democratic Party candidate for governor. But there were two Labor candidates for the office. The Socialist Party nominated Norman Thomas, the Socialist Workers' Party conducted a write-in campaign for James P. Cannon. Norman Thomas and the SP are social democratic, Sidney Hook, presumably, is not. James P. Cannon and the SWP are revolutionary Marxists, so, presumably, is Sidney Hook. But Sidney Hook endorsed the candidate of the SP, without even a statement to show that he was not a supporter of Thomas and the SP in general. Since this was not a private, confidential matter, but a public political act, may we ask, also publicly, why? Surely Thomas was not supported on the good man theory. Surely also, he was not supported because he had a chance of being elected, whereas Cannon didn't. Surely, again, he was not supported because his party's program was superior from the revolutionary standpoint to the SWP's. Surely, finally, the choice was not made by tossing a coin. Wasn't Hook running the risk of letting the uninitiated conclude that he feels a closer political affinity with the party of social democracy than with the party of revolutionary Marxism? The new leaders' dress parade. Let us look a bit further into the matter of political affinities. In the last few months, there has been a veritable parade of new but not unknown contributors across the pages of The New Leader, the New York weekly edited by James O'Neill. About half of the newcomers wrote an article apiece as the private guests, so to speak, of Eugene Lyons, for whom they substituted as columnist during his absence on a speaking tour. The other half appeared under more general editorial auspices. The political significance of 389. Their appearance cannot be denied. It is not a matter of an article written by one individual or two, which might therefore be dismissed as accidental or incidental. But the number of individuals involved, and above all their common characteristics, virtually all of them, regardless of other differences, have been avowed opponents of the Second International and what it stands for, make it possible and necessary to draw certain political conclusions. The writers include Leon Denon, Charles Yale Harrison, Sidney Hook, Max Nomad James Rorty, Ben Stolberg, Philip Robb James T. Farrell and Stephen Naft. What is wrong, some will say, with writing for the new leader if an invitation is extended by its editors? We pinch hit for Lyons, others will say, as a personal favor to him while he was touring. These explanations for the sudden and concerted appearance of this group of radical intellectuals on the pages of the new leader seem to us too simple and, in fact, irrelevant. The new leader is not an ordinary periodical, like, let us say, The Nation and the New Republic, or even the Saturday Evening Post and Liberty. It is a distinct party paper, the official organ of the Social Democratic Federation, American section of the Second International. As such, it has a distinct political line, and avowed political and organizational objectives. As a consequence, literary collaboration with it is willy-nilly an act of solidarity with the organization for which it speaks, and an aid to it. What is this organization? The Social Democratic Federation is composed of the self-styled old guard of the split-up Socialist Party. On every important political question of the day, the Federation and its paper take the position of the extreme right wing of the Second International. To them, Norman Thomas is, or rather, was, the incarnation of Bolshevism. To them, in the words of the late Hillquit, the Russian Revolution has always been the greatest disaster and calamity that has ever occurred to the socialist movement, and they have never given up their vicious fight against it. This has not prevented them, quite the contrary, from taking a position which is substantially indistinguishable from that of the Stalinists, on all the important questions of the day. The new leader is for the Popular Front because it is for class collaboration, and was for it long before the Stalinists adopted it. It stands for collective security and is for the holy crusade of democracy against fascism. It is for Rooseveltism and the New Deal with at least as much vigor and even more sincerity than the daily worker. It can give the Stalinists cards and spades in licking the boots of the trade union bureaucracy and still come out ahead of the game. Wherein does it differ on any urgent political question from totalitarian Stalinism, which, by the way, is not an abstract concept but a system of concrete policies and actions on concrete issues? It does not, it is true, entirely cover up or justify the crimes of the Stalinist bureaucracy in Russia, but it does. 390. It's best to defend or conceal the no less reprehensible crimes of the social democratic bureaucracy in Europe, including the deals it makes with the same Stalinism. Errant if it does not use the Stalinist formula of drive the Trotskyists and Lovestonites out of the labor movement, it is only because it believes that the slogan is too restricted, the Stalinists should be driven out too. The new leader has just heartily endorsed the red-baiting resolution of the Minnesota Farmer Labor Party bureaucracy, which calls for the automatic expulsion of all advocates of proletarian revolution. The new leader is, however, respectable, ever so respectable. In its pro-war propaganda, it is not quite so blatant and clamorous as, let us say, the Daily Worker, but that does not lessen its comparative effectiveness as a recruiting sergeant in the coming imperialist war for democracy. Two of its chief editorial writers are Charles Edward Russell and William E. Bond, a couple of social patriotic renegades from socialism and the SP in 1917, who served their country in the last World War, even if at a safe distance, i.e. 3,500 miles, from the trenches. They are no doubt ready to serve again in the coming war, even if every able-bodied citizen must again be drafted. By pure chance, Messrs. Russell and Bond are past 60, Mr. O'Neill is 63, Mr. Algernon Lee is 65. In brief, the new leader is a rotten social democratic sheet from which so overpowering an odor has emanated that even Norman Thomas, not so long ago, found it too much for him. A spray of respectability that will reduce the pungency of the odor has therefore become pretty much a physical necessity for the editors. To get it, they have laid a not unclever trap for incautious people. The paper has not only been given a snappier typographical dress, but the splenetic and hysterical abuse O'Neill used to heap on everything radical has been given a somewhat primer polish. Above all, a systematic, deliberate effort is made to draw into the paper especially those radical writers who were at one time connected with the communist movement and whose personal and even political probity is so high that when the eye focuses on their names, the name and repute of O'Neill and Co. are automatically excluded from the field scope of vision. All this helps to retrieve the political fortunes of the new leader. It is able to point with pious pride to the unselfish hospitality it vouchsafes all radicals, even those who disagree with us, provided they aren't totalitarians. It is enabled to foster the pernicious myth that the decent alternative to Stalinism is the right-wing social democracy. It is enabled to fortify itself as a rallying ground for all radicals, and especially for those who are disillusioned with Stalinism, which the new leader would like to equate with a disillusionment with revolutionary Marxism. These are the obvious political motives behind the invitation so generously extended by O'Neill and Levitas, and not some weak-boned sentimental desire to convert their paper into a 391 broad, all-inclusive radical forum. In a word, it is a political trap for wandering radicals. But in heaven's name, are you so bitterly and narrow-mindedly sectarian that you cannot conceive of a revolutionary article being written in a social democratic paper, whose editors, whatever their private motives, invite you to write whatever you please, without censorship? This rejoinder has, unfortunately, more indignation in it than critical thoughtfulness, as may be seen from an examination of what the new crew of contributors has written in the new leader. Emily Post in the House of the Hanged. Take Eugene Lyons, for example. And a very good example he is, our anti-sectarian objector will retort. Don't the editors allow him full freedom of expression, even when he writes in opposition to the official editorial standpoint of the paper? Hasn't Lyons attacked collective security, whereas O'Neill and Co. defend it? How then dare you call him a social patriot, as you have? Softly, softly, friends. Let us see by taking a typical column by Lyons. On October 8, he does indeed assail collective security and with vigor. In effect, the Stalinists and other collective security advocates were saying, trust your government, despite the fact that it is a capitalist government. Declare a moratorium on your larger grievances in this hour of emergency. Good. Very good. A telling blow at the Stalinists. But who might the other collective advocates be? Why, unlike the Stalinists, are they relegated to anonymity? Lyons couldn't possibly be referring to the Second International, could he? Or to the editor of his paper and the federation for which it speaks? Yes, sir, they are exactly the ones to whom he is referring. But not by name, either in this or any other of his columns, so that the uninitiated reader would never know from Lyons, who, however, knows it perfectly well, that at least so far as the collective security doctrine is concerned, the social democracy is just as guilty of the crime as the Stalinists, O'Neill as much as Browder. In his assignment in Utopia, Lyons stoutly inveighs against the devotees of the theory of multiple truths. Moreover, he has a whole, moving chapter called To Tell or Not to Tell, in which he describes the psychologically painful process by which he overcame those inhibitions against giving a complete picture of Soviet reality. I decided, for myself, that I must tell the truth as I saw it. The decision in time assumed the magnitude of a pressing moral obligation. Bravo! None too soon, but bravo! Now, would it be asking too much of an uncensored contributor to a social democratic paper to write 392. A polite and restrained footnote to his next column saying, in substance, I must apologize to my readers for having omitted an important element in my criticism of collective security. In this respect, as in most others, the official international social democracy, including my good friends who edit this paper, are just as despicable a gang of warmongering flunkies of imperialism as are the Stalinists. What is there to prevent him from writing this down and thereby clarifying his own position? Can the moral obligation to tell the truth which Lyons writes about so eloquently, refer only to the truth about Stalin? Surely, also, there is no censorship for the independent writers in the new leader, such as prevented Lyons from telling the truth as I saw it while he was correspondent in Moscow, and, shall we add, while he was publicity director for Messrs. Rose and Antonini of the Alp? Or can the nasty and uncapitalized truth be, as Germans say, im Haus des Gehängten spricht man nicht vom Strick, you don't talk of the rope in the house of the hanged? Or take the case of Stephen Naft, who also substituted for Lyons in one issue of the new leader. A social democrat? Not for a minute. He's far more radical than that. So he writes on a neutral subject, that is, he attacks the Stalinists, doing both a good and timely job. 2 solid columns of unanswerable evidence are devoted to excoriating the Stalinists for their united popular front with the fascists in the recent Chilean election. Conclusion. The 2 totalitarian parties, the Stalinist and the Nazistas of Chile, were thus again united against another totalitarian competitor. All right. But Naft mentions only in passing and without any commentary the fact that the Chilean Social Democrats were also in this bastard united front. Now, why does he exempt them from his contempt and his denunciations? Why does he flay the Stalinists and not even murmuringly chide the Social Democrats? One might think that an anti-social democrat, writing in a social democratic paper untrammeled by censorship, would make a point of clarifying his position in the manner we indicated. Is it possible that, like so many others, he is so absorbed in an effort to identify Bolshevism and fascism that he simply cannot find time or space for a gentle criticism of social democratic abominations? Or is it a point of honor with the Association of Friends of Morality and Truth not to offend a hospitable host? Im Haus des Gehängten spricht man nicht vom Strick. Or take the case of Sidney Hook, another of Lyons' substitutes. His article on the conduct of the Kremlin and the Stalinists towards the Jewish refugees is not merely a fine polemic, it is as savagely eloquent and moving a political indictment as has been written in a long time. It is hard to imagine even a Stalinist reading it without involuntarily blushing with shame at the shame. 393. Which Hook so bitterly pillories. Yet there is something missing in his 2 full newspaper-columned article. Hook proclaimed himself not so long ago an exponent of the principles of communism as set forth by Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Trotsky. This would lead one to believe that in spite of the fact that he now calls himself a democratic socialist, in distinction from the totalitarian socialists, he nevertheless has little if anything in common with the social democracy, that is, the Second International. For did he not say, only a few years ago, that the objective observer cannot deny that the historic function of social democracy since 1918 has been to suppress or abort all revolutionary movements throughout the world independently of whether it shared power in a coalition government or not? Would it be too much, then, to conclude that once Hook has decided to risk creating confusion about his politics by accepting the invitation without strings to write for the new leader, he would improve on the occasion by dissociating himself just the teeniest bit from the social democracy? Just the teeniest bit, so that while using a social democratic paper as a tribune for the presentation of his own views, it would be amply clear to the reader that his criticism of Stalinism has nothing in common with the reactionary social democratic criticism of communism. Would it not, therefore, have been in place, after his excoriation of the Stalinist regime for not opening Russia's doors to a single Jewish refugee, to add just a few words, a paragraph, a sentence, not to condemn but, let us say, to deplore the fact that the social democratic governments of the 3 Scandinavian countries haven't thrown open their doors either? After all, one cannot expect much from the totalitarian Kremlin. But O'Neill's comrades in the government of Norway, Sweden, and Denmark, who are so completely immune to the virus of Bolshevism, shouldn't they be called upon to give an account of themselves? Why this gentleness and even silence about the social democratic criminals? Im Hausgehängt in spricht man nicht vom Strick. Not only don't you speak of rope in the house of the hanged, but we make bold to assert that you may not. The truth of our assertion should not be hard to test. We propose that Hook, Farrell, Stolberg, and Denon each submit a series of articles to the new leader, Hook on the crimes of the German social democracy from 1914 to 1933, along the lines of his theory of the historic function of this movement, or the more topical subject of the Second International's preparations for the new war, Farrell on the strangling of the French labor movement by Leon Blum and associates of the People's Front, Stolberg on the shady and reactionary role played in the American trade union movement by the old guard socialists, Denon on the role played by the Russian Mensheviks and social revolutionists as agents of Kerensky and foreign imperialism in 394. The early years of the October Revolution. Do they have any doubt about the editorial reception of such articles? Do they not know that when Listen Oak was invited by managing editor Levitas to contribute to the new leader, and replied that while he was neither a Trotskyist nor a Stalinist he was also not a social democrat, and that in any article he wrote he would condemn the social democracy as strongly or even more strongly than Trotskyism or Stalinism, that was the last he heard of Levitas and his invitation? The O'Neill-Levitas invitations to write freely in the new leader are a characteristic fraud, a trap for wandering radicals. But the fact that the latter fell into it so easily, and that when they wrote their articles for the new leader they neglected the little detail of indicating any differences between themselves and their hosts, has, when taken together with what we have written earlier in this article, a strong symptomatic political significance. It is evidence of the fact that while they have all established the irreconcilability between their views and those of Stalinism, which many of them now equate with Bolshevism, they seem to find no such irreconcilability between their views and those of social democracy. By their political writings and activities, therefore, and not their artistic or cultural work, which we do not even wish to consider in this connection, they occupy the position of centrism, a centrism which brings them continually closer to social democracy, which, unless checked and redirected, will end by transforming them from revolutionary radicals into ordinary petty bourgeois radicals. The League of Abandoned Hopes. Lasciate ogni speranza, val chn trait Dante. This process of transformation is best exemplified in the preparations now being made in this circle to launch the League Against Totalitarianism, sponsored by Sidney Hook. The League is opposed, according to its draft manifesto, equally to the totalitarianism of Italy, Germany, and the Soviet Union, that is, of fascists, Nazis and Stalinists. What is it for? That detail is omitted. In its place there is a meaningless reference to the need of protecting artists and scientists from totalitarianism, and to the desirability of freedom and truth. The formula cannot be construed otherwise than as an evasion, which automatically opens the doors of the League not only to all sorts of conservatives and reactionaries, but reactionary policies as well. 395. Why? On the face of it, so to speak, the projected League aims to be a united front organization. By its very nature, every united front is calculated to include different individuals or groups and at the same time to exclude those individuals or groups against whom the front is erected or directed. The United Proletarian Front aims to include all labor organizations in a common struggle against the capitalists. A united front for Tom Mooney aims to include those who stand for his freedom against those who stand for his imprisonment. It would not include Sidney Hook and ex-Governor Merriam. A united front to ferret out the truth about the Moscow trials would include John Dewey and exclude Stalin Browder Lamont. The limits of any united front are established by its objectives. Now, generally speaking, a united front against fascism could take one or more of three forms. It might be limited to giving material aid to the victims of fascism, political prisoners' relief and defense, aid to refugees, etc. And, by virtue of its specific, concrete, and yet broad aims, would include people of the most divergent views. The League does not claim to be such a movement. The United Front might be a movement of action against fascism in the strictest sense of the word, that is, for the organization of workers' defense guards against fascist assaults. Such a movement, without committing itself to the program of any one faction in the working class, would nevertheless scrupulously and impartially defend from attack the newspapers and institutions of the trade unions, the Social Democrats, the Stalinists, the anarchists, the Trotskyists, etc., etc., and if need be, go over to the offensive against the fascist bands. The League does not claim to be such a movement, either. In all likelihood, it would disclaim such a program in the most vigorous terms. Finally, the joint organization or movement might be an ideological united front. That is precisely what the League is, an organization for combating the ideology of totalitarianism. But an ideology can be combated only from the standpoint of another ideology, and in the given case, certainly, by a contrary ideology. Totalitarianism, especially if the term is applied both to the Italo-German and the Soviet regimes, represents a complex of political ideas, and not a social system. To capitalism, one can counterpose feudalism or socialism. To totalitarianism, one can counterpose democracy, bourgeois democracy or workers' democracy. This restriction is all the more compelling in the case of the League, for the conflicting social views of those who make it up render impossible the presentation of anything more than a common political alternative to totalitarianism. The League makes no social distinction between Russia and Germany-Italy. It says not a word against the social order of capitalism or for the social order of 396. Socialism. That it may claim to concern itself with the superclass interests of artists, intellectuals, and scientists, does not alter the fact that it is confined to the question of alternative political regimes. The League obviously would exclude avowed supporters of the German, Italian, and Soviet regimes, that is, Nazis, fascists and Stalinists. But it would be interesting to learn on what grounds other than personal taste it would exclude Mr. Martin Dies, who has spoken out categorically against totalitarianism of the fascist or communist variety and who champions Americanism, i.e. American capitalist democracy. On what grounds, further, would it exclude Mr. Matthew Wall, head of the newly formed League for Human Rights, Freedom, and Democracy, whose faith is expressed in the Constitution of the United States and the Bill of Rights contained therein? Wall adds, specifically included in the threats to this faith we feel it imperative to name those forms of autocracy known as communism, fascism, and Nazism. To those we are implacably opposed, to the one as vigorously as to the others. Democracy can make no compromise with autocracy. On what grounds would the League exclude Dorothy Thompson and Walter Lippmann, who also oppose all three totalitarianisms and favor democracy, but go further than Hooke in arguing that Rooseveltism personifies the encroachment of totalitarianism in America? It would be enlightening to hear answers to these questions, for, on the basis of the League's program, we can see no logical reason why the above-named reactionaries should be excluded. Let us look a little closer at the League. On what grounds would Max Eastman, opponent of Stalinist as well as Hitlerite totalitarianism, be excluded from the League? None, so far as we can see. On the contrary, there is every reason why his membership should be earnestly solicited. But if the League accepted Eastman's conception of the struggle against totalitarianism in the United States, which is the only country in which he writes and acts on his beliefs, it would mean that at least its main efforts would have to be directed against the official Communist Party, which, according to Eastman, represents in this country the real menace of fascism, the theory of Stalino-fascism at its worst. But not only against the Stalinist Party, according to Eastman, logically, also, against the Trotskyists who have their origin in communism, i.e. Leninism, together with Mussolini and Hitler. On what reasonable grounds, further, would John Dewey, anti-totalitarian, be excluded from the League, and on what grounds could he fail to take the position that the League must combat, not merely Stalinism, but communism, i.e. revolutionary Marxism, which, according to him, helps produce fascism. That Dewey is a man of outstanding intellectual probity, that he is among 397. The last of the classic Democrats, we do not even pretend to challenge. But we are concerned with his political position. His opposition to Stalinism is only derivative. He bases it upon his more fundamental opposition to what he believes it proceeds from, communism, Leninism, revolutionary Marxism. Thus, communism, then the communism of Marx, Engels, Lenin and Trotsky which you once espoused, Comrade Hook, and not merely Stalinist totalitarianism, with its doctrine of the necessity of the forcible overthrow of the state by armed insurrection, with its doctrine of the dictatorship of the proletariat, with its threats to exclude all other classes from civil rights, to smash their political parties, and to deprive them of the rights of freedom of speech, press, and assembly which communists now claim for themselves under capitalism. Communism is itself an unwitting, but nonetheless, powerful factor in bringing about fascism. As an unalterable opponent of fascism in every form, I cannot be a communist. John Dewey, Modem Monthly, April 1934, p. 136f. Dewey should not be excluded from the League. Nor is he. He is one of its sponsors. And that is fitting. It is proper. On what grounds would Eugene Lyons be excluded from the League? He is already imbued with a detestation of the soul of Bolshevism, its cruel, morbid, Jesuitical soul, and there is little doubt as to what ideological line he would contribute to and support in the organization. A few samples. We had gone to Russia believing there were good dictatorships and bad. We left convinced that defending one dictatorship is in fact defending the principles of tyranny. Lyons, Assignment in Utopia, p. 621. The talk of New Deal regimentation sounded absurd against my experience of totalitarian practices. Though I had given many years to the defense of political prisoners and civil liberties in America, I now found myself angered by glib and offhand denunciations of American democracy by people who could not even imagine what total annihilation of democratic processes and civil rights meant. Ibid, p. 624. The very basic elements of the Leninist Trotskyist Stalinist methods of revolution are in disrepute. The cumulative and gigantic sacrifice may be 398. Justified ultimately, when history's record is clearer, chiefly as an object lesson how not to make revolutions. 14 Ibid, p. 639. In light of these views, Lyons' membership in the League should be assured. And so indeed it is. He is already one of its moving spirits. From all the facts adduced, the unavowed but quite implicit program of the League is the defense of bourgeois democracy from fascism, Stalinism and Marxism, which is the theory and practice of the revolutionary proletariat. Whose traditional program is this? Who has always stood for the struggle on two fronts, against the dictatorships of the left or the right, for the hopeless not-so-golden mean. Hook, at least, is more than sufficiently aware of the fact that this is the classic outlook of the middle classes. The program of the League is nothing but a program of middle-class radicalism. But it may be objected, however, whatever may be the individual views of this or that member of the League, do you not show your own totalitarian inclinations by your contempt for the struggle to preserve democracy from totalitarian extermination? The objection is based on a misunderstanding. The revolutionary Marxists are not only the staunchest partisans of a socialist republic. They are also the only consistent defenders of democracy in a very concrete and meaningful sense. Of democracy as an abstraction, or some absolutist conception. Not at all. Of the vicious fraud which is bourgeois democracy, that is, the social dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. Not at all. But we are fierce partisans of those democratic rights which capitalism has been compelled in the course of decades of bitter struggle to grant the masses, democratic popular representation, the right of free speech, assembly, and press, the right to organize and strike, etc., etc. Circumscribed as all these concrete democratic rights are under capitalism, we are not only for their preservation but for their extension, for converting them into genuine and not crippled rights, for anchoring them in social democracy, the socialist society. We are anything but indifferent to the attempts of fascism to abolish these rights, and are ready to join with any progressive force to defend them, even in their present crippled state, from reactionary assault, as is confirmed concretely by our position in the Spanish Civil War. But in our position there is a little reservation, which distinguishes us from all brands of liberals and social democrats and Stalinists. It is this: not only socialism, but even the defense of the democratic rights of the masses is impossible of attainment without the methods of the proletarian class struggle. Those who have not learned this elementary lesson, have learned nothing from the tragic but instructive experience in Germany, Austria, Spain, and Czechoslovakia. Middle-class politics, class collaboration with the progressive bourgeoisie, and under its domination, are perfectly fitted for paralyzing the masses and facilitating the victory of fascist totalitarianism. The attempt to ward off fascism by defending bourgeois democracy, made over and over again in the recent past with calamitous and not unknown results, is in direct conflict with the policy for the struggle against fascism and defense of democratic rights which revolutionary Marxists advocate, a policy confirmed by all recent events, both negatively and positively. It is for this reason also, and not only because the orthodox Trotskyists are regarded by the League founders as totalitarian, that the revolutionary Marxists are neither invited nor desired as members of the new organization. For among the first questions we would raise in its as yet unimpressive ranks, would be included these: where does the League stand on the question of Stalino-fascism? Are there no differences between Stalinism and fascism, between Germany and the Soviet Union, and if there are, why are they not indicated in the League's program? If a war broke out between Germany and France, we assume that the League would not feel called upon to take a position in favor of one or the 400 other belligerent. But suppose Germany were to launch a war against the Soviet Union in order as a beginning to detach the Ukraine, would the League also refrain from taking a position, or would it declare itself neutral? In a word, is it for the defense of the Soviet Union from imperialist attack, regardless and in spite of the Stalinist regime? Whatever the answer, why does not the League say so? What is more, what position does the League take on the question of a war between democracy and fascism? The League draft is simplicity itself on this score. It hasn't a word, not one word, on war or imperialism or their direct relation to totalitarianism, thus leaving the membership doors open to supporters of democratic wars or imperialism. Is it not mandatory, even for artists and intellectuals and scientists, to express themselves on this most vital question? To be sure, these are concrete and far from remote or unreal questions, nor are they academic and abstract. It is far more important and interesting to have an anti-totalitarian League express itself unambiguously on these urgently real matters than to proclaim ever so sonorously its attachment to truth, freedom, and justice. But even if the League or its collective sponsors could ever be prevailed upon to give precise answers to these questions, the result would make it perfectly clear to everybody, we are convinced, that regardless of their individual protestations, we are dealing with an association of Democrats working on a program of middle-class radicalism. Or, to put it differently, these anti-Stalinists are forming a typically Stalinist People's Front, without the Stalinists. Where the road ends. It is their evolution, at different speeds, to be sure, towards feudal middle-class radicalism that is bringing so many of the members of Group 1 progressively closer to these whom we have classified in Group N, that is, to those who, we gratefully recall, never pretended to be Marxists, revolutionary or otherwise. Sidney Hook is now in a political alliance with John Dewey. Harrison, out of not such ideological considerations, has become an enthusiastic barker for the ALP, and presumably, like it, he is at least as enthusiastic a partisan of the New Deal as, let us say, Ferdinand Lundberg. The difference between Eastman's estimate of the Russian Revolution and Lyon's is rapidly approaching the political vanishing point, and such an estimate involves all the fundamental questions of Marxism. Dewey's views of communism, Marxism, and class collaboration as against class struggle are too well known to require repetition here. John Chamberlain, 401, has recently written, in Common Sense, an exposition of his view that the degeneration of the Russian Revolution has its original source not so much in Stalinism or even in Leninism but in the pernicious and false doctrine of the class nature of the state which was set forth by Karl Marx. The state is not theirs, it is ours as well, it belongs to all of us, declaims Chamberlain. The point of view is not merely class collaborationist but, fundamentally, patriotic. Hence he is able to write, more concretely, that Sweden has a swell civilization, which is enough for me. I want a mixed economy under coalition rule. Adamic is frankly for the preservation of capitalism, for I have become convinced that labor cannot abolish capital if it would. You would imagine that in our critical times, when the most paralyzing poison in the labor movement is the spirit and practice of class collaboration, of bourgeois or social patriotism, the main fire of even the dissident Marxists would be directed at the ruinous doctrines disseminated by the Lundbergs and Adamics and Chamberlains and Deways and O'Neills and Lees, as well as against the Stalins and Browders who, in abandoning revolutionary socialism, have really taken over these doctrines from the former. We dare say that if any one of the members of Group 1 could now be persuaded to write a political criticism of the partisans of bourgeois democracy who compose Group 11, it would be couched in the most conciliatory manner imaginable and would not generate 1/50th as much heat as is contained in their sharp polemics against Marxism. But the first group has simply forgotten to criticize the second. Virtually all the fire of our backsliding Marxists is aimed in the other direction, and they are so active in abandoning the revolutionary position that they have retreated, many without noticing it, towards the camp of the apostles of bourgeois democracy. The centrism which develops in the course of a departure from Marxism moves, if not deliberately checked, gradually but inexorably to the program of social reformism, of middle-class radicalism. To the extent that they act politically, that is the actual program of the group we have been discussing. Part 1v, What to do. An analysis of the position of the radical intellectuals would be incomplete without tracing the social causes of the movement we have been discussing. In TUM, an understanding of the causes is a prerequisite to a correction of the tendency to which they have yielded and a return to the position which will enable them to make their authentic and positive contribution to the revolutionary class struggle. 402. The main sociological cause of this movement is to be found in the long list of defeats suffered by the revolution in Europe and Asia, and the failure of the revolutionary movement here to grow rapidly enough to cope adequately with its great problems. It is obvious, also, that the Russian Revolution, which had such a powerful effect in restoring revolutionary Marxism to its rightful place in the ranks of the working class movement as well as among the radical intellectuals, had the contrary effect in the period of its degeneration under Stalinism. The revolutionary socialists, however, could not and cannot see in any of these developments a reason for abandoning Marxism. Quite the contrary. Marxism was verified not only on the triumph of the October Revolution but also negatively in the defeats and decay that followed. Who other than those who applied the methods of Marxism to the realities of the class struggle were able to predict the setbacks suffered by the world proletariat, to explain the phenomena of the revolutionary ebb and the rise of fascism, to outline the only policy that would enable the proletariat to turn the tide of defeat into an irresistible wave of victory? The Marxists did not require the post hoc lucubrations now dished up on one-party dictatorship in order to explain the causes of the revolution's degeneration. As early as 1906, in a fundamental way, the Marxist Trotsky already analyzed the danger of reaction inherent in a revolution confined to a single country. From 1917 onward, Lenin, Trotsky, and all the other Bolsheviks repeated 1,000 times that without the world revolution the Soviet Republic would succumb to counter-revolutionary forces. Beginning with 1923, the Trotskyist opposition, basing itself upon a political analysis which has never been excelled or even matched, launched the struggle against the Thermidorian degeneration of the Soviet power and the Communist International. Every important event in the last 20 years has only emphasized the irreplaceability of revolutionary Marxism as an instrument of analysis and a weapon of struggle for social emancipation. Every period of reaction that follows a revolutionary defeat produces a variety of superficial and transient new and stylish doctrines, which eschew Marxism as outlived. It would be instructive to compare the history of the factional struggles following the defeat of the Russian Revolution of 1905 with their analogues of the last decade or more. It is the present reactionary moods of depression, discouragement, loss of confidence in the recuperative powers of the proletariat and its revolutionary movement, which are rationalized into the widespread attacks against revolutionary Marxism. The radical intellectuals, by the very nature of their social position, are generally the first to yield to these moods, to capitulate to them instead of resisting them deliberately. In an entirely different degree, to be sure, they are as much the victims of 403. Our prolonged period of reaction as the Stalinist degeneration of the Russian Revolution and the temporary rise of fascism are its products. The main intellectual disease from which these intellectuals suffer may be called Stalinophobia, or vulgar anti-Stalinism. The malady was superinduced by the universal revulsion against Stalin's macabre system of frame ups and purges. And the result has been that most of the writing done on the subject since then has been less a product of cold social analysis than of mental shock, and where there is analysis, it is moral rather than scientific or political. It is interesting to note in this connection that virtually all our subjects have for years taken us to task for what they considered our exclusive preoccupation with the fight against Stalinism. "Why don't you ever attack anybody or anything besides Stalinism?" they used to complain. If we were not deeply stirred by their criticisms then, it was because they were based on a misapprehension of our fundamental position. Now times have changed to the point where the roles seem to be shifted, but in a very peculiar way. There is hardly an article written by our critics, or a speech delivered, without the fiercest attacks on Stalinism which they increasingly and undiscriminatingly identify with revolutionary Marxism. Their vulgar anti-Stalinism consists in this: they condemn Stalinism in reality for precisely those policies which, and this is what the critics of Bolshevism do not realize, have brought it steadily closer to the fundamental policies of social reformism and bourgeois democracy, and at the same time they have adopted a conciliatory attitude towards reformism and democracy. They abstract Stalinism out of its concrete historical context, its relation to declining world imperialism. Thus their opposition is opportunistic, since it is divorced from the basic struggle against imperialism itself. This leads them into the most peculiar combination with people who profess some sort of anti-Stalinism even when they represent views no less reactionary than Stalin's. The Trotskyist movement was insured against such a conciliatory attitude by the objective political position it adopted from the very beginning. It began the struggle against the Soviet Thermidorians 15 years ago not on the grounds that they were the legitimate heirs of Leninism, but because they were a bastard product, and it always related the struggle to the general fight against imperialism and for world socialism. The struggle against Stalinism was launched, Trotsky insisted, because it represented a capitulation to social democracy, because it was the channel through which flowed the forces of capitalist restoration. The policy of the Second International is the policy of surrender to the bourgeoisie. Stalinism differs from that policy in no important particular. The methods by which Stalinism rules were not invented by it, it copied them from the bourgeoisie and the social democracy, frame ups, massacres of revolutionists and all the rest of it, merely giving to these methods 404. A more totalitarian character. If the political genealogy of Stalinism were to be honestly established, it would be found that while it is neither the son of Leninism nor the brother of fascism, it is the totalitarian offspring of the bourgeois and social democracies. Once this is understood, the struggle against Stalinism assumes a solid and objective political character. It can be conducted progressively only from the standpoint of revolutionary Marxism. It is in this way that anti-Stalinism acquires a positive significance, and is prevented from being vulgarized to the point of reconciliation with reformism and bourgeois democracy. We dismiss entirely that brand of anti-Stalinism which leads to, or is only a cloak for, complete retirement from the struggle for a reorientation. Our aim in writing this article is not to abuse or disparage our critics among the radical intellectuals, but to address ourselves seriously, even if sharply, to the problems they themselves have raised. As Max Eastman has observed, this is indeed a time for deliberation. But would it not be well for these intellectuals and those who incline towards their ideas to ask themselves, in what direction are we traveling? Eastman has already announced that his deliberations will take place in retirement. Harrison has already proclaimed his conversion to social democracy. Others have already taken steps in their direction. The deliberate purpose of our article is, by presenting sufficiently convincing arguments, to stop their further drift towards an anti-Marxist position and to bring about a change of direction. We are intransigently hostile to the attitude of the Stalinists towards the intellectual fellow travelers of the working class. It is repugnant to a revolutionist. The combination of flattery, bribery, and intimidation with which they keep their intellectuals in line, that is not our method. We do not demand of the writer that his creative work, under penalty of being denounced as worthless, be imbued with the philosophy of dialectic materialism, for we believe with Lenin that a work of art can be great and of value to the working class even if it is imbued with an idealistic philosophy, or for that matter without any systematic philosophy whatever. We do not demand of the singer that his poems be written in line with the latest or the last but latest tum in party policy. Towards the intellectual we have neither the contemptuous attitude expressed in "stick to your last and keep your nose out of politics," nor the desire to buy his praise of our party and its policies, or its leaders, in return for official party praise of his creative products. 405. The intellectual genuinely concerned with advancing the socialist movement has a multitude of opportunities to put his energy and talents at its service. There is the work or making possible continued life and activity of the revolutionary refugees from persecution. There is the work of defending the class war prisoners. There is above all the work of popularizing the ideas of revolutionary Marxism, if not among the proletariat, then at least among the now conservative or reformist-minded members of their own circles. And for those who are prepared to participate more actively and directly in the movement, who understand that without a consciously organized vanguard party the working class cannot win its war and consolidate its victory, there is membership in the World Party of the Social Revolution, the Fourth International, which needs and welcomes serious intellectuals in its ranks. Such action is not proposed as a substitute for critical articles on no matter what fundamental question, for free and candid exchange of opinions, for the right to join in the discussion of every revolutionary problem. Not at all, and just the contrary. It is only by such action that criticism and discussion acquire richness and reality and fruitfulness and purpose. Without it, they become common intellectual perambulations in midair, a spurious substitute for positive activity. The intellectuals have also an autonomous and far from unimportant role to play in the cultural field. Entirely justified and necessary is a union of intellectuals, writers, scientists, philosophers, teachers, regardless of their divergent factional views, but only on the basis of specific and concrete action against specific abuses, of which there are a growing number under democracy, to say nothing of the totalitarian regimes, teachers' oaths, censorship, sabotage of publication, reactionary intolerance in schools and universities, etc., etc. Such alliances or united fronts have a positive and progressive significance, in contrast to the anti-Marxist ideological political unions typified by the League Against Totalitarianism. What a contrast is presented to the latter by the international movement which André Breton and Diego Rivera have in their manifesto proposed to launch. They, too, call for an association of artists and intellectuals. While they do not propose that it be tied to a political party, they take just as firm and infinitely clearer a position against both fascist and Stalinist totalitarianism, but they also make the indispensable distinction between the two. They do not take a mouthful of hot potatoes when they are called upon to express themselves flatly on the question of bourgeois and social democracy, on the question of imperialist war, on the question of capitalism and socialism. Why have not the radical intellectuals responded to their call, which was prominently displayed in the Partisan Review? Illicit perhaps because they object to the references to Freudianism, or to some minor formulation, or to the 406 style. But those are scarcely of real importance. Rivera Breton have explained that they consider the manifesto to be simply a draft. Obviously, what is important and decisive is the main line of thought and action which it proposes. That line, while boldly describing the sphere of freedom and independence which the artist and intellectual must take for themselves, is unambiguously revolutionary, not Stalinist, not social democratic, not middle-class radicalism. Is it possible that the reply to our question will be the one we have heard so often in the past? The line is none too radical for me, you understand, but it will repulse the others whom we want to win. It is the answer of the psychologists and not of the revolutionists, and not of such good psychologists. The only way we, or anyone else, have learned to win people to a revolutionary position is by standing on that position. To start out by adopting or adapting yourself to the present, i.e. conservative, position of those you seek to win over, which is the alternative, means that you will win nobody over for the simple reason that you have already been won over yourself. The not at all imaginary quotation we have cited was the basis of the argument in the editorial board of the late Marxist Quarterly, which is one of the reasons why the adjective must now be affixed to it. It is heard often enough in the Partisan Review. It was not absent in the days of the American Committee for the Defense of Leon Trotsky. It was the argument used to trap so many into going along, for a time, with the muddle known as the Keep America Out of War Committee. But its shallowness is revealed by a single glance at the totality of those who employ it. Each of them uses it, with a vague toss of the head in the direction of those who have to be won over, so that all of them, taken together, finally end up by being less radical than each of them taken individually. Yet, united, and shedding their conservative rationalizations, they already represent a sufficiently imposing force which, together with those who would be immediately attracted to them, would bring to life in the United States such a movement as is outlined by Breton and Rivera. If the subjects of this article have been a group of radical intellectuals, the matters we have dealt with far exceed them in political importance, and only thereby make possible a justification of this essay's length. The devastating crisis of capitalism is accompanied by a no less devastating crisis in the labor movement. Reflecting it is a turbulent discussion of proletarian principles, tactics, strategy, theory, ideology, history. Our article is a summary of the most important points in this discussion and a contribution to it in the form of a criticism of critics. 407. For us, political criticism is worth the time spent on it only if it lays the basis for action. Action has positive significance for the socialist movement only if it is directed towards its historic goal. Not merely by doctrines handed down to us by those great minds which founded our movement, but by the endless variety of events which we have experienced in our own lifetime. The conviction has deepened in us that if the socialist revolution is not triumphant, society will end in self-destruction. And if the socialist revolution is to be realized by the working class, an indispensable prerequisite of this victory is the building up and consolidation of that party which stands on the program of revolutionary Marxism. The wisdom of man has supplied no effective substitute for it in the great struggle for freedom. The less effective, we see no reason for accepting. The confirmation which history has given this program gives us the right to call upon the revolutionary intellectuals as well as the class-conscious workers for support to the party which is its champion. In the early 1930s, the Communist League of America had fought against the bureaucratization, the over-centralization and consequent abandonment of revolutionary principle and strategy, of the Stalinist Communist Party, see Chapter 7. At end of the 1930s the CLA cadre, now gathered in the newly founded Socialist Workers' Party, had to face a seemingly opposite phenomenon, internal demands for a loosening of party practices and structures, culminating in a challenge to the Leninist model itself. This was part of a major factional conflict that ruptured the SWP, with James P. Cannon leading a slim majority and Max Schachtman, along with Martin Ahem and James Burnham, leading a substantial minority out of the party in 1940, founding the rival Workers' Party. The SWP majority sought to maintain traditional Leninist forms of functioning, as they saw it, a democratic, revolutionary leadership chosen by a membership that was in control of the party, a party guided by the Marxist method. The record of this factional battle is contained in two books produced in 1939-40, Cannon's The Struggle for a Proletarian Party and Trotsky's In Defense of Marxism. Both volumes were for years considered essential educational material for new SWP cadre. Typically after reading Cannon's The History of American Trotskyism, new recruits would delve into Struggle and In Defense for a deeper look at Leninist organizational norms, primarily via the former book, and the Marxist philosophical method, via the latter. This topical division of labor was of necessity not a rigid one, given the dialectical dependence of organization on ideology, politics, and strategy, and vice versa. In fact, a defense of the dialectic itself was at the heart of the dispute. This may seem surprising given, for instance, that the primary practical result of the dispute, once the split with the X-minority was finalized, was a shifting of cadre into particular unions and workplaces. Getting from the seemingly abstract dialectical method to the details of individual cadres' assignments, from the standpoint of the SWP majority, dovetailed with the goal of developing a Leninist party, as the Trotskyists made the transition from a period of entry in the Socialist Party back toward an independent existence, a transition which seemed least understood by those with the most objection to dialectics. This conflict erupted as the Second World War was beginning to unfold, and a central focus of the opposition was on the nature of Stalinism and the USSR. The majority, with Trotsky, continued to define the USSR as a bureaucratically degenerated workers' state. For them, the still existing gains from the 1917 revolution, a nationalist, planned economy which brought some cultural and material benefits to the working class, must be defended by overthrowing the Stalinist bureaucratic dictatorship through a political revolution. At the same time, they must also be defended from any external assaults on the part of any of the capitalist powers. In the wake of the 1939 German-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact, and subsequent Soviet military incursions into Poland and Finland, the minority concluded that Stalinism had destroyed anything that might have been worth defending. Schachtman and Burnham developed the argument that a new political economic system, what they termed bureaucratic collectivism, had crystallized, no better than capitalism in either its democratic or fascist variants. Along with this shift away from the traditional Trotskyist critical defense of the USSR, within the ranks of the new minority there developed a deepening skepticism, or outright rejection, of Marxism's dialectical method and Leninism's organizational norms. Aspects of this were related to the Trotskyists' earlier entry into the all-inclusive Socialist Party. The SP entry had attracted some new members to the SWP who, while partially recoiling from the bureaucratic practices of the SP leadership, had not really fully grasped revolutionary organizing norms. It was the battle described in these two books by Cannon and Trotsky that finished, for those who stayed, that stage of their education, while for others it led to their departure from the SWP. Although Cannon's apparent focus is organizational methods, his bottom line in Struggle is that politics must dictate organization and not the other way round. The same method is illustrated in Defense, as the bottom line flowing from Trotsky's philosophical discussion and his materialist analysis of the class nature of the Soviet Union is the same set of organizational proposals made by Cannon, e.g. sending cadre into industries and their unions, or new organizing drives, and strengthening the party's democratic centralist norms. The minority, in contrast, separated philosophy, politics, and organization. This made possible a block between supporters and opponents of the dialectic. It also meant that the minority's main organizational complaint, The allegation of bureaucratic conservatism practiced by Cannon and his regime was never traced back to underlying social pressures or class forces responsible for such a regime. Cannon responded that if the program and policies of a leadership were good but its organizational methods bad, that was a situation amenable to fixing. The reverse, however, a bad program grafted onto a supposedly more democratic regime, would leave the party on the road to perdition. The majority's refusal to budge on the contested issues, the source of the minority's bureaucratic conservatism accusation, was related to the belief that even bigger shocks, including repression by the US ruling class, were likely in store. At the same time, Trotsky's influence on Cannon contributed to flexibility toward the minority, with offers of compromise on organizational issues. They both agreed on the need to focus the attention of the party ranks on the theoretical and political issues under dispute, avoiding any distractions from the roots of the conflict. While we have avoided including Trotsky's writings in most of this volume, to do so in this section would distort the reality, so central were his interventions into the 1939-40 dispute. It is also instructive to note how he interweaves the various aspects of the debate. Trotsky illustrates his stated purpose of defending the dialectic by using it to analyze the Kremlin's changing diplomacy and military moves. He rejects liberal and social democratic characterizations of such shifts as being down to evil individuals or ideologies, instead tracing them to attempts to defend the material interests of the Soviet bureaucracy. Only such an approach, he insisted, could leave supporters of the Bolshevik Revolution in a position to clarify, for vanguard workers around the world, how to fight the bureaucracy as an essential, integral part of the fight against capitalism within each country and its global manifestations. At the present time the pressure of alien class forces upon the proletarian vanguard is exceptionally heavy. We must understand this first of all. Only then can we approach an understanding of the present crisis in the party. It is the most severe and profound crisis our movement has ever known on an international scale. The unprecedented tension in the ranks signalizes a conflict of principled positions which is obviously irreconcilable. Two camps in the party fight for different programs, different methods, and different traditions. What has brought the party to this situation in such a short space of time? Obviously it is not a suddenly discovered personal incompatibility of the individual leaders involved. Such trifles are symptoms of the conflict, not causes. Nor can a conflict of this depth and scope be plausibly explained by the flaring up of old differences of opinion on the organization question. In order to understand the real significance of the crisis, it is necessary to look for profounder causes. For those who understand politics as an expression of the class struggle, and that is the way we Marxists understand it, the basic cause of the crisis in the party is not hard to find. The crisis signifies the reaction in our ranks to external social pressure. That is the way we have defined it from the outset of the crisis last September, immediately following the signing of the Soviet-Nazi Pact and the beginning of the German invasion of Poland. More precisely, we say the crisis is the result of the pressure of bourgeois democratic public opinion upon a section of the party leadership. That is our class analysis of the unrestrained struggle between the proletarian and the petty bourgeois tendencies in our party. We define the contending factions not by such abstract general terms as conservative and progressive. We judge the factions not by the psychologic traits of individuals, but by the program they defend. The discussion has revealed not a difference of opinion about the application of the program. Such differences frequently occur and usually have a transitory significance, but an attempt to counterpose one program to another. This is what has divided the party into two camps. Naturally, these terms, which we have used from the beginning of the discussion to characterize the two tendencies in the party, are meant as definitions and not epithets. It is necessary to repeat this in every debate between Marxists and petty bourgeois politicians of all types. The one thing they cannot tolerate is to be called by their right name. The leaders of the opposition consider it outrageous, a malicious faction invention, for us to place this class signboard above their faction, when their only offense consists in the simple fact that they turn their backs on the Soviet Union and deny its defense in the struggle against world imperialism. But our definition and description of such an attitude is not new. Back in the days when Schachtman was paraphrasing Trotsky and not Burnham, he himself wrote, "At bottom, the ultra-leftists' position on the Soviet Union, which denies it any claim whatsoever to being a workers' state, reflects the vacillations of the petty bourgeois, their inability to make a firm choice between the camps of the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, of revolution and imperialism." This quotation, from an article written in the New International by Schachtman 2 years ago, can be accepted as a scientific definition of the opposition combination and its present position, with only one small amendment. It is hardly correct to describe their position as ultra-leftist. The leaders of the opposition in the past have written and spoken a great deal along the lines of the above quotation. Year in and year out in innumerable articles, documents, theses, and speeches the leaders of the opposition have been promising and even threatening to defend the Soviet Union. In the hour of danger we will be at our posts. But when the hour drew near, when the Soviet Union almost began to need this defense, they welched on their promise. So with the program in general, with the doctrine, the methods, and the tradition of Marxism. When all this ceased to be the subject for literary exercises in times of tranquility and had to be taken as a guide to action in time of war, they forgot everything that had been said and written and started a frantic search for new and fresh ideas. In the first half-serious test they revealed themselves as peacetime Trotskyists. And this shameful performance, this betrayal of Marxism, has taken place in the American section of the Fourth International even before the formal entry of American imperialism into the war. In the Bible of the Opposition. 413. Their document on the war and bureaucratic conservatism, we are assured that the party crisis was provoked by the war. That is not precisely accurate. America has not yet formally entered into the war, and thus far we have only a faint intimation of the moral and material pressure which will be brought to bear against the proletarian vanguard under war conditions. Not the war, but merely the shadow of the approaching war was enough to send Burnham, Schachtman, and Ahem on their mad stampede. In the proletarian majority of the party there is not a trace of pessimism. On the contrary, there is universal satisfaction that the defection of a section of the party leadership revealed itself in time, before the war, and under conditions where it could be combated openly and in free discussion and beaten down. The virtual unanimity with which the proletarian cadres have rallied to the defense of the party and the Fourth International, the militancy and irreconcilability with which they have met the attack of Burnham, Ahem and Schachtman is living proof of the vitality and indestructibility of our movement. That is a good omen for the future. It gives us confidence that it will stand up against the real test of war when it comes. It gives grounds for the most optimistic calculation that the Fourth International will not only survive, but conquer in struggle. In the course of a few months' discussion the differences between the majority and the opposition have reached such depth and scope as to completely overshadow all questions of party regime. If all the alleged faults of the regime were true, and then multiplied 10 times over, the whole question would pale into insignificance beside the principal differences which now clearly separate the two contending factions. The struggle of the opposition ostensibly began as a struggle against the Cannon regime, and as a defense, or at any rate as an anticipation, of the changing position of Trotsky. But in a short time it unfolded as a fundamental conflict with the Fourth International over all the questions of our program, our method, and our tradition. Ahem, who voted at the plenum of October 1939 for the principled resolution of the majority on the Russian question and accuses us of inventing and exaggerating differences, ended up, by the logic of his unprincipled combination, in the revisionist camp of Bumham. Schachtman, who at the plenum could only be accused of building a bridge to Burnham, became his attorney, writing open letters to Comrade Trotsky in his behalf, and directing the most venomous attacks against the proletarian majority of the party who remind him of his yesterday. Burnham, in his latest document on Science and Style, speaks the language of a hate-inspired enemy of the proletarian revolutionary movement and of all those who remain faithful to it. This is what has been revealed in a few months of political discussion. The body of doctrine and methods known as Trotskyism is indubitably the genuine Marxism of our time, the heir and continuator of the Bolshevism of Lenin and the Russian Revolution and the early Comintern. It is the movement known as Trotskyism and no other that has developed Bolshevism in analyzing and interpreting all the great events of the post-Lenin period and in formulating the program for the proletarian struggle and victory. There is no other movement, there is no other school that has answered anything. There is no school that is worthy of a moment's consideration by the proletarian revolutionists. Trotskyism, embodied in the Fourth International, is the only revolutionary movement. But the road from the elaboration of the program to the organization of firm cadres, and from that to the building of mass parties of the Fourth International, is difficult and complicated. It proceeds through various stages of evolution and development as a continuous process of selection, attracting new forces and discarding others who fail to keep step. The American section of the Fourth International is right now in the midst of a crisis in this evolutionary process. If, as all signs indicate, we are moving toward a radical solution of the crisis, it is to be accounted for by the speed at which world events are marching and the immensity of their scope and the sensitivity of our party to their impact. The Second World War, no less than the First, strikes all organizations and tendencies in the labor movement with cataclysmic force. Our own organization is no exception. Like all others, it is being shaken to its foundations and compelled to reveal its real nature. Weaknesses which remained undisclosed in time of peace are rapidly laid bare with the approach of war. Numerous individuals and whole groupings, whether formally members of the Fourth International or sympathizers, are being submitted to the same tests. There will be casualties, which may seem to indicate a weakening of the movement. But that is rather the appearance of things than the reality. Trotskyism is the veritable doctrine and method of proletarian revolution. It reveals its true substance most unfailingly in times of crisis, war, and revolutionary struggle. Those who have assimilated the program, the doctrine, the method, and the tradition into their flesh and blood, as the guiding line of struggle, cling all the more firmly to the movement under the pressure of the crisis. It is only those who took Bolshevism as a set of literary formulas, espousal of which gave one a certain distinction in radical circles without incurring any serious responsibilities, those who adopted Trotskyism as a form of extreme radicalism which never went beyond the bounds of sophisticated debate. It 415 is such people who are most inclined to falter and to lose their heads under the pressure of the crisis, and even to blame their panic on that same Trotskyism which simply remains true to itself. Everybody knows the crisis has dealt heavy blows to the imposing movement of Stalinism. With the signing of the Soviet-Nazi pact, the flight of the Stalinist fellow travelers began. They could stomach the Moscow trials but not the prospect of coming into collision with the democratic government of US imperialism. After the Soviet invasion of Poland and then of Finland, the flight of the fellow travelers became a rout. This wild migration attracted wide attention and comment. We ourselves contributed our observations and witticisms on this ludicrous spectacle. Up to now, however, we have remained silent on an analogous phenomenon in our own periphery. The flight of the more sophisticated, but hardly more courageous, intellectual fellow travelers of American Trotskyism has been scarcely less precipitate and catastrophic. With the approach of the war, Trotskyism as a doctrine and as a movement began to lose its respectability. Many of the intellectuals, sniffing danger, arranged a somewhat hasty and undignified departure. In truth, there is not much left of that considerable army of drawing-room heroes who used to admire Trotsky's literary style and confound the less intelligent periphery of Stalinism with nuggets of wisdom mined from Trotsky's writings. The collapse of the Trotskyist cultural front was taken by some people, especially the ex-fronters themselves, to signify a collapse of our movement. In the journals of the class enemy to which they promptly attached themselves, some of them have already worked up courage to write about Trotskyism as an outmoded sectarian tendency. However, it is they who are outmoded, not the movement of the proletarian vanguard, Trotskyism. The petty bourgeois intellectuals are introspective by nature. They mistake their own emotions, their uncertainties, their fears, and their own egoistic concern about their personal fate for the sentiments and movements of the great masses. They measure the world's agony by their own inconsequential aches and pains. Insofar as our party membership consists in part of petty bourgeois elements completely disconnected from the proletarian class struggle, the crisis which overtook the periphery of our movement is transferred, or rather, extended, into the party. It is noteworthy that the crisis struck the New York organization of the party, thanks to its unfavorable social composition, with exceptional force and virulence, while the proletarian centers of the party remained virtually unaffected. The tendency of the petty bourgeois elements to flee from our program and to repudiate our tradition is counterposed to a remarkable demonstration of loyalty to the program and to the party on the part of the proletarian MEM. 416. Worship. One must indeed be blind not to understand the meaning of this differentiation. The more our party revealed itself as a genuine proletarian party, the more it stood firmly by principle and penetrated into the workers' mass movement, the better it has withstood the shock of the crisis. To the extent that our party has sunk its roots in proletarian soil, it has gained, not lost, during this recent period. The noise we hear around and about our movement is simply the rustling of the leaves at the top of the tree. The roots are not shaking. The evolution and development of American Trotskyism did not proceed according to a preconceived plan. It was conditioned by a number of exceptional historical circumstances beyond our control. After the initial cadres had accustomed themselves to withstand the attacks and pressure of the Stalinists, the movement began to take shape as an isolated propaganda society. Of necessity, it devoted an inordinate amount of its energy to the literary struggle against Stalinism. World events, one after another, confirmed our criticisms and prognoses. After the collapse of the Communism in Germany, the failure of the successive 5-year plans to bring socialism in Russia, the monstrous excesses of the forced collectivization and the man-made famine, the murderous purges and the trials, after all this, which Trotsky alone had explained and analyzed in advance, Trotskyism became more popular in petty bourgeois intellectual and half-intellectual circles. For a time it even became the fashion. Party membership conferred a certain distinction and imposed no serious hardships. Internal democracy was exaggerated to the point of looseness. Centralism and discipline existed only in the program, not in practice. The party in New York was more like a sophisticated discussion club than a combat party of the proletariat. The fusion with the Must organization, and later the entry into the Socialist Party, were carried out with the deliberate aim of breaking out of propagandistic isolation and stagnation and finding a road to wider circles. These actions brought hundreds of new recruits to the party, and gave us the possibility of expanding our activities. But the successes also brought their own contradictions. The membership of the Socialist Party in New York, including its left wing and its youth organization, was primarily petty bourgeois in composition, and, despite their goodwill, were not easy to assimilate. If our party organization in New York had been much larger, and predominantly proletarian in composition, the task would have been much easier. As it was, some of the new forces from the SP complicated the problem of proletarianizing the party and contributed fresh recruits to the petty bourgeois clique of Ahem. At the same time, thanks to our deliberate orientation toward trade union work, the party in other centers of the country was developing in a proletarian. Ruptures 1939-4417. Direction. Penetration into the trade unions was bringing into the party fresh elements of proletarian fighters, and the contrast between the proletarian centers and the New York organization flared up in numerous skirmishes before it finally exploded in the present party crisis. The approach of the war, with its forewarning of heavy difficulties and sacrifices for members of the party, brought with it a restlessness and dissatisfaction among many of the petty bourgeois elements. These sentiments found authentic expression in a section of the leadership. They began to translate their own nervousness into exaggerated criticism of the party and demands upon it which could not be fulfilled in the circumstances. After the signing of the Stalin-Hitler Pact, the opposition became more articulate. 1T began to express itself in the form of a fight against our program and, eventually, in a revolt against the whole doctrine, tradition, and method of Marxism and Bolshevism. It would be utterly absurd, however, to characterize the party crisis as the result merely of political differences of opinion. We would not touch the core of the problem if we confined ourselves to a political characterization of the fantastic proposals and flip-flops of the opposition. Serious political struggles, such as these, are an expression of the struggle of classes. That is the only way to understand them. The leaders of the opposition, and a very large percentage of their followers, have shown that they are capable of changing their opinions on all fundamental questions of theory and politics overnight. This only demonstrates quite forcibly that their opinions in general are not to be taken too seriously. The driving impulses behind the opposition as a whole are petty bourgeois nervousness at the prospect of impending struggles, difficulties and sacrifices, and the unconscious desire to avoid them at all costs. For some, no doubt, the frenzied struggle against our program and our tradition is simply a device to mask a capitulatory desertion of the revolutionary movement in a cloud of dust and controversy. For others, their newly discovered political position, and their endless talk about it and around it are an unconscious rationalization of the same inner compulsion. In such cases it is not sufficient to stop at a political characterization of the outlandish propositions of the oppositionists. It is necessary to expose their class basis. The present crisis in the party is no mere episode. It is not to be explained by simple differences of opinion such as have occurred at times in the past, and will always occur in a free and democratic party. The crisis is the direct reflection of alien class pressure upon the party. Under this pressure the bulk of the petty bourgeois elements, and the petty bourgeois leaders, lost their heads completely, while the proletarian sections of the party stand firm and rally around the program with a virtual unanimity. 418. From this we can and must draw certain conclusions. 1. It is not sufficient for the party to have a proletarian program, it also requires a proletarian composition. Otherwise the program can be turned into a scrap of paper overnight. 2. This crisis cannot be resolved simply by taking a vote at the convention and reaffirming the program by majority vote. The party must proceed from there to a real proletarianization of its ranks. It must become obligatory for the petty bourgeois members of the party to connect themselves in one way or another with the workers' movement, and to reshape their activities and even their lives accordingly. Those who are incapable of doing this in a definite and limited period of time must be transferred to the rank of sympathizers. We stand at a decisive stage in the evolution of American Trotskyism from a loosely organized propaganda circle and discussion club to a centralized and disciplined proletarian party rooted in the workers' mass movement. This transformation is being forced rapidly under pressure of the approaching war. This is the real meaning of the present party struggle. 3. Their method and ours. It is clear that the question stands not organizationally in the first place, but politically. The political line is and must be the determining factor. It is and must be placed in the center of discussion. We held to this method in spite of everything, even at the cost of losing the votes of comrades who are interested primarily in secondary questions, because only in that way is it possible to educate the party and consolidate a reliable base of support for the program. What is the significance of the organization question as such in a political party? Does it have an independent significance of its own on the same plane with political differences, or even standing above them? Very rarely. And then only transiently, for the political line breaks through and dominates the organization question every time. This is one of the first ABC lessons of party politics, confirmed by all experience. In his notorious document entitled Science and Style, Burnham writes, "The second central issue is the question of the regime in the Socialist Workers' Party." In reality, the opposition tried from the beginning of the dispute to make the question of the regime the first issue, the basic cadres of the opposition. 419. Were recruited precisely on this issue before the fundamental theoretical and political differences were fully revealed and developed. This method of struggle is not new. The history of the revolutionary labor movement since the days of the First International is an uninterrupted chronicle of the attempts of petty bourgeois groupings and tendencies of all kinds to recompense themselves for their theoretical and political weakness by furious attacks against the organizational methods of the Marxists. And under the heading of organizational methods, they included everything from the concept of revolutionary centralism up to routine matters of administration, and beyond that to the personal manners and methods of their principled opponents, which they invariably describe as bad, harsh, tyrannical, and, of course, bureaucratic. To this day any little group of anarchists will explain to you how the authoritarian Marx mistreated Bakunin. The 11-year history of the Trotskyist movement in the United States is extremely rich in such experiences. The internal struggles and faction fights, in which the basic cadres of our movement were consolidated and educated, were, in part, always struggles against attempts to replace principled issues by organizational quarrels. The politically weak opponents resorted to this subterfuge every time. This was the case from the first days. In the early years of our movement, from 1929 almost uninterruptedly up until 1933, Obernschachtmann conducted a furious war of words against the bureaucratic apparatus of Canon Swaybeck, which consisted at the time of one typewriter and no stenographer and no regularly paid functionary. The same hue and cry was raised by the faction of Obermust against the Canon Schachtmann regime. Then Schachtmann, who writes with equal facility on either side of any question, defended the same regime, in an eloquently written and needless to say lengthy document. In our battle with the centrist faction of Sims Clement in the Socialist Party of California, the latter controlled the state committee and cheated and persecuted us by every possible bureaucratic trick, resorting finally to our expulsion. This did not stop them from protesting all the time against the organizational methods of Canon. In the dispute over the Russian question, after our expulsion from the Socialist Party and preceding the formal constitution of the SWP, Burnham and Carter raised the organization question against us in a special resolution inspired by the conception of Menshevism. Schachtmann, who was on the Bolshevik side that season, collaborated with me in the drafting of a counter-resolution on the organization question and defended the regime. In the present party conflict, the most fundamental of all, the question of the regime is again represented as a central issue. This time Schachtmann is on 420. The side of Burnham, attacking the regime which he defended yesterday and attacked the day before. The times changed, the attorney changed clients, but the war against bureaucratism in the most democratic party in the world is conducted in the same way and for the same ends as before. These internal problems, says Abe in his letter to Trotsky of February 16, 1940, have never been resolved satisfactorily. He should know. He has been conducting the war without cessation for 10 years, in the open when he could find prominent allies, by secret intrigues and sniping from ambush when he and his group stood alone. But he never yet got satisfaction. His numerous organizational combinations, for the sake of which he was always ready to sacrifice any principle, always collapsed at the critical moment. In each case, a new stratum of party members who had mistakenly followed him, learned an instructive if painful lesson in the superiority of principled Marxist politics over organizational combinationism. All the experience of our rich past has shown that no matter what temporary successes an organizational combination may have in the beginning, in recruiting inexperienced comrades by fairy tales about the regime, the political line always breaks through in the end and conquers and subordinates the organization question to its proper place. It is this absolute law of the political struggle that has frustrated and defeated Ahem every time and left him and his clique isolated and discredited at the end of every struggle. Ahem and his intimate circle of petty bourgeois gossip-mongers never learned. But conscientious comrades whose inexperience and ignorance he exploited, who had no axe to grind, and who took his expositions of the organization question for good coin, have learned. That is the great gain from the past struggles. Those comrades of our younger generation who have had bad experiences with the attempt, under the tutelage of Ahem, to substitute the organization question for the political line, and even to raise it to first place above the political line. It is precisely these comrades who are most immune to this kind of factional trickery in the present dispute. From their unfortunate experiences, and supplementary study, they have learned to brush aside the claptrap about the regime at the beginning of every dispute. They have learned to probe to the bottom of the political differences, and to take their positions accordingly. We, from the beginning of the present conflict, steadfastly refused to conduct the battle on this ground. We were determined at all costs to bring out the political and theoretical essence of the dispute. Many comrades objected to this strategy. They complained that inexperienced comrades were being disoriented by this story and that story, by one alleged grievance and another, and lined up in caucus formation before they had begun to seriously consider the 421 political questions. In spite of that, instructed by the experience of the past, we stuck to our method. The subsequent development of the party discussion confirmed its correctness. The issues are pretty clear now. That is a great gain. There is no doubt that quite a few comrades have been disoriented and won over to the opposition because, in the early stages of the discussion, we refused to be diverted from the fundamental political and theoretical struggle and allowed most of the gossip and chit-chat about the regime to go unanswered. The opposition is welcome to the supporters gained by these means. This must be said in all seriousness and frankness. We are living in serious times. We stand on the eve of grave events and great tests for our movement. People who can be disoriented and swept off their feet by rumors and gossip and unsupported accusations will not be very reliable soldiers in the hard days coming. The petty bourgeoisie, after all, do everything on a small scale. The gossip and slander campaign of our opposition is not a drop in the bucket compared to the torrents of lies, misinformation, and slander that will be poured over the heads of the revolutionary fighters in the coming days of the war crisis through the mighty propaganda mediums of the class enemy. And it is to be expected that for long periods of time we will be gagged and bound hand and foot and have no means of communication with each other. Only those who have thought out their principles and know how to hold to them firmly will be able to sustain themselves in such times. It is not difficult to foresee that those who succumbed already at the feeble anticipation of this campaign inside our own party can be engulfed by the first wave of the real campaign. Such comrades need not simply a reassurance about this or that fairy tale. They need a re-education in the principles and methods of Marxist politics. Only then will it be possible to rely upon them for the future battles. For the organization question. As long as the real scope of the political and theoretical disputes remained undetermined, the talk about the organization question contributed, and could contribute, nothing but confusion. But, now that the fundamental political issues are fully clarified, now that the two camps have taken their position along fundamental lines, it is possible and perhaps feasible to take up the organization question for discussion in its proper setting and in its proper place, as an important but subordinate issue, as an expression in organizational terms of the political differences, but not as a substitute for them. The fundamental conflict between the proletarian and the petty bourgeois tendencies expresses itself at every turn in questions of the party organization. 422. But involved in this secondary conflict are not little incidents, grievances, personal friction and similar small change which are a common feature in the life of every organization. The dispute goes deeper. We are at war with Burnham and the Burnhamites over the fundamental question of the character of the party. Burnham, who is completely alien to the program and traditions of Bolshevism, is no less hostile to its organizational methods. He is much nearer in spirit to Severin and all the decadents, skeptics, and renegades of Bolshevism than to the spirit of Lenin and his terrible regime. Burnham is concerned first of all with democratic guarantees against degeneration of the party after the revolution. We are concerned first of all with building a party that will be capable of leading the revolution. Burnham's conception of party democracy is that of a perpetual talking shop in which discussions go on forever and nothing is ever firmly decided. Consider his new invention, a party with two different public organs defending two different and antagonistic programs. Like all the rest of Burnham's independent ideas, that is simply a plagiarism from alien sources. It is not difficult to recognize in this brilliant scheme of party organization a rehabilitation of Norman Thomas's ill-fated all-inclusive party. Our conception of the party is radically different. For us, the party must be a combat organization which leads a determined struggle for power. The Bolshevik Party which leads the struggle for power needs not only internal democracy. It also requires an imperious centralism and an iron discipline in action. It requires a proletarian composition conforming to its proletarian program. The Bolshevik Party cannot be led by dilettantes whose real interests and real lives are in another and alien world. It requires an active professional leadership, composed of individuals democratically selected and democratically controlled, who devote their entire lives to the party, and who find in the party and in its multiform activities in a proletarian environment, complete personal satisfaction. For the proletarian revolutionist, the party is the concentrated expression of his life purpose, and he is bound to it for life and death. He preaches and practices party patriotism, because he knows that his socialist ideal cannot be realized without the party. In his eyes, the crime of crimes is disloyalty or irresponsibility toward the party. The proletarian revolutionist is proud of his party. He defends it before the world on all occasions. The proletarian revolutionist is a disciplined man, since the party cannot exist as a combat organization without discipline. When he finds himself in the minority, he loyally submits to the decision of the party and carries out its decisions, while he awaits new events to verify the disputes or new opportunities to discuss them again. 423. The petty bourgeois attitude toward the party, which Burnham represents, is the opposite of all this. The petty bourgeois character of the opposition is shown in their attitude toward the party, their conception of the party, even in their method of complaining and whining about the grievances, as unfailingly as in their light-minded attitude toward our program, our doctrine, and our tradition. The petty bourgeois intellectual, who wants to teach and guide the labor movement without participating in it, feels only loose ties to it and is always full of grievances against it. The moment his toes are stepped on, or he is rebuffed, he forgets all about the interests of the movement and remembers only that his feelings have been hurt. The revolution may be important, but the wounded vanity of a petty bourgeois intellectual is more important. He is all for discipline when he is laying down the law to others, but as soon as he finds himself in a minority, he begins to deliver ultimatums and threats of split to the party majority. The leaders of the opposition are running true to type. Having recited the whole dolorous catalogue of their petty and inconsequential and mostly imaginary grievances, having been repulsed by the proletarian majority in their attempt to revise the program, having been called in sociological and political terms by their right names, having suffered all these indignities, the leaders of the opposition are now attempting to revenge themselves upon the party majority by threats of split. That will not help them. It will not prevent us from characterizing their revisionist improvisations, and showing that their attitude on the organization question is not disconnected from their petty bourgeois conceptions in general, but simply a secondary expression of them. Organization questions and organizational methods are not independent of political lines, but subordinate to them. As a rule, the organizational methods flow from the political line. Indeed, the whole significance of organization is to realize a political program. In the final analysis, there are no exceptions to this rule. It is not the organization, the party or group, which creates the program, rather it is the program that creates the organization, or conquers and utilizes an existing one. Even those unprincipled groups and cliques which have no program or banner of their own, cannot fail to have a political program imposed upon them in the course of a struggle. We are now witnessing an illustration of the operation of this law in the case of those people in our party who entered into a combination to fight against the regime without having any clearly defined political program of differences with it. In this they are only reproducing the invariable experience of their predecessors who put the cart before the horse, and formed factions to struggle for. 424. Power, before they had any clear idea of what they would do with the power after they got it. In the terminology of the Marxist movement, unprincipled cliques, or groups which begin a struggle without a definite program, have been characterized as political bandits. A classic example of such a group, from its beginning to its miserable end in the backwaters of American radicalism, is the group known as Lovestonites. This group, which took its name from the characterless adventurer who has been its leader, poisoned and corrupted the American communist movement for many years by its unprincipled and unscrupulous factional struggles, which were carried on to serve personal aims and personal ambitions, or to satisfy personal grievances. The Lovestonites were able and talented people, but they had no definite principles. They knew only that they wanted to control the party regime. As with Ahem, this question always occupied first place in their calculations. The political program of the moment was always adapted to their primary aim of solving the organization question satisfactorily, that is, in their favor. They were wild-eyed radicals and ultra-leftists when Zinoviev was at the head of the Comintern. With the downfall of Zinoviev and the violent right swing of the Comintern under Bukharin, they became ardent Bukharinites as quickly and calmly as one changes his shirt. Due to an error in calculation, or a delay in information, they were behindhand in making the switch from Bukharin to Stalin and the frenzied leftism of the third period. To be sure, they tried to make up for their oversight by proposing the expulsion of Bukharin at the party convention they controlled in 1929. But this last demonstration of political flexibility in the service of rigid organizational aims came too late. Their tardiness cost them their heads. Their politics was always determined for them by external pressure. At the time of their membership in the Communist Party, it was the pressure of Moscow. With their formal expulsion from the Comintern, a still weightier pressure began to bear down upon them, and they gradually adapted themselves to it. Today this miserable and isolated clique, petty bourgeois to the core, is tossed about by bourgeois democratic public opinion like a feather in the breeze. The Lovestonites never had any independent program of their own. They were never able to develop one in the years since their separation from the official Communist Party. Today their paper, The Workers' Age, is hardly distinguishable from a journal of left liberalism. A horrible example of the end result of unprincipled organizational politics. The most horrible case of all, with the most immeasurably tragic final consequences, is that of the anti-Trotskyist faction of the Russian Communist Party. It is unquestionable that the Stalin-Zinoviev-Kamenev combination 425 began its factional struggle against Trotsky without any clearly defined programmatic aim. And precisely because it had no program, it became the expression of alien class influences. The ultimate degeneration of the Stalinist faction into a helpless tool of imperialism and a murderous opponent of the true representatives of the Russian Revolution is not, as our enemies say, the logical development of Bolshevism. It is rather the ultimate outcome of a departure from the Bolshevik Marxist method of principled politics. All proportions guarded, the degeneration of the Ahem clique, from formal adherents to the program and doctrine of Marxism into factional supporters of revisionism, has followed the same pattern as the other examples cited. The present ideological and political hegemony of Burnham in the opposition bloc is the most striking proof of the political law that groups and cliques which have no program of their own become the instruments of the program of others. Burnham has a program of a sort. It is the program of struggle against the doctrine, the methods, and the tradition of our movement. It was only natural, indeed it was inevitable, that those who combined with Burnham to fight against the regime should fall under the sway of his program. The speed with which Ahem accomplished this transformation can be explained in part by the fact that he has had previous experience in ideological betrayal in the service of picayune organizational ends, and in part by the fact that the social pressure upon our party is much heavier today than ever before. This pressure accelerates all developments. 5. The intellectuals and the workers. The outspoken proletarian orientation of the majority is represented by Burnham as an expression of antagonism to intellectuals as such, and as an ignorant backwoods prejudice against education in general. In his major document, The War and Bureaucratic Conservatism, he writes, above all, an anti-intellectual and anti-intellectuals attitude is drummed into the minds of party members. The faction associates are taught, quite literally, to despise and scorn intellectuals and intellectualism. For reasons best known to themselves, Shachtman and Ahem sign their names to this protest and take sides in a conflict where they have every right to proclaim neutrality. The question at issue is the attitude of proletarian revolutionists to educated members of the petty bourgeois class who come over to the proletarian movement. This is an important question and deserves clarification. Burnham is indubitably an intellectual, as his academic training, profession, and attainments testify. There is nothing wrong in that, as such, and we cannot have the 426 slightest reason to reproach him for it. We are quite well aware, as Marx said, that ignorance never did anybody any good, and we have nothing in common with vulgar prejudices against educated people which are cultivated by rascally demagogues to serve their own ends. Lenin wrote to Gorky on this point, "Of course I was not dreaming of persecuting the intelligentsia as the stupid little syndicalists do, or deny its necessity for the workers' movement. It is a slander on the Marxist wing of the party to attribute such sentiments to us. On the other hand, we are not unduly impressed by mere learning and still less by pretensions to it. We approach this question, as all questions, critically. Our movement, the movement of scientific socialism, judges things and people from a class point of view. Our aim is the organization of a vanguard party to lead the proletarian struggle for power and the reconstitution of society on socialist foundations. That is our science. We judge all people coming to us from another class by the extent of their real identification with our class, and the contributions they can make which aid the proletariat in its struggle against the capitalist class. That is the framework within which we objectively consider the problem of the intellectuals in the movement. If at least 99 out of every 100 intellectuals, to speak with the utmost conservatism, who approach the revolutionary labor movement turn out to be more of a problem than an asset, it is not at all because of our prejudices against them, or because we do not treat them with proper consideration, but because they do not comply with the requirements which alone can make them useful to us in our struggle. In the Communist Manifesto, in which the theory and program of scientific socialism was first formally promulgated, it was already pointed out that the disintegration of the ruling capitalist class precipitates sections of that class into the proletariat, and that others, a smaller section to be sure, and mainly individuals, cut themselves adrift from the decaying capitalist class and supply the proletariat with fresh elements of enlightenment and progress. Marx and Engels themselves, the founders of the movement of scientific socialism, came to the proletariat from another class. The same thing is true of all the other great teachers of our movement, without exception. Lenin, Trotsky, Plekhanov, Luxemburg, none of them were proletarians in their social origin, but they came over to the proletariat and became the greatest of proletarian leaders. In order to do that, however, they had to desert their own class and join the revolutionary class, the class that holds the future in its hands. They made this transfer of class allegiance unconditionally and without any reservations. Only so could they become genuine representatives of their adopted class, and merge themselves completely with it, and eliminate 427. Every shadow of conflict between them and revolutionists of proletarian origin. There was and could be no problem in their case. The conflict between the proletarian revolutionists and the petty bourgeois intellectuals in our party, as in the labor movement generally in the whole world for generation after generation, does not at all arise from ignorant prejudices of the workers against them. It arises from the fact that they neither cut themselves adrift from the alien classes, as the Communist Manifesto specified, nor do they join the revolutionary class, in the full sense of the word. Unlike the great leaders mentioned above, who came over to the proletariat unconditionally and all the way, they hesitate halfway between the class alternatives. Their intelligence, and to a certain extent also their knowledge, impels them to revolt against the intellectual and spiritual stagnation of the parasitic ruling class whose system reeks with decay. On the other hand, Their petty bourgeois spirit holds them back from completely identifying themselves with the proletarian class and its vanguard party, and reshaping their entire lives in a new proletarian environment. Herein is the source of the problem of the intellectuals. The revolutionary workers' movement, conscious that it holds the future in its hands, is self-assured, imperious, exacting in the highest degree. It repels all flirtations and half-allegiances. It demands from everyone, especially from leaders, all or nothing. Not their education, as the Lovestonite sympathizers of our party opposition maintain, brings the intellectuals into conflict with the proletarian cadres of the party, but their petty bourgeois spirit, the miserable halfness, their absurd ambition to lead the revolutionary labor movement in their spare time. It is not true that the advanced militant workers are hostile to education and prejudiced against educated people. Just the contrary. They have an exaggerated respect for every intellectual who approaches the movement and an exaggerated appreciation of every little service he renders. This was never demonstrated more convincingly than in the reception accorded to Burnham when he formally entered our movement, and in the extraordinary consideration that has been given to him all this time. He became a member of the National Committee without having served any apprenticeship in the class struggle. He was appointed one of the editors of our theoretical journal. All the recognition and the honors of a prominent leader of the party were freely accorded to him. His scandalous attitude toward the responsibilities of leadership, his consistent refusal to devote himself to party work as a profession, not as an avocation, his haughty and contemptuous attitude toward his party co-workers, his disrespect for our tradition, and even for our international organization and its 428 leadership, all this and more was passed over in silence by the worker elements in the party, if by no means with approval. It was not until Burnham came out into the open in an attempt to overthrow our program that the worker elements of the party rose up against him and called him to order. His attempt now to represent this revolutionary action as an expression of ignorant prejudice against him because of his learning is only another, and most revealing, exhibition of his own petty bourgeois spirit and petty bourgeois contempt for the workers. A proletarian party that is theoretically schooled in the scientific doctrines of Marxism cannot be intimidated by anybody, nor disoriented by a few unfortunate experiences. The fact that the learned Professor Burnham revealed himself as just another petty bourgeois may possibly engender a little more caution in regard to similar types in the future. But it will not change anything in the fundamental attitude of the workers' vanguard toward the intellectuals from the bourgeois world who approach the movement in the future. Instructed by this experience, it is possible that the next one who comes along will have to meet stiffer conditions. It is hardly likely that in the future anyone will be permitted to make pretensions to leadership unless he makes a clean break with his alien class environment and comes over to live in the labor movement. Mere visiting will not be encouraged. The American movement has had very bad experience with intellectuals. Those who have appeared on its horizon up to date have been a pretty shabby crew. Adventurers, careerists, self-seekers, dilettantes, quitters under fire, that is the wretched picture of the parade of intellectuals through the American labor movement as painted by themselves. Daniel de Leon stands out as the great exception. He was not merely an intellectual. He was a man and a fighter, a partisan incapable of any divided allegiance. Once he had decided to come over to the proletarian class, the stale atmosphere of the bourgeois academic world became intolerable for him. He departed from the university, slamming the door behind him, and never once looked back. Thereafter, to the end of his life, he identified himself completely with the socialist movement and the struggle of the workers. Revolutionary workers of the present generation remember him with gratitude for that, without thereby overlooking his political errors. Other, and we hope, greater de Leons, will come to us in the future, and they will receive a wholehearted welcome from the party of the proletarian vanguard. They will not feel sensitive if we scrutinize their credentials and submit them to a certain apprenticeship. They will not be offended if we insist on an explicit understanding that their task is to interpret and apply the proletarian science of Marxism, not to palm off a bourgeois substitute for it. The new de Leons will readily understand that this preliminary examination is simply a precaution. 429. Against the infiltration of intellectual phonies, and does not signify, in any way whatever, a prejudice against intellectuals who really come to serve the proletarian cause. The genuine Marxist intellectuals who come to us will understand the cardinal point of our doctrine, that socialism is not simply a moral ideal, as Burnham tries to instruct us in the year 1940 to 92 years after the Communist Manifesto, but the necessary outcome of an irreconcilable class struggle conducted by the proletariat against the bourgeoisie. It is the workers who must make the revolution, and it is workers who must compose the proletarian vanguard party. The function of the Marxist intellectual is to aid the workers in their struggle. He can do it constructively only by turning his back on the bourgeois world and joining the proletarian revolutionary camp, that is, by ceasing to be a petty bourgeois. On that basis the worker Bolsheviks and the Marxist intellectuals will get along very well together. 430. Whatever the background of an internal crisis, however much it may be implicit in the general situation within a party, it very often comes first into the open in a leading committee. This is the case with the present crisis in our party, and the place and date of its breaking into the open can be precisely fixed. It occurred in the Resident Political Committee at a special meeting held on the evening of the day when the German army invaded Poland, that is, the first day of the Second World War. Between the end of the July Convention and that day there had been no crisis and no crisis atmosphere in the Resident Committee. From that day, there has been an uninterrupted and deepening crisis. The crisis was precipitated by a statement and series of motions presented by Gould. Gould's statement condemned the sluggishness and inactivity of the committee, and its failure to respond adequately to the war situation which had been signaled by the announcement of the German-Russian agreement and the subsequent mobilizations of the European powers. His motions, practical in character, called for a drastic reorientation of the party's activities and attitude in order to meet the demands of the war, cancellation of all leaves, more frequent publication of the appeal, and of pamphlets, leaflets, and manifestos, the holding of public meetings and demonstrations, the immediate convocation of a full plenum of the National Committee. He proposed that the agenda of the plenum should include an analysis of the war, the preparation of the party's organization to meet the war, and the Russian question in the light of the new developments. It is of the first importance to recall that the Russian question played a completely subordinate role at this meeting, as it had in all previous meetings, including those following the announcement of the German-Russian agreement. Gould did not motivate his demand for an immediate plenum only or mainly on the Russian issue. All of the committee, without exception, recognized that discussion of the Russian question ought properly to be part of the business of the plenum. And the committee at that meeting voted unanimously to appoint Burnham to make a verbal report on the Russian question to the next meeting, as preparation for the plenum. A great event, the greatest since the beginning of the Fourth Internationalist movement, the start of the Second World War, occurred. This great event precipitated a major crisis in our party, in the first instance in the leadership. One part of the leadership held that this great event called for a drastic change in the organization and activity of the party, and a change in our policy toward Stalinism in the war along the lines already dealt with by Johnson, Schachtman, and Carter, prior to the German-Soviet Pact, at the July Convention of the party. Another section, the majority of the committee, held that no change was necessary. The view that the crisis broke out over the Russian question is entirely false, and is disproved by the record, the essential parts of which are cited in Schachtman's speech to the New York membership discussion meeting and all of which will be presented verbatim in the internal bulletin. The crisis broke out over the war, not over the Russian question. The Russian question entered and became acute, only as one phase of the more general question of the war. The minority kept pressing along three lines, one for concrete answers to the specific questions being raised by the war, in particular the Red Army's invasion of Poland, which was then the outstanding immediate issue, two for action on the reorganization of the party's structure and activities to meet the war, three for the opening of a discussion in the party, and the holding of a plenum. The plenum, when finally held, revolved around the Russian question and the reorganization of the political committee. The first session, held nominally on the party and the war, was hardly more than a formality, and has besides led to nothing. At the plenum there were presented for vote, 1. The resolution of Shachtman, which characterized the war in its present phase and the role of Russia in the war, and drew the conclusions from this characterization as to our attitude in such cases as that of the Polish invasion, and 2. A motion of canon reaffirming our basic position, but not in any way characterizing either the war or the role of Russia or the Polish invasion. 432. 2. The war and the party crisis. Wars and revolutions are the most decisive of all events in the lives of political parties. In 1914, the outbreak of the war had a shattering effect upon every working-class party in the world. In their bulk, the parties went over to their respective imperialists. But even within the left, ostensibly revolutionary wings, the Russian Bolsheviks not excluded, the outbreak of the war provoked the most profound crises. In spite of all that had been written and foretold, no one, neither Lenin nor anyone else, had anticipated the actual effect which the outbreak of the war would have. New groupments and regroupments were to be found within every party, the Bolshevik party included. Nor was a definitive solution to the various crises found in a day or a week. During the course of the entire war, even among those who stood committed to struggle against the war, a constant and changing debate went on as to just what struggle against the war meant concretely. Lenin, Liebknecht, Trotsky, Luxemburg, Debs. These questions are the background and foundation of the present dispute in the party, whatever form it may seem at a given moment to take. The Russian question became a center for a while not merely because of its own independent merits, and it is a very serious question indeed, but because in the first stage of the war the party leadership has shown itself incapable of meeting the political challenge of the WACS on the issues where that challenge first became acute, namely on the issues raised by Russia's actions. But the organizational problems could not be left out, even temporarily, because the leadership was simultaneously showing that it was not meeting the challenge of the war organizationally. It is the contention of the opposition that the position which the Cannon Group has taken in the present dispute is the manifestation or expression of a type of politics which can be best described as bureaucratic conservatism. We hold that this bureaucratic conservative tendency has existed in the party for some time, that during the course of a number of years it gradually solidified, manifesting itself at first sporadically and then more and more continuously, and that the outbreak of the war crystallized this tendency and brought it to a head. The outstanding representative of this tendency in the party, we hold, is Comrade Cannon. The importance of Cannon, however, is not primarily as an individual but precisely as the embodiment of bureaucratic conservatism, and when we refer to him in what follows we do so in no personal sense but simply as the outstanding representative of a tendency. The crisis in the party occurred fundamentally, it follows, because of the resistance by one section of the party, in the light of the war, to the solidification. 433. Of the entire party on a bureaucratic conservative basis. The resolution of the crisis, therefore, must be sought in the definite ascendancy in the party as a whole of either bureaucratic conservatism or of the opposition which stands for party democracy and collective leadership. For the nature of bureaucratic conservatism. It is a fact that from the outset in the present dispute there have been raised questions of organization and regime. The majority has accused the minority of having been responsible for raising these questions, and in addition has made the mutually contradictory accusations that, a. The minority has been using the question of regime as a cover for a false and revisionist position on the Russian question, and, b. The minority has been using the Russian question as a cover for an underhanded attack on the regime. In his letter of October 22 to Comrade Stanley, Internal Bulletin, N. 2, p.14, Comrade Crux Trotsky writes as follows. 4. You state in your letter that the main issue is not the Russian question but the internal regime. I have heard this accusation often since almost the very beginning of the existence of our movement in the United States. The formulations varied a bit, the groupings too, but a number of comrades always remained in opposition to the regime. They were, for example, against the entrance into the Socialist Party, not to go further into the past. However, it immediately occurred that not the entrance was the main issue but the regime. Now the same formula is repeated in connection with the Russian question. 5. I, for my part, believe that the passage through the Socialist Party was a salutary action for the whole development of our party, and that the regime, or the leadership, which assured this passage was correct against the opposition which at that time represented the tendency of stagnation. G. Thus in two most important issues of the last period, comrades dissatisfied with the regime have had, in my opinion, a false political attitude. The regime must be an instrument for correct policy and not for false. When the incorrectness of their policy becomes clear, then its protagonists are often tempted to say that not this special issue is decisive but the general regime. During the development of the left opposition and the Fourth International, we opposed such substitutions hundreds of times. When Farikin or Sneevliet or even Molinier were beaten on all 434 their points of difference, they declared that the genuine trouble with the Fourth International is not this or that decision but the bad regime. A correct understanding of Cannon's bureaucratic conservatism will enable us to understand both how and why the question of organization and regime immediately entered, and also the falsity of the accusations made by the majority on the one side and by Crux on the other. Assuming a correct policy, it is not merely possible, but it frequently happens, that this policy is carried through in a bad or false organizational manner, e.g. bureaucratically, by manipulation of the apparatus, by arbitrary fiat, by removals from posts or expulsions, without education of the membership to the correctness of the policy, etc. When this occurs, and there are hundreds of examples in political history, the records of the Frey group in Austria and the Molinier group in France are but two instances in the history of the left opposition alone. A certain paradox arises within the given organization, especially acute for those who agree with the policy but object to the methods. Ideally and in the abstract, this paradox can be solved by separating the two questions, policy and regime, carefully, and by supporting the policy but taking steps to alter the regime and methods. In practice, the solution is not so simple, since the bureaucratic regime exploits its allegedly correct, or rather generally false, policy to uphold its regime and methods. Indeed, a bureaucratic regime, seeing its methods about to be attacked, often provokes a political dispute to turn aside the organizational attack. No absolute rule can be given in advance for meeting these problems in practice. At a particular time, the failure to alter the regime may have a more damaging long-term effect even than the adoption, temporarily, of a false or inadequate policy, especially in those cases where policy is only a secondary consideration in the mind of the regime. We make these remarks not to suggest that the majority has in the present a correct policy, which it most certainly does not have, but to combat the loose and empty formalism of the conception that regime and policy are mechanically, necessarily, and automatically united, and particularly against the conception that regime flows directly and harmoniously from policy. 5. However, bureaucratic conservatism is unique among all political tendencies in precisely the relation that holds, in its case, between regime and policy. In its case, there is a necessary relation between regime and policy, and this relation is the reverse of the normal. In the case of bureaucratic conservatism, policy is subordinated to regime, not the other way around. Let us see what this means. Bureaucratic conservatism is, put crudely and bluntly, apparatus politics. Its chief base, in any organization or movement, large or small, is the apparatus. 435. Objectively considered, the goal and purpose and aim of a bureaucratic conservative tendency is to preserve itself. To this aim all else is, in the last analysis, subordinated. To this aim, policy and political issues are subordinated. It is for this reason that the policies adopted by the bureaucratic conservative tendency tend always toward being conservative. It is the defender of the status quo, until the point where its own preservation becomes incompatible with the preservation of the status quo. Normally a bold move, an abrupt change, a reorientation, the intrusion of something new, upset things as they are, that is, tend to undermine the established regime. That is why, to Cannon and his central core of supporters, those who propose bold and new steps, changes, and reorientations, are almost invariably characterized out of hand, without even consideration or discussion, as irresponsible, light-minded, yielding to pressure, etc. No, here as elsewhere we must seek a political explanation for the speedy appearance of the organization question in every dispute. And that explanation is found in the political character of the Cannon faction, in the fact that it is a bureaucratic conservative tendency, a tendency for which every serious political proposal with which it differs, and this includes virtually all proposals which involve something new, is interpreted as an attack on its regime. It replies always by raising, openly or implicitly, the question of confidence. Its tone takes on the bitterness of the apparatus defending its control of the leadership. From the point of view of the minority, therefore, it is not in the ordinary sense that it raises the question of regime. When we call the Cannon faction bureaucratic conservative, we are giving a political characterization. But this particular political tendency manifests itself at one and the same time as conservative in its politics, and bureaucratic in its regime. These are the two sides of the same coin. 5. Bureaucratic conservatism in action. Now the minority contends that the war which is going on is not entirely the war that we foresaw, and that the role of Russia in it is not what we expected, and therefore that we must make new analyses related to the reality of today's events and give new answers, and that among other things we must also revise our slogan of unconditional defense of the Soviet Union. The minority, concretely and clearly, has made the new analyses, given new answers, and proposed the revision of the slogan. This again is why we say that the policy of the majority has been conservative. 436. Cannon, upon all occasions without exception, accepts the politics of Trotsky, accepts them immediately and without question. Since Trotsky's politics are, as a rule, correct and progressive, this tends often to make Cannon's politics appear correct and progressive, that is, the opposite of conservative. The Cannon group, we have said, accepts automatically, in words at least, the politics of Trotsky. But this does not mean that it accepts all the views of Trotsky. We have defined the Cannon group as bureaucratic conservative, and have pointed out that for a bureaucratic conservative group, politics is subordinate to regime. The independence of the Cannon group, what keeps it alive and makes it possible for it to be a group, is not its political policies, which, in the last analysis, are wholly secondary for it, but its central object of the maintenance of itself. On questions of regime, or organizational methods, Cannon is not in the least the follower of Trotsky, but, on the contrary, though willing to listen to Trotsky's opinion, pursues an assured and independent course. Political or theoretical questions can be left to others, to Trotsky, or even, on normal occasions, to Burnham or Schachtman. But Cannon will keep a firm and guiding hand on organization. This difference in attitude is infinitely revealing of the true nature of bureaucratic conservatism. Politics, programs, are more or less routine matters for others to take care of. The business of the real Bolshevik is to cinch up the majority and retain party control. Yes, Trotsky or Burnham, or Schachtman writes the political resolutions for plenums and conventions, but the organization resolutions come from the firm Bolshevik hand of Cannon. From the end of the Chicago Convention in November 1937 to June 1939, not one word of Cannon's appears in the public political press of the party, but his articles on organization feature the pre-convention discussion. We have already pointed out that the Cannon group is in a state of development. Its bureaucratic conservatism is not the product of a day or a year. It has become crystallized, become a system, only gradually, over a long period. It is our conviction that the outbreak of the war is what precipitated it clearly and crassly. It was difficult to attack before the party as a whole what was primarily a threat, a tendency, an embryo. Nor would this have been justified. By taking things as they came, a point at a time, the tendency might be corrected in time, at least we might muddle through. 7. The clique and its leader. The leading members of the Cannon faction are well known as such. They are not new recruits, either to the party or to the faction. They include such comrades as Lewitt, Gordon, Dunn, Skoglund, Weber, Turner, Clark, Cochrane. 437. Morrow, Wright, Weiss, etc. We have called this faction a clique. We do so not for the sake of employing an epithet with unpleasant associations against our opponents, but, as always, in the effort to give an exact and scientific political description. The Cannon faction is a clique because it is a grouping that exists, that has a continuous existence, without any principled political foundation so different from the policies of others as to warrant a separate, and secret, formation. Cannon has stated, in the present party discussion, that for 2 years there was no Cannon faction, but that now there is, and there is one now because a serious political dispute arose, over the Russian question, and a faction representing an identical point of view took shape on the foundation of that political view. This claim is put forward only to pull wool over the eyes of the innocent. It is quite true that, in the present dispute, many supporters and members of the present, temporary, Cannon faction are not members of the permanent Cannon clique. But the clique itself has a lasting life. The Cannon faction is a bureaucratic conservative clique, not a group built on a commonly accepted political platform. But what, then, holds it together, if not a political platform? It, like all such groupings, if it is to endure, has only one resort, to group itself around an individual, a leader. The platform of the grouping becomes, the leader. It could not be otherwise. It is natural, in politics, that individuals who have shown talent and ability should come to occupy somewhat special places in the minds of their associates, and that some or many persons will put considerable confidence in what the talented individuals do and say. It is natural that these leading individuals should carry weight as persons and not merely as embodiments of political ideas. There need be nothing wrong with this, though it contains undoubted dangers in the best of circumstances. But the relation of the followers of a clique to its leader is something very different, and the cult of the leader is not at all the same thing as confidence in an outstanding, tried, and talented comrade. It is in this latter sense, that we say that Cannon is regarded as a leader by his followers. He is the substitute for a political platform. A clique with a leader cult has its own laws of development, and the Cannon faction cannot escape the operation of these laws. In order to keep the leader in his niche, all other leading comrades must be toppled. Consequently, a systematic undercover campaign to poison the minds of party members is conducted, in terms often of the most fantastic slanders. An anti-New York propaganda is spread, which is at bottom a catering to prejudices that are not always healthy. This campaign was especially whipped up by Cannon at the last convention of the party in the most artificial manner and to such an 438 extreme point that it was carried over to the public mass meetings celebrating the convention. It served the interests of the clique to do so at the national convention. But, at the New York City convention a few months later, when it served the clique's interests to laud to the skies everything Cochrane, the city organizer, had done and to deny violently that anything was wrong or deficient in his administration, the New York organization was suddenly presented as an all but perfect section of the party, at least that section of it which supported the Cannon group. Above all, an anti-intellectual and anti-intellectuals attitude is drummed into the minds of party members. The faction associates are taught, quite literally, to despise and scorn intellectuals and intellectualism. A loud laugh is guaranteed for a joke or story about an intellectual. Such symptoms, though they have been rare in the Trotskyist movement, are familiar enough. Some of us will remember a prominent appearance of them in the American movement some 6 years ago. Within the AWP, the struggle against fusion with the CLA was conducted by Hardman under the banner of Anti-New York, Anti-intellectual, not unlike many of the present campaigners, the banner carrier was himself a New York intellectual. The self-avowed trade union faction of Foster & Co. in the old Communist Party fights distinguished itself in the same way, although in those days Cannon combated Fosterite demagogy with all his strength. Rudeness and harshness, of a personal rather than a political kind, more and more make their appearance. At the very beginning of the present dispute, before positions and lines were even clearly drawn, Cannon and his associates were referring to the opposition constantly as traitors, sniveling this and stinking that. Not on the floor of the plenum, but during its sessions Dunn described the minority as sniveling strikebreakers. Our quotations are, as always, literal. The opposition has since become agents of imperialism, scabs and strikebreakers. Vocabulary, too, is caught in the bureaucratic conservative trap. 8. Cannon's theory of crises. We have explained to the party, consistently and openly, our political analysis of the party crisis. It is our duty to do so. It is no less Cannon's duty to give High.'s theory, High.'s political analysis. It is not without significance that since the beginning of the present crisis, he has shifted back and forth among no less than 4 different theories of the party crisis, and only one of these 4, the one to which he has devoted least attention, is a political analysis. 439. 1. Cannon's first theory was that the leaders of the opposition are pawns. Able, light-minded, subjective, and using their own inner doubts to throw the party into a crisis. This, it may be observed, is what Cannon has said at the outset of every even minor conflict in the party during the past several years. 2. The second theory of Cannon was that the position of the minority is an expression of the pressure of democratic imperialism, that is, that the minority's position on the question immediately under dispute is social patriotic. This is Cannon's sole attempt at a political analysis. But apparently he senses the weakness of this analysis, for he mentions it only occasionally and in passing. He never, so far, has dwelt on it, never attempted to prove it. To prove it convincingly, it will not be enough for him to give an abstract analysis of the minority's position on the Russian question. He must bolster his proof with evidence from other actions, motions, speeches, writings, of the leaders of the minority during this period and before it, must show that these too reveal the tendency toward democratic imperialist patriotism. But everyone knows that he cannot do this. Everyone knows that the leaders of the minority have consistently and day by day upheld the internationalist, anti-patriotic position of the party, above all on the question of war, where it means most. Everyone knows that they have been not the last but the first in the party in this all-important task. Our party, true enough, is subject to the pressure of democratic patriotism, and we must guard against it. Fortunately, this pressure has not yet had serious and crystallized results in our ranks. Where it has been manifested concretely, when Cochrane in Cleveland jumped head over heels into the Keep America Out of War Committee, when the comrades in Toledo slipped reformist versions of our transition slogans into the unemployment pamphlet they sponsored, when a couple of months ago our Minneapolis comrades supported a resolution at the Minnesota State AFL Convention hailing William Green as a fighter against war. In these concrete cases we find that it was never members of the present minority who were primarily involved, or involved at all. 3. The third theory of Cannon, advanced at a New York membership meeting, is that the present minority constitutes a stinking office bureaucracy. The adjective was very much insisted upon. As proof of this he offered flat falsifications of 3 incidents in party history. We shall not here counter these with the truth, though if the falsifications are persisted in or committed to paper we shall take occasion to do so, and do so conclusively. But we wish now only to observe, as in Theory 1, how this reply is typically bureaucratic. You call me a bureaucrat? You are yourselves not only bureaucrats, but stinking bureaucrats. Again, a substitute for a political answer. 440. 4. The fourth theory of Cannon is as follows: The present dispute in the party is the expression of a conflict between the petty bourgeois, middle-class elements, the minority, and the proletarian elements, the majority. A luscious and satisfying theory indeed. What we, the majority, says to itself, licking its chops, have in the party is, the class struggle. Thus the majority can get compensation by participation in its own class struggle for the party's inadequacies in the real struggle which is proceeding in its own way in the outside world. This theory also is not political, but sociological. If it were true, and significant, it would still be necessary to characterize the position reached by the petty bourgeois current politically. It is not enough just to call it petty bourgeois. Cannon's class struggle theory of the party crisis is a very dangerous fraud. Its concrete meaning is to encourage the trade union comrades to free themselves, not from petty bourgeois elements, but from political control by the party. The talk about petty bourgeois elements serves them as a rationalization to excuse rejection of political control by the party when that control seems to, and sometimes, necessarily, does, interfere with local or temporary advantages in trade union work. In this fundamental respect it is identical with the theory and agitation of the Foster faction in the CP years ago, often condemned by our movement in the past and meriting the same condemnation today. The sterility of bureaucratic conservatism. A political party cannot continue as a living organism in a period of crisis, above all of war crisis, merely with a policy of reaffirming our past position. More and more we find that the Cannon faction resists every new idea, every experiment. Let us grant that half at least of the new ideas and proposed experiments are wrong. Still, we can better afford to make mistakes than to do nothing. What is revealing is that the Cannon associates always have as their first response to a new idea, hysteria, romanticism, light-mindedness. In small things as in great, whether it is the attempt actually to do something about building a workers' guard or even to hold, in New York, an out-of-door May Day meeting, which Goldman and Cannon opposed as not feasible and sure to flop, though, as usual with experiments we try, it far more than justified itself when carried out. We must not rush into taking concrete positions on concrete questions of the day, the embargo or the invasion of Poland or municipal ownership of New York subways or what is going on in India. 441. Because, forsooth, we might be mistaken or might violate our fundamental position or involve ourselves in speculation. Bureaucratic conservatism, by its very nature, is sterile. Its self-preserving objective allows it to be skillful in organizational maneuvers, but blocks the outward road. If it tries the outward road, it is only because its inner difficulties have compelled it to seek external solution, and its expansion is also therefore conservative and bureaucratic. The growing sterility of the Cannon faction is shown most clearly of all by its attitude toward the youth, and by its inability to assimilate the best of the youth. It has never even noticed the youth except to smash down on its leaders for an alleged anti-party attitude and, characteristically, for their alleged ultra-leftism and adventurism, which is in reality only the resistance of the youth to the Cannon clique's bureaucratic conservatism and to its leader cult. It is not yet a decided question in our party that failure to adulate Cannon as infallible leader constitutes an anti-party attitude. Entirely prepared for the easy bureaucratic charge of flattering the youth and well recognizing the distinct weaknesses in our youth organization, we say without hesitation that our youth, the YPSL organization itself and those comrades recently come from the YPSL to the party, are in every essential respect the most progressive force in the movement, and go % of its hope for the future. The approach of war only makes this truth the more weighty. The youth carry the burden of the work of the party as well as of the YPSL. In responsible organization they put the party to shame, in receptivity to new and experimental ideas they are a standing lesson, they supply the party with most of its new members, and it is they alone who have actually done something to put themselves in readiness for work under war conditions. And it is this force, the potential force of the revolution, which Cannon, instead of educating and assimilating, brutally dismisses as irresponsible petty bourgeois triflers, lovestonites and traitors to the party. What, we ask, is the perspective of the Canon Group. We know very well what are its intentions with regard to the coming special convention. It has become increasingly plain that the Canon regime is preparing a split. The party must not be taken in for a moment by solemn unity resolutions which Canon presents and has adopted for the sake of the record. Despite the unity resolution, the line and the conduct of the Canon Group have already made it abundantly clear that if they are in the majority at the convention, they will wipe out the opposition, that is, one form of a split, and if they are in the minority, they have no intention of abiding by the discipline of the party, that is, another form of a split. Whichever variant materializes, that is, no matter how the annoying opponents and critics are disposed of, the Canon Group will 442 still have before it the question, what is its perspective? To continue forever reaffirming our old position in answer to the political questions of the day, and to reply to all proposals for new organizational steps by denouncing them as hysteria. The truth is that the Canon Group has no perspective beyond that proper to it as a bureaucratic conservative grouping, self-maintenance, hanging on. This is the truth. If bureaucratic conservatism completes its crystallization and engulfs the party as a whole, then the party cannot survive the war. It will not, as a whole, capitulate to the war. But it will simply be lost, swamped by great events that leave it helpless, to which it cannot respond. That is the destiny of bureaucratic conservatism in the crises of war and revolution. 10. The alternative. What has led to the spreading growth of this evil of bureaucratic conservatism that now threatens the very life of the party? The general causes are clear. It is a consequence of long years of isolation, defeat, uphill struggle, fighting always against the stream, of the weariness, discouragement, even cynicism and despair that these engender in the hearts of men. Bureaucratic conservatism, creeping stealthily up, seems a last desperate means of somehow hanging on, and refuge against a better day. We shall, in an independent document, present to the party a specific program of action, the initial steps in the cure. What is needed is, in its general outline, clear enough. In place of conservative politics, we must put bold, flexible, critical, and experimental politics, in a word, scientific politics. In place of bureaucracy in the regime, not an abandonment of centralism naturally, but democracy also, democracy to the utmost permissible limit. Wherever there is a doubt, resolve the doubt on the democratic side. Only a truly democratic inner life can develop the initiative, intelligence, and self-confidence without which the party will never lead the masses. All the formal democracy enjoyed by the party today, and it is abundant, is worse than meaningless. It is a mockery, if the real policies and the leadership and the regime of the party are continuously determined only by a clique which has no distinctive political foundation. The removal of party control from the hands of this clique is a precondition to the establishment of genuine party democracy and progressive policy. In place of a leader cult, not another leader, we propose none and want none, but a collective leadership, genuinely collective, coordinating and integrating by a real exchange of opinion and an efficient division of labor the best talents of the party. If there is one in the party who is outstanding from all others in his ability. 443. Ideas and devotion and political insight, he will be known and recognized, but let him be primus inter pares, first among equals. In place of reaffirming old positions, let us like free and intelligent men use our mighty programmatic concepts to meet the living problems of history, to foresee and to guide in action. A maximum of branch and local initiative. Comradely education, not brutal and disloyal attacks, for those in error. A warm, if critical, welcome for every new idea, even a doubtful idea, not a denunciation for irresponsibility. Comradely criticism, encouragement, help, praise for the youth even when the youth errs on the side of exaggeration or overzealousness. And let us be less terrified of mistakes. Only the dead make no mistakes. 44. The Russian question is with us once again, as it has been at every critical turning point of the international labor movement since November 7, 1917. And there is nothing strange in that. The Russian question is no literary exercise to be taken up or cast aside according to the mood of the moment. The Russian question has been and remains the question of the revolution. The Russian Bolsheviks on November 7, 1917, once and for all, took the question of the workers' revolution out of the realm of abstraction and gave it flesh and blood reality. It was said once of a book, I think it was Whitman's Leaves of Grass, "Who touches this book, touches a man." In the same sense it can also be said, who touches the Russian question, touches a revolution. Therefore, be serious about it. Don't play with it. The October Revolution put socialism on the order of the day throughout the world. It revived and shaped and developed the revolutionary labor movement of the world out of the bloody chaos of the war. The Russian Revolution showed in practice, by example, how the workers' revolution is to be made. It revealed in life the role of the party. It showed in life what kind of a party the workers must have. By its victory, and its reorganization of the social system, the Russian Revolution has proved for all time the superiority of nationalized property and planned economy over capitalist private property and planless competition and anarchy in production. A sharp dividing line. The question of the Russian Revolution, and the Soviet state which is its creation, has drawn a sharp dividing line through the labor movement of all countries for 22 years. The attitude taken toward the Soviet Union throughout 3 Canon 1939. 445. All these years has been the decisive criterion separating the genuine revolutionary tendency from all shades and degrees of waverers, backsliders, and capitulators to the pressure of the bourgeois world, the Mensheviks, Social Democrats, anarchists and syndicalists, centrists, Stalinists. The main source of division in our own ranks for the past 10 years, since the Fourth Internationalist tendency took organized form on the international field, has been the Russian question. Our tendency, being a genuine, that is, orthodox, Marxist tendency from A to Z, has always proceeded on the Russian question from theoretical premises to political conclusions for action. Of course, it is only when political conclusions are drawn out to the end that differences on the Russian question reach an unbearable acuteness and permit no ambiguity or compromise. Conclusions on the Russian question lead directly to positions on such issues as war and revolution, defense and defeatism. Such issues, by their very nature, admit no unclarity, no compromise, because it is a matter of taking sides. One must be on one side or another in war and revolution. The importance of theory. But if the lines are drawn only when political conclusions diverge, that does not at all signify that we are indifferent to theoretical premises. He is a very poor Marxist, better say, no Marxist at all, who takes a careless or tolerant attitude toward theoretical premises. The political conclusions of Marxists proceed from theoretical analyses and are constantly checked and regulated by them. That is the only way to assure a firm and consistent policy. To be sure, we do not decline cooperation with people who agree with our political conclusions from different premises. For example, the Bolsheviks were not deterred by the fact that the left SRS were inconsistent. As Trotsky remarked in this connection, if we wait till everything is right in everybody's head, there will never be any successful revolutions in this world, or words to that effect. Just the same, for our part we want everything right in our own heads. We have no reason whatever to slur over theoretical formulas, which are expressed in terminology. As Trotsky says, in theoretical matters we must keep our house clean. Our position on the Russian question is programmatic. In brief, the theoretical analysis, a degenerated workers' state. The political conclusion, unconditional defense against external attack of imperialists or internal attempts at capitalist restoration. 446. Defensism and defeatism. Defensism and defeatism are two principled, that is, irreconcilable positions. They are not determined by arbitrary choice but by class interests. No party in the world ever succeeded in harboring these two antipathetic tendencies for any great length of time. The contradiction is too great. Division all over the world ultimately took place along this line. Defensists at home were defeatists on Russia. Defensists on Russia were defeatists at home. The degeneration of the Soviet state under Stalin has been analyzed at every step by the Bolshevik-Leninists and only by them. A precise attitude has been taken at every stage. The guiding lines of the revolutionary Marxist approach to the question have been, see the reality and see it whole at every stage, never surrender any position before it is lost. The worst of all capitulators is the one who capitulates before the decisive battle. The international left opposition, which originated in 1923 as an opposition in the Russian Party, the original nucleus of the Fourth International, has always taken a precise attitude on the Russian question. In the first stages of the degeneration of which the Stalinist bureaucracy was the banner-bearer, the opposition considered it possible to rectify matters by methods of reform through the change of regime in the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Later, when it became clearer that the Communist Party of Lenin had been irremediably destroyed, and after it became manifest that the reactionary bureaucracy could be removed only by civil war, the Fourth International, standing as before on its analysis of the Soviet Union as a workers' state, came out for a political revolution. All the time throughout this entire period of 16 years, the Bolshevik-Leninists have stoutly maintained, in the face of all slander and persecution, that they were the firmest defenders of the workers' state and that in the hour of danger they would be in the front ranks of its defense. We always said the moment of danger will find the Fourth Internationalists at their posts defending the conquests of the Great Revolution without ceasing for a moment our struggle against the Stalinist bureaucracy. Now that the hour of danger is at hand, now that the long-awaited war is actually knocking at the door, it would be very strange if the Fourth International should renege on its oft-repeated pledge. Conservatism on the Russian question. Throughout all this long period of Soviet degeneration since the death of Lenin, the Fourth Internationalists, analyzing the new phenomenon of a degenerating 447 workers' state at every tum, striving to comprehend its complications and contradictions, to recognize and defend all the progressive features of the contradictory processes and to reject the reactionary. During all this long time we have been beset at every new tum of events by the impatient demands of radicals to simplify the question. Thrown off balance by the crimes and betrayals of Stalin, they lost sight of the new system of economy which Stalin had not destroyed and could not destroy. We always firmly rejected these premature announcements that everything was lost and that we must begin all over again. At each stage of development, at each new revelation of Stalinist infamy and treachery, some group or other broke away from the Fourth International because of its conservatism on the Russian question. It would be interesting, if we had the time, to call the roll of these groupings which one after another left our ranks to pursue an ostensibly more revolutionary policy on the Russian question. Did they develop an activity more militant, more revolutionary, than ours? Did they succeed in creating a new movement and in attracting newly awakened workers and those breaking from Stalinism? In no case. If we were to call the roll of these ultra-radical groups, it would present a devastating picture indeed. Those who did not fall into complete political passivity became reconciled in one form or another to bourgeois democracy. The experiences of the past should teach us all a salutary caution, and even, if you please, conservatism, in approaching any proposal to revise the program of the Fourth International on the Russian question. While all the innovators fell by the wayside, the Fourth International alone retained its programmatic firmness. It grew and developed and remained the only genuine revolutionary current in the labor movement of the world. Without a firm position on the Russian question, our movement also would inevitably have shared the fate of the others. The mighty power of the October Revolution is shown by the vitality of its conquests. The nationalized property and the planned economy stood up under all the difficulties and pressures of the capitalist encirclement and all the blows of a reactionary bureaucracy at home. In the Soviet Union, despite the monstrous mismanagement of the bureaucracy, we saw a tremendous development of the productive forces, and in a backward country at that, while capitalist economy declined. Conclusion: nationalized and planned economy, made possible by a revolution that overthrew the capitalists and landlords, is infinitely superior, more progressive. It shows the way forward. Don't give it up before it is lost. Cling to it and defend it. 448. The class forces. On the Russian question, there are only two really independent forces in the world. Two forces who think about the question independently because they base themselves, their thoughts, their analyses and their conclusions, on fundamental class considerations. Those two independent forces are: 1. The conscious vanguard of the world bourgeoisie, the statesmen of both democratic and fascist imperialism. 2. The conscious vanguard of the world proletariat. Between them it is not simply a case of two opinions on the Russian question, but rather of two camps. All those who in the past rejected the conclusions of the Fourth International and broke with our movement on that account, have almost invariably fallen into the sea vice of the imperialists, through Stalinism, social and liberal democracy, or passivity, a form of service. The standpoint of the world bourgeoisie is a class standpoint. They proceed, as we do, from fundamental class considerations. They want to maintain world capitalism. This determines their fundamental antagonism to the USSR. They appreciate the reactionary work of Stalin, but consider it incomplete, insofar as he has not restored capitalist private property. Their fundamental attitude determines an inevitable attempt at the start of the war, or during it, to attack Russia, overthrow the nationalized economy, restore a capitalist regime, smash the foreign trade monopoly, open up the Soviet Union as a market and field of investments, transform Russia into a great colony, and thereby alleviate the crisis of world capitalism. The standpoint of the Fourth International is based on the same fundamental class considerations. Only we draw opposite conclusions, from an opposite class standpoint. Purely sentimental motivations, speculation without fundamental class premises, so-called fresh ideas with no programmatic base, all this is out of place in a party of Marxists. We want to advance the world revolution of the proletariat. This determines our attitude and approach to the Russian question. True, we want to see reality, but we are not disinterested observers and commentators. We do not examine the Russian Revolution and what remains of its great conquests as though it were a bug under a glass. We have an interest. We take part in the fight. At each stage in the development of the Soviet Union, its advances and its degeneration, we seek the basis for revolutionary action. 449. We want to advance the world revolution, overthrow capitalism, establish socialism. The Soviet Union is an important and decisive question on this line. Our standpoint on the Russian question is written into our program. It is not a new question for us. It is 22 years old. We have followed its evolution, both progressive and retrogressive, at every stage. We have discussed it and taken our position anew at every stage of its progressive development and its degeneration. And, what is most important, we have always acted on our conclusions. The decisive criterion. The Soviet Union emerged from the October Revolution as a workers' state. As a result of the backwardness and poverty of the country and the delay of the world revolution, a conservative bureaucracy emerged and triumphed, destroyed the party and bureaucratized the economy. However, this same bureaucracy still operates on the basis of the nationalized property established by the revolution. That is the decisive criterion for our evaluation of the question. If we see the Soviet Union for what it really is, a gigantic labor organization which has conquered 1/6 of the Earth's surface, we will not be so ready to abandon it because of our hatred of the crimes and abominations of the bureaucracy. Do we turn our backs on a trade union because it falls into the control of bureaucrats and traders? Ultra-leftists have frequently made this error, but always with bad results, sometimes with reactionary consequences. We recall the case of the International Ladies Garment Workers Union here in New York. The bureaucrats of this union were about as vile a gang of labor lieutenants of the capitalist class as could be found. In the struggle against the left wing in the middle 20s they conspired with the bosses and the AFL fakers. They expelled the left-wing locals and used hired thugs to fight them and to break their strikes. The difference between them and Stalin was only a matter of opportunity and power. Driven to revolt against the crimes of these bureaucrats, the left wing, under the influence of the Communist Party in the days of its third period frenzy, labeled the Union, not merely its treacherous bureaucracy, as a company union. But this same company union under the pressure of the workers in its ranks and the increasing intensity of the class struggle, was forced to call a strike to defend itself against the imperialist attack of the bosses. Workers who had kept their heads, supported, defended, the strike against the bosses. But the Stalinists, trapped by their own hastily improvised theory, having already denounced the union as a company union, renounced support, defense, of 450. The strike. They denounced it as a fake strike. Thus their ill-considered radicalism led them to a reactionary position. They were denounced, and rightly, throughout the needle trades market as strike breakers. To this day they suffer the discredit of this reactionary action. To defend the Soviet Union as a gigantic labor organization against the attacks of its class enemies does not mean to defend each and every action of its bureaucracy or each and every action of the Red Army, which is an instrument of the bureaucracy. To impute such a totalitarian concept of defense to the Fourth International is absurd. Nobody here will deny defense of a bona fide trade union, no matter how reactionary its bureaucracy. But that does not prevent us from discriminating between actions of the bureaucracy which involve a defense of the union against the bosses and other actions which are aimed against the workers. The United Mine Workers of America is a great labor organization which we all support. But it is headed by a thoroughgoing scoundrel and agent of the master class who also differs from Stalin only in the degrees of power and opportunity. In my own personal experience some years ago, I took part in a strike of the Kansas miners which was directed against the enforcement of a reactionary labor law, known as the Kansas Industrial Court Law, a law forbidding strikes. This was a thoroughly progressive action on the part of the Kansas miners and their president, Alex Howate. Howate and the other local officials were thrown into jail. While they were in jail, John L. Lewis, as president of the national organization, sent his agents into the Kansas fields to sign an agreement with the bosses over the head of the officers of the Kansas district. He supplied strike breakers and thugs and money to break the strike while the legitimate officers of the union lay in jail for a good cause. Every militant worker in the country denounced this treacherous strike-breaking action of Lewis. But did we therefore renounce support of the National Union of Mine Workers? Yes, some impatient revolutionaries did, and thereby completely disoriented themselves in the labor movement. The United Mine Workers retained its character as a labor organization and only last spring came into conflict with the coal operators on a national scale. I think you all recall that in this contest our press gave unconditional defense to the miners' union despite the fact that strike-breaker Lewis remained its president. The Longshoremen's Union of the Pacific Coast is a bona fide organization of workers, headed by a Stalinist of an especially unattractive type, a pocket edition of Stalin named Bridges. This same Bridges led a squad of misguided longshoremen through a picket line of the Sailors' Union in a direct attempt to break up this organization. I think all of you recall that our press scathingly denounced this contemptible action of Bridges. But if the Longshoremen's 451 Union, headed by Bridges, which is at this moment conducting negotiations with the bosses, is compelled to resort to strike action, what stand shall we take? Any ordinary class-conscious worker, let alone an educated Marxist, will be on the picket line with the Longshoremen's Union or defending it by some other means. Why is it so difficult for some of our friends, including some of those who are very well educated in the formal sense, to understand the Russian question? I am very much afraid it is because they do not think of it in terms of struggle. It is strikingly evident that the workers, especially the more experienced workers who have taken part in trade unions, strikes, etc., understand the Russian question much better than the more educated scholastics. From their experiences in the struggle they know what is meant when the Soviet Union is compared to a trade union that has fallen into bad hands. And everyone who has been through a couple of strikes which underwent crises and came to the brink of disaster, finally to emerge victorious, understands what is meant when one says, no position must be surrendered until it is irrevocably lost. I, personally, have seen the fate of more than one strike determined by the will or lack of will of the leadership to struggle at a critical moment. All our trade union successes in Minneapolis stem back directly to a fateful week in 1934 when the leaders refused to call off the strike, which to all appearances was hopelessly defeated, and persuaded the strike committee to hold out a while longer. In that intervening time a break occurred in the ranks of the bosses. This in turn paved the way for a compromise settlement and eventually victorious advance of the whole union. How strange it is that some people analyze the weakness and defects in a workers' organization so closely that they do not always take into account the weakness in the camp of the enemy, which may easily more than counterbalance. In my own agitation among strikers at dark moments of a strike, I have frequently resorted to the analogy of two men engaged in a physical fight. When one gets tired and apparently at the end of his resources, he should never forget that the other fellow is maybe just as tired or even more so. In that case the one who holds out will prevail. Looked at in this way, a worn-out strike can sometimes be carried through to a compromise or a victory by the resolute will of its leadership. We have seen this happen more than once. Why should we deny the Soviet Union, which is not yet exhausted, the same rights? 452. The danger of a false position. We have had many discussions on the Russian question in the past. It has been the central and decisive question for us, as for every political tendency in the labor movement. That, I repeat, is because it is nothing less than the question of the revolution at various stages of its progressive development or degeneration. We are, in fact, the party of the Russian Revolution. We have been the people, and the only people, who have had the Russian Revolution in their program and in their blood. That is also the main reason why the Fourth International is the only revolutionary tendency in the whole world. A false position on the Russian question would have destroyed our movement as it destroyed all others. 2 years ago we once again conducted an extensive discussion on the Russian question. The almost unanimous conclusion of the party was written into the program of our first convention. 1. The Soviet Union, on the basis of its nationalized property and planned economy, the fruit of the revolution, remains a workers' state, though in a degenerated form. 2. As such, we stand, as before, for the unconditional defense of the Soviet Union against imperialist attack. 3. The best defense, the only thing that can save the Soviet Union in the end by solving its contradictions, is the international revolution of the proletariat. 4. In order to regenerate the workers' state, we stand for the overthrow of the bureaucracy by a political revolution. Our motion calls for unconditional defense of the Soviet Union against imperialist attack. What does that mean? It simply means that we defend the Soviet Union and its nationalized property against external attacks of imperialist armies or against internal attempts at capitalist restoration, without putting as a prior condition the overthrow of the Stalinist bureaucracy. Any other kind of defense negates the whole position under present circumstances. Some people speak nowadays of giving conditional defense to the Soviet Union. If you stop to think about it, we are for conditional defense of the United States. It is so stated in the program of the Fourth International. In the event of war, we will absolutely defend the country on only one small condition, that we first overthrow the government of the capitalists and replace it with a government of the workers. Does unconditional defense of the Soviet Union mean supporting every act of the Red Army? No, that is absurd. Did we support the Moscow trials and the 453 actions of Stalin's GPU in these trials? Did we support the purges, the wholesale murders of the forces in Spain which were directed against the workers? If I recall correctly, we unconditionally defended those workers who fought on the other side of the barricades in Barcelona. That did not prevent us from supporting the military struggle against Franco and maintaining our position in defense of the Soviet Union against imperialist attack. It is now demanded that we take a big step forward and support the idea of an armed struggle against Stalin in the newly occupied territories of Old Poland. Is this really something new? For 3 years the Fourth International has advocated in its program the armed overthrow of Stalin inside the Soviet Union itself. The Fourth International has generally acknowledged the necessity for an armed struggle to set up an independent Soviet Ukraine. How can there be any question of having a different policy in the newly occupied territories? If the revolution against Stalin is really ready there, the Fourth International will certainly support it and endeavor to lead it. There are no two opinions possible in our ranks on this question. But what shall we do if Hitler, or British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain, attacks the Sovietized Ukraine before Stalin has been overthrown? This is the question that needs an unambiguous answer. Shall we defend the Soviet Union, and with it now and for the same reasons, the nationalized property of the newly annexed territories? We say, yes. That position was incorporated into the program of the Foundation Congress of the Fourth International, held in the summer of 1938. Remember, that was after the Moscow trials and the crushing of the Spanish Revolution. It was after the murderous purge of the whole generation of Bolsheviks, after the People's Front, the entry into the League of Nations, the Stalin-Laval Pact, and betrayal of the French workers. We took our position on the basis of the economic structure of the country, the fruit of the revolution. The great gains are not to be surrendered before they are really lost. That is the fighting program of the Fourth International. The Stalin-Hitler Pact. The Stalin-Hitler Pact does not change anything fundamentally. If Stalin were allied with the United States, and comrades should deny defense of the Soviet Union out of fear of becoming involved in the defense of Stalin's American ally, such comrades would be wrong, but their position would be understandable as a subjective reaction prompted by revolutionary sentiments. The defeatism which broke out in our French section following the Stalin-Laval Pact was undoubtedly so motivated and, consequently, had to be refuted with the 454. Utmost tolerance and patience. But an epidemic of defeatism in the democratic camp would be simply shameful. There is no pressure on us in America to defend the Soviet Union. All the pressure is for a democratic holy war against the Soviet Union. Let us keep this in mind. The main enemy is still in our own country. What has happened since our last discussion? Has there been some fundamental change in Soviet economy? No, nothing of that kind is maintained. Nothing happened except that Stalin signed the pact with Hitler. For us that gave no reason whatever to change our analysis of Soviet economy and our attitude toward it. The aim of all our previous theoretical work, concentrated in our program, was precisely to prepare us for war and revolution. Now we have the war, and revolution is next in order. If we have to stop now to find a new program, it is a very bad sign. Just consider, there are people who could witness all the crimes and betrayals of Stalin, which we understood better than anybody else, and denounced before anybody else and more effectively. They could witness all this and still stand for the defense of the Soviet Union. But they could not tolerate the alliance with fascist Germany instead of imperialist England or France. The invasion of Poland. Of course, there has been a great hullabaloo about the Soviet invasion of Polish Ukraine. But that is simply one of the consequences of the war and the alliance with Hitler's Germany. The contention that we should change our analysis of the social character of the Soviet state and our attitude toward its defense because the Red Army violated the Polish border is even more absurd than to base such changes on the Hitler Pact. The Polish invasion is only an incident in a war, and in wars borders are always violated. If all the armies stayed at home, there could be no war. The inviolability of borders, all of which were established by war, is interesting to democratic pacifists and to nobody else. Hearing all the democratic clamor, we had to ask ourselves many times, don't they know that Western Ukraine and White Russia never rightfully belonged to Poland? Don't they know that this territory was forcibly taken from the Soviet Union by Pilsudski with French aid in 1920? To be sure, this did not justify Stalin's invasion of the territory in collaboration with Hitler. We never supported that, and we never supported the fraudulent claim that Stalin was bringing liberation to the peoples of the Polish Ukraine. At the same time, we did not propose to yield an inch to the democratic incitement against the Soviet Union on the basis of the Polish events. The 455 democratic warmongers were shrieking at the top of their voices all over town. We must not be unduly impressed by this democratic clamor. Your National Committee was not in the least impressed. In order to penetrate a little deeper into this question and trace it to its roots, let us take another hypothetical example. Not a fantastic one, but a very logical one. Suppose Stalin had made a pact with the imperialist democracies against Hitler while Romania had allied itself with Hitler. Suppose, as would most probably have happened in that case, the Red Army had struck at Romania, Hitler's ally, instead of Poland, the ally of the democracies, and had seized Bessarabia, which also once belonged to Russia. Would the democratic warmongers in that case have howled about red imperialism? Not on your life. I am very glad that our National Committee maintained its independence from bourgeois democratic pressure on the Polish invasion. The question was put to us very excitedly, point blank, like a pistol at the temple: are you for or against the invasion of Poland? But revolutionary Marxists don't answer in a yes or no manner which can lump them together with other people who pursue opposite aims. Being for or against something is not enough in the class struggle. It is necessary to explain from what standpoint one is for or against. Are you for or against racketeering gangsters in the trade unions? The Philistines sometimes ask. We don't jump to attention, like a private soldier who has met an officer on the street, and answer, against. We first inquire, who asks this question and from what standpoint? And what weight does this question have in relation to other questions? We have our own standpoint, and we are careful not to get our answers mixed up with those of class enemies and pacifist muddleheads. Some people, especially affected bosses, are against racketeering gangsters in the trade unions because they extort graft from the bosses. That side of the question doesn't interest us very much. Some people, especially pacifist preachers, are against the gangsters because they commit violence. But we are not against violence at all times and under all circumstances. We, for our part, taking our time and formulating our viewpoint precisely, say, we are against union gangsterism because it injures the union in its fight against the bosses. That is our reason. It proceeds from our special class standpoint on the union question. So with Poland, we don't support the course of Stalin in general. His crime is not one incident here or there but his whole policy. He demoralizes the workers' movement and discredits the Soviet Union. That is what we are against. He betrays the revolution by his whole course. Every incident for us fits into that framework. It is considered from that point of view and taken in its true proportions. 456. The invasion of Finland. Those who take the Polish invasion, an incident in a great chain of events, as the basis for a fundamental change in our program show a lack of proportion. That is the kindest thing that can be said for them. They are destined to remain in a permanent lather throughout the war. They are already 4 laps behind schedule. There is also Latvia and Estonia and Lithuania, and now Finland. We can expect another clamor of demands that we say, point blank, and in one word, whether we are for or against the pressure on poor little bourgeois democratic Finland. Our answer: wait a minute. Keep your shirt on. There is no lack of protests in behalf of the bourgeois swine who rule Finland. The new leader has protested. Charles Yale Harrison has written a tearful column about it. The renegade lore has wept about it in the New York Post. The President of the United States has protested. Finland is pretty well covered with moral support. So bourgeois Finland can wait a minute till we explain our attitude without bothering about the for or against ultimatum. I personally feel very deeply about Finland, and this is by no means confined to the present dispute between Stalin and the Finnish Prime Minister. When I think of Finland, I think of the thousands of martyred dead, the proletarian heroes who perished under the White Terror of Mannerheim. I would, if I could, call them back from their graves. Failing that, I would organize a proletarian army of Finnish workers to avenge them, and drive their murderers into the Baltic Sea. I would send the Red Army of the regenerated Soviet Union to help them at the decisive moment. We don't support Stalin's invasion only because he doesn't come for revolutionary purposes. He doesn't come at the call of Finnish workers whose confidence he has forfeited. That is the only reason we are against it. The borders have nothing to do with it. Defense in war also means attack. Do you think we will respect frontiers when we make our revolution? If an enemy army lands troops at Quebec, for example, do you think we will wait placidly at the Canadian border for their attack? No, if we are genuine revolutionists and not pacifist muddleheads, we will cross the border and meet them at the point of landing. And if our defense requires the seizure of Quebec, we will seize it as the Red Army of Lenin seized Georgia and tried to take Warsaw. Foreseen in program of Fourth International. Some may think the war and the alliance with Hitler change everything we have previously considered, that it, at least, requires a reconsideration of the whole. 457. Question of the Soviet Union, if not a complete change in our program. To this we can answer, war was contemplated by our program. The fundamental theses on war and the Fourth International, adopted in 1934, say, every big war, irrespective of its initial moves, must pose squarely the question of military intervention against the USSR in order to transfuse fresh blood into the sclerotic veins of capitalism. Defense of the Soviet Union from the blows of the capitalist enemies, irrespective of the circumstances and immediate causes of the conflict, is the elementary and imperative duty of every honest labor organization. In the existing situation, an alliance of the USSR with an imperialist state or with one imperialist combination against another, in case of war, cannot at all be considered as excluded. Under the pressure of circumstances, a temporary alliance of this kind may become an iron necessity, without ceasing, however, because of it, to be of the greatest danger both to the USSR and to the world revolution. The international proletariat will not decline to defend the USSR even if the latter should find itself forced into a military alliance with some imperialists against others. But in this case, even more than in any other, the international proletariat must safeguard its complete political independence from Soviet diplomacy and thereby also from the bureaucracy of the Third International. A stand on defense was taken in the light of this perspective. A slogan of defense acquires a concrete meaning precisely in the event of war. A strange time to drop it? That would mean a rejection of all our theoretical preparation for the war. That would mean starting all over again. From what fundamental basis? Nobody knows. There has been much talk of independence on the Russian question. That is good. A revolutionist who is not independent is not worth his salt. But it is necessary to specify, independent of whom? What is needed by our party at every turn is class independence, independence of the Stalinists, and, above all, independence of the bourgeoisie. Our program assures such independence under all circumstances. It shall not be changed. A considerable proportion of the membership of the American section as well as our entire Young International, came to us either from the Comintern in its period of decline or from the Second International. These are bad schools. The discussion has revealed that wide circles of the party lack a sound theoretical education. It is sufficient, for instance, to refer to the circumstance that the New York local of the party did not respond with a vigorous defensive reflex to the attempts at light-minded revision of Marxist doctrine and program, but on the contrary gave support in the majority to the revisionists. This is unfortunate but remediable to the degree that our American section and the entire international consist of honest individuals sincerely seeking their way to the revolutionary road. They have the desire and the will to learn. But there is no time to lose. It is precisely the party's penetration into the trade unions, and into the workers' milieu in general that demands heightening the theoretical qualification of our cadres. I do not mean by cadres the apparatus but the party as a whole. Every party member should and must consider himself an officer in the proletarian army. Since when have you become specialists in the question of philosophy? The oppositionists now ironically ask the majority representatives. Irony here is completely out of place. Scientific socialism is the conscious expression of the unconscious historical process, namely, the instinctive and elemental drive of the proletariat to reconstruct society on communist beginnings. These organic tendencies in the psychology of workers spring to life with utmost rapidity today in the epoch of crises and wars. The discussion has revealed beyond all question a clash in the party between a petty bourgeois tendency and a proletarian tendency. The petty bourgeois tendency reveals its confusion in its attempt to reduce the program of the party to the small coin of concrete questions. The proletarian tendency, on the contrary, strives to correlate all the partial questions into theoretical unity. At stake at the present time is not the extent to which individual members of the majority consciously apply the dialectic method. What is important is the fact that the majority as a whole pushes toward the proletarian posing of the questions, and by very reason of this tends to assimilate the dialectic, which is the algebra of the revolution. The oppositionists, I am informed, greet with bursts of laughter the very mention of dialectics. In vain. This unworthy method will not help. The dialectic of the historic process has more than once cruelly punished those who tried to jeer at it. To view as the cause of the present party crisis, the conservatism of its worker section, to seek a solution to the crisis through the victory of the petty bourgeois bloc, it would be difficult to conceive a mistake more dangerous to the party. As a matter of fact, the gist of the present crisis consists in the conservatism of the petty bourgeois elements who have passed through a purely propagandistic school and who have not yet found a pathway to the road of class struggle. The present crisis is the final battle of these elements for self-preservation. Every oppositionist as an individual can, if he firmly desires, find a worthy place for himself in the revolutionary movement. As a faction they are doomed. In the struggle that is developing, Schachtman is not in the camp where he ought to be. As always in such cases, his strong sides have receded into the background while his weak traits on the other hand have assumed an especially finished expression. His open letter represents, so to speak, a crystallization of his weak traits. Schachtman has left out a trifle, his class position. Hence his extraordinary zigzags, his improvisations and leaps. He replaces class analysis with disconnected historical anecdotes for the sole purpose of covering up his own shift, for camouflaging the contradiction between his yesterday and today. This is Schachtman's procedure with the history of Marxism, the history of his own party, and the history of the Russian opposition. In carrying this out, he heaps mistakes upon mistakes. All the historical analogies to which he resorts, speak, as we shall see, against him. On May 25, 1937, I wrote to New York concerning the policy of the Bolshevik-Leninist faction in the Socialist Party. I must cite two recent documents, a. the private letter of Max about the convention, and b. Schachtman's article, Towards a Revolutionary Socialist Party. The title of this article alone characterizes a false perspective. It seems to me established by the developments, including the last convention, that the party is evolving, not into a revolutionary party, but into a kind of ILP, that is, a miserable centrist political abortion without any perspective. 460. The affirmation that the American Socialist Party is now closer to the position of revolutionary Marxism than any party of the Second or Third Internationals is an absolutely unmerit compliment. The American Socialist Party is only more backward than the analogous formations in Europe, the POUM, 1LP, SAP, etc. Our duty is to unmask this negative advantage of Norman Thomas & Co., and not to speak about the superiority of the war resolution over any resolution ever adopted before by the party. This is a purely literary appreciation, because every resolution must be taken in connection with historical events, with the political situation and its imperative needs. In both of the documents mentioned in the above letter, Schachtman revealed excessive adaptability toward the left wing of the petty bourgeois Democrats, political mimicry a very dangerous symptom in a revolutionary politician. It is extremely important to take note of his high appraisal of the radical position of Norman Thomas in relation to war, in Europe. Opportunists, as is well known, tend to all the greater radicalism the further removed they are from events. With this law in mind, it is not difficult to appraise at its true value the fact that Shachtman and his allies accuse us of a tendency to capitulate to Stalinism. Alas, sitting in the Bronx, it is much easier to display irreconcilability toward the Kremlin than toward the American petty bourgeoisie. To believe Comrade Shachtman, I injected the question of Comrade Obam's faction as a concentration of petty bourgeois individuals artificially and without any basis in fact. Yet on Octobino, 1937, at a time when Shachtman marched shoulder to shoulder with Cannon and it was considered officially that Ahem had no faction, I wrote to Cannon. The party has only a minority of genuine factory workers. The non-proletarian elements represent a very necessary yeast, and I believe that we can be proud of the good quality of these elements. But our party can be inundated by non-proletarian elements and can even lose its revolutionary character. The task is naturally not to prevent the influx of intellectuals by artificial methods, but to orientate practically all the organization toward the factories, the strikes, the unions. A concrete example, we cannot devote enough or equal forces to all the factories. Our local organization can choose for its activity in the next period 1, 2, or 3 factories in its area and concentrate all its forces upon these factories. If we have in one of them 2 or 3 workers, we can create a special help commission of 5 non-workers with the purpose of enlarging our influence in these factories. 461. The same can be done among the trade unions. We cannot introduce non-worker members in workers' unions. But we can with success build up help commissions for oral and literary action in connection with our comrades in the union. The unbreakable conditions should be, not to command the workers but only to help them, to give them suggestions, to arm them with the facts, ideas, factory papers, special leaflets, and so on. Such collaboration would have a tremendous educational importance from one side for the worker comrades, from the other side for the non-workers who need a solid re-education. You have, for example, an important number of Jewish non-worker elements in your ranks. They can be a very valuable yeast if the party succeeds by in extracting them from a closed milieu and ties them to the factory workers by daily activity. I believe such an orientation would also assure a more healthy atmosphere inside the party. One general rule we can establish immediately: a party member who doesn't win during 3 or 6 months a new worker for the party is not a good party member. If we established seriously such a general orientation and if we verified every week the practical results, we will avoid a great danger, namely, that the intellectuals and white-collar workers might suppress the worker minority, condemn it to silence, transform the party into a very intelligent discussion club but absolutely not habitable for workers. The same rules should be in a corresponding form elaborated for the working and recruiting of the youth organization. Otherwise we run the danger of educating good young elements into revolutionary dilettantes and not revolutionary fighters. From this letter it is obvious, I trust, that I did not mention the danger of a petty bourgeois deviation the day following the Stalin-Hitler Pact or the day following the dismemberment of Poland, but brought it forward persistently 2 years ago and more. Furthermore, as I then pointed out, bearing in mind primarily the non-existent Ahem faction, it was absolutely requisite in order to cleanse the atmosphere of the party, that the Jewish petty bourgeois elements of the New York local be shifted from their habitual conservative milieu and dissolved in the real labor movement. It is precisely because of this that the above letter, not the first of its kind, written more than 2 years before the present discussion began, is of far greater weight as evidence than all the writings of the opposition leaders on the motives which impelled me to come out in defense of the Cannon clique. 462. On June 1, 1938, I wrote Comrade Shachtman, it is difficult to understand here why you are so tolerant and even friendly toward Mr. Eugene Lyons. He speaks, it seems, at your banquets, at the same time he speaks at the banquets of the White Guards. This letter continued the struggle for a more independent and resolute policy toward the so-called liberals, who, while waging a struggle against the revolution, wished to maintain friendly relations with the proletariat, for this doubles their market value in the eyes of bourgeois public opinion. The philosophic bloc against Marxism. In his open letter, Schachtman refers particularly to the fact that Comrade Vincent Dunn expressed satisfaction over the article on the intellectuals. But I too praised it, many parts are excellent. However, as the Russian proverb puts it, a spoonful of tar can spoil a barrel of honey. It is precisely the spoonful of tar that is involved. The section devoted to dialectic materialism expresses a number of conceptions monstrous from the Marxist standpoint, whose aim, it is now clear, was to prepare the ground for a political bloc. In view of the stubbornness with which Schachtman persists that I seized upon the article as a pretext, let me once again quote the central passage in the section of interest to us. Nor has anyone yet demonstrated that agreement or disagreement on the more abstract doctrines of dialectic materialism necessarily affects today's and tomorrow's concrete political issues, and political parties, programs, and struggles are based on such concrete issues. The New International, January 1939, p. 7. Isn't this alone sufficient? What is above all astonishing is this formula, unworthy of revolutionists. Political parties, programs, and struggles are based on such concrete issues. What parties? What programs? What struggles? All parties and all programs are here lumped together. The party of the proletariat is a party unlike all the rest. It is not at all based upon such concrete issues. In its very foundation it is diametrically opposed to the parties of bourgeois horse traders and petty bourgeois rag patchers. Its task is the preparation of a social revolution and the regeneration of mankind on new material and moral foundations. In order not to give way under the pressure of bourgeois public opinion and police repression, the proletarian revolutionist, a leader all the more, requires a clear, far-sighted, completely thought-out world outlook. 463. Only upon the basis of a unified Marxist conception is it possible to correctly approach concrete questions. Precisely here begins Schachtman's betrayal, not a mere mistake as I wished to believe last year, but, it is now clear, an outright theoretical betrayal. Following in the footsteps of Burnham, Schachtman teaches the young revolutionary party that no one has yet demonstrated presumably that dialectic materialism affects the political activity of the party. No one has yet demonstrated, in other words, that Marxism is of any use in the struggle of the proletariat. The party consequently does not have the least motive for acquiring and defending dialectic materialism. This is nothing else than renunciation of Marxism, of scientific method in general, a wretched capitulation to empiricism. Precisely this constitutes the philosophic bloc of Schachtman with Burnham and through Burnham with the priests of bourgeois science. It is precisely this and only this to which I referred in my January 20th letter of last year. The abstract and the concrete, economics and politics. The most lamentable section of Schachtman's lamentable opus is the chapter, The State and the Character of the War. What then is our position, asks the author. Simply this: it is impossible to deduce directly our policy towards a specific war from an abstract characterization of the class character of the state involved in the war, more particularly, from the property forms prevailing in that state. Our policy must flow from a concrete examination of the character of the war in relation to the interests of the international socialist revolution. Lucit, p. 13. My emphasis. What a muddle! What a tangle of sophistry! If it is impossible to deduce our policy directly from the class character of a state, then why can't this be done non-directly? Why must the analysis of the character of the state be abstract whereas the analysis of the character of the war is concrete? Formally speaking, one can say with equal, in fact with much more right, that our policy in relation to the USSR can be deduced not from an abstract characterization of war as imperialist, but only from a concrete analysis of the character of the state in the given historical situation. The fundamental sophistry upon which Schachtman constructs everything else is simple enough, inasmuch as the economic basis determines events in the superstructure not immediately, inasmuch as the mere class characterization of the state is not enough to solve the practical tasks. Therefore we can get along without examining economics and the class nature of the state, by replacing them, as Schachtman phrases it in his journalistic jargon, with the realities of living events. Lucit, p.14. 464. The very same artifice circulated by Schachtman to justify his philosophic block with Burnham, dialectic materialism determines our politics not immediately, consequently, it does not in general affect the concrete political tasks, is repeated here word for word in relation to Marxist sociology. Inasmuch as property forms determine the policy of a state not immediately, it is possible therefore to throw Marxist sociology overboard in general in determining concrete political tasks. But why stop there? Since the law of labor value determines prices not directly and not immediately, since the laws of natural selection determine not directly and not immediately the birth of a suckling pig, since the laws of gravity determine not directly and not immediately the tumble of a drunken policeman down a flight of stairs, therefore let us leave Marx, Darwin, Newton, and all the other lovers of abstractions to collect dust on a shelf. This is nothing less than the solemn burial of science, for, after all, the entire course of the development of science proceeds from direct and immediate causes to the more remote and profound ones, from multiple varieties and kaleidoscopic events, to the unity of the driving forces. The law of labor value determines prices not immediately, but it nevertheless does determine them. Such concrete phenomena as the bankruptcy of the New Deal find their explanation in the final analysis in the abstract law of value. Roosevelt does not know this, but a Marxist dare not proceed without knowing it. Not immediately but through a whole series of intermediate factors and their reciprocal interaction, property forms determine not only politics but also morality. A proletarian politician seeking to ignore the class nature of the state would invariably end up like the policeman who ignores the laws of gravitation, that is, by smashing his nose. Schachtman obviously does not take into account the distinction between the abstract and the concrete. Striving toward concreteness, our mind operates with abstractions. Even this, given, concrete dog is an abstraction because it proceeds to change, for example, by dropping its tail the moment we point a finger at it. Concreteness is a relative concept and not an absolute one. What is concrete in one case turns out to be abstract in another, that is, insufficiently defined for a given purpose. In order to obtain a concept concrete enough for a given need, it is necessary to correlate several abstractions into one, just as in reproducing a segment of life upon the screen, which is a picture in movement, it is necessary to combine a number of still photographs. The concrete is a combination of abstractions, not an arbitrary or subjective combination but one that corresponds to the laws of the movement of a given phenomenon. 465. The interests of the international socialist revolution, to which Schachtman appeals against the class nature of the state, represent in this given instance the vaguest of all abstractions. After all, the question which occupies us is precisely this: in what concrete way can we further the interests of the revolution? Nor would it be amiss to remember, too, that the task of the socialist revolution is to create a workers' state. Before talking about the socialist revolution, it is necessary consequently to learn how to distinguish between such abstractions as the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, the capitalist state and the workers' state. Schachtman indeed squanders his own time and that of others in proving that nationalized property does not determine in and of itself, automatically, directly, immediately the policies of the Kremlin. On the question as to how the economic base determines the political, juridical, philosophical, artistic, and so on superstructure, there exists a rich Marxist literature. The opinion that economics presumably determines directly and immediately the creativeness of a composer or even the verdict of a judge, represents a hoary caricature of Marxism which the bourgeois professordom of all countries has circulated time out of end to mask their intellectual impotence. 5. As for the question which immediately concerns us, the interrelationship between the social foundations of the Soviet state and the policy of the Kremlin, let me remind the absent-minded Shachman that for 17 years we have already been establishing, publicly, the growing contradiction between the foundation laid down by the October Revolution and the tendencies of the state superstructure. We have followed step by step the increasing independence of the bureaucracy from the Soviet proletariat and the growth of its dependence upon other classes and groups both inside and outside the country. Just what does Shachman wish to add in this sphere to the analysis already made? However, although economics determines politics not directly or immediately, but only in the last analysis, nevertheless economics does determine politics. The Marxists affirm precisely this in contrast to the bourgeois professors and their disciples. While analyzing and exposing the growing political independence of the bureaucracy from the proletariat, we have never lost sight of the objective social boundaries of this independence, namely, nationalized property supplemented by the monopoly of foreign trade. It is astonishing. Shachman continues to support the slogan for a political revolution against the Soviet bureaucracy. Has he ever seriously thought out the meaning of this slogan? If we hold that the social foundations laid down by the October Revolution were automatically reflected in the policy of the state, then why would a revolution against the bureaucracy be necessary? If the USSR, on the other hand, has completely ceased being a workers' state, not a political revolution would be required but a social revolution. Shachman consequently continues to defend the slogan which follows, 1. From the character of the USSR as a workers' state and, 2. From the irreconcilable antagonism between the social foundations of the state and the bureaucracy. But as he repeats the slogan, he tries to undermine its theoretical foundation. Is it perhaps in order to demonstrate once again the independence of his politics from scientific abstractions? Under the guise of waging a struggle against the bourgeois caricature of dialectic materialism, Shachman throws the doors wide open to historical idealism. Property forms and the class character of the state are a matter of indifference to him in analyzing the policy of a government. The state itself appears to him an animal of indiscriminate sex. Both feet planted firmly on this bed of chicken feathers, Shachman pompously explains to us, today in the year 1940, that in addition to the nationalized property there is also the Bonapartist filth and their reactionary politics. How new? Did Shachman perchance think that he was speaking in a nursery? What does degenerated workers' state signify in our program? To this question our program responds with a degree of concreteness which is wholly adequate for solving the question of the defense of the USSR, namely, 1. Those traits which in 1920 were a bureaucratic deformation of the Soviet system have now become an independent bureaucratic regime which has devoured the Soviets. 2. The dictatorship of the bureaucracy, incompatible with the internal and international tasks of socialism, has introduced and continues to introduce profound deformations in the economic life of the country as well. 3. Basically, however, the system of planned economy, on the foundation of state ownership of the means of production, has been preserved and continues to remain a colossal conquest of mankind. The defeat of the USSR in a war with imperialism would signify not solely the liquidation of the bureaucratic dictatorship, but of the planned state economy, and the dismemberment of the country into spheres of influence, and a new stabilization of imperialism, and a new weakening of the world proletariat. From the circumstance that the bureaucratic deformation has grown into a regime of bureaucratic autocracy we draw the conclusion that the defense of the workers through their trade unions, which have undergone the self-same degeneration as the state, is today in contrast to 1920 completely unrealistic. It is necessary to overthrow the bureaucracy. This task can be carried out only by creating an illegal Bolshevik party in the USSR. 467. From the circumstance that the degeneration of the political system has not yet led to the destruction of planned state economy, we draw the conclusion that it is still the duty of the world proletariat to defend the USSR against imperialism and to aid the Soviet proletariat in its struggle against the bureaucracy. Just what in our definition of the USSR does Shachman find abstract? What concrete amendments does he propose? If the dialectic teaches us that truth is always concrete, then this law applies with equal force to criticism. It is not enough to label a definition abstract. It is necessary to point out exactly what it lacks. Otherwise, criticism itself becomes sterile. Instead of concretizing or changing the definition which he claims is abstract, Schachtman replaces it with a vacuum. That's not enough. A vacuum, even the most pretentious vacuum, must be recognized as the worst of all abstractions. It can be filled with any content. Small wonder that the theoretical vacuum, in displacing the class analysis, has sucked in the politics of impressionism and adventurism. Concentrated economics. Schachtman goes on to quote Lenin's words that politics is concentrated economics, and that in this sense politics cannot but take primacy over economics. From Lenin's words, Schachtman directs at me the moral that I, if you please, am interested only in economics, nationalized means of production, and skip over politics. This second effort to exploit Lenin is not superior to the first. Schachtman's mistake here assumes truly vast proportions. Lenin meant, when economic processes, tasks and interests acquire a conscious and generalized, concentrated, character, they enter the sphere of politics by virtue of this very fact, and constitute the essence of politics. In this sense, politics as concentrated economics rises above the day-to-day atomized, unconscious and ungeneralized economic activity. The correctness of politics from the Marxist standpoint is determined precisely to the extent that it profoundly and all-sidedly concentrates economics, that is, expresses the progressive tendencies of its development. That is why we base our politics first and foremost upon our analysis of property forms and class relationships. A more detailed and concrete analysis of the factors in the superstructure is possible for us only on this theoretical basis. Thus, for example, were we to accuse an opposing faction of bureaucratic conservatism, we would immediately seek the social, i.e. class roots of this phenomenon. Any other procedure would brand us as Platonic Marxists, if not simply noisy mimics. 468. Politics is concentrated economics. This proposition, one should think, applies to the Kremlin too. Or, in exception to the general law, is the policy of the Moscow government not concentrated economics but a manifestation of the bureaucracy's free will? Our attempt to reduce the politics of the Kremlin to nationalized economy, refracted through the interests of the bureaucracy, provokes frantic resistance from Schachtman. He takes his guidance in relation to the USSR not from the conscious generalization of economics but from observing the realities of living events, i.e. from rule of thumb, improvisations, sympathies, and antipathies. He counterpoises this impressionistic policy to our sociologically grounded policy and accuses us at the same time of ignoring politics. Incredible but true. To be sure, in the final analysis, Schachtman's weak-kneed and capricious politics is likewise the concentrated expression of economics, but, alas, it is the economics of the déclassée petty bourgeoisie. Comparison with bourgeois wars. Schachtman reminds us that bourgeois wars were at one time progressive and that in another period they became reactionary, and that therefore it is not enough to give the class definition of a state engaged in war. This proposition does not clarify the question but muddles it. Bourgeois wars could be progressive only at a time when the entire bourgeois regime was progressive, in other words, at a time when bourgeois property in contradistinction to feudal property was a progressive and constructive factor. Bourgeois wars became reactionary when bourgeois property became a brake on development. Does Schachtman wish to say in relation to the USSR that the state ownership of the means of production has become a brake upon development, and that the extension of this form of property to other countries constitutes economic reaction? Schachtman obviously does not want to say this. He simply does not draw the logical conclusion to his own thoughts. The example of national bourgeois wars does indeed offer a very instructive lesson, but Schachtman passes it by unconcernedly. Marx and Engels were striving for a unified German republic. In the War of 1870–71 they stood on the side of the Germans despite the fact that the struggle for unification was exploited and distorted by the dynastic parasites. Schachtmann refers to the fact that Marx and Engels immediately turned against Prussia upon the annexation of Alsace-Lorraine. But this only illustrates our standpoint all the more lucidly. It is impermissible to forget for a moment that what was in question was a war between two bourgeois states. Thus both camps had a common class denominator. To decide which 469 of the two sides was the lesser evil, insofar as history generally left any room for choice, was possible only on the basis of supplementary factors. On the German side it was a question of creating a national bourgeois state as an economic and cultural arena. The national state during that period was a progressive historical factor. To that extent Marx and Engels stood on the side of the Germans despite Hohenzollern and his Junkers. The annexation of Alsace-Lorraine violated the principle of the national state in regard to France as well as Germany and laid the basis for a war of revenge. Marx and Engels, naturally, turned sharply against Prussia. They did not thereby at all incur the risk of rendering service to an inferior system of economy as against a superior one, since in both camps, we repeat, bourgeois relations prevailed. If France had been a workers' state in 1870, then Marx and Engels would have been for France from the very beginning, inasmuch as they, one feels abashed again that this must be mentioned, guided themselves in all their activity by the class criterion. Today in the old capitalist countries the solving of national tasks is no longer at stake at all. On the contrary, mankind is suffering from the contradiction between the productive forces and the too narrow framework of the national state. Planned economy on the basis of socialized property freed from national boundaries is the task of the international proletariat, above all, in Europe. It is precisely this task which is expressed in our slogan, for the Socialist United States of Europe. The expropriation of the property owners in Poland as in Finland is a progressive factor in and of itself. The bureaucratic methods of the Kremlin occupy the very same place in this process as did the dynastic methods of Hohenzollern, in the unification of Germany. Whenever we are confronted with the necessity of choosing between the defense of reactionary property forms through reactionary measures and the introduction of progressive property forms through bureaucratic measures, we do not at all place both sides on the same plane, but choose the lesser evil. In this there is no more capitulation to Stalinism than there was capitulation to Hohenzollern in the policy of Marx and Engels. It is scarcely necessary to add that the role of Hohenzollern in the War of 1870–71 justified neither the general historical role of the dynasty nor so much as its existence. Conjunctural defeatism, or Columbus, and the egg. Lenin deduced the policy of defeatism from the imperialist character of the war, but he did not stop there. He deduced the imperialist character of the war from a specific stage in the development of the capitalist regime. 470. And its ruling class. Since the character of the war is determined precisely by the class character of society and the state, Lenin recommended that in determining our policy in regard to imperialist war we abstract ourselves from such concrete circumstances as democracy and monarchy, as aggression and national defense. In opposition to this, Schachtmann proposes that we deduce defeatism from conjunctural conditions. This defeatism is indifferent to the class character of the USSR and of Finland. Enough for it are the reactionary features of the bureaucracy and the aggression. If France, England, or the United States sends airplanes and guns to Finland, this has no bearing in the determination of Schachtmann's politics. But if British troops land in Finland, then Schachtmann will place a thermometer under Chamberlain's tongue and determine Chamberlain's intentions, whether he aims only to save Finland from the Kremlin's imperialistic politics or whether in addition he aims to overthrow the last conquest of the October Revolution. Strictly in accordance with the readings of the thermometer, Schachtmann, the defeatist, is ready to change himself into a defensist. This is what it means to replace abstract principles with the realities of living events. Schachtmann, as we have already seen, persistently demands the citation of precedents. When and where in the past have the leaders of the opposition manifested petty bourgeois opportunism? The reply which I have already given him on this score must be supplemented here with 2 letters which we sent each other on the question of defensism and methods of defensism in connection with the events of the Spanish Revolution. On September 18, 1937, Schachtman wrote me. You say, if we would have a member in the Cortes he would vote against the military budget of Negrin. Unless this is a typographical error, it seems to us to be a non sequitur. If, as we all contend, the element of an imperialist war is not dominant at the present time in the Spanish struggle, and if instead the decisive element is still the struggle between the decaying bourgeois democracy, with all that it involves, on the one side, and fascism on the other, and further if we are obliged to give military assistance to the struggle against fascism, we don't see how it would be possible to vote in the Cortes against the military budget. If a Bolshevik-Leninist on the Huesca front were asked by a socialist comrade why his representative in the Cortes voted against the proposal by Negrin to devote 1,000,000 pesetas to the purchase of rifles for the front, what would this Bolshevik-Leninist reply? It doesn't seem to us that he would have an effective answer. My emphasis. 471. This letter astounded me. Schachtman was willing to express confidence in the perfidious Negrin government on the purely negative basis that the element of an imperialist war was not dominant in Spain. On September 20, 1937, I replied to Schachtman. To vote the military budget of the Negrin government signifies to vote him political confidence. To do it would be a crime. How we explain our vote to the anarchist workers? Very simply, we have not the slightest confidence in the capacity of this government to conduct the war and assure victory. We accuse this government of protecting the rich and starving the poor. This government must be smashed. So long as we are not strong enough to replace it, we are fighting under its command. But on every occasion we express openly our non-confidence in it. It is the only one possibility to mobilize the masses politically against this government and to prepare its overthrow. Any other politics would be a betrayal of the revolution. Having revealed such odd perspicacity in understanding the events in Poland, Schachtman descends upon me with redoubled authority in connection with events in Finland. In my article A Petty Bourgeois Opposition, I wrote that the Soviet-Finnish War is apparently beginning to be supplemented by a civil war in which the Red Army finds itself at a given stage in the same camp as the Finnish petty peasants and the workers. This extremely cautious formula did not meet with the approval of my unsparing judge. My evaluation of events in Poland had already taken him off balance. I find even less proof for your, how shall I put it? Astonishing remarks about Finland, writes Schachtman on page 16 of his letter. I am very sorry that Schachtman chooses to become astonished rather than think things out. In the Baltic states the Kremlin confined its tasks to making strategical gains with the unquestionable calculation that in the future these strategic military bases will permit the Sovietization of these former sections of the Tsarist Empire too. These successes in the Baltic, achieved by diplomatic threat, met with resistance, however, from Finland. To reconcile itself to this resistance would have meant that the Kremlin placed in jeopardy its prestige and thereby its successes in Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. Thus, contrary to its initial plans, the Kremlin felt compelled to resort to armed force. From this fact, every thinking person posed to himself the following question: does the Kremlin wish only to frighten the Finnish bourgeoisie and force them to make concessions, or must it now go further? To this question naturally there could be no automatic answer. It was necessary, in the light of General 472 tendencies, to orient oneself upon concrete symptoms. The leaders of the opposition are incapable of this. Military operations began on November 30. That very same day the Central Committee of the Finnish Communist Party, undoubtedly located in either Leningrad or Moscow, issued a radio manifesto to the toiling people of Finland. This manifesto proclaimed, for the second time in the history of Finland, the Finnish working class is beginning a struggle against the yoke of the plutocracy. The first experience of the workers and peasants in 1918 terminated in the victory of the capitalists and the landlords. But this time, the toiling people must win. This manifesto alone clearly indicated that not an attempt to scare the bourgeois government of Finland was involved, but a plan to provoke insurrection in the country and to supplement the invasion of the Red Army with civil war. The declaration of the so-called People's Government published on December 2 states, "In different parts of the country the people have already risen and proclaimed the creation of a democratic republic." This assertion is obviously a fabrication, otherwise the manifesto would have mentioned the places where the attempts at insurrection took place. It is possible, however, that isolated attempts, prepared from without, ended in failure and that precisely because of this it was deemed best not to go into details. In any case, the news concerning insurrections constituted a call to insurrection. Moreover, the declaration carried information concerning the formation of the First Finnish Corps, which in the course of coming battles will be enlarged by volunteers from the ranks of revolutionary workers and peasants. Whether there were 1,000 men in this corps or only 100, the meaning of the corps in determining the policies of the Kremlin was incontestable. At the same time, cable dispatches reported the expropriation of large landholders in the border regions. There is not the slightest ground to doubt that this is just what took place during the first advance of the Red Army. But even if these dispatches are considered fabrications, they completely preserve their meaning as a call for an agrarian revolution. Thus I had every justification to declare that the Soviet-Finnish War is apparently beginning to be supplemented by a civil war. At the beginning of December, true enough, I had at my disposal only a part of these facts. But against the background of the general situation, and I take the liberty to add, with the aid of an understanding of its internal logic, the isolated symptoms enabled me to draw the necessary conclusions concerning the direction of the entire struggle. Without such semi-a priori conclusions one can be a rationalizing observer but in no case an active participant in events. But why did the appeal of the people's government fail to bring immediate mass response? For three reasons. First, Finland is dominated completely by a reactionary military. 473. Machine which is supported not only by the bourgeoisie but by the top layers of the peasantry and the labor bureaucracy. Secondly, the policy of the Kremlin succeeded in transforming the Finnish Communist Party into an insignificant factor. Thirdly, the regime of the USSR is in no way capable of arousing enthusiasm among the Finnish toiling masses. Even in the Ukraine from 1918 to 1920 the peasants responded very slowly to appeals to seize the estates of the landlords because the local Soviet power was still weak and every success of the whites brought about ruthless punitive expeditions. All the less reason is there for surprise that the Finnish poor peasants delay in responding to an appeal for an agrarian revolution. To set the peasants in motion, serious successes of the Red Army are required. But during the first badly prepared advance the Red Army suffered only failures. Under such conditions there could not even be talk of the peasants rising. It was impossible to expect an independent civil war in Finland at the given stage. My calculations spoke quite precisely of supplementing military operations by measures of civil war. I have in mind, at least until the Finnish army is annihilated, only the occupied territory and the nearby regions. Today on January 17 as I write these lines dispatches from a Finnish source report that one of the border provinces has been invaded by detachments of Finnish émigrés and that brother is literally killing brother there. What is this if not an episode in a civil war? In any case there can be no doubt that a new advance of the Red Army into Finland will confirm at every step our general appraisal of the war. Schachtman has neither an analysis of the events nor the hint of a prognosis. He confines himself to noble indignation and for this reason at every step he sinks deeper into the mire. The appeal of the people's government calls for workers' control. What can this mean? Exclaims Schachtman. There is no workers' control in the USSR, whence will it come in Finland? Sad to say, Schachtman reveals complete lack of understanding of the situation. In the USSR workers' control is a stage long ago completed. From control over the bourgeoisie there they pass to management of nationalized production. From the management of workers, to the command of the bureaucracy. New workers' control would now signify control over the bureaucracy. This cannot be established except as the result of a successful uprising against the bureaucracy. In Finland, workers' control still signifies nothing more than crowding out the native bourgeoisie, whose place the bureaucracy proposes to take. Furthermore, one should not think that the Kremlin is so stupid as to attempt ruling Eastern Poland or Finland by means of imported commissars. Of greatest urgency to the Kremlin is the extraction of a new administrative apparatus from among the toiling population of the occupied areas. This task can be solved only in several stages. The first stage is the peasant committees and the committees of workers' control. 474. Schachtman clutches eagerly even at the fact that Kiosinen's program is, formally, the program of a bourgeois democracy. Does he mean to say by this that the Kremlin is more interested in establishing bourgeois democracy in Finland than in drawing Finland into the framework of the USSR? Schachtman himself doesn't know what he wants to say. In Spain, which Moscow did not prepare for union with the USSR, it was actually a question of demonstrating the ability of the Kremlin to safeguard bourgeois democracy against proletarian revolution. This task flowed from the interests of the Kremlin bureaucracy in that particular international situation. Today the situation is a different one. The Kremlin is not preparing to demonstrate its usefulness to France, England, and the United States. As its actions have proved, it has firmly decided to Sovietize Finland, at once or in two stages. The program of the Kiosinen government, even if approached from a formal point of view, does not differ from the program of the Bolsheviks in November 1917. True enough, Schachtman makes much of the fact that I generally place significance on the manifesto of the idiot Kiosinen. However, I shall take the liberty of considering that the idiot Kiosinen acting on the ukase of the Kremlin and with the support of the Red Army represents a far more serious political factor than scores of superficial wiseacres who refuse to think through the internal logic, dialectics, of events. As a result of his remarkable analysis, Schachtman this time openly proposes a defeatist policy in relation to the USSR, adding, for emergency use, that he does not at all cease to be a patriot of his class. We are happy to get the information. But the trouble is that Dan, the leader of the Mensheviks, as far back as November 12 wrote that in the event the Soviet Union invaded Finland, the world proletariat must take a definitive defeatist position in relation to this violation. Socialisticheski Vestnik, No 19-20, p. 43. It is necessary to add that throughout the Kerensky regime, Dan was a rabid defensist. He failed to be a defeatist even under the Tsar. Only the invasion of Finland by the Red Army has turned Dan into a defeatist. Naturally, he does not thereby cease to be a patriot of his class. What class? This question is not an uninteresting one. So far as the analysis of events is concerned, Schachtman disagrees with Dan, who is closer to the theater of action and cannot replace facts with fiction, by way of compensation. Where the concrete political conclusions are concerned, Schachtman has turned out to be a patriot of the very same time as Dan. In Marxist sociology, this class, if the opposition will permit me, this class is called the petty bourgeoisie. You have expressed as your reaction to my article on the petty bourgeois opposition, I have been informed, that you do not intend to argue over the dialectic with me and that you will discuss only the concrete questions. I stopped arguing about religion long ago, you added ironically. Is there logic in identifying logic with religion? As I understand this, your words imply that the dialectic of Marx, Engels, and Lenin belongs to the sphere of religion. What does this assertion signify? The dialectic, permit me to recall once again, is the logic of evolution. Just as a machine shop in a plant supplies instruments for all departments, so logic is indispensable for all spheres of human knowledge. If you do not consider logic in general to be a religious prejudice, sad to say, the self-contradictory writings of the opposition incline one more and more toward this lamentable idea, then just which logic do you accept? I know of two systems of logic worthy of attention, the logic of Aristotle, formal logic, and the logic of Hegel, the dialectic. Aristotelian logic takes as its starting point immutable objects and phenomena. The scientific thought of our epoch studies all phenomena in their origin, change, and disintegration. Do you hold that the progress of the sciences, including Darwinism, Marxism, modern physics, chemistry, etc., has not influenced in any way the forms of our thought? In other words, do you hold that in a world where everything changes, the syllogism alone remains unchanging and eternal? The Gospel according to St. John begins with the words, "In the beginning was the Word," i.e. in the beginning was reason or the Word, reason expressed in the Word, namely, the syllogism. To St. John the syllogism is one of 6 Trotsky 1940b. 476. The literary pseudonyms for God. If you consider that the syllogism as immutable, i.e. has neither origin nor development, then it signifies that to you it is the product of divine revelation. But if you acknowledge that the logical forms of our thought develop in the process of our adaptation to nature, then please take the trouble to inform us just who following Aristotle analyzed and systematized the subsequent progress of logic. So long as you do not clarify this point, I shall take the liberty of asserting that to identify logic, the dialectic, with religion reveals utter ignorance and superficiality in the basic questions of human thought. Science against Marxism and experiments against program. Accusing your opponents of bureaucratic conservatism, a bare psychological abstraction insofar as no specific social interests are shown underlying this conservatism, you demand in your document that conservative politics be replaced by critical and experimental politics, in a word, scientific politics, p. 32. This statement, at first glance so innocent and meaningless with all its pompousness, is in itself a complete exposure. You don't speak of Marxist politics. You don't speak of proletarian politics. You speak of experimental, critical, scientific politics. Why this pretentious and deliberately abstruse terminology so unusual in our ranks? I shall tell you. It is the product of your adaptation, Comrade Burnham, to bourgeois public opinion, and the adaptation of Schachtman and Ahem to your adaptation. Marxism is no longer fashionable among the broad circles of bourgeois intellectuals. Moreover, if one should mention Marxism, God forbid, he might be taken for a dialectic materialist. It is better to avoid this discredited word. What to replace it with? Why, of course, with science, even with science capitalized. And science, as everybody knows, is based on criticism and experiments. It has its own ring, so solid, so tolerant, so unsectarian, so professorial. With this formula one can enter any democratic salon. Reread, please, your own statement once again. In place of conservative politics, we must put bold, flexible, critical, and experimental politics, in a word, scientific politics. You couldn't have improved it? But this is precisely the formula which all petty bourgeois empiricists, all revisionists and, last but not least, all political adventurers have counterpoised to narrow, limited, dogmatic, and conservative Marxism. Buffon once said, "The style is the man." Political terminology is not only the man but the party. Terminology is one of the elements of the class struggle. Only lifeless pedants can fail to understand this. In your document you painstakingly 477. Expunge, yes, no one else but you, Comrade Burnham, not only such terms as the dialectic and materialism but also Marxism. You are above all this. You are a man of critical, experimental science. For exactly the same reason you called the label imperialism to describe the foreign policy of the Kremlin. This innovation differentiates you from the too embarrassing terminology of the Fourth International by creating less sectarian, less religious, less rigorous formulas, common to you and, oh happy coincidence, bourgeois democracy. You want to experiment? But permit me to remind you that the workers' movement possesses a long history with no lack of experience and, if you prefer, experiments. This experience so dearly bought has been crystallized in the shape of a definite doctrine, the very Marxism whose name you so carefully avoid. Before giving you the right to experiment, the party has the right to ask, what method will you use? Henry Ford would scarcely permit a man to experiment in his plant who had not assimilated the requisite conclusions of the past development of industry and the innumerable experiments already carried out. Furthermore, experimental laboratories in factories are carefully segregated from mass production. Far more impermissible even are witch-doctor experiments in the sphere of the labor movement, even though conducted under the banner of anonymous science. For us, the science of the workers' movement is Marxism, theoretical bewilderment and political abstentionism. Throughout all the vacillations and convulsions of the opposition, contradictory though they may be, two general features run like a guiding thread from the pinnacles of theory down to the most trifling political episodes. The first general feature is the absence of a unified conception. The opposition leaders split sociology from dialectic materialism. They split politics from sociology. In the sphere of politics, they split our tasks in Poland from our experience in Spain, our tasks in Finland from our position on Poland. History becomes transformed into a series of exceptional incidents, politics becomes transformed into a series of improvisations. We have here, in the full sense of the term, the disintegration of Marxism, the disintegration of theoretical thought, the disintegration of politics into its constituent elements. Empiricism and its foster brother, Impressionism, dominate from top to bottom. That is why the ideological leadership, Comrade Burnham, rests with you as an opponent of the dialectic, as an empiricist, unabashed by his empiricism. Throughout the vacillations and convulsions of the opposition, there is a second general feature intimately bound to the first, namely, a tendency to 478. Refrain from active participation, a tendency to self-elimination, to abstentionism, naturally under cover of ultra-radical phrases. You are in favor of overthrowing Hitler and Stalin in Poland, Stalin and Mannerheim in Finland. And until then, you reject both sides equally, in other words, you withdraw from the struggle, including the civil war. Your citing the absence of civil war in Finland is only an accidental conjunctural argument. Should the civil war unfold, the opposition will attempt not to notice it, as they tried not to notice it in Poland, or they will declare that inasmuch as the policy of the Moscow bureaucracy is imperialist in character, we do not take part in this filthy business. Hot on the trail of concrete political tasks in words, the opposition actually places itself outside the historical process. Your position, Comrade Burnham, in relation to the Dies Committee merits attention precisely because it is a graphic expression of this same tendency of abstentionism and bewilderment. Your guiding principle still remains the same: thank you, I don't smoke. Naturally, any man, any party and even any class can become bewildered. But with the petty bourgeoisie, bewilderment, especially in the face of great events, is an inescapable and, so to speak, congenital condition. The intellectuals attempt to express their state of bewilderment in the language of science. The contradictory platform of the opposition reflects petty bourgeois bewilderment expressed in the bombastic language of the intellectuals. There is nothing proletarian about it. The petty bourgeoisie and centralism. In the organizational sphere, your views are just as schematic, empiric, non-revolutionary as in the sphere of theory and politics. A Stahlberg, lantern in hand, chases after an ideal revolution, unaccompanied by any excesses, and guaranteed against thermidor and counter-revolution. You, likewise, seek an ideal party democracy which would secure forever and for everybody the possibility of saying and doing whatever popped into his head, and which would ensure the party against bureaucratic degeneration. You overlook a trifle, namely, that the party is not an arena for the assertion of free individuality, but an instrument of the proletarian revolution, that only a victorious revolution is capable of preventing the degeneration not only of the party but of the proletariat itself and of modern civilization as a whole. You do not see that our American section is not sick from too much centralism. It is laughable even to talk about it, but from a monstrous abuse and distortion of democracy on the part of petty bourgeois elements. This is at the root of the present crisis. 479. A worker spends his day at the factory. He has comparatively few hours left for the party. At the meetings he is interested in learning the most important things, the correct evaluation of the situation and the political conclusions. He values those leaders who do this in the clearest and the most precise form and who keep in step with events. Petty bourgeois, and especially déclassé elements, divorced from the proletariat, vegetate in an artificial and shut-in environment. They have ample time to dabble in politics or its substitute. They pick out faults, exchange all sorts of tidbits and gossip concerning happenings among the party tops. They always locate a leader who initiates them into all the secrets. Discussion is their native element. No amount of democracy is ever enough for them. For their war of words they seek the fourth dimension. They become jittery, they revolve in a vicious circle, and they quench their thirst with salt water. Do you want to know the organizational program of the opposition? It consists of a mad hunt for the fourth dimension of party democracy. In practice this means burying politics beneath discussion, and burying centralism beneath the anarchy of the intellectual circles. When a few thousand workers join the party, they will call the petty bourgeois anarchists severely to order. The sooner, the better. Conclusions. Why do I address you and not the other leaders of the opposition? Because you are the ideological leader of the bloc. Comrade Obam's faction, destitute of a program and a banner, is ever in need of cover. At one time Schachtman served as cover, then came Must with Spectre, and now you, with Schachtman adapting himself to you. Your ideology I consider the expression of bourgeois influence in the proletariat. To some comrades, the tone of this letter may perhaps seem too sharp. Yet, let me confess, I did everything in my power to restrain myself. For, after all, it is a question of nothing more or less than an attempt to reject, disqualify and overthrow the theoretical foundations, the political principles and organizational methods of our movement. In reaction to my previous article, Comrade Ahem, it has been reported, remarked, this means split. Such a response merely demonstrates that Ahem lacks devotion to the party and the Fourth International, he is a circle man. In any case, threats of split will not deter us from presenting a Marxist analysis of the differences. For us Marxists, it is a question not of split but of educating the party. It is my firm hope that the coming convention will ruthlessly repulse the revisionists. 480. The convention, in my opinion, must declare categorically that in their attempts to divorce sociology from dialectic materialism and politics from sociology, the leaders of the opposition have broken from Marxism and become the transmitting mechanism for petty bourgeois empiricism. While reaffirming, decisively and completely, its loyalty to the Marxist doctrine and the political and organizational methods of Bolshevism, while binding the editorial boards of its official publications to promulgate and defend this doctrine and these methods, the party will, of course, extend the pages of its publications in the future to those of its members who consider themselves capable of adding something new to the doctrine of Marxism. But it will not permit a game of hide-and-seek with Marxism and light-minded jibes concerning it. The politics of a party has a class character. Without a class analysis of the state, the parties, and ideological tendencies, it is impossible to arrive at a correct political orientation. The party must condemn as vulgar opportunism the attempt to determine policies in relation to the USSR from incident to incident and independently of the class nature of the Soviet state. The disintegration of capitalism, which engenders sharp dissatisfaction among the petty bourgeoisie and drives its bottom layers to the left, opens up broad possibilities but it also contains grave dangers. The Fourth International needs only those emigrants from the petty bourgeoisie who have broken completely with their social past and who have come over decisively to the standpoint of the proletariat. This theoretical and political transit must be accompanied by an actual break with the old environment and the establishment of intimate ties with workers, in particular, by participation in the recruitment and education of proletarians for their party. Emigrants from the petty bourgeois milieu who prove incapable of settling in the proletarian milieu must after the lapse of a certain period of time be transferred from membership in the party to the status of sympathizers. Members of the party untested in the class struggle must not be placed in responsible positions. No matter how talented and devoted to socialism an emigrant from the bourgeois milieu may be, before becoming a teacher, he must first go to school in the working class. Young intellectuals must not be placed at the head of the intellectual youth but sent out into the provinces for a few years, into the purely proletarian centers, for hard practical work. The class composition of the party must correspond to its class program. The American section of the Fourth International will either become proletarian or it will cease to exist. 481. Comrade Burnham. If we can arrive at an agreement with you on the basis of these principles, then without difficulty we shall find a correct policy in relation to Poland, Finland, and even India. At the same time, I pledge myself to help you conduct a struggle against any manifestations whatsoever of bureaucratism and conservatism. These in my opinion are the conditions necessary to end the present crisis. With Bolshevik greetings. L. Trotsky. Dear Comrade Trotsky, I find the open letter which you have addressed nominally to me more than a little disarming. It is not easy, I confess, for me to undertake an answer. In reading it I was reminded of a conversation I had some while ago with one of our good comrades from Central Europe. We were discussing, in that idle and profligate way we intellectuals have, the possible conflicts between the aesthetic sense, the feeling for beauty, and the demands of political action. He told me a story. A number of years ago, the country in which he lived was going through a period of social crisis. The masses were surging forward, heading, it seemed, toward revolt. One morning, near the height of the movement, a crowd of many thousand workers gathered on one side of the wonderful great square of the capital city of that country. Our comrade was assigned as captain to direct one wing of the workers' detachments. The sky was dark blue, with the white morning sun throwing across the square the shadows of the buildings that lined its sides. From the side of the square opposite the workers, the troops of the police filed out and took formation, in straight rows, mounted on their tense horses, equipment gleaming. At the shout of command, in a single swift gesture their sabers were drawn, and flashed in the rays of that white sun. The second command came, forward against the workers. The instant had come for reply, for our comrade, to launch his wing of the workers into a driving counterattack. But for a long moment he found his will paralyzed and his voice stopped by the sensuous beauty of the unfolded scene. And all that day, while the bitter struggle lasted, more than 50 were killed that day, hundreds wounded, our comrade among them. He could not forget that sun, those shadows, that blue sky, those whirling horses and flashing sabers. So, too, on this verbal battleground, pale reflex and indispensable spark, of the battles in the streets, when all my will should be concentrated in launching my ranked arguments into counterattack against your letter, so wrong, so false, so very false, find I must stop a while in wonder, at the technical perfection of the verbal structure you have created, the dynamic sweep of your rhetoric, the burning expression of your unconquerable devotion to the socialist ideal, the sudden, witty, flashing metaphors that sparkle through your pages. How unpleasant and thankless a duty to submit that splendid structure to the dissolving acids from those two so pedestrian, so unromantic flasks, logic and science. Comrade Trotsky, while reading and thinking about this letter, I recalled also the first time that I had ever given really serious attention to your work, in a lengthy review of the first volume of your history, published in the July 1932 issue of the Symposium. I reread that review, which I had not done for many years. There, too, I found that I had been compelled to discuss first of all your style, your wonderful style, which in fact I analyzed at considerable length. And I saw more clearly than ever before what is, in my eyes, an important truth, that you have a too literary conception of proof, of evidence, that you deceive yourself into treating persuasive rhetoric as logical demonstration, a brilliant metaphor as argument. Here, I believe, is the heart of the mystery of the dialectic, as it appears in your books and articles. The dialectic for you is a device of style, the contrasting epithets, the flowing rhythms, the verbal paradoxes which characterize your way of writing. Comrade Trotsky, I will not match metaphors with you. In such a verbal tournament, I concede you the ribbon in advance. Evidence, argument, proof, these only are my weapons. The skeleton undraped. I will now summarize your argument. With reference to your Auri position, you assert the following. A. The philosophy of dialectical materialism is true. B. Marxian sociology, in particular the Marxian theory of the state, is true. C. Russia is a workers' state. D. A tactic of defense of the Russian state in the present war is correct. 484. With reference to the position of the opposition, or, more exactly, of Burnham, who you claim expresses the essence of the opposition, you assert the following. 1. Burnham is a bourgeois democrat. 2. Burnham rejects dialectics. 3. Burnham rejects Marxian sociology, in particular the Marxian theory of the state. 4. Burnham denies that Russia is a workers' state. 5. Burnham's practical politics are abstentionist. 6. Burnham rejects Bolshevik organization theories and methods. But you not merely assert these individual propositions. You are even more concerned to assert certain connections which you allege hold among these propositions. With reference to your own position, you thus assert the following additional propositions. A. From dialectical materialism, it follows that Marxian sociology, in particular the Marxian theory of the state, is true. B. From the Marxian theory of the state, it follows that Russia is a workers' state. C. From Russia's being a workers' state, it follows that a tactic of defense of the Russian state in the present war is correct. With reference to Burnham's position, you assert the following connections. 1. From Burnham's being a bourgeois democrat, it follows that he rejects dialectics. 2. From his rejection of dialectics, it follows that he rejects Marxian sociology, in particular the Marxian theory of the state. 3. From his rejection of the Marxian theory of the state, it follows that he denies that Russia is a workers' state. 4. From his denial that Russia is a workers' state, and from 1 and 2, it follows that his practical politics are abstentionist. 5. From his being a bourgeois democrat and his rejection of dialectics, it follows that he rejects Bolshevik organization theories and methods. 485. So far as I have been able, I have been scrupulously fair in presenting here your central argument. These 18 propositions constitute that unified conception whose absence you so deplore in the point of view of the opposition. But as soon as these propositions are made explicit, as soon as they are brought to the surface from beneath the shrouds of metaphor and rhetoric, it is clear that each of them stands on its own feet, that each would have to be proved independently of the others. Moreover, the structure of your argument, of your unified conception and explanation, stands or falls on the truth of all of these propositions. And who, even of your most ardent supporters, would be so brash as to claim that you have proved all of them to be true? Examination shows, more specifically, that these 18 propositions are either trivial or irrelevant or obviously false or at the least unproved. It would be wearisome, and unnecessary, to demonstrate this with reference to each of these propositions. Every comrade has, indeed, material at his disposal to carry out the analysis for himself. I shall confine my attention to only a few of those which raise special problems. Dialectics as a red herring. I find about 75% of what Engels wrote in these latter fields to be confused or outmoded by subsequent scientific investigation, in either case of little value. It seems to me, and as a Marxist I do not find it astonishing, that in them Engels was a true son of his generation, the generation of Herbert Spencer and Thomas Huxley, of the popularizers of Darwin who thought that by a metaphorical extension of the hypothesis of biological evolution they had discovered the ultimate key to the mysteries of the universe. Nevertheless, Engels made a real effort to acquaint himself with the philosophy, logic, and science of his day, and wrote with this acquaintance in mind. You, however, serve up to us only a stale rehash of Engels. The latest scientist admitted to your pages is, Darwin. Apart from Aristotle, the only logic worthy of attention is that of Hegel, the century-dead archmuddler of human thought. Comrade Trotsky, as we Americans ask, where have you been all these years? During the 125 years since Hegel wrote, science has progressed more than during the entire preceding history of mankind. During that same period, after 2,300 years of stability, logic has undergone a revolutionary transformation, a transformation in which Hegel and his ideas have had an influence of exactly zero. You ask me, do you hold that the progress of the sciences, including Darwinism, Marxism, modern physics, chemistry, etc., have not influenced in any 486 way the forms of our thought? But it is to yourself that you should address this question, not to me. Of course I hold that they have, and one way that they have influenced it is to show that Hegelian dialectics has nothing whatever to do with science. How the sciences have influenced the forms of thought no one will ever discover by spending even a lifetime on the tortuous syntax of the reactionary absolutist, Hegel, but only by studying modern science and mathematics, and the careful analysts of modern science and mathematics. In a most sarcastic vein, you keep asking me to take the trouble to inform us just who following Aristotle analyzed and systematized the subsequent progress of logic. Perhaps you will call my attention to those works which should supplant the system of dialectic materialism for the proletariat. As if this demand were so obviously impossible of fulfillment that I must collapse like a pricked balloon before it. The sarcasm is misplaced, for the demand is the easiest in the world to fulfill. Do you wish me to prepare a reading list, Comrade Trotsky? It would be long, ranging from the work of the brilliant mathematicians and logicians of the middle of the last century to one climax in the monumental Principia Mathematica of Russell and Whitehead, the historic turning point in modern logic, and then spreading out in many directions, one of the most fruitful represented by the scientists, mathematicians, and logicians now cooperating in the new Encyclopedia of Unified Ed Science. For logic in its narrower sense, C.I. Lewis' Survey of Symbolic Logic is an excellent, though not easy, introduction. I am afraid, however, that in all of these works you will find scarcely a single reference to Hegelian, or Marxian, dialectics, nor will you in those of a single reputable contemporary scientist, except the Soviet scientists, whose necks depend upon such references, or one or two Kremlin hangers-on, like J.B.S. Haldane, in other nations. The study of these works would be not uninteresting, but I am afraid that when we finished we would be not much nearer the solution of the question of the role of Russia in the war. You tell us that workers, proletarians, are naturally inclined to dialectical thinking. Where are these workers, Comrade Trotsky? It seems to me that you are presenting a very damaging advertisement for dialectics. The only workers I, or anyone else, know anything about are these human beings found in the mines of Kennecott copper, the mills of steel, the ships of the merchant marine. These workers, in spite of what has been happening in the world, continue to trust John L. Lewis and Citrin and Zhao and Stalin, continue to vote Democratic or Republican, continue to believe in capitalism. I think they will change their thinking, perhaps one day very quickly. But I find their thought, for the most part, false or where not false, confused. If this is what you mean by dialectical thinking, I can agree with you. 487. What are the issues? The dominant issues dividing the ranks of our party and the international are not dialectics or sociology or logic. To pose the question in this manner is an evasion or a fraud. It is with the greatest impatience and reluctance that I have written on them to the extent that I have. The dominant, the fundamental issues, in the present dispute are two, one involving the entire international, the other particularly concerning the Socialist Workers' Party. The first is the central political issue. This has been clarified and simplified by the course of events and the discussion. What it concerns is the problem of the strategical orientation of the Fourth International in the present phase of the Second World War. It is an issue which every single party member can understand clearly, without any obfuscation from Hegel and dialectical foxes. The practical politics of every active and serious political organization is normally governed by what might be called a strategical focus, an axis around which the major part of agitation and action revolves. The Popular Front, for example, constituted such a focus, or axis, for the Stalinist movement during a number of years. The agitation, actions, proposals, analyses of the CI and its sections revolved around this strategic center. For our movement, during several years, the orientation toward the Second International was such a focus. Today there are two tendencies in the Fourth International. They are differentiated by the fact that they propose two sharply different strategical orientations, different axes to govern our practical politics. Trotsky canon propose the strategy of defense of the Stalinist bureaucracy as the lesser evil. It doesn't make any difference what Trotsky canon say about their policies, this is what it comes down to in practice. This focus governs their major specific proposals, their agitation, their interpretation of events, their predictions, not always, not consistently, but on the whole, sufficiently to determine the practical direction, their weighting of agitation, in the appeal, for example, and so on. Let any party member retrace in his mind the events of the past months, let him read the party press and internal documents, remember the speeches and committee proposals, and he will see for himself how an understanding of this underlying strategical orientation provides a clear pattern which makes the events intelligible. The opposition, nationally and internationally, for the dispute has of course already spread beyond the borders of our party, as it should, proposes the strategy of the third camp. Any party member who makes a similar review of the actions of the opposition during this period, their proposals and speeches and articles, their interpretations of what is happening in the world, their 488 emphases and stresses, will similarly see for himself how an understanding of this opposed strategical orientation provides an adequate pattern and guide. The second central issue is the question of the regime in the Socialist Workers' Party. This question has been thoroughly treated in the document, The War and Bureaucratic Conservatism. No reply has been made to this document, and it is safe to predict that no serious reply will be forthcoming. The organizational principles upon which the party was founded. The Third Convention of the Socialist Workers' Party reaffirms the resolution adopted by the founding convention of the SWP on the internal situation and the character of the party, as follows: the Socialist Workers' Party is a revolutionary Marxian party, based on a definite program, whose aim is the organization of the working class in the struggle for power and the transformation of the existing social order. All of its activities, its methods, and its internal regime are subordinated to this aim and are designed to serve it. Only a self-acting and critical-minded membership is capable of forging and consolidating such a party and of solving its problems by collective thought, discussion, and experience. From this follows the need of assuring the widest party democracy in the ranks of the organization. The struggle for power organized and led by the Revolutionary Party is the most ruthless and irreconcilable struggle in all history. A loosely knit, heterogeneous, undisciplined, untrained organization is utterly incapable of accomplishing such world historical tasks as the proletariat and the Revolutionary Party are confronted with in the present era. This is all the more emphatically true in the light of the singularly difficult position of our party and the extraordinary persecution to which it is subject. From this follows the party's unconditional demand upon all its members for complete discipline in all the public activities and actions of the organization. Leadership and centralized direction are indispensable prerequisites for any sustained and disciplined action, especially in the party that sets itself the aim of leading the collective efforts of the proletariat in its struggle against capitalism. Without a strong and firm central committee, having the power to act promptly and effectively in the name of the party and to supervise, coordinate, and direct all its activities without exception. The very idea of a revolutionary party is a meaningless jest. It is from these considerations, based upon the whole of the experience of working class struggle throughout the world in the last century, that we derive the Leninist principle of organization, namely, democratic centralism. The same experience has demonstrated that there are no absolute guarantees for the preservation of the principle of democratic centralism, and no rigid formula that can be set down in advance, a priori, for the application of it under any and all circumstances. Proceeding from certain fundamental conceptions, the problem of applying the principle of democratic centralism differently under different conditions and stages of development of the struggle, can be solved only in relation to the concrete situation, in the course of the tests and experience through which the movement passes, and on the basis of the most fruitful and healthy interrelationship of the leading bodies of the party and its rank and file. The responsibilities of leadership. The leadership of the party must be under the control of the membership. Its policies must always be open to criticism, discussion, and rectification by the rank and file within properly established forms and limits, and the leading bodies themselves subject to formal recall or alteration. The membership of the party has the right to demand and expect the greatest responsibility from the leaders precisely because of the position they occupy in the movement. The selection of comrades to the positions of leadership means the conferring of an extraordinary responsibility. The warrant for this position must be proved, not once, but continuously by the leadership itself. It is under obligation to set the highest example of responsibility, devotion, sacrifice and complete identification with the party itself and its daily life and action. It must display the ability to defend its policies before the membership of the party, and to defend the line of the party and the party as a whole before the working class in general. Sustained party activity, not broken or disrupted by abrupt and disorienting changes, presupposes not only a continuity of tradition and a systematic development of party policy, but also the continuity of leadership. It is an important sign of a serious and firmly constituted party, of a party really engaged in productive work in the class struggle, that it throws up out of its ranks cadres of more or less able leading comrades, tested for their qualities of endurance and trustworthiness, and that it thus ensures a certain stability and continuity of leadership by such a cadre. Continuity of leadership does not, however, signify the automatic self-perpetuation of leadership. Constant renewal of its ranks by means of additions and, when necessary, replacements, is the only assurance that the party 491 has, that its leadership will not succumb to the effects of dry rot, that it will not be burdened with deadwood, that it will avoid the corrosion of conservatism and dilettantism, that it will not be the object of conflict between the older elements and the younger, that the old and basic cadre will be refreshed by new blood, that the leadership as a whole will not become purely bureaucratic committee men with a life that is remote from the real life of the party and the activities of the rank and file. Responsibilities of membership. Like leadership, membership itself in the party implies certain definite rights. Party membership confers the fullest freedom of discussion, debate, and criticism inside the ranks of the party, limited only by such decisions and provisions as are made by the party itself or by bodies to which it assigns this function. Affiliation to the party confers upon each member the right of being democratically represented at all policy-making assemblies of the party, from branch to national and international convention, and the right of the final and decisive vote in determining the program, policies, and leadership of the party. With party rights, the membership has also certain definite obligations. The theoretical and political character of the party is determined by its program, which forms the lines delimiting the revolutionary party from all other parties, groups, and tendencies in the working class. The first obligation of party membership is loyal acceptance of the program of the party and regular affiliation to one of the basic units of the party. The party requires of every member the acceptance of its discipline and the carrying on of his activity in accordance with the program of the party, with the decisions adopted by its conventions, and with the policies formulated and directed by the party leadership. Party membership implies the obligation of 100% loyalty to the organization, the rejection of all agents of other, hostile groups in its ranks, and intolerance of divided loyalties in general. Membership in the party necessitates a minimum of activity in the organization, as established by the proper unit, and under the direction of the party, it necessitates the fulfillment of all the tasks which the party assigns to each member. Party membership implies the obligation upon every member to contribute materially to the support of the organization in accordance with his means. A party of revolutionary workers. From the foregoing it follows that the party seeks to include in its ranks all the revolutionary, class-conscious, and militant workers who stand on its program and are active in building the movement in a disciplined manner. The Revolutionary Marxian Party rejects not only the arbitrariness and bureaucratism of 492. The Communist Party, but also the spurious and deceptive all-inclusiveness of the Thomas Tyler Hone Socialist Party, which is a sham and a fraud. Experience has proved conclusively that this all-inclusiveness paralyses the party in general and the revolutionary left wing in particular, suppressing and bureaucratically hounding the latter while giving free rein to the right wing to commit the greatest crimes in the name of socialism and the party. The SWP seeks to be inclusive only in this sense, that it accepts into its ranks those who accept its program and denies admission to those who reject its program. The rights of each individual member, as set forth above, do not imply that the membership as a whole, namely, the party itself, does not possess rights of its own. The party as a whole has the right to demand that its work be not disrupted and disorganized, and has the right to take all the measures which it finds necessary to assure its regular and normal functioning. The rights of any individual member are distinctly secondary to the rights of the party membership as a whole. Party democracy means not only the most scrupulous protection of the rights of a given minority, but also the protection of the rule of the majority. The party is therefore entitled to organize the discussion and to determine its forms and limits. All inter-party discussion must be organized from the point of view that the party is not a discussion club, which debates interminably on any and all questions at any and all times, without arriving at a binding decision that enables the organization to act, but from the point of view that we are a disciplined party of revolutionary action. The party in general not only has the right, therefore, to organize the discussion in accordance with the requirements of the situation, but the lower units of the party must be given the right, in the interests of the struggle against the disruption and disorganization of the party's work, to call irresponsible individuals to order and, if need be, to eject them from the ranks. The decisions of the National Party Convention are binding on all party members without exception, and they conclude the discussion on all these disputed questions upon which a decision has been taken. Any party member violating the decisions of the convention, or attempting to revive discussion in regard to them without formal authorization of the party, puts himself thereby in opposition to the party and forfeits his right to membership. All party organizations are authorized and instructed to take any measures necessary to enforce this rule. 493. B. The organizational conclusions of the present discussion. The Bolshevik Party of Lenin is the only party in history which successfully conquered and held state power. The SWP, as a combat organization, which aims at achieving power in this country, models its organization forms and methods after those of the Russian Bolshevik Party, adapting them, naturally, to the experience of recent years and to concrete American conditions. The SWP as a revolutionary workers' party is based on the doctrines of scientific socialism as embodied in the principal works of Marx, Engels, Lenin and Trotsky, and incorporated in the basic documents and resolutions of the first four Congresses of the Communist International and of the Conferences and Congresses of the Fourth International. The SWP rejects the contention of social democrats, skeptics, and capitulators disillusioned in the Russian Revolution, that there is an inevitable and organic connection between Bolshevism and Stalinism. This reactionary revision of Marxism is a capitulation to democratic imperialism. It is capable of producing only demoralization and defeat in the critical times of war and revolution. The rise of reaction on a world scale, accompanied and produced by the disastrous course of Stalinism in the working class movement, has catapulted all centrist groups and parties, Lovestonites, Socialist Party, London Bureau, away from Bolshevism and in the direction of social democracy. In whole or in part, all of these groups attempt to identify Bolshevism with Stalinism. Without exception, these groups are all in a state of collapse and passing over to the side of the class enemy. Petty bourgeoisie transmits skepticism. This tendency, souveranism, has manifested itself in leading circles of our party, Burnham, and in certain sections of the membership. Their skeptical criticisms of Bolshevism express their petty bourgeois composition and their dependence on bourgeois public opinion. The petty bourgeoisie is a natural transmission belt carrying the theories of reaction into the organizations of the working class. Those who seek to identify Bolshevism with Stalinism concern themselves with the search for guarantees against the Stalinist degeneration of the party and the future Soviet power. We reject this demand for insurance as completely undialectical and unrealistic. Our party, in the first instance, is concerned with the struggle for state power, and therefore with creating a party organization capable of leading the proletarian struggle to this goal. There are no constitutional guarantees which can prevent degeneration. Only the v. 494. Victorious revolution can provide the necessary preconditions for preventing the degeneration of the party and the future Soviet power. If the party fails to carry through and extend the revolution, the degeneration of the party is inevitable. Insofar as any guarantees are possible against the degeneration of the proletarian party, these can be obtained only by educating the party in firm adherence to principles and by a merciless struggle against all personal and unprincipled clique combinations within the party. The outstanding example of this clique formation is the Ahern group, which is based solely on personal loyalties and on rewards of honor and place within the party for those whose primary loyalty is to the clique. The history of the Fourth International in this country amply reveals that such a clique, with its utter disregard for principles, can become the repository for alien class influences and agents of enemy organizations seeking to disrupt the Fourth International from within. The SWP condemns the Ahem clique as hostile to the spirit and methods of Bolshevik organization. Revolutionary centralism. To overthrow the most powerful capitalist ruling class in the world, the SWP must be organized as a combat party on strong centralist lines. The resolution adopted at the founding convention gave a correct interpretation of the principle of democratic centralism. Its emphasis was placed on the democratic aspects of this principle. The party leadership has faithfully preserved the democratic rights of the membership since the founding convention. It has granted the widest latitude of discussion to all dissenting groups and individuals. The duty of the incoming National Committee is to execute the decisions of the convention, arrived at after the most thorough and democratic discussion, and to permit no infringement upon them. Conditions, both external and in the internal development of the party, demand that steps now be taken towards knitting the party together, towards tightening up its activities and centralizing its organization structure. For the work of penetrating into the workers' mass movement, for the heavy struggles to come against capitalism, for the onerous conditions of war, it is imperative that a maximum of loyalty be required of every leader and every member, that a maximum of activity be required, that a strict adherence to discipline be demanded and rigidly enforced. The press. The party press is the decisive public agitational and propagandist expression of the Bolshevik organization. The policies of the press are formulated on the 495 basis of the fundamental resolutions of the congresses and conferences of the International, the conventions of the party, and decisions of the National Committee not in conflict with such resolutions. Control of the press is lodged directly in the hands of the National Committee by the convention of the party. The duty of the editors is loyally to interpret the decisions of the convention in the press. Control of public discussion. The opening of the party press to discussion of a point of view contrary to that of the official leadership of the party or of its programmatic convention decisions must be controlled by the National Committee, which is obligated to regulate discussion of this character in such a way as to give decisive emphasis to the party line. It is the right and duty of the National Committee to veto any demand for public discussion if it deems such discussion harmful to the best interests of the party. The petty bourgeois opposition in our party demonstrates its hostility to Bolshevik organization by its demand that the minority be granted the right to transform the press into a discussion organ for diametrically opposite programs. By that method it would take the control of the press out of the hands of the National Committee and subordinate it to any temporary, anarchistic combination which can make itself heard at the moment. By the same token, the demand of the petty bourgeois opposition for an independent public organ, expounding a program in opposition to that of the majority of the party, represents a complete abandonment of democratic centralism and a capitulation to the Norman Thomas type of all-inclusive party which is inclusive of all tendencies except the Bolshevik. The granting of this demand for a separate organ would destroy the centralist character of the party, by creating dual central committees, dual editorial boards, dual treasuries, dual distribution agencies, divided loyalties, and a complete breakdown of all discipline. Under such conditions the party would rapidly degenerate into a social democratic organization or disappear from the scene altogether. The convention categorically rejects the demand for a dual organ. Leadership. To build the combat organization capable of conquering state power, the party must have as its general staff a corps of professional revolutionists who devote their entire life to the direction and the building of the party and its influence in the mass movement. Membership in the leading staff of the party, the National Committee, must be made contingent on a complete subordination of the life of the candidate to the party. All members of the National Committee must 496. Devote full-time activities to party work, or be prepared to do so at the demand of the National Committee. In the struggle for power, the party demands the greatest sacrifices of its members. Only a leadership selected from among those who demonstrate in the struggle the qualities of singleness of purpose, unconditional loyalty to the party and revolutionary firmness of character, can inspire the membership with a spirit of unswerving devotion and lead the party in its struggle for power. The party leadership must, from time to time, be infused with new blood, primarily from its proletarian sections. Workers who show promise and ability through activity in the union movement and its strike struggles should be elevated to the leading committees of the party in order to establish a more direct connection between the leading committee and the workers' movement, and in order to train the worker Bolshevik for the task of party direction itself. The party must select from its younger members those qualified, talented and promising elements who can be trained for leadership. The road of the student youth to the party leadership must not and cannot be from the classroom of the high school and college directly into the leading committee. They must first prove themselves. They must be sent without high-sounding titles into working-class districts for day-to-day work among the proletariat. The young student must serve an apprenticeship in the workers' movement before he can be considered as candidate for the National Committee. Proletarianize the party. The working class is the only class in modern society that is progressive and truly revolutionary. Only the working class is capable of saving humanity from barbarism. Only a revolutionary party can lead the proletariat to the realization of this historic mission. To achieve power, the revolutionary party must be deeply rooted among the workers, it must be composed predominantly of workers and enjoy the respect and confidence of the workers. Without such a composition it is impossible to build a programmatically firm and disciplined organization which can accomplish these grandiose tasks. A party of non-workers is necessarily subject to all the reactionary influences of skepticism, cynicism, soul sickness and capitulatory despair transmitted to it through its petty bourgeois environment. To transform the SWP into a proletarian party of action, particularly in the present period of reaction, it is not enough to continue propagandistic activities in the hope that by an automatic process workers will flock to the banner of the party. It is necessary, on the contrary, to make a concerted, determined, and systematic effort, consciously directed by the leading committees of the party, to penetrate the workers' movement, establish the roots of the party in 497. The trade unions, the mass labor organizations and in the workers' neighborhoods and recruit worker militants into the ranks of the party. Steps to proletarianize the party. To proletarianize the party, the following steps are imperative. 1. The entire party membership must be directed towards rooting itself in the factories, mills, etc., and towards integrating itself in the unions and workers' mass organizations. 2. Those members of the party who are not workers shall be assigned to work in labor organizations, in workers' neighborhoods and with the worker fractions of the party, to assist them and learn from them. All unemployed members must belong to and be active in organizations of the unemployed. Those party members who find it impossible after a reasonable period of time to work in a proletarian milieu and to attract to the party worker militants shall be transferred from party membership to the rank of sympathizers. Special organizations of sympathizers may be formed for this purpose. Above all, the student and unemployed youth must be sent into industry and involved in the life and struggles of the workers. Systematic, exceptional, and persistent efforts must be made to assist the integration of our unemployed youth into industry despite the restricted field of employment. Lacking connection with the workers' movement through failure or inability to get jobs in industry or membership in unions, the student and unemployed youth are subject to terrific pressure from the petty bourgeois world. A large section of the youth membership of the SWP and YPSL adopted the program of the Fourth International, but brought with them the training and habits of the social democratic movement, which are far removed from the spirit of the proletarian revolution. These student elements can transform the program of the Fourth International from the pages of books and pamphlets into living reality for themselves and for the party only by integrating themselves in the workers' movement and breaking irrevocably from their previous environment. Unless they follow this road, they are in constant danger of slipping back into their former social democratic habits or into complete apathy and pessimism and thus be lost for the revolutionary movement. 3. To attract and to hold workers in the ranks of the party, it is necessary that the internal life of the party be drastically transformed. The party must be cleansed of the discussion club atmosphere, of an irresponsible attitude toward assignments, of a cynical and smart aleck disrespect for the party. 498. Organizing real campaigns. Party activity must be lifted out of dragging, daily routine and reorganized on the basis of campaigns which are realistically adjusted to the demands and direction of the workers' movement. These campaigns must not be sucked out of the thumb of some functionary in a party office, but must arise as a result of the connections of the party with the workers' movement and the indicated direction of the masses in specific situations. All party agitation campaigns, especially in the next period, must be directed primarily at those workers' groups and organizations in which we are attempting to gain a foothold and attract members. General agitation addressed to the working class as a whole or the public in general must be related to those specific aims. The press must gear its agitation into the activity conducted among specific workers' groups so as to transform the party paper from a literary organ into a workers' organizer. The integration of the party into the workers' movement, and the transformation of the party into a proletarian organization, are indispensable for the progress of the party. Successful achievement of this internal transformation is 1,000 times more important than any amount of empty phrases about preparation of the party for war. This transformation is, in fact, the only real preparation of the party for war, combined of course with the necessary technical adjustments in organization forms. The SWP must adhere to the principles and program of the Fourth International, transform itself into a democratically centralized Bolshevik organization, integrate itself into the workers' movement. On that basis, and on that basis alone, can the party meet the test of the war, survive the war and go forward to its great goal, the establishment of a workers' republic in the United States. See Resolution on Discipline. Having heard the declaration made to the convention by the representative of the minority to the effect that, regardless of the decision of the convention, the minority will publish a paper of its own in opposition to the press of the party, the convention states, 1. The threat is an attempt of a petty bourgeois minority to impose its will upon the party in opposition to the principles of democratic centralism which alone can assure the unity of a revolutionary combat party. The convention categorically rejects the ultimatum of the minority and declares that any attempt on the part of any individual or group to execute it and to issue or distribute 499. Any publication in opposition to the official press of the party is incompatible with membership in the party. 2. All party organizations are instructed to expel from the party any member or members violating this convention decision. The National Committee or its political committee are empowered and instructed by the convention to expel any regular or alternate member or members of the NC or PC who may participate in any such violation. The NC or PC is instructed to immediately expel and reorganize any party unit or executive committee failing to act promptly in the execution of the above instructions in regard to any member or members under its jurisdiction who may violate the convention decisions. D. Supplementary resolution on the organizational question. In order to assure the concentration of the party membership on practical work under the most favorable internal conditions, to safeguard the unity of the party and to provide guarantees for the party rights of the minority, the convention adopts the following special measures. 1. The discussion in the party branches on the controversial issues is to be concluded with the convention decisions and the reports of the delegates to their branches. It may be resumed only by authorization of the National Committee. 2. In order to acquaint the party sympathizers and the radical labor public with all aspects of the disputes, and the opinions of both sides, the NC shall publish in symposium form the most important articles on the Russian question and the organization question. These symposia shall be jointly edited and each side may select the articles it wishes to publish. 3. As an exceptional measure in the present circumstances, the discussion may be continued in literary form if the representatives of either side, or both, so desire. Articles dealing with the theoretical scientific aspects of the disputed questions may be published in the New International. Political discussion articles are to be published in a monthly internal bulletin, issued by the NC, under joint editorship of the convention majority and minority. 4. The NC shall publish all resolutions considered by the convention, those rejected as well as those adopted. Editorial comment shall be restricted to defense of the adopted positions. 5. The decisions of the party convention must be accepted by all under the rules of democratic centralism. Strict discipline in action is to be required of all party members. 500. 6. No measures are to be taken against any party member because of the views expressed in the party discussion. Nobody is obliged to renounce his opinion. There is no prohibition of factions. The minority is to be given representation in the leading party committees and assured full opportunity to participate in all phases of party work. Our convention had more than national significance. The Fourth International, as a whole, like all other organizations in the labor movement, was put to a decisive test by the outbreak of the war. Fortuitous political circumstances have delayed the entry of US imperialism into the war. This provided our party with a more favorable opportunity for a free and democratic discussion of the issues posed by the war crisis than was enjoyed by any other section of our international. Our party was also the best equipped by past experience and training to carry out this discussion in all its implications, from all sides, and to the very end. In addition, outstanding representatives of several other important sections of our international were able to participate directly in the literary discussion in our party. The discussion in the SWP became in effect a discussion for the entire Fourth International and was followed with passionate interest by the members of all sections. It was clear from the beginning that the issues at stake were international in character and that our decisions would have fateful consequences for our movement on a worldwide scale. Thus our convention, formally and nominally a convention of the Socialist Workers' Party, was in its political import a veritable Congress of the Fourth International. Under war conditions, and the consequent illegality of many of the sections, a formally organized World Congress, composed of representative delegations, could not be held. Our convention had to serve as temporary surrogate for the World Congress. Politically, there can be no doubt that it had this meaning for all the other sections. The discussion initiated in our party was transferred into the other sections, and one after the other, they began to take positions on the dispute. In every case where we have been able to establish communication under war conditions, and have direct knowledge of their position, the sections have supported the majority of our party. The international report at our convention disclosed that the Canadian, Mexican, Belgian, German, Argentine, Chinese, Australian, and Russian sections have all declared categorically in support of the position of the majority of our party. The other sections, with whom communication is faulty or who have not formally recorded their position, indicate the same tendency. After our convention there can no longer be the slightest doubt that the overwhelming majority of the members and sections of the Fourth International remain true to their banner, to the doctrine and program of revolutionary Marxism. The decision is made. The revisionist movement of Burnham and Co. can no longer hope for success in our movement, nationally or internationally. The Fourth International remains, after the first test of the war, firm in its programmatic position, the only revolutionary organization of the workers' vanguard in the entire world. The report and discussion on the trade union question and mass work dealt a knockout blow to the calamity howlers, pessimists, and quitters who have been attributing to the movement their own weakness, cowardice and futility. The convention resounded with proletarian optimism and confidence in the party. The trade union report and discussion, following the decisive reaffirmation of the proletarian program, engendered a remarkable enthusiasm. It was clear from this discussion that the tum of the party toward mass work is already well underway and that the proceedings of the convention could not fail to give it a powerful acceleration. The majority did everything possible to preserve unity, and even made extraordinary concessions to induce the minority to tum back from their splitting course before it was too late. Their party rights as a minority were guaranteed by a special resolution at the convention. This resolution went to the extreme length of sanctioning a continuation of discussion of the decided questions in the internal bulletin, and a discussion of the theoretical aspects of the question in the new international. At the same time, the convention resolution decreed that discussion in the branches must cease, and that all attention and energy of the party membership be concentrated on practical mass work in the next period. The minority was given proportional representation on the National Committee and a period of time to make up their minds whether to remain in the party or not under the terms and conditions laid down. The minority leaders rejected the convention decision, launched their own publication, and began a public attack on the program of the party and the Fourth International. Thus, by their own decision and actions, they placed themselves outside the ranks of the party and the Fourth International. Their political degeneration is inevitable. Nobody has ever yet found a revolutionary road outside the Fourth International. But that is their own affair. Our discussion with them, which was fully adequate, is now concluded. 503. We are looking forward, not backward. Our task is a deeper penetration of the workers' mass movement on the basis of the convention decisions. That is our way to prepare for the war. In this course we are assured of the support of the overwhelming majority of the sections of the Fourth International. With a correct program, and the assurance of international collaboration and support, we have every reason to be confident of our future. B. The suspension of the Burnham-Schacht-Mannabum Group, Statement of the National Committee. The readers of the appeal are already familiar with the resolutions adopted by the recently concluded National Convention of our party. These resolutions, published last week, made extremely liberal provisions for the participation of the leaders of the minority in party work. The resolutions offered them the opportunity to continue the discussion in defense of their point of view in the internal bulletin and in the new international, on the condition that they refrain from issuing an independent publication in opposition to the press of the party. These decisions of the convention have been rejected by the leaders of the minority. This conduct left the National Committee no alternative, under the instructions of the convention, but to suspend the minority leaders from the party until such time as they signify their readiness to abide by the convention decisions. This action was taken by the National Committee, at its meeting held on April 16, in order to protect the party against disruption. At the same time, the terms of the suspension leave the way open for the suspended members to reconsider the question and return to their places in the party leadership and in its editorial boards on the basis of the convention decisions. See the expulsion of the Schacht-Mannabum Group report. By decision of the April 1940 convention of the party, the National Committee was instructed to take disciplinary action against the Bumhamschachtmannabum group if that group failed to abide by the decisions of the convention. In accordance with those instructions, the National Committee on April 22 suspended those members of the Bumhamschachtmannabum group who, following the convention, refused to accept the decisions of the convention. The National Committee, by suspending rather than expelling the undisciplined members of the petty bourgeois opposition, gave them an opportunity to 504. Reconsider their refusal to abide by convention decisions and to return to the party. In the course of the ensuing months, a number of the suspended comrades have reconsidered their refusal, have declared their adherence in action to convention decisions while remaining free to defend their political views in subsequent party discussions, and have on this basis been restored to full membership rights. The Emergency Conference of the Fourth International, convened in May 1940, endorsed the decisions of the April Convention of the SWP. LT recommended to our party that only a limited period should remain in which suspended members would have time to reconsider their refusal. At the end of that period, those still refusing to accept the convention decisions should be unconditionally expelled from the party. The period recommended by the Emergency Conference has now elapsed. Meanwhile, since their suspension, the Bumhamschachtmannabum group has undergone a political evolution which has widened the chasm between them and the Fourth International. Burnham has drawn the final conclusion to the position he elaborated for his group, and has openly deserted to the class enemy. Schachtmann and Ahem lead a petty bourgeois semi-pacifist sect. After the passage of nearly 6 months, it is, therefore, time to draw a conclusion to this question and put an end to any possible ambiguity or confusion. The plenary session of the National Committee declares that those suspended members who have not up to this time signified their willingness to abide by the decisions of the April Convention are hereby unconditionally expelled from the party. The faction fight in the Socialist Workers' Party, its conclusion, and the recent formation of the Workers' Party have been, in my own case, the unavoidable occasion for the review of my own theoretical and political beliefs. This review has shown me that by no stretching of terminology can I any longer regard myself, or permit others to regard me, as a Marxist. Of the most important beliefs, which have been associated with the Marxist movement, whether in its reformist, Leninist, Stalinist, or Trotskyist variants, there is virtually none which I accept in its traditional form. I regard these beliefs as either false or obsolete or meaningless, or in a few cases, as at best true only in a form so restricted and modified as no longer properly to be called Marxist. I reject, as you know, the philosophy of Marxism, dialectical materialism. I have never, it is true, accepted this philosophy. In the past I excused this discrepancy and compromised this belief with the idea that the philosophy was unimportant and did not matter so far as practice and politics were concerned. Experience, and further study and reflection, have convinced me that I have been wrong, and Trotsky, with so many others, right on this score, that dialectical materialism, though scientifically meaningless, is psychologically and historically an integral part of Marxism, and does have its many and adverse effects upon practice and politics. The general Marxian theory of universal history, to the extent that it has any empirical content, seems to me disproved by modern historical and anthropological investigation. Marxian economics seems to me for the most part either false or obsolete or meaningless in application to contemporary economic phenomena. Those aspects of Marxian economics which retain validity do not seem to me to justify the theoretical structure of the economics. Not only do I believe it meaningless to say that socialism is inevitable and false that socialism is the only alternative to capitalism, I consider that on the basis of the evidence now available to us a new form of exploitive society, what I call managerial society, is not only possible as an alternative to capitalism but is a more probable outcome of the present period than socialism. As you know, I do not believe that Russia can be considered a workers' state in any intelligible sense of the term. This opinion, however, is related to far more basic conclusions, for example, that Stalinism must be understood as one manifestation of the same general historical forces of which fascism is another manifestation. There is still doubt in my mind as to whether this conclusion applies also to Leninism and Trotskyism. I disagree flatly and entirely, as Cannon has understood for a long while, with the Leninist conception of a party. The Leninist type of party seems to me incompatible with genuine scientific method and genuine democracy. Holding the Line, Smith Act Trial. Brian Palmer. The Socialist Workers' Party SWP was formed in Chicago at a national gathering convening immediately before and on New Year's Day, January 1, 1938. It was born of the Trotskyist realization that the Stalinist policies that had consolidated over the course of the mid to late 1920s, and that had produced such disastrous consequences for the international revolutionary movement in the 1930s, had to be challenged with the formation of a new communist international and its constituent national sections and parties. But many developments fed into the revolutionary imperatives of this period, with their appreciations of the need for a party formation such as the SWP. One critical component of early American Trotskyism was the victory that had been achieved in 1934 International Brotherhood of Teamsters IBT strikes, led by the Minneapolis forces of the Communist League of America, Opposition, CLA. Supported and sustained by the leading cadre of the CLA, especially James P. Cannon and Max Schachtman, Minneapolis militants such as Vincent Ray Dunn, Miles Dunn, Grant Dunn, Carl Skoglund, and Farrell Dobbs built IBT Local 544, the General Drivers Union, into a force nationally recognized as a vanguard in the industrial union mobilizations of the mid to late 193 OS. One Local 544 expanded the ranks of organized Teamsters in Minneapolis from less than 200 to 7,000, breaking the old craft union mold that restricted entry in the union to supposedly skilled and respectable drivers. So-called unskilled inside workers in the trucking industry were brought into the General Drivers Union, which under Trotskyist leadership now included coal heavers and those working the loading docks at markets. The union also linked the interests of the employed workers and their unemployed counterparts, setting up a federal workers section FWS that encouraged the jobless to make common cause with striking workers, rather than crossing picket lines and breaking the organizational momentum of labor resistance. This defiant, militant, and broadened industrial union defeated recalcitrant local employers and their advocates in a backward-looking anti-labor citizens alliance. Minneapolis's trade union Trotskyist leadership also battled the foot-dragging resistance of Teamster bureaucrat Dan Tobin and the hierarchy of the International Union. This officialdom did everything it could to undermine class struggle unionism and its impressive initiatives. Later, in 1938, as a Silver Legion movement attempted to mobilize in Minnesota, targeting Local 544 in its fascistic attacks on Jews, religious and ethnic minorities, and progressive politics in general, the General Drivers Union led the way in creating a Union Defense Guard UOG. Headed by Local 544 member, former SWPR and Sioux Nation member Ray Rainbolt, the UDG was a broad-based workers' defense corps that brought together trade unionists, including many who were neither Trotskyists nor members of the General Drivers Union, in Minneapolis to defend the labor movement from physical assault and right-wing intimidation. In the summer of 1939, Minneapolis-St. Paul Trotskyists and Local 544's FWS also played a pivotal role in a nationwide strike of Roosevelt's Works Progress Administration WPA. 10,000 of these WPA relief strikers walked off their government-funded works projects in the Twin Cities, protesting conditions and inadequate entitlements. As tensions mounted, confrontations escalated, a police officer was killed, a relief officer shot, a striker stabbed, and more than a dozen people injured. Women working at a WPA sewing project, unaccustomed to public protest, nonetheless played a leading role on the militant picket lines, which often erupted in violence. Lasting more than 2 weeks, the confrontation led to a Justice Department-authorized grand jury investigation, in which hearings handed down scores of indictments resulting in 3 trials and a number of convictions. Two SWP members, Max Geldman and Edward Palmquist, co-chairs of the FWS, described as the very fountainhead of the Minneapolis WPA strike conspiracy, were sentenced to a year and a day in the federal penitentiary at Sandstone, Minnesota. 4. Finally, over the course of the late 1930s, Local 544 and its leading SWP figures, Dobbs, V.R. Dunn, and Skoglund, pioneered the technique of leapfrogging, through which the organized and militant Teamster base in Minneapolis was used to force employers from other centers in the Midwest who needed to truck goods into their cities to concede union wages and conditions in their distant operations. Dobbs nurtured the North Central District Drivers' Council, Cook, into being a vehicle that would drive the Teamster interstate organization of over-the-road truckers to success after success. As particular core metropolitan hubs were brought under Union control, such as Chicago and Kansas City, they were then used to leverage other cities, such as Omaha and St. Louis, where recalcitrant employers were holding out against conceding contracts to the IBT. Late in 1939, the IBT signed a contract with a group of interstate trucking firms, covering 250,000 drivers and affiliated workers in 11 states. Mainstream labor historian Irving Bernstein concluded that the Trotskyist leaders of the Minneapolis General Drivers Union had, with the imagination and drive they had evidenced during the strikes of 1934, expanded the organization of over-the-road drivers in the upper Mississippi Valley as the foundation for mass unionism on a semi-industrial basis. Left oppositionists, then, had initiated an expansive industrial union drive in the Midwestern trucking sector that resulted in an unprecedented explosion of IBT membership from roughly 7,500 to over 400,000 in the space of half a decade, 1934 to 9. Not only did the Teamsters expand phenomenally in this period, but this technique was also used to create networks of labor solidarity, as Minneapolis initiatives proved indispensable in supporting unionization campaigns among relatively low-skilled workers in spheres such as laundering, baking, clerking, and other traditionally difficult to organize occupational sectors. 5. This was a formidable achievement. It placed Trotskyism in the public eye and, arguably, in the sights of various opponents. And it did so at a most threatening moment. Trotsky understood that the gains registered by the Minneapolis left oppositionists in the unions over the course of the 1930s were crucial to the ongoing work of the revolutionary movement. But he also appreciated that such success could condition a certain complacency. A willingness to adapt somewhat to trade unionism's compromises with the progressive wing of American capitalism had to be countered. This tendency to let down a certain revolutionary guard, to collapse the independence of the revolutionary movement into conciliatory relations with those in the labor movement hierarchy inclined to temporarily accommodate revolutionaries as long as they were filling the dues coffers of the IBT, but who were fully committed to the Democratic Party's Franklin Delano Roosevelt and his New Deal policies, was an ever-present problem. Moreover, in its public propaganda, the SWP could follow such a trajectory by failing to adequately elucidate its actual policies with respect to rank-and-file militant workers who, like their leaders, tended to be insufficiently critical of Roosevelt, voting for him en masse. In peacetime, Trotsky told SWP leaders, such an adaptation to the pro-Rooseveltian trade unionists might not be fatal, but if war broke out, he warned prophetically, a failure to prepare the working class for the repressive onslaught of the bourgeoisie could well have disastrous consequences. They can smash us. Our policy is too much for pro-Rooseveltian trade unionists. The fact that, as of June 22, 1941, with the German invasion of the Soviet Union and the implosion of the Hitler-Stalin Pact, the SWP was virtually the only voice on the communist left opposing the war, placed Trotskyists very much on the radar screen of American domestic repression. 6. Trotsky's warning was delivered in mid-June 1940 to an SWP contingent made up of Cannon, Dobbs, Joe Hansen, Harold Robbins, Sam Gordon, and veteran left oppositionist, Dr. Antoinette Konikow. This group met with Trotsky in Mexico. Approximately 2 weeks later, on June 29, 1940, with the war in Europe raging, but with the United States still not officially involved as a belligerent, Roosevelt signed into law the so-called Smith Act, anti-sedition legislation that criminalized speech and acts pertaining to overthrowing the government by force and agitation of a disloyal kind within the armed forces. Printing, publishing, or distributing material advocating this kind of ostensible sedition was criminalized, and belonging to any organization that engaged in the dissemination of such documents or ideas was likewise made illegal. Although not entirely unprecedented, the Smith Act was arguably the most draconian peacetime prosecutorial initiative in modern United States history, with Donna Haverty-Stacka concluding that it went far beyond any legislative undertaking since the Alien and Sedition Acts of 1798. As Haverty-Stacka shows, in the most sustained inquiry into the use of the Smith Act against Trotskyists in the early 1940s, the hounds of repression were unleashed against the Minneapolis trade union Trotskyists and their counterparts in the national leadership of the SWP. This attack consolidated over the course of a period reaching from June 1940 to June 1941, although different streams of varied currents that would come to be directed against the SWP had complicated histories reaching back into the struggles of the 1930s. A small contingent of Local 544 factional dissidents, some of whom were disgruntled former SWP members with an opportunistic eye on trade union office, aligned and indeed conspired with Dan Tobin and the Federal Bureau of Investigation FBI, providing often uncorroborated reports of Trotskyist fifth-column intrigue, which included outrageous and patently false allegations of the stockpiling of weapons and utterances of the intent to overthrow the government by force. As Tobin moved to strip Local 544 of its autonomy, putting the American Federation of Labor AFL-affiliated General Drivers Union under receivership, Vincent Ray Dunn and the Trotskyist leadership secured the membership's approval to jump ship to the rival Congress of Industrial Organization CIO. John L. Lewis offered a charter in the United Construction Workers Organizing Committee UCWOC, which had been mobilizing drivers and warehouse workers into an industry-wide union, later christened the Motor Transport and Allied Workers Industrial Union. This unleashed an acrimonious, and at times quite violent struggle in the streets and alleyways of the Minneapolis warehouse district, as Tobin and IBT Muscle orchestrated by Jimmy Hoffa conducted an often physically violent caravan mop-up in which they persuaded drivers and helpers to forego the CIO for the old IBT AFL affiliate. This battle for the streets had the de facto blessing of an array of powerful state structures/officials at the municipal, state, and federal levels. 7 With this internecine intra-union war unfolding, J. Edgar Hoover and the FBI as well as IBT head Tobin were pressuring Roosevelt to address the supposed threat the Trotskyists and Local 544 posed to national security. As early as September 1940 the Bureau had placed Vincent Ray Dunn on a custodial detention list, and Dobbs was added to the same designation of those the FBI thought should be detained in the event of a national emergency. Reports on Trotskyist claims that the SWP was preparing to sabotage government and industry in preparation for a revolutionary seizure of power were filtered from the FBI to St. Paul's attorney Victor Anderson, who in turn passed the information on to the Department of Justice in Washington. By June of 1941 Tobin in the IBT, Minnesota's Governor Stassen, the Roosevelt administration's Department of Justice, National Labor Relations Board, and Immigration and Naturalization Service, not to mention J. Edgar Hoover's Federal Bureau of Investigation all had Minneapolis trade union Trotskyists in their sights, targeted for possible prosecution under the Smith Act. If Trotskyists like Dobbs and Dunn remained unaware of exactly what measures of surveillance the FBI was undertaking against them and Local 544, they were certainly cognizant, as early as 1940, that the Bureau was monitoring trade unionism with the purpose of curbing any possibility of a working-class upheaval. On June 27, 1941 Acting Attorney General Francis Biddle moved against the SWP and its Minneapolis trade union leadership, the Department of Justice/FBI raiding party offices in both Minneapolis and St. Paul. Correspondence, copious documents, and a vast array of ephemera, including photographs, flags, banners, and the like were confiscated, later to be burned. convening a grand jury, summoning 49 witnesses, and orchestrating the proceedings to secure indictments against 29 individuals. The prosecution alleged that the defendants had engaged in an unlawful conspiracy to destroy by force the government of the United States in violation of Section 6 of Title 18 of the US Code, a Civil War-era insurrection statute. The accused, according to the charges, had placed themselves in pivotal positions throughout the country's major industries, infiltrated the army to undermine its effectiveness, and created the Union Defense Guard, an alleged nucleus of the proletarian army that would overthrow the government by force and violence. Also charged under the Smith Act, the defendants were claimed to have advised and counseled insubordination in the armed forces and the violent overthrowing of the duly constituted government. Printing, publishing, and disseminating by various means literature of the same purpose, including the Communist Manifesto, which had circulated freely in the US since the late 19th century, had also been undertaken by the indicted, who managed, as well, to organize societies known to spread the same revolutionary ideas. The 29 indicted, James Cannon, Grace Carlson, Jake Cooper, Oscar Coover, Harry DeBoer, Farrell Dobbs, Grant Dunn, Miles Dunn, Vincent Ray Dunn, George Frozig, Max Geldman, Albert Goldman, Walter Hagstrom, Clarence Hamill, Emil Hansen, Carlos Hudson, Carl Cohen, Felix Morrow, Ray Argonne, Edward Palmquist, Kelly Postal, Ray Rainbolt, Alfred Russell, Oscar Schoenfeld, Dorothy Schultz, Rose Sealer, Carl Skoglund, Harold Swanson, and Nick Wagner, were leaders/members of the SWP or prominent figures in the General Drivers Union, with some, albeit not all, of the accused being active in both the Trotskyist Party and Local 544. The indictments drew immediate criticism from bodies like the CIO's Labor Nonpartisan League and the American Civil Liberties Union, while articles in liberal publications such as The New Republic and The Nation deplored how the Smith Act was criminalizing mere expression of opinion. 8A Civil Rights Defense Committee CRDC, chaired by James T. Farrell, author of the Studs-Lanigan trilogy, highlighted how the 29 accused were victims of Dan Tobin's relentless persecution, which included fomenting a disgruntled faction within Local 544 and appealing directly to President Roosevelt, urging him to utilize the FBI and the Justice Department to squelch the SWP, which opposed the war drive. 9 Trotskyists in the SWP and in Local 544 were under no illusions about the forces arrayed against them. They very quickly saw the writing on the prosecutorial wall. The judge in charge of the case, Matthew M. Joyce, had been a general counsel for railroad interests from 1917 to 32, when he was appointed to the US District Court by Herbert Hoover. He presided over the convictions of SWP members Geldman and Palmquist in the 1939 WPA Relief Strikers trial, and was well known as a judicial advocate of utilizing federal authority against the perceived threat of subversion. In September 1941 he rejected all of the defense's pretrial motions. Approximately 3 weeks before the trial commenced, in October 1941, one of the indicted, Grant Dunn, committed suicide. This left 28 accused to face trial before a jury that contained not a single trade union member. Only one of the impaneled 12 jurors was a resident of Minneapolis, the remainder coming from surrounding rural counties. 10 shaping up, in the words of CRDC spokesperson George Novak William F. Ward, as a capitalist frame-up. The 1941 trial nonetheless ended in outright exoneration of fully 10 of the accused. Walter Hagstrom, Dorothy Schultz, Rose Sealer, George Frozig, and Nick Wagner were discharged during the trial, with Judge Joyce forced to acknowledge that there was insufficient evidence indicating that they had knowledge of any conspiracy to overthrow the government by force or that they participated in any activities/writing/speeches to that end. Furthermore, at the end of the trial, on December 1, 1941, after a 56-hour deliberation, 5 of the accused, Miles Dunn, Ray Rainbolt, Roy Argonne, Harold Swanson, and Kelly Postal, were acquitted on all charges associated with both of the counts under the antiquated Civil War statute and under the Smith Act. These exonerated contingents, in 1941, often had tenuous connections to the SWP, their memberships having lapsed or, in the case of Frozig, never having been formally registered. Yet they were adamant in statements of solidarity with their co-defendants, and in insisting that the ordeal of a sedition trial had done nothing to dampen their commitment to militant, class struggle industrial unionism that they associated with Local 544 and its leadership. Postal, Secretary-Treasurer of Local 544 had the briefest of reprieves, acquitted in 1941. He faced other charges and was promptly convicted of embezzlement because he refused to turn over dues and union property to Tobin's IBT, his loyalties remaining with the CW-affiliated Motor Transport and Allied Workers Industrial Union. Sentenced to a draconian 5-year prison term, he was released after 12 months, due in large measure to a spirited campaign launched by the CRDC. Of the 18 remaining defendants, all were also acquitted of charges under Section 6/Title 18 of the Civil War Insurrection Statute. But the Smith Act charges of advising and counseling the violent overthrow of the duly constituted government were upheld against these 18 indicted figures, with an important group of SWP leaders, James P. Cannon, Vincent Ray Dunn, Grace Carlson, Farrell Dobbs, Carl Skoglund, Max Geldman, Felix Morrow, and Albert Goldman, receiving sentences of 16 months. The jury, somewhat tepid in its enthusiasm for the prosecution's zeal, recommended leniency for the convicted, the Smith Act charges carrying a possible maximum sentence of 10 years in jail and a $10,000 fine. 11 Throughout the trial, the SWP conducted itself as a principled defender of civil rights and freedom of expression, holding firm to the notion that advocating the right of revolution was not tantamount to sedition. Cannon, in particular, testified at length and accented adroitly that while Marxists understood well that the bourgeoisie was unlikely to give up its power without a violent fight, it was nevertheless the case that revolutionaries did not advocate or foment violence so much as recognize the likelihood of its inevitability. Against ultra-left critics within the Trotskyist Fourth International, such as Granzio Muniz, Cannon, Goldman, and others who crafted the SWP's defense strategy utilized the trial to expose the repressive nature of the capitalist state and to educate workers in Marxist understandings of class struggle and the necessity of building and expanding the revolutionary organization of the working class. If, at times, Cannon and other SWP witnesses bent the stick of testimony too far in the direction of passivity, seemingly adapting to the conservative consciousness of the American working class, they erred, understandably, on the appropriate side of a divide that separated them from Muniz's adventurous fetishization of unrealistic calls to action. 12 The CRDC worked relentlessly to defend the convicted 18 SWP members, campaigning against what it called the Gag Act convictions. By the summer of 1942, Trotskyists could claim that scores of unions representing roughly 1 million workers had voiced protests of the Minneapolis trial and FBI interference in the internal, democratic affairs of the labor movement. 13. The Minneapolis 18 were sentenced one day after the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, plunging the United States into World War II. In this climate, vengeance against anti-capitalist, anti-war revolutionaries was a fait accompli. Appeal of the December 1941 convictions, supported by the American Civil Liberties Union, worked its way through legal channels only to confirm the original judicial findings. The Supreme Court refused 3 defense petitions pleading for a rehearing of the case. In this it received support from an unlikely quarter. From the moment Trotskyists and trade unionists first faced the repressive onslaught of criminal proceedings around seditious conspiracy in 1941, the Communist Party had been a voice on the ostensible left calling for their conviction and suppression. The Daily Worker equated the SWP with Hitler's National Socialist Workers' Party, and likened Trotskyists' refusal to support what they claimed was an imperialist war as a dangerous aid to Hitler's aggressions. As the appeal campaign culminated in the Supreme Court petitions for a reconsideration of the Minneapolis trial convictions in 1943, the Communist Party prepared a series of exhibits for the Department of Justice, which included an inflammatory 24-page typescript, the fifth column role of the Trotskyists in the United States. This document described the SWP as a sabotage organization, concentrating upon the disruption of the war effort, calling on the state to remove this small corps of saboteurs, thereby wrecking a strong fascist weapon in America. 14. This kind of rhetoric, emanating from an ostensible communist organization, revealed just what the 18 Trotskyists convicted under the Smith Act in 1941 were up against in a climate of war-induced xenophobia. Ironically enough, it would not be very long before Communist Party members would themselves be subject to Smith Act repression, and among their staunch defenders would be the same Trotskyists the Stalinists were advocating be jailed in 1941-3. 15. Surrendering to authorities on December 31, 1943, the convicted Smith Act Trotskyists went to jail and served their time. As Cannon noted and Goldman confirmed in his contribution to the farewell speeches of the 18, the Trotskyists had set no limit on what they will do for their ideas, and this is why they were imprisoned. 16. When they returned to the SWP over the course of the next 13 months, they largely re-entered a revolutionary movement strengthened by their resolve and principled stand. 17. To be sure, long-term prices were paid. A part of the factional dissension in the SWP over the course of the 1940s can be attributed to differences arising precisely because of the tensions and difficulties that understandably emerged amidst state repression, trial, and imprisonment. Committed comrades such as Albert Goldman and Grace Carlson were lost to the Trotskyist movement in the decade after their Smith Act convictions, the former through factional exit, the latter by a return to the Catholic Church. 18 others, such as Carl Skoglund and Farrell Dobbs, remained loyal to the SWP. Years of state harassment dogged these revolutionary Trotskyists. The Smith Act, a particularly sordid instance of a broader state repression of the left that reaches back to the 19th century and forward into our times, revealed the extent to which the capitalist state was prepared to go to suppress dissent. In its refusal to bend to this repressive onslaught, and in its principled defense and ongoing campaigns to challenge those who would gag the Revolutionary Party, us Trotskyists wrote an important chapter in the history of resistance to repression. Their orientation revealed a strategic sense of what can be done in decidedly non-revolutionary times, providing a concrete example of how to conduct a campaign of political labor defense against threats to fundamental civil liberties. The Smith Act trial of 1941 and its immediate aftermath remains instructive for revolutionaries concerned with how to conduct class struggle politics outside of the arena of production, defending freedoms essential to the preservation of liberties and the possibilities of revolutionary social change. The trade union movement today is the victim of the most thoroughgoing governmental attack since the days of the Palmer raids. This assault, carefully planned and conducted in a most deliberate manner, daily becomes broader in scope and the methods utilized become more brazen. Its purpose is to prepare the American workers for docile submission to regimentation in industry and service in the military machine when Roosevelt, acting for Wall Street, plunges the United States into World War XI. The ground for the campaign was prepared by Congressman Martin Dies and his Committee on Un-American Activities. He is now preparing to go back over the same ground and plow a little deeper. A pretense was made at investigation of fascist groups. Dies now announces that this phase of the work of his committee has been satisfactorily cleaned up. Few people are so naive as to accept this statement at face value. The truth is that Dies has made a few motions in this direction for the record and that he is now prepared to get down to serious business in the attacks on the workers' organizations. According to his own announcement, these are his intentions in the next stage of the campaign. The task of the Dies Committee is to stir up public suspicion toward union leaders and militant rank-and-filers through a mud-throwing campaign. The real job is to be done by Roosevelt's political police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, which is the spearhead of the entire anti-union drive. Thurman Arnold, head of the Antitrust Division of the United States Department of Justice, is Roosevelt's #1 hatchet man in the courtrooms. It is their ambition to make full preparations for M-Day, which is the War Department's name for the day on which the American worker will be compelled to go to war. Present-day appropriations for the Federal Bureau of Investigation are roughly 15 times as large as they were in 1917, the year of United States entry into World War I. The FBI operates in all fields, finding grounds on whatever slender pretext for federal jurisdiction in labor cases. When this is not possible, the FBI gives full aid to the local police and courts. J. Edgar Hoover, head of the FBI, testified before the House Appropriations Committee in November 1939, that the FBI has organized a General Intelligence Division which has compiled extensive records of individuals, groups, and organizations engaged in what he calls subversive activity. All of these are earmarked for arrests in mass when Roosevelt plunges the country into war. The immediate objective of the government is to cull out of the trade union movement in advance of the war as many of the militant elements as possible. By this action they aim to terrorize the workers, and especially the working class leaders, so that there will be a minimum of resistance to the war plan. The record of government action against the unions shows what Roosevelt Arnold Hoover consider as subversive activities and just who they intend to terrorize. The social outlook of J. Edgar Hoover is quite aptly characterized by his speech at the meeting of the International Association of Chiefs of Police in July 1935, in which he termed as enemies of society even those who are advocates of the prison parole system. This federal think-herder wrote Chairman Matson of the National Labor Relations Board in November 28, 1939, complaining that a board field examiner was speaking in favor of a pardon for an imprisoned labor leader. The case in question was one in which the FBI had no jurisdiction, but Hoover is interested in keeping all labor leaders in jail no matter how they are put there. The FBI has on several occasions sent out public requests that it be given notice of all working class meetings, parades and demonstrations so that they may have snoopers present. There have already been cases, for example, the Minneapolis WPA strike, where they sent agents provocateur as well as snoopers. They have requested the trade unions to advise them of any known subversive elements. This is their not too subtle method of trying to make stool pigeons out of the workers. Industrial mishaps of whatever nature are today followed immediately by noisy FBI investigations of sabotage. When an old scow capsized in the Hudson River, Hoover thought it was the work of enemies of the US government. These are dress rehearsals for the spy scare. It is only a short step from this to the branding of strikes as industrial sabotage and the prosecution of strike leaders as agents of foreign powers. Thurman Arnold, during the early stages of his antitrust campaign, sent a letter to the Indianapolis Central Labor Union of the AFL, setting forth a list of what he called unquestionable violations of the Sherman antitrust law. These boil down in their essence to a demand for docile acceptance by the workers of all employer methods and practices which Arnold can force down the throats of the trade unionists. Federal grand juries have returned wide-scale indictments against trade unions and trade union officials on charges of criminal conspiracy in constraint of trade, interference with interstate commerce and any other charge which the FBI can dig up which will give Arnold an opportunity to wield the axe upon the trade union movement through the courts. The Sherman antitrust law was enacted by Congress in 1890 as a result of the pressure from the workers and farmers who demanded that the huge trusts and monopolies be curbed by the government. It was first used, not against the trusts, but against the American Railway Union in 1894. Thereafter, the courts often invoked it against the unions, acting under pressure from the employers. The worker-farmer revolt against this practice became so strong that in 1914 Congress passed the Clayton Act specifically exempting labor from the conspiracy charge which the courts were justifying on the basis of the Sherman Law. Today, under the great liberal Roosevelt, who is the real head of the FBI, the Department of Justice and its antitrust division, the old practices are again revived. Workers are already in the federal prisons as a result of this drive. Others are under heavy bond pending appeal of convictions to higher courts, still others are now on trial or are under bond awaiting trial. A considerable number are under probation to federal officers with jail sentences hanging over their heads. The first Union victory in the fight against the antitrust campaign was recorded on May 6 when a federal district court ordered a verdict of acquittal in a case against the Washington, D.C. local union of the AFL Teamsters. According to the latest reports, Roosevelt and Arnold Hoover were undecided whether an appeal would be taken to a higher court in a further attempt to jail these trade unionists. The workers have little fear of the city police or any other local police agency against whose acts of violence they have had to defend themselves in strikes. Above all, they have little or no confidence in the cop as being in any way their friend. It is different with the FBI. There is much confusion in the minds of the workers on this point. Roosevelt understands this and is taking full advantage of the fact. A feeling of awe towards all federal authority is drilled into the minds of the workers during their school days and then carefully nurtured by clever propaganda throughout their adult life. This is the primary advantage of the FBI as an instrument for the campaign against the unions. There has been a careful special build-up to augment the standing of the FBI in the eyes of the workers. The highly dramatized campaign against Dillinger, Machine Gun Kelly, etc., provided the stage for the build-up. A series of movie plays glorifying the G-men has reinforced the drive. Newsreels of the G-men in training, accompanied by the inevitable sadist speech by J. Edgar Hoover, have been a powerful supplement. The radio has contributed its share through the Gangbusters serial and through numerous other devices. These factors have been a big help to Roosevelt in his anti-union drive. The methods employed by the FBI in arresting workers and bringing them to trial are deliberately calculated to create the general public impression that they are dangerous characters. The most popular hour for the arrest of trade unionists by the FBI is between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. in the morning. The daily press is often tipped off in advance of the arrest so that they may obtain pictures of the G-men herding the workers off to jail handcuffed and fastened together by a chain. Put in jail and still half asleep, the workers are given the old tough cop/good cop act. The first G-man who talks to them acts very hard-boiled. A little later another G-man comes in who pretends to be friendly and wants to help the worker. If he doesn't get a confession, he then tells the worker hair-raising stories about what happens to those arrested by the FBI who do not tell all. A companion action to this phase of the program is the frequent searching of workers' homes without even so much as the formality of a warrant. Bail bond for workers arrested by the FBI has been uniformly high and, not satisfied with this, the FBI has in many cases interfered with the efforts of the unions to secure bond. And, once presented, the bond is submitted to a super-technical scrutiny. If any technicality can be found to justify the action, the bond is rejected. Another popular practice of the FBI is to prevent the arrested worker from establishing contact with a lawyer until the last minute before he is arraigned for hearing, so that he has little time to confer with his counsel to prepare a defense. A good example of FBI methods is the case of the arrests and convictions of 7 officers of local unions of the AFL Teamsters in federal court at Sioux City, Iowa. In this case, the FBI made minute measurements of a stretch of highway at the boundary between Minnesota and Iowa in order to establish jurisdiction for the federal court. High bail was set for the accused workers and all manner of interference was put in the way of their efforts to obtain the bail bond. Almost a year and a half had elapsed since the time of the alleged unlawful act. During this period, the FBI had taken all of the time it considered necessary to prepare its case. The 7 trade unionists were rushed to trial without opportunity to prepare adequate defense. One defendant had less than 48 hours from the time he was first able to see a lawyer until he was brought to trial. The men were all sentenced to 2 years in a federal penitentiary and are now under bond pending an appeal to the higher court. A part of the whole plan is for the FBI, both by example and by direct collaboration, to stir up similar actions by the local police and prosecuting attorney. A chain of interrelated actions against the workers is thus set in motion, both by the federal cops and the local cops. One agency supplements the other. A typical example of this is the case of Republican presidential aspirant Thomas E. Dewey's attempt to smear the Building Service Employees International Union of the AFL through the George Scala's case. The building service workers do not need the help of the cops and robbers-minded Dewey to administrate their union. However, Dewey insists that they shall have his full interference whether they want it or not. During the second day of the proceedings of the Union Convention just held at Atlantic City, Dewey's henchmen broke into a session, placed 4 officials of the Union under technical custody and disrupted the meeting so badly that it was necessary to adjourn. When W.L. McFetridge, one of the 4, was later elected to succeed Scales as president of the Union, the New York Daily News came out on May 8 with the headline, "Man Sought by Dewey Heads Scales Union." A swarm of FBI agents snooped around the convention headquarters, eavesdropping on conversations and spreading malicious gossip among the delegates. There has been a veritable epidemic of seizures of the books and records of trade unions by the FBI and local police and prosecuting attorneys. In all parts of the country, bosses serving on federal and county grand juries have been eagerly poking their long noses into the records of the unions that have been brought into the grand jury room. The employers are rapidly falling into step with Roosevelt's anti-union drive on their own initiative and by their own methods, to say nothing of the wholehearted cooperation they give to the FBI and the local cops. Damage suits are instituted against the trade unions at every opportunity. Finks are planted in the unions to institute suits for accounting, and then the union records are dragged into court and pried into by attorneys and accountants, hired and paid for by the employers' association. The boldness of the drive against the leading officials of trade unions demonstrates Roosevelt's urgent desire to get the job done. It is also unmistakable evidence of his contempt for those very leaders who give him their unconditional support. The next item on the Roosevelt-Arnold Hoover agenda will be a sweeping follow-up campaign directed against a much broader strata of the trade union movement. Some trade unionists seek reasons to consider Roosevelt innocent of any complicity in this campaign. They point out that he did not appoint Thurman Arnold to the post of Attorney General when Frank Murphy was elevated to the United States Supreme Court. They credit Roosevelt when the Department of Justice does not always get the full appropriation which it requests. But they are only deceiving themselves and others. These little incidents do not affect the general line. Make no mistake about it. Roosevelt is the head man of this anti-union drive. The AFL is at present bearing the main brunt of this attack. But this does not mean that the CW can afford to remain silent or hope to escape it. Fines and sentences have already been imposed upon leaders of the CIO for Workers' Union. This is only a beginning. There seems to be a general belief in the CW that it is safe to stand aside and permit the AFL to stand up as best it can against these attacks. This attitude is obviously motivated by factional considerations resulting from the struggle inside the trade union movement. Such a policy will in the end bring grave consequences to the CW movement. Even in the AFL, although additional unions are constantly falling into the line of fire, there is a strong tendency on the part of those unions not involved to ignore the whole matter more or less. They will pay heavily for this ostrich policy. The trade union movement is confronted by a vital threat to its very existence. Roosevelt is preparing to sterilize the unions. There are many willing hands to help him. The failure of the movement to defend itself can only intensify the attack and result in the unions becoming tied hand and foot by the government. Then they will be unable to perform their natural functions as independent organizations of the workers. The carefully planned anti-union drive of the government must be met head-on. The defense of the unions must be just as carefully and thoroughly worked out as the attack. Facts must be recognized. Every section of the movement is affected. The independence of the labor movement is at stake. A powerful united campaign of defense must be launched with the full participation of all trade unions. On July 15, 1941, 29 people were indicted by a federal grand jury in St. Paul, Minnesota, on charges of seditious conspiracy. The indictment had been drawn up by the U.S. Department of Justice. Among these indicted were the national and local leaders of the Socialist Workers' Party and the officers of Motor Transport and Allied Workers' Industrial Union, Local 544 CIO. This prosecution is the most sweeping government attack upon the democratic rights of labor in many years. For its parallel, one would have to go back to the mass trials of the 1.W.W. during the last World War. The Minnesota seditious conspiracy case has become an issue of national importance. Hundreds of publications throughout the country have featured and commented upon the federal indictments. News of the arrests was flashed around the world. The case has aroused vast sections of the American trade union movement. Forces are lining up on both sides. The Roosevelt administration's action has been backed up by the conservative press, Democratic and Republican leaders, certain reactionary AFL officials and the Communist Party. The prosecution has been vigorously denounced as a serious threat to civil liberties and organized labor by the CIO's Labor Nonpartisan League, the United Auto Workers, the American Civil Liberties Union, The Nation, the New Republic and other outstanding labor organizations and liberal spokesmen. What is the true story behind this unprecedented federal prosecution? Why were the officers and members of Local 544 CIO indicted at this particular time? Who prompted the prosecution? What are the real views and activities of the Socialist Workers' Party? Is there any basis to the charge that the defendants were conspiring to overthrow the US government by force and violence? What is the significance of this case for civil liberties and labor's rights? The seditious conspiracy prosecution has arisen directly out of the influence of the Trotskyists, the Socialist Workers' Party, in the trade union movement in Minneapolis. The storm center of the struggle is Teamsters Local 544, in which members or sympathizers with the policies of the Socialist Workers' Party have played a leading role. Local 544 has been the spearhead and stronghold of the most militant and progressive sections of the labor movement in Minneapolis and the Northwest, ever since it consolidated itself as a powerful union organization by winning a series of strenuously fought strikes in 1934. These strikes made the Minneapolis Teamsters Union and its leadership nationally famous. The leaders of 544 became known throughout the Northwest as hard-hitting fighters, uncompromising trade unionists, and tough opponents. Under their inspiration and guidance, Minneapolis, in a few years, became transformed from the leading open-shop city in the US to one of the most strongly organized union centers. In the process of building their own union and extending trade unionism, the leaders of Local 544 had to engage in an uninterrupted series of battles and controversies with employers and their agents, city officials, police, National Guardsmen, strike breakers, silver shirts, etc. This is not the first time members of 544 have been charged with conspiracy by the Department of Justice. During the 1939 WPA strikes, 162 workers, led by 544's Federal Workers Section, were arrested en masse and held for conspiracy. After 32 strike leaders had been convicted, nationwide labor protest forced the government to release the other 130 defendants. In the course of their struggles, the 544 leaders made many bitter enemies inside as well as outside the labor movement. Not least amongst these was the president of their own international organization, Daniel Tobin. Tobin opposed the militant policies which had enabled the Teamster leaders of Minneapolis to establish their union and defend it against all kinds of attacks. During the 1934 strikes, he publicly denounced the leaders of the union as Reds and branded their strike action as illegal. In 1935, Tobin expelled the local from the International Brotherhood of Teamsters and tried to set up a rival local. A year later, however, although he had declared its leaders would never again be permitted to head a union in his international, Tobin had to readmit the local. The CIO was growing and was about to break away from the AFL. Tobin took back the local as a lesser evil. 544's leaders were also advised by CW officials they consulted at that time to return to the AFL. During the next 5 years, Local 544 was instrumental in building the Teamsters movement in Minneapolis and the entire North Central area into the most powerful labor force in the Northwest. The N-State North Central Area Committee, inspired and directed by 544's leadership, brought over 200,000 over-the-road drivers into the Teamsters International under a closed-shop area-wide contract signed in the fall of 1937. Although he knew that Farrell Dobbs belonged to the Socialist Workers' Party, Tobin had to appoint Dobbs, Secretary-Treasurer of Local 544, as international organizer in charge of this area. When Dobbs, one of the 29 now under indictment, resigned as international organizer in January 1940 to become labor secretary of the Socialist Workers' Party. He informed Tobin of his decision. Tobin assured Dobbs that he could always return as an international organizer. At that juncture Tobin was more interested in the dues-paying members Local 544's leadership could bring into his international than he was in hounding the Trotskyists for their anti-war stand. At the last Teamsters International Convention in September 1940, IBT conventions are held only once every 5 years. The 544 delegates led the fight against two important measures sponsored by Tobin. They defeated a proposal that Tobin be given powers to enforce arbitration upon affiliated locals in any dispute with the employers. They fought against raising Tobin's annual salary from $20,000 to $30,000 a year, but Tobin won that pot. The convention battles ended in an uneasy truce between Tobin and Local 544. In the spring of 1941, immediately after the Local 544 elections, a committee of 99, composed of a small group of disgruntled union members, but backed by Tobin from the start, filed charges against the elected officers of Local 544 with the executive board of the IBT. They accused 544's leaders of being communists and radicals and therefore unworthy to head the union. The charges were the same as those made 3 years before by 5 discredited members of the union, who, abetted by the Open Shop Employers Organization, the Associated Industries, had instituted a legal action against 544. Local 544 had successfully fought and defeated the suit in the courts. After the most thorough examination of the books, records, and activities of the union, District Judge Karen ruled that the union's leadership had carried on the affairs of the union in a legal, efficient, and honest manner. The earlier accusers in the so-called Fink suit had called upon the court to remove 544's leadership and appoint a receiver for the union. Now the Committee of 99 appealed to Tobin to take this same step. On the basis of their charges, Tobin ordered a committee of 544 leaders to attend a hearing held before international officers on April 8, 1941 in Chicago. At that hearing, the 544 delegation presented its refutation of the charges leveled against them. Tobin moves against 544. Fortune magazine for May, 1941 appeared with an article on the International Brotherhood of Teamsters which emphasized the racketeering prevalent in Tobin's International and taunted him about the Trotskyist leadership of Local 544 in Minneapolis. Tobin, sensitive to the criticism of big business, answered that he was going to rid his organization of such elements. But he acted, not against the racketeers, but solely against the Reds. In the May, 1941 issue of his Teamsters Journal, Tobin published an editorial, stating that some Minnesota Teamsters were known advocates of the Socialist Workers' Party and threatened that anyone who would not resign from the party would be removed from the ranks of the IBT. Other editorials in the Teamsters Journal warned all members who did not loyally support President Roosevelt's policies, particularly his policy toward the war, that they had no place in the Teamsters International and would be liable to disciplinary action by Tobin. The official organ of the Minneapolis Teamsters, the Northwest Organizer, had persistently opposed Roosevelt's labor and war policies. Upon the appearance of 544's delegation at the meeting of the International Executive Board at Washington the first week in June, Tobin asked that they agree to his appointment of a dictator receiver over the Union, with absolute powers, including the power to expel anyone. Local 544 rejected this proposal that same week. For a month before, negotiations between 544 and the Minneapolis employers for the renewal of the union contracts, which expired on June 1, had produced no results. It was stated in the Minneapolis press that the employers were awaiting the outcome of the June meeting with Tobin, when they confidently expected that the leadership of 544 would be ousted and replaced by Tobin appointees. At a regular membership meeting held on June 9, 544's delegation to Washington and its officers presented these facts in reports to the nearly 4,000 members present of the more than 5,000 in the Union. By a well-nigh unanimous 527 imus vote, the members decided to disaffiliate from the IBT and to apply for a charter from the United Construction Workers Organizing Committee of the CIO. After thoroughly investigating the union and the record of its leadership, this charter was granted by A.D. Lewis, President of the United Construction Workers Organizing Committee, who announced that it was the first step in a streamlined CIO organizing campaign among the motor transport and allied workers of the entire Midwest area to bring them into a MODUM, Progressive Industrial Union. The Minneapolis ICE Drivers Local 21, the Austin, Minnesota, Drivers Union, the Ottumwa, Iowa, Teamsters Local voted to follow 544's example in leaving the AFL for the CIO. Teamsters locals elsewhere were considering similar action. This was demonstrated a short time later in Michigan when 5,000 Teamsters in Detroit and entire AFL drivers locals in Flint, Pontiac, Lansing, Monroe, and other cities went over to the CIO. Tobin asks Roosevelt for help against 544 CIO. 4 days after Local 544 voted to join the CIO, as the movement it initiated was gaining momentum and extensive support, Tobin telegraphed President Roosevelt, appealing to the government to take action in this matter. Tobin's statement said in part, the withdrawal from the International Union by the Truck Drivers Union, Local 544 and one other small union in Minneapolis, and their affiliation with the C-10 is indeed a regrettable and dangerous condition. The officers of this local union were requested to disassociate themselves from the radical Trotsky organization. We feel that while our country is in a dangerous position, those disturbers who believe in the policies of foreign, radical governments, must be in some way prevented from pursuing this dangerous course. New York Times, June 14, 1941. Upon receipt of this message from Tobin, the President's Secretary, Stephen Early, issued the following statement to the White House press conference. Mr. Tobin telegraphed from Indianapolis that it is apparent to him and to the other executives of his organization that because they have been and will continue to stand squarely behind the government, all subversive organizations and all enemies of our government, including Bundists, Trotskyists, and Stalinists, are opposed to them and seeking to destroy loyal trade unions which are supporting democracy. Mr. Tobin goes into considerable detail and states that he is going to issue a statement from the Indianapolis office of the Teamsters Union. 528. When I advised the President of Tobin's representations this morning, he asked me to immediately have the government departments and agencies interested in this matter notified, and to point out that this is no time, in his opinion, for labor unions, local or national, to begin raiding one another for the purpose of getting memberships or for similar reason. New York Times, June 14, 1941. Roosevelt sends the FBI to Minnesota. Within a few days after Tobin's appeal and the President's statement, Henry A. Schweinhaut, Special Assistant Attorney General of the Department of Justice, was sent to Minneapolis with several aides to prepare the raids and the indictments which followed. On June 27, FBI agents raided the Socialist Workers' Party headquarters in Minneapolis and St. Paul, seizing books by Marx, Lenin and Trotsky, copies of the party's publications, although these were on public sale in many places, red flags, and photographs. Acting Attorney General Biddle announced from Washington that same day, the principal Socialist Workers' Party leaders, against whom prosecution is being brought, are also leaders of Local 544 CIO in Minneapolis, and have gained control of a legitimate labor union to use it for illegitimate purposes. Minneapolis Star-Journal, June 28, 1941. Frank Barnhart, Regional Director of the CIO's United Construction Workers Organization Committee and personal representative of John L. Lewis, immediately denounced the raids as a smear campaign against the C-10. He charged that President Roosevelt had instigated the action in payment of his political debt to Tobin, a member of the Democratic Party National Committee and head of the Democratic Labor Committee in the 1940 presidential election. he accused the US Department of Justice with intervening on behalf of the AFL against the CIO in their dispute over the Minneapolis Teamsters. Indictments by the score. On July 15, the Department of Justice obtained from a federal grand jury in St. Paul indictment of 29 people on charges of seditious conspiracy. Among those indicted were the officers and most active members of Local 544 CIO and national and local leaders of the Socialist Workers' Party. Bail was first set at $5,000 each. Upon protest by attorneys, bail for the 16 544 CIO members was reduced to $3,500 each. This was provided by the national CIO. 529. The bail of 10 others was reduced to $2,500 each. This was provided by the Civil Rights Defense Committee. 3 of the defendants were released on their own recognizance. A hailstorm of additional indictments has been heaped upon the officers of 544 CIO. On July 14, the Hennepin County Grand Jury, on a Tobin complaint, indicted Miles Dunn, President, and Kelly Postal, Secretary-Treasurer of 544 CIO, for embezzling funds claimed by the AFL. On July 18, Carl Skoglund, organizer of 544 CIO, was arrested and held for deportation on $25,000 bail. On Monday, July 28, the Hennepin County Grand Jury voted for new indictments against Secretary-Treasurer Kelly Postal and organizer Mo Hork for first-degree larceny. This makes a total to date of 66 charges against those connected with this case. The government's aim in heaping these indictments upon the officers and members of Local 544 CIO is plain. By crushing the union beneath the enormous burden of expensive and prolonged litigation involved in fighting the cases and by terrorizing its members, the government helps Tobin throttle his CIO rival. The CIO union has also had to contend with hostile actions on the part of state and local authorities. On September 19, 1941, State Labor Board Administrator Blair denied Local 544 CIO's petition for elections to determine which union represents the workers and certified the AFL without elections as bargaining agent for the Minneapolis motor transport workers. Local 544 CIO has appealed Blair's outrageous decision both in the courts and to the National Labor Relations Board. Local 544 CIO fights on. The spirit with which Local 544 CIO faces this fight was expressed in the following speech by Frank Barnhart, Regional Director of the UQAC, at a membership meeting on August 11, 1941. The United Mine Workers is a great and powerful organization. It has had members and leaders in every jail in America. But labor's enemies were never able to break the United Mine Workers. The CIO organized the steel workers and the auto workers. The CIO has never tackled a fight it didn't finish. The CIO came to Minneapolis to stay until this Local 544 CIO fight is won. The Industrial Organizer, August 14, 1941. 530. The fight on behalf of the 29 defendants in this case is thus part of the CW's struggle to maintain democratic trade unionism amongst the Minneapolis Teamsters and to build a powerful industrial union of motor transport workers throughout the nation. Prosecution rushes case. On September 9, federal Judge Joyce overruled the demurrers of the defendants and set the date of the trial for October 20 in the federal court in Minneapolis. The request of the defendants for more time to prepare for the trial was vehemently opposed by the prosecution. The federal prosecutors are obviously hurrying the case along, anxious to obtain quick convictions. Convictions of the Minneapolis CIO leaders will not only signally assist Tobin in crushing his competitor but, as both Labor's Nonpartisan League and the nation have pointed out, will also set a precedent for further government prosecutions against other militant trade unionists. This was clearly indicated by Assistant US Attorney General Schweinhaut, who was quoted in the St. Paul Dispatch of June 28, 1941 as saying, "We cracked down here first. Mr. Biddle has said this is only a start. So you can expect other actions to follow shortly." Political motives for the prosecution. This case, however, is by no means a simple trade union affair. It is essentially a political prosecution. This was pointed out by the American Civil Liberties Union in its letter of protest to Attorney General Biddle on August 20, 1941. It seems more reasonable to conclude that the government injected itself into an inter-union controversy in order to promote the interests of the one side which supported the administration's foreign and domestic policies. Tobin is a 100% supporter of Roosevelt's policies. He is also among the most prominent members of Fight for Freedom Incorporated, the foremost pro-war organization in the United States. In many recent public statements, Tobin has declared that opposition to the president's war policies is un-American and incompatible with membership in his Teamsters International. Local 544's Weekly, Northwest organizer, now the Industrial Organizer, on the other hand, has been a severe critic of Roosevelt's anti-labor actions and a resolute opponent of his war policies. For example, in an editorial on May 29, 1941 against Roosevelt's use of troops as strike breakers, the Northwest organ. 531. Iser said, "The forces most belligerently determined to put this nation into the war for democracy are the very forces who imitate Hitler by taking away what democracy we still possess, and would beat down and crush labor. American labor doesn't want any part of this war. American labor is determined to defend its unions and its rights, including the right to strike." Tobin moved to expel the 544 leaders at this particular time because, among other things, they refused to recant their avowed anti-war stand. This was affirmed in a statement issued on June 28 by Frank Barnhart, regional director of the UKWAC. Not long ago Tobin issued an ultimatum to the officers and members of the AFL Teamsters Union ordering them to give unequivocal support to Roosevelt's war policy under threat of reprisals against them by Tobin if they failed to comply. A great majority of the membership of the AFL Teamsters Union is opposed to Tobin's high-handed methods and moth-eaten organizational policies. There are also many who are opposed to the war, especially in the Northwest area. This is not Hitler Germany. The US is still a democracy. The people of this country still express their opinions about the policies of Roosevelt. Socialist Workers' Party opposes war. The political basis of the prosecution is unmistakable in the proceedings against the Socialist Workers' Party. The Socialist Workers' Party has consistently and uncompromisingly opposed Roosevelt's policies as imperialist war policies. That the government acted against the Socialist Workers' Party because of its anti-war position was explicitly acknowledged by Acting Attorney General Biddle, who was quoted in the Minneapolis Tribune of June 28, 1941 as saying, "The principal basis for the prosecution is found in the Declaration of Principles adopted by the Socialist Workers' Party in December, 1938. The pertinent phrases mentioned by Biddle include the following: "If in spite of the revolutionists and the militant workers, the US government enters a new war, the Socialist Workers' Party will not, under any circumstances support that war but will, on the contrary, fight against it." According to Biddle, the 1938 declaration says the party would use a war crisis to overthrow capitalism in this country and substitute for it socialism. The administration's inclination to stamp even the mildest critics of its war course as seditious is exemplified in Secretary of War Stimson's charge of treason against Senator Wheeler. iPhone member of the cabinet can stigmatize an isolationist senator as a traitor for sending to a few conscripts postcards expressing opposition to entering the war, surely Roosevelt's Attorney General. 532. Would not hesitate to treat the revolutionary anti-war position of the Socialist Workers' Party as seditious activity. Rights of free speech violated. The Socialist Workers' Party does not deny its revolutionary views nor its uncompromising opposition to war. It does deny, however, that the government has any right to prosecute on that account. The Socialist Workers' Party has the same legal and constitutional rights as any other political party to advocate its ideas and propagate them. This position fully accords with our best democratic traditions and with the Bill of Rights. The right to express one's own ideas by speech or in writing or through assembly is an elementary democratic right. Rights of opinion are specifically protected against federal violation by the First Amendment to the Constitution, which states that Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech or of the press or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. This right of free speech is unrestricted and unconditional. It cannot be denied on the ground that the doctrines advocated are revolutionary or displeasing to the administration in power. The government's attempt to deprive the Socialist Workers' Party of its right of free opinion and expression clearly encroaches upon this provision of the Constitution. The prosecution has already been condemned and will be fought on this ground by the American Civil Liberties Union. The violation of law in this instance is not on the part of the Socialist Workers' Party but on the part of the federal prosecutors. Real ideas of the Socialist Workers' Party. Nor is the Socialist Workers' Party a secret, conspiratorial organization as the government attempts to depict it. It is a legal political organization which has for years openly conducted political activities and participated in the labor movement. Its program has been published in numerous books and pamphlets, its views are currently expressed and discussed in various publications, its indicted leaders have long been active as prominent personalities in working class circles. The accusation that the Socialist Workers' Party is guilty of advising, counseling and urging insubordination, disloyalty and mutiny in the armed forces. 533. Of the US is based entirely upon the political ideas propagated by the party. No overt acts are specified in the indictment to back up this charge. In fact, the avowed military policy of the Socialist Workers' Party provides no basis for such activities or allegations. For example, the Socialist Workers' Party does not seek to gain control of the naval and military forces of the US, as alleged in the indictment. The party's program calls for military training of workers financed by the government and under control of the trade unions. There is nothing illegal in this proposal to place trade unions in charge of military training. The Plattsburgh training camps, which the US government approved and subsidized, were organized and controlled by private agencies and individuals for the purpose of training business and professional men in military science. The Socialist Workers' Party proposes that this same right be extended by the government to the trade unions. What was the Union Defense Guard? The only overt act allegedly committed by the defendants, which is specified in the indictment, is the formation of the Union Defense Guard, organized 3 years ago by members of Local 544. According to the prosecution, this Union Defense Guard was the instrument the Socialist Workers' Party plotted to use for overthrowing the government by force and violence. A brief account of the formation and functions of the Union Defense Guard will suffice to dispose of this absurd accusation. The Minneapolis Union Defense Guard was organized as an outgrowth and answer to a series of threats of violence against Local 544 and of actual vigilante attacks upon unions in other parts of the nation during the summer of 1938. On June 22, 1938, Ralph H. Pearce, one of the leaders of the Associated Independent Unions, launched by Minneapolis employers to fight organized labor, told officials of Local 544 and the Minneapolis Central Labor Union that George K. Belden, head of the Associated Industries, had raised $35,000 to import gunmen to assassinate 3 leaders of Local 544. 8 months earlier, Patrick Corcoran, Secretary-Treasurer of the Minneapolis Teamsters Joint Council, had been assassinated by unknown gunmen. The day after Pearce said the murders were to be committed, Minneapolis police found a car containing 2 high-powered rifles with telescopic sights near the Central Labor Union headquarters. This lent credence to Pearce's story. During 1938, the fascist Silver Shirts were extremely active in the Twin Cities. Roy Zachary, national organizer, openly called at Silver Shirt meetings for gangster bands to raid the General Drivers Hall. The Minneapolis papers disclosed. 534. The fact that Belden, head of the Associated Industries, had attended these Silver Shirt meetings. This tie-up between the Silver Shirts and the Associated Industries, which included the leading anti-union employers in Minneapolis, convinced the members of Local 544 that measures should be taken to protect the Union Hall and leaders from attack. Numerous acts of anti-labor violence by fascist and vigilante gangs at that time in other parts of Minnesota and in New Orleans, Westwood, California, Steubenville, Ohio, New York City, and Jersey City, crystallized this conviction. Activities of the Defense Guard. The formation of the Minneapolis Union Defense Guard was announced in the September 8, 1938 issue of the Northwest Organizer, the official organ of the Teamsters Joint Council. The functions of the Union Defense Guard were described in this story as defense of the Union's picket lines, Union headquarters, and members against anti-labor violence. The activities of the Union Defense Guard demonstrate that such was its sole function. At meetings held in the basement of the Drivers' Hall, general discussions took place on methods of repelling attacks by fascist gangs. None of the Guard members carried or possessed arms. One of the two allegations of overt acts in the indictment charges the defendants with collecting arms and ammunition to overthrow the government. The Union Defense Guard purchased two .22 caliber single-shot target rifles, two .22 caliber single-shot target pistols, and some ammunition for target practice in the basement of the General Driver's headquarters. These 4 practice rifles and ammunition were purchased from funds raised through the sale of tickets to dances and public entertainments held at the Drivers' Hall. I.F. Stone wrote in The Nation of July 26, 1941 that the government was especially alarmed by a test mobilization of Guard members held one evening during September, 1938 in downtown Minneapolis. What did they do when they got there? Mr. Schweinhaut, the Department of Justice prosecutor, was asked. Schweinhaut said they went to the Gaiety, a local burlesque house. He said that each admission cost 75 cents and the government wants to know who paid for the tickets. This was told me in all seriousness, was the caustic comment of the Nation reporter. I have heard of the gunpowder plot. Maybe this will go down in history as the G-string conspiracy. The show of strength of the Union Defense Guard drove the silver shirts into hiding and inactivity. With the disappearance of the silver shirts, the Union 535 Defense Guard discontinued its target practice and drills, and its sole functions thereafter were dances, and acting as ushers at Union picnics and affairs. It last functioned in December 1940 when Guard members acted as ushers at the Christmas party for children sponsored by the Minneapolis Teamsters Joint Council. Such is the record of the armed forces which were supposedly planning to march on Washington and take over the government. Who does the prosecution expect to believe that story? Indeed, this accusation had already been dismissed as baseless in the 544 Fink suit, when Judge Paul S. Carroll stated in his findings, according to the Union's position, these so-called defense guards were organized to meet the threat of silver shirt leaders and other anti-labor gangsters and to defend armed raids against Union halls. It was not shown that these men were ever armed or did other than general policing at their picnics and things of that sort. Indicted under reactionary Smith Omnibus Gag Act. The indictment has been drawn up under the provisions of 2 laws. One is a new law, the Smith Omnibus Gag Act, introduced by a poll tax congressman, Howard W. Smith of Virginia, and passed in 1940. The Smith Act is the most reactionary piece of anti-labor legislation ever enacted in the U.S. and was so characterized during the debates in Congress. This bill is an attempt to put an end to this trend toward real democracy, said Representative Geyer of California. It is an attempt to break the labor movement. It is an attack on a minority group. It is enough to make Thomas Jefferson tumble over in his grave, said Representative Martin of Colorado. It is without precedent in the history of labor legislation. It is an invention of intolerance contrary to every principle of democracy. The American Civil Liberties Union pleaded with President Roosevelt to veto the Smith bill on the ground that it was unconstitutional and would become an instrument of oppression against unpopular minorities and organized labor. President Roosevelt nevertheless signed it. The American Civil Liberties Union's prediction has now been fulfilled in the Minnesota case. According to The Nation, the Department of Justice itself has no confidence in the constitutionality of the Smith Act. Off the record, at least one official engaged in the prosecution is prepared to admit that the Supreme Court may find the sedition provisions of the Smith Act unconstitutional. For the first time in peace, since the Alien and Sedition Laws of John Adams, a mere 536. Expression of opinion is made a federal crime. Under these provisions, a man might be sent to jail for 10 years because he circulated such un-American documents as the Declaration of Independence and Lincoln's Second Inaugural, for both advocate, abet, advise, or teach the duty, necessity, desirability, or propriety of overthrowing or destroying any government by force. The other law, Section 6 of Title 18 of the US Code governing seditious conspiracy, was passed in July 1861 during the Civil War to be used against the Confederacy. Since no particle of evidence can be presented in this case of any such open armed rebellion against the government, this law obviously cannot apply. As the Nation points out, the rebellion of which the Trotskyist leaders of Local 544 are guilty was leaving the AFL for the CIO. It is not a penal offense for American workers to quit one labor organization for another. The real facts in this case. Our review of the facts in this case has irrefutably established the following points. 1. After Local 544 had voted to disaffiliate from the AFL and join the CW, Roosevelt responded to Tobin's plea for assistance by setting in motion the machinery of the Department of Justice, which resulted in the raids and indictments. This intervention of the federal authorities on behalf of one labor organization in its controversy with another constitutes a rank abuse of the legal functions of the government. 2. The Socialist Workers' Party does not conspire to overthrow the government by force and violence. Its object is to educate the majority of the people to accept the idea that a change in the social system is necessary to solve their economic and social problems. 3. There was no conspiracy whatsoever on the part of the defendants to overthrow the government by force and violence. The attempt to depict the Minneapolis Union Defense Guard as an armed band organized for this purpose is fantastic. 4. The government is violating the free speech provisions of the Constitution by instituting this repressive criminal action against the Socialist Workers' Party. 5. Through this prosecution, the government is attempting to crush militant and independent unionism and to stifle the anti-war forces in the ranks of labor. 537. Roosevelt seeks to imprison the leaders of the Socialist Workers' Party because of their anti-war views, as Woodrow Wilson jailed Eugene V. Debs and other socialists for opposing the last war. Attorney General Biddle is today prosecuting the militant unionists of Local S44 CIO as Attorney General Palmer prosecuted the members of the 1WW. Civil liberties and labor's rights imperiled. Will the American people and the American labor movement fight to maintain their civil liberties and democratic rights? Or will the Roosevelt administration, under pretext of wartime emergency and in defiance of the Constitution, abrogate and deny them? This is the central issue posed by this case. The administration's attitude towards civil rights today has been bluntly expressed by the prosecutor. During the Senate Judiciary Committee hearings on his nomination early in September, in defense of FBI tapping of Harry Bridges' wires, Attorney General Biddle declared, "It is a dirty business, of course, but we have abandoned civil rights before in times of war." New York Times, September 5, 1941. Nationwide protest against the prosecution. Labor's Nonpartisan League, the political arm of the CIO of which John L. Lewis is chairman, has emphasized the menace of the prosecution to the union movement. Witch-hunting tactics of the Justice Department under A. Mitchell Palmer in World War I are being revived here as history repeats itself in World War II. This is a clear case of Justice Department interference in a trade union matter. The incident is regarded generally as an attempt by the Justice Department to establish a precedent. If it is successful, many informed observers are expecting other indictments of labor figures who do not toe the mark. This is one of the most serious issues involving civil liberties to arise in the US in many years, wrote the New Republic on July 28, 1941. That the Minneapolis case is tremendously important goes without saying. President Roosevelt and Acting Attorney General Francis Biddle have repeatedly promised that there would be no such violations of civil liberties as stained the honor of America in the last war. For a country preparing to fight for the principles of democracy, now to violate these principles, would be unforgivable. It would be worth 10 divisions to Hitler. 538. The 1,000 delegates to the last annual convention of the United Auto Workers held at Buffalo in August not only pledged full support to Local 544 in its fight but unanimously protested against this use of the FBI to oppress or harass any labor organization in the pursuit of their legitimate activities. Even the language of the indictment has the peculiar twist of Stalin's famous frame UPS in Moscow, writes John Dos Passos in an article condemning the prosecution in The Nation of September 6, 1941. If the defendants are convicted, he says, a precedent will have been set that bodes ill for this country's liberties. The American Civil Liberties Union has publicly protested the prosecution and is cooperating with the defense in fighting the case. These labor and liberal organizations have realized that a successful prosecution of the Socialist Workers' Party and the leaders of Local 544-CIO would become the forerunner of an all-out attack upon other trade union militants and political groups. That is why the 29 defendants in this case are today the front-line fighters in the cause of civil liberties in this country. That is why they merit wholehearted moral and material support from every progressive organization and individual genuinely concerned with maintaining our democratic and constitutional rights. That is why the Civil Rights Defense Committee has been organized. That is why their fight against the prosecution must be won. 3 Capitalist Frame-Up, 1941 Model 21, 1941. William F. Ward, George Navak. 539. The government has concluded its case against the leaders of the Socialist Workers' Party and of Local 544-CIO. The presiding judge discharged 5 of the defendants on the ground of insufficient evidence. He refused to free the entire 28 as the defense attorneys requested. 4. In their haste to smash the progressive union movement headed by Local 544-CIO and to jail the revolutionary opponents of their war policy, Roosevelt's agents have not even bothered to contrive a credible case nor to conceal the crudely reactionary character of their frame-up. The judge upholds the prosecution. In denying the defense motion to dismiss the case, Judge Joyce upheld the contention of the prosecution that, as revolutionary socialists, the men and women on trial were outside the law and were not entitled to any of the rights and protection guaranteed to all citizens by the Constitution. He stated that, under conspiracy statutes, it is not necessary to prove that the defendants actually agreed in terms to adopt the unlawful purpose and to pursue it by common means. The mere maintenance of their political opinions is cause for conviction. Finally, in language more familiar to Moscow than Minneapolis, Judge Joyce compared the Socialist Workers' Party to Hitler's followers. These remarks, read from a prepared statement which completely disregarded the defense attorney's arguments, indicated the spirit in which Judge Joyce intends to instruct the jury. The federal prosecutors represent 2 different types of officials in the Roosevelt bureaucracy. 1. The local prosecutor, Victor A. Anderson, is an aggressive and unbridled reactionary. Some of the defendants have confronted Anderson before in this same Minneapolis courtroom during the trials. 21 Ward 1941. 540. Of WPA workers who struck for higher relief in 1939. The other is Assistant Attorney General Henry A. Schweinhaut, sent from the Department of Justice in Washington to direct the prosecution. Like his boss, Francis Biddle, Schweinhaut used to masquerade as a protector of civil liberties. He was formerly the chief of the Civil Liberties Division of the Department of Justice, which was nominally set up to guard against violations of the Bill of Rights. What better person could Roosevelt call upon to strike this blow at civil liberties than this ex-liberal? Schweinhaut showed his true colors when he repudiated the liberal doctrine of clear and present danger advocated as the test of free speech by Justices Holmes and Brandeis against reactionary Supreme Court opinion. The defense attorneys were not permitted to question the talesman for prejudice. Most of these middle-class citizens, including big and small businessmen, come from the rural districts outside of Minneapolis. There is not a trade unionist or industrial worker amongst them, although Minneapolis is a strongly organized city. Months before, Biddle promised startling revelations regarding the defendants' armed plot to overthrow the government, which goes far beyond public knowledge. These were not forthcoming at the trial. Instead, as newspaper commentators pointed out, the government's evidence was distinguished above all by its dullness. The bombshell of sensational revelations which the government promised to set off fizzled out at the trial. The government presented no more about the ideas and activities of the defendants than was already matter of common knowledge. It was no secret that the Socialist Workers' Party was a revolutionary socialist political organization, based upon the teachings of Marx, Lenin, and Trotsky. The only startling revelation was that this could be considered proof of seditious conspiracy. Biddle and his associates had previously boasted that they possessed ample proofs of overt acts on the part of the defendants and that no restriction of civil liberties was involved or intended. The blunt-spoken Anderson swept aside this pretense in his opening statement to the jury by declaring that the prosecution was not obliged to prove the commission of any overt acts in order to establish that the defendants had engaged in seditious conspiracy. In plain language, they could be convicted for the mere expression of their opinions. The very existence of the Socialist Workers' Party, its propaganda and work for socialism, constituted a plot against the US government. According to the government's own statement, the constitutional rights of free speech, free press, and freedom to assemble were to be explicitly denied to the people on trial, and their exercise of them constituted a criminal offense.